The main character, Tran Nak, is known as Yama. He is a top-notch predator in the underground world, and also a high-level psychic, with the ability to control. Having lived a full life, Tran Nak has many regrets. It seems like fate is giving him a chance to make up for those regrets, as he gets a second chance at life. And just as he comes back, his math teacher calls him to the board to solve a problem. Staring at the board filled with knowledge he can comprehend, Tran Nak silently groans. Of course, he can solve the problem. He had forgotten all that high school stuff a long time ago. Tran Nak ends up being sent out into the hallway to stand. He keeps complaining, wondering how he has already lived a life full of suffering, and now he finds himself back in the past. Everything around him feels foreign, and so do the people, thrust into this brand new environment with his old, tired mind. Tran Nak can tell if this is a punishment or a reward from the heavens, and at that moment, he hears a loud scream. Someone save me. Tran Nak looks up and indeed sees a girl falling from above. With reflexes honed from his past life and agile moves, he quickly dives in and manages to catch her. Sure, the position they end up in is super awkward, but at least she is safe. The beautiful face of the girl catches Tran Nak's eye. Her name is Tungka, the school's beauty queen. After that unexpected situation, they are first taken to the nurse's office for a checkup. Then they both have to go to the homeroom teacher's office to explain what happened. Before the teacher arrives, Tran Nak quietly observes her. She is a stunning girl with a gorgeous face. Luckily, she only fell from the second floor. If it had been any higher, not even her C cup could be survived that fall, let alone a door. Just then, the door swings open, and the homeroom teacher, Tangled Loy, walks in. Has the nurse checked you yet? Is everything okay? He asks. Yep. I checked. And there is nothing wrong. I just happened to be standing there. She replies. She fell from the top floor right into my arms. I guess you could say I saved her. Right. Tran No obediently replies. Tangled Loy nods. Then turns to Tungka, seriously asking her why she did that. Tungka looks really embarrassed, trying to explain that she was just leaning over the second floor railing to enjoy the view. But then, she accidentally tumbles down, and the expression on Director Tone's face turns sour. Tungka quickly adds another remark. Tungka is the daughter of homeroom teacher Tangled Loy. With looks like hers, she must be adopted. Right. Just as he is pondering this, the teacher turns back and seriously says, Tran Nak, regardless of anything, I still have to thank you. While you were lost in thought, he turned around and said seriously, Tran Nak, no matter what happens, you still need to be grateful. I have already talked to the homeroom teacher about your day off. Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Should I contact your family? Tran Nak quickly waved his hand, insisting he was not injured, just needed a little rest. Tangled Loy nodded vigorously and reminded him that if he felt unwell, he could come to him immediately. Tran Nak agreed, planning to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door. Actually, there is something small I need to discuss with you. Is that okay? Go ahead. Could you lend me $50? I am feeling a bit dizzy, and riding my bike home might be dangerous. Tangled Loy and Tungka were left speechless by that request. In the end, he still managed to borrow that $50. Next, Tran Nak relied on the student's information and found the original owner's house. It was an old, run-down building, the walls damp, giving off a musty smell. The apartment was tiny. Although clean, it was very basic. Tran Nak searched the house thoroughly. And finally, he dug up some information about the previous owner of this body. The 18-year-old boy shared the same name, but unlike Tran Nak's identity as an underground world boss, this kid was just a completely inconspicuous average student. His parents divorced when he was young. His dad went abroad and disappeared, while his mom remarried 6 years ago, leaving him with just a few thousand yuan and handing Tran Nak over to his grandmother 3 years ago. To pay off debts for her current husband, his mom embezzled a large sum of money, leading to both of them being in prison now. Last year, the grandmother who had raised Tran Nak since childhood passed away, leaving him all alone. The community representatives visited regularly, but he had almost no contact with anyone. Moreover, this young man was naturally introverted, so he had no friends at school either. This identity, to put it bluntly, was a classic case of a star-crossed life, but being transported into such a body, Tran Nak was surprisingly satisfied. Due to the original owner's simple social relationships, it spared him a lot of trouble. Then, Tran Nak looked at the wall calendar and suddenly remembered something. Today was December 23rd, 2000, which was a bit troublesome. Tran Nak immediately headed to an internet cafe to look something up online. If today is December 23rd, then there are only 15 days left. Around midnight, 15 days from now, one of the girls he knew in his previous life would face the most terrifying and tragic event of her life. Tran Nak wanted to save her, but unfortunately, he was just a high school student right now. with no money for a ticket, no passport, and no visa to go to Korea to save her. Using normal methods to rescue her surely would not work. He returned home and tried to tap into the skills from his past life. But it seemed ineffective. Tran-nak, feeling disappointed, slumped onto the sofa and sighed repeatedly. Meanwhile, at the Tun household, the girl Tungka was sitting at her study desk, listening to music while reminiscing about the morning's events. Back then, she was on the second floor, trying to lean over the railing to watch Tran-nak below, when she accidentally slipped and fell, only to be saved by him. This made Tungka feel a mix of embarrassment and a little sweetness in her heart at that moment. She still had a love letter meant for her in front of her, and the writer just happened to be Tran-nak. As for Tran-nak, after a sleepless night, he headed to a public phone booth the next morning to try calling a number after his soul transmigrated into the body of a boy with the same name. Returning to the past, he was eager to confirm his previous identity and see what this guy was really up to. But the phone number he dialed was reported as non-existent. And when he went to his old childhood home, the person who opened the door was not family. It was just a little convenience store downstairs. And the owner was still the same. Even that chubby kid who used to bully him was still around. This meant everything was still intact, except for the previous incarnation of Tran-NC, who had vanished without a trace. He secretly felt that fate was being really unfair, throwing him into the past without a word. Now, because he could not deal with the fact that he did not exist alongside his uncle during this time, it completely made him disappear from the past. The sun was shining, and Tran-NC was just another day going to class. That day, the whole class was buzzing about how Tran-NC from a 6 was brave enough to write a love letter to the school beauty. Not fearing that their homeroom teacher would break his legs, Tungka had been tossing and turning all night after receiving that love letter. And finally, at the start of today, she decided to confront Tran-NC. At that moment, he was sitting in class, looking deep in thought as if pondering something monumental, until Tungka's voice broke through, prompting him to look up. "What is it? You got a minute? Can we talk for a bit?" Tungka stammered. "Is there something wrong?" Tran-NC replied coldly, completely unlike someone who had just sent a love letter. Tungka was thrown off by his expression, stumbling over her words before finally managing to say, "Sorry. I read the letter you wrote me a few days ago, but I can't accept." From her demeanor, Tran-NC figured out that the original owner had written the love letter for her. Who would have thought this cowardly guy would dare to go after the principal's daughter? Seeing Tran-NC say nothing, Tungka continued, "I am telling you, I can't accept this. So do not do things like this again in the future." "Yeah. Got it," Tran-NC responded nonchalantly. "We are all students, and our main job should be studying," Tungka said, probably afraid of upsetting Tran-NC. So she added a few more words. "You are right," Tran-NC replied, then shot back a question. "What was your midterm ranking?" Tungka was even more flustered by the sudden question that seemed out of nowhere. But she hesitantly replied that she ranked 196th. Tran-NC chuckled to himself, remembering that there were barely 300 students in total in their year. Looks like this school beauty is not as academically gifted as she claims. He stood up and patted her on the shoulder a few times. "You really need to hit the books. I hope you can make progress every day." After that, he walked straight away. Tungka did not realize Tran-NC was mocking her low rank. She just felt like she was the one whose feelings were being rejected. After the heartbroken school beauty left, a new class began. Before that, the homeroom teacher of Class A6 announced that on the 10th of next month, there would be a competition held by the principal with the local sports high school. Those who wanted to participate could sign up, and if selected by the school, they would need a parental signature and a fee of 150 yuan. Tran-NC was not really interested in these kinds of activities, but suddenly, he remembered that the border between Vietnam, North Korea, and South Korea is so close. Just crossing it would get him there. Without a second thought, he raised his hand. "Teacher, can anyone sign up? I want to register. I want to participate in the math competition," the homeroom teacher asked in surprise. Meanwhile, laughter erupted in the classroom, mocking Tran-NC. "No other events to compete in?" Tran-NC asked back, feeling utterly clueless. How could he possibly compete in math? "Just go check the school's announcement yourself," the teacher replied impatiently, then ordered them to open their books to page 46 for the new lesson. During recess, while Tran-NC was sprawled out on the desk sleeping, 2 boys from class suddenly approached him. They, looking all cozy, invited him to the internet cafe to play games. Tran-NC originally had no intention of befriending anyone, but after dozing off that morning, he agreed to join those 2 classmates. They played a few games at the cafe, but he kept losing. After several rounds like that, Tran-NC stubbornly declared he was done playing. However, just as he intended to head back to school, someone grabbed him from behind. "You are Tran-NC, come here. I need to talk to you." He turned around to see a fierce-looking face. It was clear the guy did not have good intentions. Not even sure what this shy, gentle guy had done wrong to end up in this situation. Trannak followed them into a deserted alley. At this point, the guy spoke to the two boys who had invited him to play games earlier. You two did well. You can scram now. Turns out they were acting all nervous because these guys were threatening them, forcing them to bring Trannak out. After the two left, it was just him facing 5 or 6 tough guys, with the leader being the one who had patted him on the shoulder in the internet cave. Who are you? What do you want from me? Trannak spoke up first, his tone surprisingly calm. The leader lit a cigarette, blowing smoke as he aggressively questioned Trannak. I'm called Xiao Dao, but you can call me Brother Dao. I heard 2 days ago you wrote a love letter to Tungka. Did you get my permission before writing love letters to my girl? Trannak studied the face of this tough guy, then imagined Tungka's face. A tough guy dating the school beauty, and the daughter of the head of education. What kind of twisted love story is this? I am curious. Trannak shot back. Is she your girlfriend? Not yet, but she will be soon. You know what you need to do now, right? As he spoke, the guy pulled out a dagger from his pocket. Turns out he was just a lovesick tough guy causing trouble over Tungka. If that is the case, then it is less of a bloodbath and way easier to handle. Trannak chuckled, and his laughter infuriated the tough guys. What are you laughing at, bastard? We are talking to you. You hear us? Yeah. I got, Trannak replied, glancing around. Good. There is no one around. It is a perfect spot to dance around. Still getting used to this new body. That bunch of idiots just showed up at the door. Perfect for you to stretch those muscles. That night, even at 8 am, Tungthang Loi was still working late. Tungka's mom told her to bring a lunchbox to the office for dad. As she headed downstairs, she ran into Trannak, who was intensely trying to unlock a bike. But the issue was that he had already tried several locks, and still was not getting it right. Curious about this, Tungka approached him. What are you doing trying to unlock someone else's bike? Caught in the act, Trannak looked a bit flustered, like a thief caught red-handed. If I said I could not remember which bike was mine, and was just testing the locks, would you believe me? Of course. Tungka did not buy it and coldly turned away. But before she could walk off, Trannak called her back. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tungka tried to act aloof, but no matter how hard she tried to play it cool, Trannak saw right through her facade. Say it. Honestly, you should be a little nicer to me. I get that you are the daughter of the education director, so you have to maintain that perfect student image. No mingling with boys. But you do not always have to act so defensive around me. What does my attitude have to do with you? Why would not it matter? Look, I saved your life yesterday. Remember? Jumping from the 2nd floor probably would not have killed you. Tungka still retorted defiantly. Even if I did not die, I could have gotten hurt. So while it may not be a life or death situation, I still saved you once. Trannak made a solid point, and Tungka could not argue, so she fell silent in agreement. However, that was not the main issue Trannak wanted to discuss. He brought up that thug named Truong Hung, the little knife guy she had encountered earlier, and asked if she knew him. Tungka nodded and said she had already been confronted by that Truong guy at the school gate twice. The first time, Tungthang Loi chased him off, but a few days later, he shamelessly showed up again. She figured he would not be coming around for a while. Trannak informed her that it would take over 100 days for him to heal. He was not exaggerating because after their earlier scuffle, Truong Hung was now in the trauma ward. He also let Tungka know that he had helped her out of a mess, and he needed her help with something related to that private competition. As he spoke, Trannak sat down to continue fiddling with the bike lock. Tungka found it so annoying that she had to stop him. Stop messing with other people's bikes. Yours is over there. It is that black bike with the broken basket, missing one side. Right there. How do you know that? We are not even in the same class. Trannak had not even tried. Just from that one joke, Tungka could not help but blush bright red. I just like knowing. Is that a problem? So you like me? Tungka was so embarrassed, she did not know what to say. Why do you ask about that tournament? Of course. I want to participate. Trannak wants to take advantage of this situation to go to South Korea and rescue that girl. But after seeing the announcement, he realizes he does not meet the qualifications to participate. Just then, he runs into Truong Hung. So he takes the opportunity to help Tungka resolve a bunch of issues so she can return the favor. I want to go solo to admire the snow. So Tungka, your dad's the education director. I am sure you know a different way to enter that competition. Right. And Tungka potes. She just found Trannak quite mature in his words. Yet here he is, going all the way to the snowy border just to see snow. What a weirdo. Just then, Trannak's stomach growls loudly. Haven't you eaten dinner yet? Tungka asks. Yeah. Because I am too broke to afford a meal. Trannak replies, only to get scolded for his inappropriate way of speaking. Tungka knows all about Trannak's situation. Even though it is tough, it is not like he has no money for food. She even enthusiastically offers that if it is too hard, she can ask her dad to help him apply for a poverty assistance package. After saying that, Tungka shows a flustered expression. I do not mean to look down on you. I just want to help you. Trannak is not offended. Instead, he keeps teasing her. Seems like you really understand my family situation. You have been eavesdropping on purpose. It seems he hit a nerve. As Tunko's cheeks flush again. Nonsense. I just heard others talking. Tungka is only an 18-year-old girl. While Trannak has lived a whole life already, how could he not see through a girl's feelings? Even though he does not know why the department head, his daughter, has a crush on this poor guy. It is definitely a bit interesting. Just then, Trannak notices the lunchbox in her hands. The moment she sees his gaze, Tungka instinctively hugs the lunchbox tightly. Forget it. This is my dad's dinner. Trannak keeps that charming smile. In the end, he not only finds his bicycle, but also scores an extra chicken leg. Meanwhile, Tone is triumphantly receiving the lunchbox from the girl, but realizes she is missing a chicken leg, and can come up with any reasonable excuse. After returning home, Trannak starts working on his physical training. The battles ahead are going to be long, and he must boost his strength as quickly as possible. 2 days later, he heads to the teacher's office alone. Despite having Tungka's help, he feels that going to South Korea should depend on his own efforts. Inside sits Teacher Lu. Not a full-time teacher but a planner sent by an education company to handle administrative tasks at the school. With an impending restructuring, and given that this high school has the lowest graduation rate in the district, it is highly likely to be converted into a private school, purchased by an education company. To be precise, he should be called Staff Lu. And dealing with this kind of hired help requires one quick solution: money. So Trannak pushes the door open and steps in. Teacher Lu immediately recognizes the other's intentions. He nods, then states that student representatives for competition visits must be elected by their respective classes, signed by their class teacher and the group leader. So it is not a position that can be begged for. But just then, Tron and C placed an envelope on the table, leaving Teacher Lolgu in shock. Inside the envelope was a bank card. The moment Teacher Elzu saw it, he dropped his earlier confused expression and said, with a memory like mine, I almost forgot about the 3 volunteer spots. I know about the volunteers. They will be traveling with the group, eating and staying together. But they will have to do some service tasks too. Trampanansi nodded, saying as long as he could tag along, he was okay with that. He even had his personal profile. Student Ed and photo id ready. Teacher Eldu took them, grinning from ear to ear. Alright, you can go home now. The list of students for the volunteer group would be posted on the bulletin board this afternoon. Tron and Tree felt relieved and headed back. Watching him walk away, Teacher Olgu felt that this kid was anything but ordinary. His eyes, tone, and actions did not match those of an 18-year-old at all. Yet, he did not even realize he had been played by Tron and Nens, happily clutching the bank card the kid had given him. That day, as school ended, Hokoki to Kaishika strolled through the courtyard. Sighing heavily, the reason she was feeling so down was that the result of her recent test was only 45 points. Tungki, you can keep failing like this. You need to maintain at least 60 points like usual, she encouraged herself. But then sighed sadly again, realizing her usual score was just 60 points anyway. Just then, she heard her classmates gathering to check the volunteer list, now posted on the bulletin board. Tungke temporarily set aside her worries about her test score, remembering that a few days ago, Tron and C had wanted to go see the snow. She rushed over to the bulletin board to check, and was thrilled to find his name on the volunteer list. I really can go see the snow, Tungkra mumbled to herself. Then, for reasons she could not understand, she turned around and dashed to the head teacher's office. As soon as she saw Tung Thung Lai sitting in the office, Tu Kuikechi blurted out, Dad, I want to join the volunteer group. Tung Thung Lai looked surprised, since she had clearly stated before that she was not interested in that trip, and now she seemed so enthusiastic. Tung Kiechita did not know how to justify her sudden change of heart, so she repeated what Tron NC had said days earlier. I want to go see the snow. Tung Thung Lai shook his head, saying that the list was already full. But Tung Achir would not let it go. I do not care. I can join the choir to go along. Didn't you say you did not like singing? Which is why you dropped out of the choir. I like it now. Okay. Even though Tu Kutaja was a handful, being his only daughter, Tung Thung Lalai eventually had to give in to his little princess. Right after the new year, on January 3rd, Tu Long Yech Kinush was at Kim Lang train station to head to the competition with the volunteer team. Tron and Si was in the volunteer team, and his first task was to help everyone move their luggage. Tung Kesha spotted him in the crowd. Excitedly waving, Tranana saw her and came over. But just as he reached out to grab Tung Kiechu's suitcase, someone else snatched it away first. Director Tung, you came to see everyone off too. Trannak chuckled. It is like Director Tong is guarding me today, like a mother tiger protecting her cub. A far cry from the first day, I jumped into this body and saved his daughter. When Trannak spotted Tong Kao in the group, he was genuinely surprised, since she had not appeared on the notice board earlier. As soon as he got on the train, he could not help but ask her about it. I will go if I want to. Who asked you to worry? I want to see the snow too. Whether I can or not. Tongkoha replied stubbornly. But Trannak instantly knew she was just trying to tag along with him. Director Tong stood at the train station, helplessly watching his daughter giggling with that punk, who had just written her a love letter not long ago. He thought to himself, why does this little brat keep circling around my sweet fresh radish? Why did I even turn down the group leader role this time? Sob sob. But now, worrying about my daughter is a bit too late for that. Soon enough, the train started moving, and Trannak was sharing a compartment with teacher Liu. Not long after the train took off, Liu began barking orders. Hey, little buddy, go get some water. And while you are at it, tidy up the luggage in the aisle too. I have got a camera in my bag, so be careful not to drop anything. Trannak heard him but did not react at all, remaining focused on his book. The compartment fell silent for a moment before Liu could not take it anymore and shot up from his seat. I am talking to you. Are you even listening? Only then did Trannak put down his book and shoot back with a smirk. Teacher Liu, I am here to travel, not to do labor. Right. Did you misunderstand something? Liu's irritation was evident, his face practically smoking. I am here as a volunteer. And the essence of a volunteer is, but he was cut off by Trannak. Teacher Liu, I have already paid for this trip. If you are not satisfied, just give me a refund. Otherwise, you can tell the group leader to throw me off this train, so I can find my own way back to school. Liu was furious but felt powerless. If anyone found out he took a bribe, he would be the one in trouble. Teacher Liu could only watch helplessly as he was bossed around by a punk. After what felt like an eternity, the train finally stopped at Gazimbian. After a long journey, Tongkoa was exhausted, her body aching from being cramped. As she pulled her suitcase off the train, she could not help but curse herself for being such a fool. Coming all this way just because of Trannak. Just then, someone snatched her luggage away. Here, catch. Trannak tossed a can of Coke to Tongkoha, and then started pulling her suitcase ahead. Tongkoha kept glancing between the Coke can in her hand, and Trannak's sturdy figure walking away. A smile crept on her lips, her fatigue evaporating, and she quickly ran to catch up with him. But Teacher Liu's troubles did not end there, because right after settling in, Trannak made another demand. He wanted to leave the group and follow his own itinerary, with 4 more days left in the trip, of course. Liu disagreed, fearing that if anything happened to Trannak, he would not be able to take responsibility. How could he let an 18-year-old wander off on a trip to such a faraway place? But at that moment, he pulled out his phone and opened the recording of their conversation on the train. In that recording, Liu had clumsily admitted to accepting a bribe to bring Trannak along. You dare to trap me? I advise you not to play with fire. You think recording a few lines is going to scare me? Liu shouted furiously. But Trannak remained silent. Seeing him so carefree, Liu moved in closer. I won't back down. Do you believe I can report you for leaving the group right now? Trannak still did not respond, and his cold demeanor made Liu both furious and anxious. In the end, in this battle of wills, Liu who had to concede. He sank down to the ground, looking pitiful, and began to plead. Little classmate Trannak, I did not find this job easily. Can you not harm me? How about this? I will give you 200 yuan. You can take a stroll, and I will treat you to whatever you want. Trannak just smiled silently, clearly rejecting the offer. The two were locked in a stalemate. Enro. Liu tried to threaten him a few more times, but it had no effect. Clearly, he was the one at a disadvantage, with Trannak holding the evidence of his bribery. Why are you doing this? I am not negotiating with you. I am just informing you that I will be leaving the group. As for covering things up, I believe you have your ways. After all, there are always more solutions than problems. I am off. The rest is up to you. Just hang in there. Hired help. Under Liu's desperate gaze, Trannak left the group's resting area. 36 hours later, he stood before the border of 2 countries. Just crossing this area means reaching South Korea. It was late at night, and the temperature had dropped to 13 degrees Celsius. Trannak, dressed lightly, lay flat on the ground, carefully observing before he swiftly glided over the snow. His movements were incredibly smooth, helping Trannak evade the sweeping lights of the military. However, just when he thought he was basically safe, a pair of military boots appeared in front of him. Trannak looked up, only to see an officer with a face colder than ice. The moment the officer spotted him, he barked out a stern command. Who goes there? Without thinking much, Trannak sprang up before the officer could even draw his gun, landing a swift blow. The officer stumbled, and Trannak managed to catch the gun in time. then dragged the officer into a hidden corner out of sight. Another officer standing guard noticed something unusual as he saw something dart past the light, but he dismissed it, thinking it was just an animal or something, as they did not believe anyone could cross the border anyway. Even though their watch was tight, it was not the only obstacle for those wanting to cross. Trannak was lying flat right under the lookout, using the needle he had prepared to cut through the barbed wire. The battlefield experience from your past life is still fresh in your mind, but this 18-year-old body, still untrained, is seriously lacking, making the journey pretty rough. After getting past the barbed wire, Trannak snaps a cola can, grabbing some energy to prepare for crossing the minefield. For others, this minefield is a death trap, but for him, it is the easiest barrier to cross. Since he has completed missions here many times before, and knows the lay of the land like the back of his hand, Trannak crawls on the ground methodically, every movement precise. But just 30 meters from clearing the minefield, he hears a loud clank as his knee smacks into something. Trannak can't help but sigh. Great. Even old horses trip over their own hooves. Trannak is forced to stop and starts digging through the snow with his hands. Sure enough, beneath his knee lies a Mina M2 infantry mine, weighing 2.9 kg. Highly explosive, with metal wiring, a blast radius of 2 meters, and a lethal radius of 10 meters. All this knowledge comes from Trannak's previous life, and he knows that if he even slightly shifts his knee, the detonator inside the mine will trigger like a bullet, and then boom, he will be blown to bits. Trannak takes a deep breath of icy air, then unzips his jacket, cutting a small piece of fabric from his uniform pocket to make a pressure bag, holding his breath as he places it over the mine. Once that is done, he uses a pin to secure the pressure bag in place. The final step is to insert a lead pin into the safety latch. Trannak performs all these steps as carefully as possible because this is a one-life game. There is no way he can respawn again. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Tungka is performing a choral piece with the Janning High School No. 8 troop. Yet, while singing, she silently curses Trannak for being such a worthless jerk, since she followed him all the way here, and for 2 days now, he has been no way to contact him. At that moment, Trannak finishes the last step. The pin is set into the safety latch instead of the thin pin, plus the pressure bag from his uniform pocket. With this double layer of safety, surely the heavens would not let him bite the dust early after all. It was the heavens that brought him back to this time. They would not be that cruel. With that thought, Trannak takes a deep breath, then pulls his foot back as far as possible, lying flat on the ground and covering his head with his hands. But after a while, everything remains eerily quiet. This means he successfully neutralized the mine. Once he is sure he is out of danger, Trannak stands up straight, sighing in relief, and begins to prepare for his next move. Damn it. Those American-style dreams must be from the fat southern region. Just you wait. I've got a score to settle. Exiting the minefield, Trannak bolts forward and jumps into a pit. Just when he thinks he is finally safe, 2 officers suddenly pop up and jump down into the pit with him. When their eyes meet, one of the soldiers instinctively lunges at him. Trannak, reacting with lightning speed, charges at him, knocking him aside, and then pulls out a dagger from his jacket, throwing it straight at the other soldier. With that dagger's speed, the soldier does not stand a chance to dodge. After getting pinned, he immediately collapses and meets his end. Now there is only one guy left, and he has pulled out his weapon, even taunting Tron NC to come at him. If you are so tough, then come over here. Sure, I'm coming. You think you are a big shot? Tron NC gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his weapon, and charged forward. The two clashed like arrows released from bows, the sound of metal ringing as they met, and when they finally broke apart, the other officer began gasping for breath before collapsing. Clearly, he met the same fate as his teammate defeated by Tronenense. Even though Tronense had no idea where these two had come from, taking them down earned him a valuable prize. Their military uniform. With this uniform, all he needed was to be a bit careful, and he could blend in with the South Korean border patrol. By 3 p.m. on January 6th, Tronense had safely entered the residential area. He caught a taxi to Apgujeong. After buckling his seatbelt, Tronense leaned his head against the window, hoping to catch a quick nap, but memories kept flooding back. In his past life, he had taken on a commission at the Hajungyi Villa. It was because of that mission that he met Lao Dainai when he was just 22. As he stepped into that room, Tron En-hae saw Lao Dainai aiming a gun directly at the villa's owner. When she spotted him, a desperate smile crept across her face. "Bodyguard, you are too late," she yelled. "Damn it, you crazy girl." A Tron Enfi shouted back, charging toward her, a loud bang it, drawing all the bodyguards in the villa to converge. Tron Nense held a rifle in one hand while hoisting Luan de No Ayin over his shoulder with the other. He faced numerous bodyguards in the villa, firing while ensuring the girl's safety. Finally, he succeeded in carrying her away from the villa. Once he confirmed they were safe, Tron NC tossed Lao Nine onto the ground. "This is my house. No one can find this place. Back then, she was a total nutcase with serious mental issues. Faced with the person who just saved her, Leluine showed zero gratitude. Instead, she looked utterly defiant and shot back. Oh really? So I can do whatever I want? Tron and C did not answer, watching her warily. At that moment, D9 gently reached out to touch his face. Her eyes flashed with indignation as she glared ahead. In the blink of an eye, D9 ducked and shifted positions like she was about to attack Tron NC. She lunged at him with a punch, but he quickly dodged, spinning around to get behind her and lightly striking the back of her neck. Almost instantly, she fainted, collapsing into his arms. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Tron NC was still there, while D9 was tied up in a blanket and had cloth stuffed in her mouth. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Smoking, he said to D9. Stay quiet. While she struggled and mumbled incoherently, the scene shifted to the next morning. Still in that wooden house, Tron NC smirked at D9's bound state and calmly asked, feeling more relaxed now, holding the gun in his hand. He added, you want to die? She lay there, turning the question back on him, asking why he saved her. Was it because she was beautiful? D9 shot him a sharp, suspicious glance. Did he want to sleep with her? Tron NC raised the gun, holding D9 at bay. Then he smiled, commenting that she looked just like a scared little girl, swallowed by fear and hatred, trying to act tough and cynical. Her eyes sparkled as she asked him again, are you really that impressive? D9 leaned in closer and said, incredibly impressive. I have seen you kill so many people already, and yet you still brought me out here. He laughed and replied, you could say that, in this world, there are not many who can stand up to me. Instantly, D9 knelt down, her attitude shifting dramatically. She leaned forward, pleading, help me. I still have a few people I want dead. Her hands trembled, gripping tightly. If it meant getting revenge, she would agree to anything for him. Absolutely anything. D9 brought her hand to her chest, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with hatred. Please. She remembered her family. Since she was little, her parents had been murdered, and now was her path to vengeance. For 2 years, she stayed beside Tron Nance, training with him. From martial arts to shooting, her skills improved dramatically. Her shooting accuracy kept getting better and better. 2 years later, she finally achieved her goal, holding a gun and getting close to her enemy. Then all anyone heard was the deafening sound of a gunshot. That guy took a bullet right between the eyes and collapsed in the middle of the bustling street. It was a rainy day, with raindrops mixing with his blood, gunfire sending everyone into a panic. Someone's dead. After taking care of things, D9 knelt in the rain. She clenched her teeth, emotion she would bottled up for so long ready to explode. D9 cried out loud, gripping the photo in her hand, rain and tears mingling together. She gazed at the remaining family photo, silently thinking, Dad. Brother. I miss you all so much. A black umbrella suddenly appeared nearby, letting her cry freely. Tron NC accepted getting soaked to shield D9. Then, he realized that on the night of January 6, 2001, something had happened to her. She slowly opened her eyes, and he asked with concern, you awake? Tron smiled. It is the first time I have seen someone cry until they pass out. She looked up at him, lying there all wrapped up, beautifully quiet. As he slowly stood up, wanting to leave, D9 reached out to hold him back. Then she grabbed his shirt and said, could you sit next to me and watch me sleep? I am really scared that if I wake up in the middle of the night and do not see you, I might want to grab a gun and end it all. Tron agreed. After all, this girl had suffered so much since she was little, and now she finally could get her revenge. D9 asked, can I tell you the story of my life as D9? She began to recount. That night, I remember it was very dark, and the wind was strong and cold. Mom was scolding my brother for fighting at school. And then they broke in, they killed Dad, took our business assets, then came after us, killing my brother right in front of me and Mom. He was the brother who loved me dearly since childhood, always protecting me. They brutally assaulted my mother, stabbing her to death, leaving her in our yard, and after that, the guy who killed my mom threw me to the ground and assaulted me right next to the sunflowers Mom had planted for me. Listening to her story made my heart heavy, and I could not help but grit my teeth and ask, they did not kill you? D9 replied, maybe because I am beautiful. They wanted to keep me hostage. On the way back, I found an opportunity to jump into the river and escape, noticing the dampness in you. I asked, and then what happened? She continued, after I escaped, I sought out a friend of my father's who took me in. But that night he assaulted me and handed me over to the criminal. As she recounted this, tears involuntarily streamed down Dawine's face. I took my chance when he was on the phone and jabbed him in the eye with a chopstick. From that moment until I turned 22 and met you, I lived in hell. She looked at you and said, to repay you, from today on, I will live only for you. If you give me life, then I will live. If you tell me to die, I will. If you tell me to do something, I will do it. If you tell me to kill, I will wipe out everyone in the world. My world has long been filled with darkness. The only light I can catch is from you. Truly my only ray of hope. Tronens replied. If this world is only darkness, then shine on your own. She froze. And you added. No one should place their hopes in others. Everyone can shine on their own. No matter how small or weak they may be, learn to shine for yourself and take care of yourself. Starting today, I will call you that. You reached out your hand and smiled at Dina9. It is a promise. Back in the present, the driver repeatedly called out to the passenger, snapping Tronense back to reality. He turned to announce. The passenger has arrived at the Gakong app, and Tronense stepped out of the taxi. Walking ahead, the door slowly opened, revealing a girl with a bow, holding a lollipop, looking adorably cute. This was Lo 9 at 16. Tron and he saw her standing in front of someone. Somehow, the two bumped into each other, causing D9 to stumble to the side. She showed her anger, turning to throw a fit, but a hand appeared, grabbing hers. And Tron NC instructed. Young lady, no full language. D9 widened her eyes and shouted. Hey, who are you? Let go of my hand slowly. Then he tilted his hat back, grinning as he said. Hello there. It is a promise. D9 was taken aback. A promise. She panicked and asked. What are you saying? Who are you? Really? Tronense reached out to grab the hat on her coat and replied. I am just someone who fell from the sky. He smiled and adjusted the hat for her, just to help chase away a nightmare. D9's eyes looked a bit dazed. Her face slightly reddened. Then she smiled dangerously before instantly launching a knee strike. But Tronense was quick too, immediately stepping back to dodge. D9 turned and ran, shouting. Perverted creep. She calmly walked away, then called for the police. The young girl approached, saying something to the officer, then turned and pointed at Tronense. Both of them looked over, and D9 appeared shocked. The person she just described to the police was no longer there. She was stunned. That person was gone. On January 6, 2001, at the Intelligence Agency of Nation N. A series of photos and crime scene evidence were laid out on the table as a man's voice rang out. These are two personnel who unexpectedly died while carrying out a secret military mission at the border last night. All items found at the scene are here, he continued, saying that 300 meters south of the victim's location, within our protective minefield area, an M2 type bomb had been discovered, rigged with a special method to prevent detonation. At the conference table, everyone was focused intently, as he continued to share information and visual documents, along with the preliminary analysis that has been distributed to each of you. Another person chimed in. This is a military infiltration event targeting our nation. He paused for a moment, stating that the northern enemy has raised their butcher's knife against us. All for the safety of our great nation of Daenam Kali, the Greenhouse has issued orders, demanding that we find the northern enemy capable of infiltrating our borders at any cost, and in the shortest time possible. The people at the conference table echoed in unison. Loyal. Loyal. At the same time, on the northern border, a command room was operating secretly. As the leader here seriously delivered the news that the southern enemy has already infiltrated, I command you all, starting now, to increase the patrol level across the entire area, the entire base, and conduct thorough searches throughout the defensive zone. Then, he pressed on. We must absolutely find the enemy that infiltrated. We cannot let their scheme succeed. He turned to ask the person next to him, who was responsible for the incident that occurred last night. Before he received an answer, he ordered, shoot him dead. Meanwhile, Trannak was sitting on someone's roof and let out a sigh. He then wondered, is someone out there thinking of me? Saying that, he pulled out a bag of snacks to eat, chewing and saying, forgot to buy a drink. I am so thirsty. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, and Trannak realized it was chicken soup. He leaned over to try and peek inside the house. There was a boy kneeling there. A woman's voice scolded. Why are you fighting at school? The boy obediently replied, I was wrong. Then he looked toward the dining table, where Dunine was sitting, looking pleased and smiling with delight. Trannak peered down from the rooftop through the window. A car sped up and screeched to a halt in front of their house. He suddenly realized, today was the day the tragedy would occur. Several people in black stepped out of the car and entered the house. There were too many of them. A lot of cars and over a dozen armed individuals entering. Trannak observed and said, is it starting now? They are already standing at the front door. By the way, who exactly is Trandizemla? Many intelligence agencies, including Z, had previously researched him. The conclusion was, it is a mystery. This guy's actions are impossible to predict. Two things can be confirmed. First, Tran Diem Lai is fiercely protective of his own. Second, he and his comrades have a symbiotic relationship. This relationship transcends love, kinship, and friendship. He is my only hope for survival. Boss, we are good over here. Sleep well. Sweetheart, this unbreakable symbiotic relationship will only be officially dissolved upon Tran Diem Lai's death. Hell, I am coming here. Offline. In this life, Tran Diem Lai has decided to change the tragic fate of his subordinates. How will he embrace a romantic relationship? Transitioning to the hotel where the student group is resting. Hearing a continuous knocking on the door, Teacher Liu stepped out. Coming. As soon as I opened the door, Akaki appeared right in front of me. He smiled and asked, "Is that you?" Kei. What brings you here at this hour? She gently asked. Where's Tronensis? I have not seen him in 2 days. The teacher pretended to yawn and added, Is there something going on? I was just about to sleep. Kiecher innocently said, I am looking for Tronnes. Teacher Liu. I need to talk to him. Teacher Liu continued to make excuses. But it is so late. I am heading to bed, she insisted. Teacher Liu. Seriously. Where is Tronnes? He secretly pressed his phone hidden behind his back. The ringtone chiming ding ding. Teacher Liu pretended to answer the phone. Hello. Principal Tun. What is it? He glanced at Ki Gashin and said into the phone. What a coincidence. It is your daughter. She immediately put her hands together and whispered. Donnie, tell my dad I am here. Then Atri turned and ran away. While Teacher Liu continued. It is nothing. Principal Tun. After she left, he gently closed the door and then slumped down to sit on the floor. And tears of frustration streamed down as he sighed silently. These days, making a living is just too hard. The scene shifted to the house where Tronkan and C was being watched. A group of thugs burst in, weapons in hand, allowing the three bosses to step in slowly. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, and they broke into the dining room, shocking the three people inside. Dina and his brother stood there, confused. Who the hell are you? One thug immediately kicked the boy, sending him sprawling backwards. Get out of the way. The three men entered, lined up from left to right. Saohun, Achian, and Saitovai. Tressen tilted his head to look inside, while Tronensi quietly observed from outside. He recognized him as the guy Dinine had dealt with in the previous arc, related to the Lo family's massacre. Chen Ti and Li Nine's father had once collaborated in smuggling. By 2000, their smuggling operation had grown significantly. That year, the brothers Xathai Dying and Xakan Hun secretly engaged in dark deals, like trafficking super profitable goods, illegal pharmaceuticals, and organ trading, targeting Lalho's company in Chainti. They drew Chun Ti's director into their circle, but Alunowine's father refused. Eventually, the director of Chain Ti colluded with the brothers to murder chairman Lu Heinghach, Dean Owen's father, and dumped his body in the Australian Sea. At that moment, her brother was left with a bruised and bloodied face. Lying motionless at their mother's feet, another thug charged in and grabbed the older woman. He was brutally aggressive, making Dean Owen scream in terror. Inside the room, chaos reigned. The three members of the Lala family had no chance to fight back. Tron and C noticed the clock on the wall. From what he knew from the last arc, something was about to go down. While Dinoen was trembling in fear, tears streaming down her face, Kanhun leered at her and said, Lu Donghech's daughter is quite the beauty. Tron Ensis' expression suggested he had a plan. Suddenly, a loud siren from a police car outside made everyone freeze in shock. Kanhun heard the siren and moved towards the door, then opened the window to look outside. This moment, Tron Ensi is hiding above his head, looking down with a smirk, asking, What is going on? The subordinate replies, Boss, there is a fire truck. He curses. Damn it. Right now of all times, Dui Deng speaks up. We can't make a move here. Get everyone out. Then, the group drags the Lo family out to the car. While Char Nemps quietly observes from where he stands, he smiles, relieved that there is an abandoned house nearby he can use. But next time, he needs to plan better. Judging by the timing, Luomine's dad must be dead by now. So all he can do is save the mother and her children from this mess. He then moves down. Realizing that this is not the right place to act, Tronan and C is very meticulous. Killing these lackeys would be easy. But suddenly having a dozen corpses in the house would be a huge hassle for the mother and her kids. He runs into the garage, deciding to switch locations. From there, he drives out a white car and quickly chases after them. Tron and C silently follows the black convoy ahead, which is moving pretty fast. Inside the car, the main leader reminisces about that moment. Thinking, so this is what Lo Heinghach has come to. He mutters to himself, You always treated me like a dog, taking advantage of the misinformation to gain wealth, fame, and status over me. You even stole the woman I secretly loved. And those two little bastards are the result. Someone next to him hands him a cigarette. Then, Ding asks, "What is wrong?" Still feeling uneasy. The leader pulls out a lighter. Taking a moment, Ding continues. "Once we get there, that woman tonight is yours to handle however you want." He takes a deep drag, then smirks sinisterly. "I not only want to enjoy Lu Hutch's wife, but I also want to taste his daughter. That bastard won't know what hit him, even in hell. He is still a failure." With that, he tosses the half-smoked cigarette out the window. At a deserted factory in the south of Hen Then, D9's mother cries and pleads. "Please, just spare my family. For the sake of the brotherhood between you and Lalovang Hatch for all these years." He smiles coldly. Stepping closer, holding a whip in hand, her husband cries out, clasping his hands together in desperation. He does not respond but raises the whip and strikes down. Showing a furious expression, the instinct of a mother kicks in as she shields her two children. The strike leaves a mark on her white dress, and blood begins to flow. D9, crying, turns to him and asks, "Why are you doing this? What have we done wrong to you? Has your heart turned to stone?" Her brother glares at him, then suddenly lunges at the leader, yelling, "You bastard!" The kid grabs onto him, but the leader immediately punches him and shouts, "Get off!" The henchmen jump in, beating him up while the mother desperately cries out, "Don't! Please!" D9 kneels there, tears streaming down her face, her expression vacant. "If this is just a nightmare, please wake me up." Her eyes suddenly light up as if remembering something. She recalls the young man she met that morning. When she asked him, he replied, "I am just someone who fell from the sky, here to help you chase away the nightmare." Her whole body was frozen, staring straight ahead. A white car came barreling in right before everyone. The two distant cousins raised their hands to shield their faces as they looked out. The gang members stood there, holding their heads, unable to see clearly due to the blinding headlights. Denai tightly shut her eyes as tears streamed down her face, her eyes slowly opening as she looked around. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and she realized it was her family's car. Trannak stepped out of the car, coughing and saying, "Wait, there is something wrong with your car." In front of him stood a crowd armed with all sorts of weapons. Yet he remained calm, babbling on like it was just another day. As he accelerated, the sudden jolt was evident. Even the steering felt a bit off, it needed adjusting to be stable. Dunai clutched her eyes, recognizing the outfit he wore. He heard him speak. He might just be her family's only hope right now. He smiled warmly at her, saying, "Look who we have here again." Little Firefly. Trannak coldly stepped into the crowd, while Dunai stood there, still in disbelief. Her eyes lit up as she recognized him. It was really him. Jinghuan spoke up, asking, "Who are you?" Immediately, the thug Taidung commanded his crew to take care of him. One thug with a baseball bat charged at him. From behind, he swung down hard, but Trannak remained unfazed. He casually glanced at the guy, then sidestepped to avoid the attack. Before the thug could react, Trannak delivered a powerful kick right to his face. The knee strike was brutal, distorting the thug's face. The impact even shattered his neck, sealing his fate. The thug collapsed, powerless on the ground. Witnessing the speed and strength displayed, the two distant cousins felt a mix of worry and shock. Taidung barked out orders. "What are you all standing around for? Get him." As soon as he finished speaking, the gang rushed in to attack Trannak. He moved like a breeze, knocking them down one by one wherever he went. The main thug stood there, wide-eyed, as the warehouse echoed with cries of distress. Trannak's backpack was stained with blood, but no one knew what was inside. The thugs he defeated lay sprawled out, barely breathing. Taidung's eyes were wide with fear, while Trannak turned his gaze toward them. Almost all of the minions were down on the floor. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Jinghuan, kill him." The guy on this side quickly chimed in. Right. Kill him. He used to be our most skilled fighter. He is no match for you." With that, Jinghuan pulled a knife from his pocket. As he stepped closer, Trannak gently set his backpack down. He sighed, feeling a bit worn out from the fight. Then he said, "Let me remind you. You are the second person in this world to pull a knife on me. Do you know what happened to the first?" The thug replied, "Shut up," and quickly lunged at him. He aimed a diagonal stab, but Trannak tilted his head just in time, the blade grazing his neck. He then continues to kick, and Trannak quickly steps back to dodge the attack. The kick slides into a car, causing the door to jam. Then, Qin Huan relentlessly thrusts a knife toward Trannak's head, but he dodges every single one. A moment later, he plants his foot down to halt. After that, he smiles at him. "All right. The knife play is complete." Trannak starts showing signs of a counterattack, and seeing that, he lunges forward and yells. He uses 5 punches to smack the knife out of his hand, sending it clattering to the ground. Not making him wait long, he swings his other hand and strikes Qin Huan's neck. He takes the hit, stunned, letting out a few gasps, unable to utter a word. Blood spills. And he looks like he is frozen in shock. In Tranak's hand is a sharp piece of a razor blade. He raises it, his eyes cold as ice, and says, "Hurry up. There is no need for this." The governor sees this and his face turns slightly pale, nervously backing away. Tranak turns his head back and sees him scrambling to escape. He picks up his backpack and says, "Trying to run." Ah. With that, he gathers his strength to throw it, shouting loudly, "No way out." Just as he finishes, the backpack smacks hard against the guy's head. Just one hit, and the governor collapses, face down. Inside the backpack are several bricks wrapped in leather. Seeing this, Daedung's face turns pale as he swears, "Damn it. I've got bricks." He glances over at Han and asks, "What are you staring at?" "Of course. This is meant for smashing your face in." Saying that, he turns to face Han, and for a moment, both of them fall silent, not saying anything more. Daedung's eyes drift to see Dainayan standing there, and suddenly has a wicked idea in his head. He grabs her shirt and yells, "Come here, come here." Daedung holds a knife to Dainayan's neck and challenges him, "I do not care who you are. You seem really concerned about this girl. Ah, then let her go." The sharp knife is right at her throat, and tears are streaming down her face. Tranak raises an eyebrow in annoyance. Looking over at Dainayan, he asks, "Hey girl, you are really scared, are not you?" Her body trembles, unable to speak, tears flooding down her cheeks. Looking incredibly pitiful, he smiles warmly, encouraging her not to be afraid. His sincere gaze touches her heart. In this moment, she places her absolute trust in the young man in front of her. Tranak raises his hand and says, "I was not planning to use this yet. Still need more practice. But fine. I will use you for some warm-up." His two fingers are raised, looking a bit confusing. Then, he closes his eyes as if concentrating on something, his face turning pale. After that, Tranak sighs, his entire body enveloped in a layer of black aura. All set. He slowly approaches the guy. Daedung. He trembles slightly, his face showing fear. Feeling perplexed. Wondering what is going on, unable to move, sensing his entire body pulled taut by the air. At this moment, Atron En stood calmly right in front of Heaven. He gently took the knife from Hemon's hand and said, "You are the third person to draw a knife on me tonight." Then he skillfully twirled the knife in his hand, cradling D9 close to him, as she rested her head on his shoulder. That was the exact moment the knife plunged straight into the heart of that punk thigh. Dineng. Hun gasped, unable to fight back, his face turning pale. Tron Nc gently pushed him back with his hand, though Idung's body fell lifelessly to the ground. And Tron Nent stood there, coldly looking down. He placed his hand on her cheek and asked softly, "Are you scared?" The little girl was left speechless, frozen in place by his fierce demeanor. He smiled gently to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. I told you. I will chase away your nightmares." 2 hours later, at D9's house. She was sleeping on the sofa, covered by Tronence's uniform jacket. D9 slowly opened her eyes, startled, her body jolting upright. Looking around, she realized she was home, and a male voice asked, "You are awake?" Tronense stepped out with a small bowl in hand and said, "You were so scared you fainted." He then brought the bowl of food to his lips, gobbling it down, and after finishing, he put the bowl down and exclaimed, "That was delicious." He walked over, extending his hand and asked, Can you give me back this outfit?" Not seeing her respond, he added, "When you fainted, I was worried you might be cold. So I covered you up, but you wrapped yourself too tightly. And I did not want to wake you." For a while, only Tronense was talking, while D9 stared at him, dumbfounded. Tronense picked up the jacket, but D9 remained sitting there, holding onto it tightly. He sighed and said, "Hey, little girl, that is my jacket." D9 sat there in thought for what felt like a month, before finally letting go gently. Tronentry placed the jacket into his backpack and said, "I have warmed up the chicken porridge in the pot. If you are hungry, feel free to eat. Your brother has a few injuries, but your mom has already treated him. Before you woke up, your mom and I discussed a few things." He sat down in front of D9 and continued. "Specifically, of course, she will let you know. My suggestion is for your family not to call the police. After all, I have sorted everything out." He instinctively reached out to touch her face but suddenly froze, her innocent gaze fixed on him. Out of the blue, she reached out, took his hand, and gently placed it on her cheek, her eyes wide and her cheeks slightly flushed. This small gesture from D9 made him pause for a moment. She then tenderly asked, "Why do you sound so mature when you talk? You are not that much older than me." He did not rush to answer and instead asked back, "Were you really that scared tonight? It was pretty intense. But I do not have much time to handle it better. If circumstances allowed, I would not want you to witness any of this." D9 obediently looked at him and replied, "If you tell me not to be scared, then I won TB." She hesitated. About that, then she asked Tronenses, "Can you tell me who you really are? What happened tonight? You said you fell from the sky. Her naive question made him laugh, and he ruffled D9's hair, saying, kids should not ask so many questions. Your mom will explain everything to you. She hesitated a bit more. Oh right. Your mom had a little excitement. I used a few methods. She is sleeping now. She will wake up in about an hour. As for your brother, his temper is too hot. So I had to tie him up. He gently tugged at her small ear and softly urged her to remember to study hard. Got it. And do not imitate adults swearing. Understood. Oh right. Do not think about getting a tattoo. You are too young for that. It will look terrible. And no smoking. No drinking. Wait. Did you remember everything I said? D9 nodded and repeated. No swearing. No tattoos. No drinking. No smoking. I will do it. Everything you said. I will definitely do it. But... After hesitating, she blushed and asked directly. Can you tell me your name? Atron Enpo pointed at her forehead and said, why are kids so curious? When she saw him stand up, she hurriedly asked, are you leaving? He replied, yeah. What else? Stay here and celebrate the new year. Then Tron NC walked to the door and grabbed his backpack. D9 kept pressing him. Please tell me. Are you even human? You are not an angel. Are you? After hearing that, Tron NC was taken aback and replied, angel. I do not believe in God. I believe in Quan Haka. Suddenly, the black suitcase over there started to move a little. He kicked it a few times and shouted, what is moving? If you keep moving, I will hit you with a brick. She wondered, what is in the suitcase? Tron NC answered, it is just the old man. He still has some use to me. Then he turned to leave. All right. Take care. D9 reached out to grab his sleeve. The little devil on the sofa, stared at him blankly. Then she asked directly, will I be able to see you again? Tron NC asked back, do you like fireflies? D9 smiled and replied, yep. My brother takes me to catch them in the summer. As she mentioned catching fireflies, Tron NC reached out to her neck. Suddenly, D9 slowly leaned onto him. Tron NC whispered, do not catch them anymore. The little girl closed her eyes as if she had been knocked out or hypnotized. In her mind, his figure still lingered. She tried to reach out as if pulling him back. Do not. D9 jolted awake. Her face panic-stricken. She cried out, do not. She sat on the sofa, looking around the room, and then sadly realized, he really has left. Suddenly aware that something was off, D9's eyes widened. She turned around and realized. The study. D9 sat at her desk mumbling. No way. She was writing down the list of things Tron NC had warned her about. No drinking. After writing for a while, she forgot and asked herself, what else was there? A month later, an idea flickered in her mind. Then she mumbled and wrote on the list. Trust Kwanoka. But who is Kwanefka? D9 struggled to remember. Right. There was that shirt with the school logo. She wrote down the words from the shirt on paper based on her memory. Then realized. This seems to be Chinese. After writing it down, D9 felt excited to discover it was Chinese. Then she stood up and said, I remember there is a Chinese dictionary in my brother's room. Immediately, the little girl rushed to find the dictionary. Outside the window, D9's brother is blinded by the light, hovering there staring at his sister. She mumbles. Jiang 9. The place. Home of the old Jiang 9 College. Now known as Kim Lang City. Despite the little guy being gagged and swinging around, the girl inside remains completely oblivious. The scene shifts to Han City, the secret lair of the Prime Minister. Tron NC carefully puts on gloves and slowly unlocks the suitcase. He opens it and peers inside. The old Prime Minister lies there, face bruised, tears and snot streaming down. He screams. Who the hell are you? No need to rush. Trononin gently grabs his ankle. Then he drags him across the floor into a nearby room. He pulls the old man into the bedroom and approaches the head of the bed. Carefully, he slides the headboard aside to reveal a hidden double door. Tron NC turns back to the Prime Minister and says, let us make a deal. You open it. He questions. You will spare me. Tron replies, I can let you die with dignity. The Prime Minister stutters in fear. Dignity. Tron NC smiles. That is right. You can choose an outfit from your wardrobe that you think is most dignified to wear, then die. Would not that be quite dignified? Upon hearing this, he hurriedly begs. Please, do not kill me. I am begging you. Please. Spare me. I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. I will give you everything. Just do not kill me. I do not want to die. Trontonasi is firm, pointing at the safe. Demanding. Open it. He stammers. Tears streaming. The password is. There is a notebook inside. It has records. The door opens. And indeed there is a notebook and a lot of cash and gold. Tron and C picks up the notebook. Then he tosses it aside and says, "This? I am not interested in your eye." He then reaches in to grab the money. Tron NC smirks cryptically, stuffing the cash and gold into his backpack, saying, "I am just taking a little to get by." After collecting the money, he stands up, ready to leave when a photo on the wall catches his eye. Tron NC yanks his hair up, then looks at the picture and asks, "Is that your boat? How fast does it go?" The Prime Minister answers, "Max 32 knots. Tron if he proposes, "If that is the case, let us add one more condition to our deal. I want that boat." He quickly bargains. "Then you have to spare me. Use it in exchange for my life. You can kill me." He smiles and agrees. "All right, deal. I will spare you. Where's the boat?" The scene shifts to a large yacht. Music blaring. Vicola blaring docks out. Tron NC is sitting there, holding a drink, full of excitement. Flashback a few hours earlier. While the Prime Minister is bound and lying there, a guy is yelling, "You must have the wrong person. I do not know you. Why are you trying to kill me?" Tron replies, "No mistake. Henjinjuan, the daughter of your best friend's ex, Ludimine, came to you for help when she was at her wit's end, only to be betrayed and sold out by you." He continues screaming, "What do you mean by life before? I do not know what you are talking about." Without further explanation, Tron NC shoves the barrel he was using to block him into the sea, saying, "Down there. The King of Hell will explain it to you." So there is a barrel dragging two people down to the sea. The barrel sinks, pulling them under. While Tranak stands coldly on the boat, he chuckles lightly, thinking that for a moment, he is the King of Hell. Back to reality. Blood suddenly pours from Tranak's nose. He wipes it away and thinks to himself, indeed, a secret skill can just be practiced on a whim. To save Denian, he forced himself to use it, and now the aftereffects are here. After that, he does not care about anything and starts dancing on the ship, singing along to the lively music. Who let the dogs out? Then he flips the bird straight up to the sky. Like life itself is just a big joke. The scene shifts to Dian Ben Hall, where a delegate is giving a speech. This being the last group activity, he invites the teachers from Jiang Nun to remind us all to pay attention, stating that every student must be present. Every student is there, except for one empty chair, belonging to someone everyone knows. Kaka looks over, thinking, Tranak still has not shown up. It has been 4 days since anyone has seen him. If students are absent, the leading teacher and the missing students will face severe punishment from the school. He throws his hands up in frustration, scolding himself. Why did I let money blind me? He stands up, putting out the last puff of smoke from his cigarette. Then, his face twisted in worry as he thought, this time, that jerk Tron NC is going to get me killed. Just as he was zoning out, someone appeared in front of Teacher Liu. It was the head of the exchange group, Principal Fuang. He looked down and asked, did not you say that student Tron NC would show up soon? It has been half an hour already. Where is he? Surely, he is just at a nearby internet cafe playing games. Principal Fuang knew this too. Boys his age are always so into gaming. The principal checked his watch and continued, let us hope. There is only half an hour left until the event starts. I have sent some teachers and students to help you search. We can't let anything go wrong. He stepped closer to Teacher Liu and pointed a finger at him, scolding, if anything happens, you won't just have to answer to me. I won't let you off easy. You will see how I hold you accountable. Teacher Liu tried to force a smile as he defended himself. Principal Fuang.
Yeah, sure.
The student is definitely not lost. He then waved goodbye as Principal Fuang walked away leisurely. Li felt frustrated, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he muttered. He is just a figurehead sent by the education department to play the golden assistant principal role. Will flatter him, calling him Principal Fuang, as if he has got any real authority. What is so great about pointing fingers at me? With that, he clenched his fist tightly in anger. Then he looked up and thought, but where the hell has he disappeared to? Half an hour later, in front of the assembly area where the students gathered, Principal Fuang asked. Still no sign of him. Ake anxiously suggested, should we call the police? Sir, one of our students is missing. If we can find him, we need to report it quickly. He hesitated. If we call the police, it does not matter if he is really missing or not. A head like mine can dodge responsibility. A student disappearing is serious business. If this gets pinned on me, my reputation is definitely going to take a hit. Kaka continued. Sir, Traman NC is missing. What are we waiting for? We need to call the police. What if something happens to him? Principal Fuang, worried for himself, insisted. Then let us keep searching. Keep looking. There might still be places we have not checked. If we look harder, we will find him. The others seemed disheartened and uninterested, while Kaka was the only one fired up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he remembered something. Right, he turned to ask. Luan, You and him have always been together. Did he ever mention having any relatives or friends around here? He might have gone to visit someone from his hometown. Teacher Liu stammered. I am not sure. But what about his luggage? It should be in the room. He quickly turned around and urged. Let us go check it out. Maybe there is an address or contact number we can use. Then everyone headed back to the hotel, climbing the stairs together to reach the room where the two teachers and Tranchanan were staying. Teacher Liu fumbled with his hands as he searched for the key. Looking a bit hesitant, his hand trembled as he tried to fit the key into the lock. Teacher Fuang stood behind him, urging him to hurry, which only made him even more anxious. He closed his eyes and opened the door, trembling with fear. As the door creaked open, light flooded the room. Liu's eyes lit up, the glow illuminating his face. Someone stepped out from inside, and Liu stood there, mouth agape in shock. He swallowed hard, feeling relief wash over him as he thought, thank the heavens, he's back. Not knowing what he saw, Ka covered her eyes, while Teacher Fuang froze in place. Trannak had just finished showering, wrapped in a towel, and instinctively gasped at the sight of everyone outside. Moments later, Trannak was dressed properly. Listening to Teacher Fuang reprimanding him, the girl explained, I just went out for a bit to play games. As soon as she finished speaking, she got scolded harshly. Misbehavior. Complete lack of discipline. Totally out of control. Do you even have a shred of self-discipline? Liu listened from the side, thinking about how teacher usually taught her, when we get back, I will critique you, and you will also write me a self-reflection. In front of all the students. And Trannak glanced at Liu, signaling something. Liu flinched slightly, then stood up to defend her, saying, Teacher Fuang, come on. You have already scolded her, and the event is about to start. Upon hearing this, Teacher Fuang added, consider yourself lucky today. I have other matters to attend to. Liu stood at the door, calling after him. Rest assured, Principal Fuang, I will make sure to discipline her properly. I just need to use the restroom first. Then I will bring her along. After saying that, Teacher Liu gently closed the door. Trannak sat there smiling, saying, you really are a good guy. Resourceful. He turned back to scold her. This time you have really put me in a tight spot. And I can avoid a warning from the school. Trannak pulled out his phone and deleted something, saying to Teacher Liu, just to show my sincerity, I have deleted that recording. With a friendly smile, he added, let us live in peace from now on. You do not have to worry about me. I always keep my promises. Liu still looked skeptical, saying, it is strange that I would actually believe you. At the convenient hotel in Dimebeen, Trannak stood at the door of room 502. Knocking. A student poked their head out and asked, Trannak, what is it? He replied, where's Ka? The girl eagerly responded, she is in the shower. Are you looking for her? Trannak curiously peeked into the room, and through the foggy bathroom, he could see Ka bathing in hot water. And it was quite stimulating. Standing outside, he asked the girl to pass on a message. Tell her that I will be waiting for her on the rooftop. Trannak stood there with a can of soda, waiting for Ka. A while later, he heard the door open, and she stepped out wearing a cute short dress. Ka walked over lightly, and at that moment, Trannak recognized her and turned slightly. He turned back, smiling, saying, look, it is snowing. Ka blushed, her face turning red as she placed her hand on her chest. Looking at him, Trannak called out, come here. Ka hesitated for a moment before walking over. He handed her the soda, saying, here you go. Ka hesitated, saying, drinking this late will make me gain weight. Trannak looked at the fluffiest part of her and replied, gaining weight is great. Gaining weight is great. Ka blushed, both annoyed and bashful. Muttering, you are impossible. After drinking the soda, she felt it was a bit too sweet. Trannak spoke up, you know what? I am really happy today. Ka asked, why is that? You reached out to catch the falling snow. Maybe because you finally got to do something you have always wanted, she then asked. So we are watching the snow together. Trannak looked up at the sky and continued. I have always heard that life compensates for regrets. This is life, beautiful yet complicated. Suddenly, he turned 181 degrees and declared, regret my foot. Life is like a horse passing through a window gone in the blink of an eye. Life is like a white horse. I want to be the one holding the reins. Witnessing Trannak's words, Kaka seemed in awe. So cool. After he finished speaking, Trannak turned to her and gently asked, Ka, can you promise me one thing? She tightly gripped the can in her hand. Hopeful. Sure. Go ahead, she said. Kaka blushed, her mind racing. He would not ask for anything outrageous. Would he? At most, she could let him hold her hand, but a kiss was absolutely off the table. If it had to be a kiss, a peck on the cheek might be acceptable. But lips? Absolutely not. Trannak scratched his head and chuckled. Do you know how to write a self-reflection? Write one for me. Will you? Kaka stood frozen for 5 seconds after hearing that this guy really is clueless. After some time, back at school, the snow had really piled up today. In the homeroom, an announcement crackled over the intercom. Warning of the cold air coming from the north. In the Kimlang area, heavy snow continued to fall today. Citizens were reminded to keep warm and drive safely. Tunthan Loy sat there, pondering he would just returned from Dien Bien yesterday, and wondered if those kids would behave. He was a little curious about what was going on between Kakaka and that guy named Tran Nak. Flashback to a day earlier at the Kim Lang train station. Students returned, including Ka. As she stepped down, Tran Nak was right there to catch her, preventing her from falling. Kaka looked up, slightly blushing. Tunthan Loy was also there, and seeing this, pretended to cough dramatically. Feeling flustered, Ka asked, Dad, did not you say you would not come? Remembering that scene made the homeroom teacher's head spin. He stood up, holding a water bottle, lost in thought Kaka would not be falling in love early. Would she? The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and outside class of 6, Tunthan Loy stood by the window, watching. He then slowly walked into the classroom and stood on the teacher's desk. Below, the students looked anxious. Oh man, it is Tunthan Loy, the homeroom teacher. Why is he here? Did someone mess up? Is there something special to announce? I heard there is some bad news. It can be true. Right. Where's Mirror? He did not show up. Great. We can pull any tricks this time. Tran Nak's eyes seemed to pick up on the unusual atmosphere. He thought, why is it suddenly so quiet? Something feels off. At that moment, Tran Nak looked up and noticed who was standing above him. His face clearly showed worry as he silently cursed. Damn it. Teacher Tun began to speak. All right. Everyone. I have a few announcements. Yesterday, Ningo went out, and due to the snow, he had an accident. I will be taking over his classes for a while. He pulled out a stack of papers and continued. To better understand your learning situation, I have prepared a test for the class. Everyone, please do your best. You feel a chill, wondering if it is just paranoia, but it feels personal. After class, Tran Nak's eyes look vacant. He is stuck sweeping the yard, and his instincts are spot on. He must not have ticked off Tunthan Loy. Meanwhile, Ka runs over with a broom, waving and smiling, calling out to Tran Nak. Tran Nak turns around and asks, What are you doing? Kaka pulls out an adorable pink water bottle and asks, Do you need help? Tunthan Loy peeks out, furious, cursing, This little brat. Oh my daughter. The next day, he aims for Tran Nak again. You stay back and sweep the snow. You will copy your friend's answers. Tran Nak replies, But I already have enough points today. On the third day, it is the same thing. You stay back and sweep the snow. You did not submit your homework. But Tran Nak fights back. There is no test today. On the fourth day, Tunthan Loy asks, Tran Nak, you stay back and sweep the snow. Tell me, when was the 5th National Congress held? And how many delegates were there? Tran Nak answers smoothly, There is no test today. And I already submitted my homework September 12th to September 18th, 1997. 2074 delegates. But when asked to name the delegates, he is left speechless. On the 5th day, while studying another subject, Tunthan Loy bursts in, calling out. Tran Nak. Hearing this, he immediately understands the situation and sighs. He grabs a chair, readying the broom, and stands up. Tunthan Loy snaps. What do you need the broom for? He replies. To sweep the snow. Of course. I am always ready for orders. Put that broom down. He says. We are not sweeping today. Come with me to the office. Soon. The two are in the homeroom teacher's office. A police officer is waiting there. Upon seeing him, the officer asks, Are you Tran Nak? Tunthan Loy introduces. Tran Nak. This is the prison warden from Long Dam. Tran Nak blinks, asking, What is going on? The warden explains. Here's the deal, your mother, is serving time in our prison. Last year, she did well in rehab and requested to meet a family member, which has been approved. The officer asks him why he has never visited the prison. Tran Nak thinks to himself, This happened before I came back to life, and I had no clue. The warden continues. Otuo asked me to talk to you. She misses you a lot. Aren't you going to visit her? Tran Nak is silent, contemplating his family situation. And it is easy to see why he has not gone to visit Tunthan Loy. Listening to this, also thinks deeply. He looks at Tran Nak, knowing this kid must be feeling really uncomfortable inside. He steps in. Warden, she is my student. Let me talk to her. Or you can head out first, the warden adds. Usually, visits from family can help the inmate's rehabilitation process. I hope you can visit her. Tunthan Loy quickly defends him. Don't pressure him too much. After all, he is just a kid. Overloading him will just create stress. I am his teacher. I will help him sort this out. Warden, You can go. If anything comes up, I will call you. Trannak witnesses this exchange, feeling a flicker of familial concern, silently calling Tunthang Loi his future father-in-law. Tunthang Loi and the warden agree. All right then. Thank you. Afterward, Tunthang Loi sees the warden out. He gently closes the door, and Trannak is still sitting there. He feels sympathy for the boy, thinking, what a poor kid. After that, I sat down and turned to say, I partially understood my family's situation through the school records. I also learned quite a bit from the teachers. But I did not expect it to be this difficult. Tunthang Loi smiled. You are a smart kid. Just think carefully about what to do. Do not feel burdened. And if you have any difficulties, just let me know. He then looked at his watch, realizing it was getting late, and probably no one at home was cooking. Then he proactively invited Trannak. Come on, let us go to my place for dinner. The scene shifts to the house of Principal Tun, where Kakai is sitting, munching on corn, dressed in pajamas, comfortably enjoying her snack. Probably thanks to the corn keeping her in a good mood. She jumped in surprise when she saw the door open, then joyfully squealed. Dad's home. Just as she finished speaking, Trannak poked his head out from behind the principal. Waving, he raised 2 fingers to ask Kaka a question. Upon seeing him, she quickly tossed away the corn she was eating, her face in a panic. After that, she dashed into her room and slammed the door. Kaka sat behind the door, holding her ears, blushing, thinking, why is Trannak at my house? I am dressed like this, and I just had such a disastrous meal. Meanwhile, outside, Trannak smiled at her, complimenting her cuteness. At that moment, Tunthang Loi realized, oh no, I brought the wolf home. He patted Trannak on the shoulder, saying, take off your shoes. Then head to the living room and do your homework first. After a while, Kaka slowly came out. Changed clothes. She stepped out in a super cute short dress and asked, Dad, why is he here? Tunthang Loi replied, I brought him over for dinner. You two should honestly do your homework. Then he raised his voice. Trannak, you do your work right at the dining table. Kaka even went to the living room to work, no slacking off. A little while later, Trannak was sitting there, scribbling something on the paper. Kaka saw this and thought to herself, trying to act cool, is he scared of my dad or what? After finishing, he folded the paper and looked at Kaka, signaling her. Then he tossed the folded paper toward her, and Kaka stared blankly at the paper in front of her. After that, she unfolded it to see the message inside, which read, your dad is really nice. Kaka blushed, thinking, does that count as my dad approving him? Tunthang Loi, hearing that, had to remind her immediately. Daughter, you are talking nonsense. This kid does not take himself seriously at all. As he crushed the newspaper, time flew, and it was almost 6 p.m. Trannak again used the old signaling method to pass a note to Kaka, and another crumpled piece of paper was tossed over. The content questioned, your dad is not really right, reading a newspaper for 2 hours. Does your dad have a thing for hugging newspapers? After reading this, Kaka could not help but laugh, covering her mouth, stifling her giggles. Tunthang Loi, seeing this, tightened his grip on the newspaper even more. He was secretly cursing. This brat. They have been passing notes back and forth 32 times, and Kaka has peeked 57 times. Does he think he is invisible? He stood up and shouted, Ka, making her jump and look back, asking, Dad, what is wrong? As soon as he sees his daughter, his face softens immediately. Tunthang Loi sighed. It is already 7. Your mom is probably working late. I am going out to buy some food for dinner. Saying that, he walked out to buy groceries, mumbling to himself, I can let Trannak come to our house ever again. No matter what happens in the future. He then said, come on, eat some duck leg. You are growing up, so you need to eat a lot. Kaka over here also picks up a piece. And suddenly, the atmosphere at the table goes still. Tunthang Loi glances at his daughter with a knowing look, smiles, cheekily adds some to her dad's bowl, and says, Dad, eat up. 3 minutes later, everyone is enjoying their meal, especially Trannak who can't stop eating. Tunthang Loi turns to remind Trannak, finish eating and head home. Is late, and it is not safe. Trannak replies, no worries. I am used to late nights. Then he pats his belly and grins. That is enough. Kaika, give me another bowl of rice. She immediately reaches out to grab the bowl, but Tunthang Loi jumps up, sternly saying, when I say you are done, that means you are done. No more. Trannak gets pushed outside, and the door slams shut, leaving poor Ka's dad in a bind. Does this count as a taste of the in-law drama? As he steps outside, he unexpectedly encounters a woman heading toward Tunthang Loi's house. She looks somewhat familiar, with a lovely face and features strikingly similar to Ka Cass. Trannak's eyes widen, but he does not dare to stare too long. They pass each other quickly. He glances back, marveling. Whoa, she looks just like Kaka's mom. Moments later, Tran Nak is standing on the street. A car parked nearby has someone leaning out, smoking a cigarette. His keen nose seems to pick up something. Tran Nak recalls from the hallway. This cigarette smell is exactly like what he caught from Kaka's mom earlier. He then looks up at Ka's family's apartment, feeling worried about Tunthang Loi. And the scene shifts to the next morning. Tran Nak is sitting in a nearby internet cafe, browsing the web with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as he is furiously typing. Suddenly, a hand lands on his arm. Tunthang Loi stands there, asking, "Why are you skipping school?" He looks at Tran Nak, saying, "I have been looking for you all morning." Tran Nak does not say a word and pulls out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket. He hands it to him with a grin. "Comrade Tunthang Loi, do not be so serious. Let us lighten up a bit." Tunthang Loi snaps back. "Where did you pick up those lines?" He then drags a chair next to him, takes a cigarette, and puts it to his lips. Tran Nak quickly pulls out a lighter, making sure to light it up properly. Tunthang Loi immediately snatches both the cigarette and lighter away. Then he starts lecturing. "Listen up. Do not try to act all cool. You look ridiculous. In a few years, when you look back at this, you will realize how silly and immature it was." He takes a puff and continues. "I get that you are in that rebellious phase and dealing with family drama. You are a bit stubborn, not wanting to connect with anyone. I understand that, but Tran Nak, have you ever thought about your future?" Tran Nak intently watches his father-in-law smoking, then replies, "Future? What future?" Tunthang Loi presses on. "You are still young, throwing caution to the wind now. But what about your future? Are you really planning to grow up to be a thug? I do not want to see you turn into some street punk. If that happens, it would break my heart." Tran Nak retort, "Tunthang Loi, you are overthinking it. I am not facing the same struggles as you think. I just find being a salted fish quite relaxing." Veneem continued. "Honestly, I really enjoy these boring days. They are peaceful. Free, no one bothering me. Nothing special to worry about. Just waking up, eating, and drinking well is enough to make me happy. In winter, I soak up the sun and watch the snow fall. Occasionally teasing my teacher's daughter a little." Hearing about teasing his daughter, Twinthing Lai narrowed his eyes at me suspiciously. Tran and Free quickly brushed it off. "Okay, I was just kidding. You seem genuine. Twinthing Lai, you are a good person, a great teacher. But let us not worry about me anymore. Alright. I am not someone who is going to stray off course. I just really want to live a leisurely, uneventful life." The teacher asked. "Do not you think about the future? How will you live later on?" Tran NC thought to himself. "I still have a few $1,000 and some gold at home. Enough to live comfortably for a while. If I pull off a few more money-making schemes, maybe buy a couple of houses in the city center. In 20 years, when house prices skyrocket, I will be a landlord raking in rent without lifting a finger. Honestly, I would have no motivation to make more money." Tuan Thong Li pulled something out of his jacket pocket. He handed me an envelope and said, "This is a recommendation letter. I have put in a lot of effort to find you a part-time job. I have already negotiated the working hours and conditions. So you just have to focus on doing your job." Then he added, "For the next 2 years, try to save money. Do not spend it recklessly. And you will have enough for college. Going to college and still looking for jobs to cover expenses will be tough. But life after that will be better than just struggling on the streets." He turned to me and said, "Has anyone ever told you that teachers like me are pretty clueless?" Tran and C thought, in 20 years, good people like him will be nearly extinct in society. He sighed and said, "If you do not listen, there is no point in talking. Think carefully about what I just said. I have a class this afternoon, so I will head out now." That evening, Tran NC stepped into the sunlight and sighed. "I am so exhausted. But these few lazy days have been pretty nice." He smiled and said, "Sorry, Tunan Thingalai, but I am going to skip class again tomorrow. I have to deal with the troublesome flowers sooner or later. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to the prison. After all, this body is still her son. Consider it taking care of the funeral arrangements for the original Tranta NS." The next morning at the prison, Tran NC stood at the gate with 2 bags of items. "I'm Tran NC. I am here to visit the inmate," the guard announced. "The inmate? Oh? Her son is here to visit." The mother and son sat across from each other through the prison glass. His mother picked up the phone, her face looking a bit worn out, softly calling, "Tai Yuen says." Then she burst into tears. "Tai Yuen says, you must not want to see me. You probably hate me, right?" He replied, "There were some things I did not understand before, but I do now. I do not hate you. I swear." Tia Ho looked at her son and asked, "Really?" He answered, "Really. I brought you some soda and snacks. Life in here must be really hard." She wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "Not really. I am doing quite well here. Don't you worry about me. How about you? Are you doing okay?" Tranans replied, "I am doing great. My teachers and friends care a lot. So that is good, Tiho added. Tai Yuen says. I promise I will reform and try to get out early. Wait for me outside. I will make it up to you. Take care of you. Okay, the guard next to them announced. Time's up. Tronancy replied shortly. Okay. Which brought a little joy to her face. She is taking the chance to ask for a favor. Little Knack. There is something else I need your help with. I know it might not be appropriate to say this. But honestly, I can't ask anyone else. This girl is also my daughter. Think of her as your half-sister. Can you visit her? Tuho started crying loudly again. She is only 5 years old. And I am really worried. I keep having nightmares about her. If you have time, could you go see her? Is that okay? If you do not want to, that is fine too. This is all my fault. Is my sin. Tran Nak paused for a moment, realizing he had a little sister. He sighed, thought for a second, then happily replied, Sure. I will go visit her. Scene shifts to the Women's Federation on the street, where Officer Liu smiled and said, This is the place. Tran Nak turned back and said, Officer Liu, I am going to grab some snacks for the kids along with some drinks and cigarettes. Then I will be right back, she replied. Okay. And looked at him thinking, this boy is quite thoughtful. A little while later, Tran Nak returned with a bag of snacks. Officer Liu walked ahead and said, I have visited a few times. Your little sister is so well behaved and adorable. It is lovely to see her, especially since her situation is quite special. Her parents did not leave her much money, so the association gathers a little funding for her, sending her 300 yuan each month for care. He turned back and added, I keep a close eye on that money each month, ensuring it goes straight to the designated account of her foster family. Tran Nak replied, You put in a lot of effort for this, he thought to himself. After Tuho and that man went to prison, the girl ended up being raised by the man's alcoholic brother. Listening to Officer Liu, seems his little sister is doing much better than he did after losing his grandma. A moment later, the two stood in front of apartment 602. They finally arrived. She raised her hand to knock on the door, and it slowly creaked open. A person inside stepped out with a smile and asked, Has little Liu come? Then quickly invited the two of them inside. Come on in. Tran Nak saw an elderly woman and a little girl watching a children's program. Officer Lee introduced. This is your uncle and Aunt Fuong. Your uncle is the girl's real uncle. And this is Tran Nak. Uncle looked at him and said, Tran Nak. He quickly handed over the gift bag, smiling as he said, Sorry for dropping by unannounced and bothering you all. This time I am just here to check on my little sister a bit. The uncle took the gift bag and gently opened it to see what was inside. Then he smiled happily, saying, Please sit down. Sit down. I will tell my wife to bring your sister out. This kid just loves hiding in her room playing alone. A little while later, Tran Nak saw Aunt Fuong bring out a little girl. Aunt Fuong said to the girl, This is your big brother. Call him. A cute little girl, with a bow on her head, hugged a black teddy bear tightly. Hello. Big brother. The uncle stepped forward to explain. She is a bit shy with strangers. She usually does not talk much. But we have taken really good care of her. Aunt Fuong also smiled and said, That is right. My old man really dotes on his granddaughter. She added, Look at this sweater. We just bought it not long ago. And it was not cheap either. Aunt Fuong walked into the kitchen and reminded, Old man. After greeting little Liu, I will go make lunch. So everyone stay for a meal. Tran Nak held a banana in his hand and peeled it. Then smiled as he offered it to his little sister, asking, Want some? The girl swallowed hard, glancing at her uncle with a look that seemed to ask for permission. The uncle smiled and said, Here's a banana that your big brother peeled for you. Go ahead and eat it. The little girl sat there, munching happily. Tran Nak pulled out more snacks and said, Here is some candy too. The girl reached out to grab it, but another little hand snatched it away. The cheeky little boy was teasing, saying, I have candy. I want to eat it. Nah. The uncle tried to defend himself. It is just kids being kids. They are always bickering like this, but it seemed like Tran Nak noticed something off. He forced a chuckle. Kids at this age are always naughty. You guys have to keep an eye on both of them. It is not easy. At that moment, Aunt Fuong brought out the food and called everyone. Let us. As they sat at the table, the uncle said, All right. Dig in. No need to be formal. Just treat it like home. Aunt Fuong showed her care by serving food. Xiao Dai, this is for you. I know you love chicken legs. The conversation flowed easily. Come on. Xiao Tran. Eat up. You have to come visit more often. After the meal, outside the Leifuang community, the staff member Liu stood there talking to Tran Nak. He smiled and nodded. Sorry to trouble you. Liu waved it off. Don't be so formal. I have to head back. I have got a lot to do. Tran Nak watched her figure walk away. He then thought to himself. Liu was enthusiastic, but she was young and inexperienced, probably missing a lot. Tran Nak remembered the clothes hanging on the rack in the room, only missing the child's clothes, which were clearly few and changed infrequently. Shirt on that kid looked clean, but the elbow was worn down, and there were plenty of loose threads. Moreover, the style did not look like something for a girl. It was mostly old clothes that belonged to their older brother, a 5-year-old who eats so well, not leaving a single grain of rice. Even the meat on the bone was picked clean, showing they rarely got to eat, but without any girls' clothes. It was definitely because they had so few and changed very infrequently. He remembered visiting the prison. No wonder Otuho was worried and asked him to check things out. He took out a small bottle of medicine, knowing the situation all too well, and took a deep breath before exhaling as he walked. He thought, I will take your life. Just consider it helping out your family. He unexpectedly turned back to room 602 and knocked on the door. The door swung open, and the owner was startled to see him. Clutching a trash bag, he witnessed Aunt Fuang holding a ruler while the little sister was crying her eyes out. She stood there with a stick, scolding. No crying out loud. Shut your mouth for me. Then she hit and scalded the girl, saying, this is a total loss. You can't even wash the dishes without breaking them. What is wrong with you? The owner shoved Trannak aside and asked, why are you back here? At this moment, Aunt Fuang inside finally looked out, and Trannak, fuming, said, you guys. Then Aunt Fuang tried to pull Trannak out, saying, come on, get out of here. The owner pushed Trannak aside again, asking, why are you back here? Just then, Aunt Fuang inside finally noticed him and Trannak, furious, said, you guys. Then he kicked the guy inside, saying, is this how you treat my sister? Aunt Fuang rushed out angrily. You hit my husband. How dare you? Not giving a damn. You shove her aside. Get out of the way. Then you walk over to the uncle, gently grabbing his ankle. The owner, terrified as he is being dragged away, shouts, little brat, stop. Then he panics and asks, what are you planning to do? The old lady sitting there stands up and yells, let my son. Then she charges at you, pushing and scolding. Let go. Let go. The brat glares, realizing he is not dead yet. When the daughter-in-law hits her own flesh and blood granddaughter, she can still sit there calmly. She is 10 years old. What on earth is she thinking? The old lady points and scolds. The big ones are harmful. And the small ones are too. The big ones can marry my son. You ugly little brat. My son ends up in jail. Your whole family is a bunch of troublemakers. The brat realizes. Gets it now. Turns out she is one of those who causes trouble but does not want to die. Saying that, you yank the door open and step out onto the balcony. Then with a swift motion, you throw him out over the railing. The owner, hanging there, screams in terror. Help. Save me. I am going to be killed. The brat snaps. Shut it. If you scream one more time, I swear I will let go. Then you turn back to the two women in the house. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will let go. The wife hurriedly pulls her mother-in-law back. Do not provoke him. Then she switches to begging. Atron. Little brat. Let my husband down. Let us just talk this out. Okay. You laugh coldly and glance back. Finally. Some sense. You are still tightly gripping the uncle's ankle, keeping him hanging there. His face is filled with sheer terror, tears streaming down. You suddenly let go, hurling the uncle back into the apartment. The old lady rushes over, worried, calling for her son. Then she starts cursing. You bastard. You deserve to be chopped into 1,000 pieces. You are cursed. You little piece of trash with a mother but no father to teach you. You will get run over by a car. You will choke on your food. The wife seizes the moment, pointing and shouting. You are dead meat. Do you even know you are breaking the law? I am calling the cops on you. Trumpanacy does not bother responding, just gives a chilling smile to the uncle. He turns back, yelling at the two women. Shut up, both of you. You trying to get me killed. Then he quickly raises his hands in a calming gesture. Little brat. Do not get all worked up. Let us just talk this out. Tranhanek smiles. Now that is what I call interesting. Then you quietly walk toward the kitchen and come back with a knife in hand. All three of them are terrified. The old lady steps up. Go ahead. Kill me. This old woman has lived long enough. Tranhanek chuckles, placing the knife on the table. Relax. I am not using the knife today. After scaring them, you finally start questioning. If you do not want to see blood, then answer honestly. The wife points and yells. You little brat. Do not you fear karma? Let me tell you. You are going to jail. You smile back. I am not scared. I did not hurt anyone today. Even if the cops come and take me, I will just get a warning. And once I am out. Guess what? You think I want to come looking for you. Tronhunning adds. You have a family, kids. I am all alone. If I show up at your door with a knife later. Uncle. You think I will hesitate? You think I will knock? The wife is fuming, unable to retort. He turns back and scolds. If you do not want to get us killed, shut your mouth. The uncle barely manages to stand up, then speaks softly. You little brat, what do you want to do? Just to let off some steam. Does it really need to go this far? How we treated your sister. Trumpa next smiled. No need for more words with me. Let us keep it simple. I want to take my sister with me, the woman interjected. We are the ones who raised her. You coldly replied. Is not it just because of that $200 a month? And all the money your parents left for her? The couple stood there, speechless, unable to counter your point. You smiled and continued. I do not want anything from you. Not a single dime. You can keep the support money. And I do not need the food. Or any future monthly support. You can keep receiving it. On paper you are still her guardians. But I am taking her with me. The uncle stammered. And Tron Nancy kicked him hard. Then you kicked his knee hard, followed by a strike to the other leg. And he crumpled down in pain, looking at him kneeling there. You declared. Listen closely. I am not bargaining with you. I am telling you how it is going to be, of course. You can taste the consequences of refusing. I am all alone. But there are 4 mouths to feed in your family. Tron Nenthaf grinned dangerously. Your kid is only 7. Right, just hearing that made the 3 of them go silent, fear washing over them. The woman hurriedly interjected. Go on. Take her. Just leave and do not come back here again. Let us keep our waters separate from now on. Tron Nanthi was just waiting for that. All right, I will take her. From now on, we keep our waters separate. After saying that, he stepped in front of his sister, who was curled up there, and gently knelt down. He said to her, maybe you still do not fully understand. I am your brother, the one born from the same mother. Will you agree to follow me? Whatever I eat, you will eat too. And no one will hurt you. The girl looked scared, tears welling up as she asked, please do not hit me, and I will go with you. Okay. Atronef gently wiped her tears and replied, deal. And from today on, call me brother. Then he asked, by the way, what is your name? The girl replied, I am too deep. Tronen Nek looked back and said, those people behind you are no good. If you come with me, you will take my last name. Tron too deep. That afternoon, on the way home, he took his sister to buy delicious food and a ton of new clothes. The 2 siblings happily walked down the street. When they got to the apartment complex, a familiar figure was standing there. AKK saw him coming back with a little girl, her eyes widening as she called out, Trahananex. Seeing Keiichi standing there, Trontanek asked, what are you doing here? She casually replied, I called you. But you did not pick up. He pulled out his phone and discovered the battery was dead. Keika looked down at Tiu-Dape and smiled, saying, she is so cute. She bent down with a friendly smile and asked, who is this little girl? Trahananex. Where did you bring her from? He wanted to tease Takara a bit, so he replied, This is my daughter. Then he turned to Tiu-Dape and said, call me dad. The little one cooperated and immediately called him dad. Keitra was taken aback, as if the sky had fallen, sitting down on the ground with a shocked expression. Wait, what, dad? Tiu-Dape acted all innocent, lying without batting an eye, truly a talent for acting. But suddenly she pulled Tron-Nefe's hand and asked, Big brother, did I call you right earlier? Kaka's gaze shifted slightly. Earlier it was about dad. Now it is about him. She stood up, fuming, and playfully punched Tran-Nak in the chest, scolding him affectionately. You better not mess around. Meanwhile, Tran-Nak could not help but smirk with satisfaction. Suddenly, he got serious, dropping the jokes. What do you need from me? Kana clenched her fists, concerned. Where have you been these past few days? She then yelled. Do you have any idea how much your dad worries about you? Kaka continued. A few days ago, he rode his bike around your house multiple times, just to find work for you. Last night, he came home limping, claiming he fell off his bike. I saw a long bruise on his calf. Tran-Nak asked, how long have you been waiting for me? She froze and asked back, have you been waiting for me? Tran-Nak took her hand tightly and asked with concern, it is so. How long have you been waiting? She shyly looked down and replied, just for a little while. Tran-Nak pulled her hand and said, let us go inside my house. Kaka pushed his hand away, flustered. No way. Witnessing the couple's interaction, someone wondered, are they in love? Am I just a third wheel here? Tran-Nak thought for a moment. It is getting dark early these days, which is not great. All right, let us take you somewhere else. So they headed into Kef's, and Tran-Nak asked, does your dad like meddling in other people's business? Surrounded by a table full of fried chicken, Kai replied, not really. She recounted. Years ago, when he was the class advisor, he often brought a student home for dinner. That boy had no one at home, and he was not doing well in school. He always got into trouble and fought with others. Once, to stop him, my dad held him tightly so he would not leave, but he ended up getting pushed down. That night, the boy came to our house, kneeling before my dad, crying buckets and apologizing nonstop. He begged my dad to help him, saying he was not worth it. My dad was really sad that day. Kaka continued. A few years later, that boy got into some trouble and was stabbed to death on the street. After that, my dad stopped being a class advisor, and my parents fought a lot over it. If he was not a class advisor, he would lose bonuses and some extra income. Trannak listened intently, exchanging glances with his brother. He pondered for a moment and realized. Your dad sees that boy in you and does not want you to end up like him. While they were talking, he glanced down at the food on the table and asked Xiao Deep, "Why are not you eating?" Seeing she still did not react, Trannak urged, "Come on. Eat up." The polite little girl handed him a piece and said, "You eat first." Trannak fed her a piece and replied, "It is. I have had enough. You just focus on eating." Just then, the server arrived with a smile. "Here's the ice cream you ordered." The little girl's eyes sparkled when she saw the ice cream, as if it were the most delicious treasure she had always dreamed of tasting. Xiao Dape took a bite of the ice cream and savored it happily. The adorable girl raised her hand to her face, feeling the cold of the ice cream in the winter, her face radiating comfort and joy. Xiao Deep scooped a bit of ice cream and fed it to Trannak. Her eyes shone, and with a pouty voice, she said, "Please do not take me home." "Okay. I promise I won't be a bother. I can shower by myself, go to bed by myself, I can even clean and wash rice." Hearing this, Tron Nance reached out to pat his little sister's head, saying, "I told you already. You will live with me from now on. No more going back there." Tiu Deep obediently replied, "Yep. Brother, I will listen to you. I will be very obedient. Super obedient." Ki. Seeing this, asked, "Tramanenses, is that really your sister? She seems so adorable and understanding. You two are totally different." He ruffled his sister's hair as she enjoyed her ice cream and replied, "It is complicated. Can't I explain it all in a few words?" Then he turned the question back to Kaeki. "Didn't you go home for dinner last night?" Tonan Thinglai did not ask about it. "If he finds out you were with me, I might end up cleaning the stadium again," she honestly said. "Today my dad fought with my mom." Atron and C brushed it off. "Couples fight? That is pretty normal," she recounted. "My dad used to never argue back. But lately, I do not know what is up. My mom's always busy with work. Every time I come home, it feels like she is always nitpicking and picking fights with dad." Tronhonen chuckled softly and said, "That is adult stuff. Kids like you should not get involved." Keitra immediately reacted, making a point. "My dad says the same thing. So today he gave me 50 yuan and told me to go hang out with friends. Do not just stay home all the time." Tron NC found this hilarious. After that, he waved goodbye to Kachich, which left her a bit confused. She immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Tron NC replied, "Splitting the cash. Your dad gave you 50 yuan. Right." AKK playfully slapped his arm and stuck out her tongue, responding, "That is clever." After filling their bellies, it was already dark, and the three of them headed back to Kia's apartment. She waved her hand. "I am home now. Thanks for bringing me back." TUDP politely waved back, saying, "Bye, sister." Suddenly, Kater spread her arms like she wanted a hug, making Tronan NC jump a little. He smiled and called out, "I just brought you home. No need to get all emotional with hugs." But while he was just hugging the air, Kaker bent down to hug Tudape. He stood there, stunned as she complimented, "Udape, you are such a cute little sister. Why do not you ask your brother if you can sleep over at my place tonight?" Watching Get Your Walk In, Tron and C turned to his sister and said, "Let us head home." As they stepped onto the street, he spotted the black car from the other day. Inside were a man and a woman. The woman looked somewhat familiar. It was Kieshie's mother. Seeing her again made Tron NC ponder a bit. The next morning, he woke up to Tu Dipe calling, "Wake up and eat breakfast." He quickly freshened up, then he stepped out, wiped his face, and looked at the food on the table, asking, "Did you make this?" The little girl replied sweetly, "Yep." He looked at his sister in surprise. "You know how to cook at just 5 years old?" The innocent girl asked, "What is wrong?" "Brother." Tramphanen sat down, smiling. "Nothing at all." He picked up a noodle, blew on it to cool it down, and then ate it happily, nodding, "This is delicious." Tu Dipe reminded him, "You need to eat faster, or you will be late for school." He replied between bites, "I am not going to school. If not, who will take care of you?" He thought to himself, even though it felt like Tu Dipe was the one taking care of him right now. Noticing his sister looking a bit down, Tron and Fee quickly asked, "Tu Dipe, what is wrong?" She answered, "Tu Dipe can take care of herself. I do not want to be a burden to you. If not, you will definitely hate me and kick me out." He gently patted her head to reassure her. "Don't worry. I will never hate you." Taiudipi. Tron NC gently adjusted the bow for the little girl. Then, raising both hands to his head, he declared, "All right. I promise little Dipe I will go to school." So little Dep, go grab my jacket in the late afternoon. After class, the Tron N stood in the parking lot, completely bewildered. Then he yelled out in frustration. What the hell? He looked around angrily and wondered. Where's my dad's bike? After searching high and low for his bike and coming up empty, Tron and C went to find the security guard at the station. He found the guard dozing off, and he yelled, "Hey, my bike's been stolen." The guard just looked at him like, "Whatever. That is your problem." Tron and says, realizing he had to fend for himself, muttered, "Fine. I will figure this out on my own." He strolled around with a bike, smiling, saying, "Without bait, how can you catch a wolf?" Then he locked the bike to a post by the road, leaving it there. Just waiting, Tron says, sipping water and observing from a distance, noticed two shadows creeping towards his bike. Those two guys scoped it out for a moment. Then one stood guard while the other fiddled with the lock, whispering, "No one's around." "Hurry up." Tron and C witnessed the whole scene and stepped out to watch the two thieves. He said to himself, "Looks like they fell right into my trap." A moment later, at a place called Ztofut, marked on the gate, in Efting Dung district, the two thieves were leading the bike inside. Tronafi smiled as he realized. Zingati Street. I can't believe it is right here. The most famous second-hand bike market in the area. The two thieves entered and waved at a tall, bald guy. He crossed his arms and asked, "Got new stock?" The guy with the cap pointed behind him and replied, "Super fresh. Check it out. It has not even been ridden." The bald guy asked, "Where do you get it?" The other guy smiled and said, "Don't worry. It is from far away. All the way from Jiang 9. Zyli was about to pull cash from his pocket and said, "Let us just stick to the old price." The thief tried to squeeze for more money. "Hey, this is a brand new bike. Can you give us a little extra?" The bald guy handed over the cash and shouted, "Quit the chatter." At that moment, a Tron Ent knocked on the gate from outside. Zyli yelled, "What are you banging for? What do you want?" Tron NC called from outside. "Just need to ask the boss a few things." Hearing that, the bald guy waved him off. "What questions? Go ask someone else." Realizing he could not have a proper conversation, Tron NC sighed and slowly pulled a chain from his sleeve. He gripped one end, while the other end of the long chain dropped straight to the ground. Tron NC coldly pushed the door open and stepped inside, his face set in determination. As he crossed the threshold, he kicked the door shut gently behind him. The metal gate slammed shut, and Tron Nens had surrounded the thieves all on his own. Zyli stepped forward, pointing straight at him. "You want to start something?" Tron Enfa smiled and replied, "Boss, I just want to ask, where's your stash?" With a dangerous smile and a chain in hand, was this about to turn into a robbery against these thugs? The guy introduced himself. "I am Nkwili. Been in this game for a while. Back in my youth, I got into a brawl and got 2 years in prison. Good behavior got me out 6 months early. During his time in prison, he was lucky to meet a big shot. And after getting out, that person had his back. Zyli started dealing in used bikes, buying from thieves, living the easy life. And his business was booming. Over the years, he learned the motto harmony brings wealth. And he stopped the bloodshed. But now, back to reality. Atron NC had successfully provoked Zyli, who picked up a wrench and lunged at him. But at that moment, the chain had wrapped around his leg. Realizing the danger, he jolted, his eyes wide with fear. Tranak stood there with a cold smile, gripping the chain tightly in his hand. Then, with a swift yank, he ripped it, tearing open Daloy's leg. It looked like his condition was getting worse. He screamed in agony, cursing, "Damn it, it is broken." Daloy lay there, while more. Chi-Heim cried and wailed, his tears flowing miserably. Tranak stepped up to stand before him. Without needing to say anything, Daloy hurriedly confessed, "The money is in the safe." Upon hearing this, Tranak smiled warmly. Yet there was a dangerous edge to it. Holding a stack of cash, Tranak pulled it out to count. Then he opened the gate and walked away, leaving Daloy lying there. He clenched his teeth in anger, cursing, "Damn it." Then he pulled out his phone, dialed, and yelled at someone. "Where the hell are you? Get back here. The house has been robbed." Tranak, however, remained unfazed, as if there was nothing to be alarmed about. He sat down at a nearby eatery and casually called to the owner for a serving of fried dough and wontons. After that, he opened his wallet, which had quite a bit in it. All in all, there was about 40 to 50,000. Making this trip worth it. Tranak then sat there enjoying his food. Just as he was savoring a delicious bite, a car pulled up and screeched to a halt. A person stepped out of the car, followed by a few others who walked toward Daloy's warehouse. A little while later, after finishing his meal, Tranak smiled and stood up, ready to leave, calling out for more food. "I will take 8 buns to go. Please." Back on this side, the gang had returned running and asked Daloy, Boss, are you okay? And yelled back at them. Find that guy for me. Damn it. I will kill that little punk. Daylo was furious, thinking to himself. Damn it. That little brat stole 60,000 from me. That money was supposed to buy a scooter in 2 days. The gang kept asking nonstop, Boss, what did he look like? Damn it. He is just a little punk. Pretty ordinary looking. He is not older. And he walked so leisurely, did not he? Right. Exactly. How do you know? Hearing this, one of the underlings hesitantly pointed outside the gate. Boss. Tran Nak is coming in through the gate. Does he look like the guy? Daylo was taken aback and shouted. Damn it. Why are you back? Tran Nak stood there with a dangerous smile. I never said I was leaving. My car is still here. I just stepped out for a meal. The tone of his voice made Daylo shiver slightly. Cursing. Damn you. Immediately, he pointed and ordered his men. Get him. Beat him up. Don't let him escape. The money is on him. Tran Nak stood there calmly, letting them organize. The gate was finally closed. Officially cornering them with Tran Nak alone, he stepped inside. And one impatient thug jumped in to attack first. But Tran Nak easily grabbed the handle of his weapon. Then he pulled it aside effortlessly, like a master, and delivered a knee strike to the thug's leg. Hearing a cracking sound, the thug cried out in pain, and even Daylo, watching, was sweating bullets. He sensed the danger. Gulped nervously, and his face showed a hint of fear at this point. There is nothing left to lose. Tran Nak bent down to grab the wrench of the henchman he just took down. Then he confidently walked towards them. Daylo, a bit panicked, shouted at his crew. Get up. Get up. Come on. After a few seconds, he looked at his guys sprawled out on the ground, heads all messed up. Thinking, that is it. We have hit a beast here. Damn. Is this guy even human? The way he fights is insane. Then Mima said to Tran Nak, Boss, I know your strength now. Look, let us just say this is all a misunderstanding. All right, you just take a seat and relax. Don't do anything rash. I know you are not satisfied. But instead of waiting for your buddies to come after me, why not settle this today, quick and clean? I will give you time to call your people. Before they show up, I won't lay a finger on you. How does that sound? Daylo was there, hands on the ground, crying and pleading. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. He went on and on. Look, I was just messing around to escape the heat. I still want to keep my business going. I admit I messed up. Can you let me off the hook? Take the money. Man. I am already down for the count. It is just a bike. Come on. It is not that big of a deal. Tran Nak smirked coldly, then casually said, I am tired of bikes already. You tell Daylo. I need something lighter. He eagerly responded. Sure. Sure. As long as the boss is cool. I promise you will be satisfied. Then he led Tran Nak inside. Boss. I just got this last week. It has been completely overhauled and freshly painted. In front of them was a powerful motorcycle. A genuine Yamaha from Japan. With a custom exhaust that he personally installed. Daylo clasped his hands together and asked, Boss. What do you think? Are you satisfied? A moment later, they stepped outside, and Tran Nak glanced at him and casually mentioned, Don't forget the helmet. Daylo quickly perked up. I've got it all. He rushed to bring out a really nice helmet, made from carbon fiber with anti-fog visors. Daylo added honestly, This bike and helmet are ones I intended to keep for myself, not for sale. He handed the helmet to Tran Nak and added, I have not used it even once. Boss, take it and enjoy. Receiving the helmet, Tran Nak complimented him. Well, at least you are showing some sense. He continued, I was going to let you off easy. But I have this thing where I really can stand bald heads. Tran Nak asked. You mean guys like you? Who intentionally shave their heads to look tough? What is cool about that? How do you expect to not scare kids on the streets? Daylo, still sobbing, explained. Boss, I did not shave it. It is just that I have oily sweat, so my hair fell out, after pulling off a haste from the thieves. Tran Nak cruised through the streets on his motorcycle. When he suddenly spotted Ka walking along the road, he hit the brakes, doing a dramatic drift that blocked Kaiha's path. Not recognizing him, Ka shouted, What do you think you are doing? Just so you know, I am right by the gate, and if I shout, someone will come running. He slowly lifted the helmet off, smiling warmly at Ka. She looked surprised and asked, Tran Nak, where did you get this motorcycle? He offered her the helmet and said, Hop on. I will take you for a spin. I promise I will get you home before your victory lap is over. Ka looked puzzled. It is cold out. Why would we go for a ride? Suddenly, Tran Nak, not serious, glanced down and said, That pin on your chest is really nice. She quickly raised her hand to cover it and asked, What are you looking at? Where did you get that from? Trahananax. Akia replied, It was a gift from my mom's friend. A few days ago, my mom took me out for a meal with her friends, and one of the uncles gifted it to me. From my perspective, you won't find this cheap. You know. She immediately responded. It is just a brooch. How expensive can it be? Plus, my mom already agreed for me to accept it. Tron Nenfi thought to himself. You might not realize, but if your mom is anything like mine, she would not miss it. This is Van Cleef and Arpels. After all, in a world where salaries are only a few $100, a 5-figure item is not even that pricey. He pulled something out of his pocket and said, let us not just stand around. Then he handed it to Kosich, telling her to take it, leaving her curious about what it was. Tron Entry winked and smiled, saying it was delicious. Then he revved up his bike and sped off, leaving KK standing there. She gently opened the package, smiled, her cheeks flushed with a bit of emotion. This bun. He must have kept it warm against his chest. Meanwhile, in another place. Han City. At Lai Day 9's house. She was standing in front of the mirror, practicing her greetings, saying, hello everyone. My name is Lai Day 9. Nice to meet you. But her words were not flowing smoothly. She kept repeating that introduction. After several rounds of practice, Dina Ein's face lit up a bit, and her words became more fluid. Hello everyone. My name is Lai Day 9. Nice to meet you all. Dina Ein's older brother was eavesdropping outside the door, listening to his sister say, hello everyone. My name is Lai Day 9. Then he turned back and asked, is mom really sending you abroad to study in Jiangning? She replied, yep. It is her idea. Considering it for our family. Your sister has to go there to find that boy. Shifting to the homeroom. Kay had just arrived at the door. Inside, Twin Thinglai was working. Katra walked in and brought food to him. Twin Thinglai smiled and said, these days, I have been busy with class and the new semester. I am sorry you have to come and bring me lunch every day. She handed him the food and said, Dad, hurry up and eat. Do not let yourself go hungry. Then she pulled him to the couch, saying, Dad, sit here and eat. I will take your chair and see what it is like to be the boss. He replied, but I am not really a boss. Akecha sat at the table watching her dad eat dinner, her eyes wandering, while her hand rested on a class list. After a moment, she picked up a few sheets and spotted a list from some class. Then took out a pen and started jotting something down. After this sneaky business was done, Kia let out a sigh of relief. She had successfully added her name to the A6 class list. The students were chatting, saying, and Trun Nenvach and Kasim Ka hope we get placed in the same class again. It has to happen. Tine. Let us meet again. Finally, winter break is here. We can play to our heart's content. At Tungka's house. Tunthing Lalai told Tron next. Your final exam results were not great this time. I hope you can do better next semester. The girl recalled peeking at her classmates' test answers during the exam. It was no big deal. He continued, by the way. Trahanax. I heard Keichio mention you brought your sister home. You are taking care of her all alone. How can you manage that? You are still young and have school. Where do you find the time to take care of a kid? The boy honestly replied, I can skip classes. You know, Twin Thinglai listened. Annoyed. Thinking, is it really okay for you to say that right in front of my homeroom teacher? He continued advising him. I will ask about it for you. I am sure the kid is in daycare. They just did not tell you. Right, you really need to think things through. Even if you want to take care of your little sister, you have got to manage everything properly first. Tronensi recalled that in his past life, when he was raising those little kids, there were no daycares, just letting them grow up on their own. Just as they were chatting, there was a loud knock at the door. Twin Thinglai said to his daughter, Kaika, Mom must be home now. As she stepped out, her mother walked in. Ka greeted her mom, and she handed her bag over to her. Tonen Thinglai introduced. This is your Aunt Dizong. Be polite and say hello. He introduced her to his wife. This is my student. Tramanen says. And she smiled back at him. Then, she raised her hand to tie her hair up and said, I am going to take off my makeup, and I will prepare dinner shortly. The scene shifted to the kindergarten. The new semester starting on a Friday morning. Behind the gates, kids were crying for their moms. I want to go home and watch TV. Witnessing this scene, Tranonei was momentarily stunned. He looked down at his little sister, noticing her face was a bit puffy, and she seemed a little jittery too. Tranonfree bent down affectionately and said, from Monday to Friday, you will be here, and I will pick you up on weekends. Today is your first day, so just take your time getting used to it. The little girl asked, you will come to pick me up every weekend? Right. He rubbed her cheek and replied, of course. I will pick you up right after school today. Back at Tronense's school, he walked into class of 6 and saw some unfamiliar faces playing around. He glanced at the class board to make sure he was not in the wrong room. Then, scratching his chin in thought, he remembered that the new semester meant they would be reassigning classes. No wonder there were so many new faces he did not recognize. Looking inside the classroom, He spotted Ka with her best friend. Her friend said to Ka, "Hey, Confronting is here." He walked in, looking at everyone, and said, "No more fooling around. Class is about to start. Everyone back to your seats." Confronting dropped his backpack onto his desk with a thud. He sat right next to Ka, and she jumped, realizing he was there. She turned and asked him, "Are you really sitting here?" Confronting shot back, "Do you have a problem with that?" As the bell rang, signaling class was starting. At the front of the class was Tuna Thangalai, announcing, "Let us get this clear. I will be your homeroom teacher until you graduate." Then he called out loudly, "Tramanenses. Raise your hand to show you are here." Tumen Thangalai pointed to the last desk in the back and said, "You sit over there. This semester, I am counting on you all to keep an eye on him. No skipping class during lessons." Tranansi stood up, grabbed his backpack, thinking to himself, "Tumen Thangalai, you really do not need to go that far." The students in the back felt a bit anxious as he walked down. They were glancing up and praying, "Please do not come over here. I do not want to get involved. I still want to read my stories during class." Tronan sat down at the last desk as directed. Seeing him sit behind, a classmate turned around and said, "Dude, if you are going to be a show-off, do not overdo it, or I am going to be in big trouble." Tronan noticed the title of a comic and said, "Antin Ho. Now, I prefer Bechma Tai Fong by Kim Bung Tu Sun more. I mean, those are all great, but they just do not do it for me. Reading them feels so." His classmates got excited. "That is right. Tramanenses. Who knew you were in the scene too?" After class, Tron went to pick up his little sister, and a teacher brought out Tu Dape, reminding everyone, "Stay calm, do not, or you might fall." Seeing you, the little girl cheerfully called out, "Brother," but with teary eyes. Looking pitiful, she buried her face into you and sobbed. Tron immediately asked, "Did someone bully you?" Tu Deep looked up, wiped her tears, and said, "But I am scared. Scared you won't come to pick me up." You smiled, pinched her cheek, and said, "How could that be?" Then you grabbed your bike and said, "Come on, I will take you to eat for free." Two siblings happily chatted on the bike. "Are we going to her house?" "How do you know? She likes you." Kids do not get these things. A moment later, you suddenly hit the brakes, spotting Kechi standing next to Lathan by the roadside. She smiled brightly and waved, calling out, "Tramanenses. Can you give the bike to Lathan?" "Thanks. I will return it to you." Your friend jumped in surprise, asking, "Is this your sister?" Then Lathan bent down and handed candy to Tu Deep, saying, "Take it. It is chocolate. I am a friend of your brother. Just call me brother too." Seeing the girl hesitant, you leaned down and said, "Go on. Eat it." Tu Deep politely extended her hands and said, "Brother." Lathan smiled. "Your sister is so cute. If I had known earlier, I would have asked my parents for a little sister too." You recounted, "In the past, my dad just focused on making money, so he married late. I came along when he was 40, and now he is 57. Tronans replied, "Well, I guess having a son late is a blessing." Kian chimed in, "Originally, I planned for you to take Tu Dape to my house for dinner tonight, but my dad ended up working overtime. I heard that the education department will come to inspect in 2 weeks, and they are talking about restructuring. So we will have to reschedule the dinner." Lathan smiled. "What a coincidence. I am bored at home alone. Let us go play some games. There is a new big arcade at Gongsun, and they even have a cafes. After we play, I will treat you both to a meal." Transitioning to the arcade, the group walked inside. Lathan laughed and said, "Let us go play the awesome flying car game. Just the 3 of us." Before heading off, your friend winked at you, and you thought, "This is what true male friendship looks like." Kiri excitedly held Tu Dape's hand. "Tramanenses. Let us play basketball." You agreed but said you needed to hit the restroom first, and told her to go ahead and play with your sister. You walked into the bathroom, feeling like someone might be watching you. Meanwhile, a group led by Tazio arrived, with some lackeys bringing him in. One guy asked, "Zio bro, you already high?" He replied, "Yeah. Guess it was not a waste to befriend you guys." Tazio rambled, "I just got out of the hospital this morning, and you guys are already here to congratulate me. Such loyalty." One of the lackeys pointed. "Zio bro, look over there. Who is that?" He squinted and asked, "What the hell is that?" Turns out he recognized Kak Hadru playing a game over there. Tzio, with a red face from drinking, smirked wickedly, "Damn. Today's a really good day." Just then, Trunansi walked out and saw that group surrounding his girlfriend and sister. Tu Dape spotted you and called out, "Brother." You patted her shoulder and asked, "Zio bro, Are you out of the hospital? He turned back, dragging his lackey. Which blind fool does not see my dad is here? Spotting the Grim Reaper behind him. Teo was left speechless, his eyes bulging as he let out a curse. One of the lackeys aggressively pointed at Tron and Ents. Get lost. My Zio bro is talking to sister-in-law. Who the hell do you think you are? Want a beating? Lathan rushed over, asking. Who the heck are you? You looking to fight my friend? Your friend. Being pretty loyal. Told you. Tron and Ents says. Do not be scared. Then he turned back to the thugs. Who started this mess? The guy next to me pointed and shouted. Damn. I can see you are itching for a beatdown. Right. Lathan boldly challenged. Come on. Hit me. The guy charged in, throwing punches. My friend yelled. My dad is Ladai-sen. Go ahead. Hit me if you dare. As soon as Lathan dropped his dad's name, the thugs froze. As if the weight of that name pressed down on them, sweat pouring down. Stuttering. He said. You are the son of Boss Law. It is a misunderstanding. Bro. We were just having a little chat. Let us just respect Boss Law today and move on. Lathan stood there, shouting. Hey. Someone wants to take a swing at me. Anyone care? At the drinks table, 3 guys playing cards heard this. And the one in the middle reacted slightly. He stood up and yelled. What is it? Mofo. The crowd around them was buzzing. And Acholoka stepped forward, asking. You good, man? Lathan pointed at the little guy and replied. Just wait a sec. He said he wants to fight me. The mouthy thug turned away. But the little guy protested. I did not say that. Acholoka approached the little guy, asking. What is your name? I am feeling bold today. The little guy turned pale and stammered. Big bro. It is a misunderstanding. No sooner had he finished speaking than he got hit right in the face. The little guy stood there, taking a flurry of punches without a chance to react. The little guy quickly turned to run, but he stopped, still trying to explain. I did not say I wanted to fight. Acholoka was not done yet. Landing more punches on him, the little guy cried out. Big bro. I was wrong. I said we should respect Boss Law. Hearing this, he delivered a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. Respect. Who do you think you are? Trying to boss around my boss. The little guy cradled his face, begging. Big bro. Please. Have mercy. Tron Ensa stood there, thinking. That was brutal. Then Acholoka turned to Thanti and asked. What now? My friend waved his hand, saying quietly. Let us just go, man. He kicked the little guy out of the way and sent him packing. Acholoka waved goodbye, saying. All right. Than T. I'm out. If you need anything, just call me. Lathan turned back to see his 2 friends still stunned by the scene. My friend smiled and said, by the way, this amusement park is owned by my dad. And Tronafi laughed and asked, so you are rich? You are just like a little prince of the underworld. Lathan brushed it off, saying, Prince. No. I never asked my dad about this stuff. But if anyone messes with you, I will step in. Tron NC recognized the sincerity in his new friend and smiled back. Grateful. Tron NC thought to himself, I can believe Lathan is the son of Ladai-san. He sat down and asked, Hey, are you hungry? Let us go grab some fish F. He remembered his past life, knowing that for someone who grew up in Kim Lang, the name Ladai-san was anything but unfamiliar. Back in the day, he was just a worker shoveling sand at a state-owned factory. Later, he became wealthy, turning into a businessman in Jiangning, with plenty of connections in the underground world to build a decent enterprise. But someone who plays in the underworld will eventually pay the price when a bigger force takes notice. Ladai-san met a tragic end in his later years. Tron and C pondered, calculating the time, realizing they might still thrive for another year or 2, watching her cheerful, friendly friend pamper his little sister. Tron and C thought to herself, but Lathan is indeed very reserved. He only likes reading novels and gets along well with everyone. Genuinely a kind-hearted person. After a fun day. That night at Keke's place, the 3 stood at the door. She called out for her dad. Open the door, please. However, no one answered. Everything was eerily quiet. Q took out her keys. Puzzled. This is strange. All the lights in the school dorms are off. But where's Dad? Tron Nancy noticed something was off and spoke up. I need a favor from you. Little Dipe was sleeping on his back. He continued. I have some things to take care of tonight, and I can't leave my sister home alone. Can I leave Little Dipe at your place for a bit? Aki asked. Where are you planning to go at this hour? He sighed and replied. Don't ask. Handing over his little sister to Kao, he said. I will come pick up Little Dipe in the morning. Then he quietly slipped away while the little girl was sound asleep from playing. Tronanansa headed to a certain place, which was where Deng Haiwu worked. It was now off hours. Surely Tunan Theng Lai was around here somewhere. He coldly prepared to step inside when he suddenly spotted a familiar car parked right in front of him. The phrase golden ticket flashed through his mind as he saw Tan Theng Lai sitting in the distance, quietly smoking alone. The door over there slowly opened, and a man stepped out. This was Yeo-sun. The receptionist greeted him. "Take your time, sir. We hope to see you again soon." Upon seeing him, Tan Theng Lai quickly grabbed his briefcase and stood up. A thug blocked him and asked, "What do you think you are doing?" Yeo-sun waved his hand, signaling him to let him through. Tran stood off to the side, watching the two converse. Unable to hear what they were saying, he wondered to himself, "What does Tan Theng Lai want?" Tan Theng Lai handed the briefcase to Yeo-sun and said, "Here. Take this." But he tossed the briefcase aside, angrily telling Tan Theng Lai to get lost, and money flew out of the briefcase, scattering all over the ground. Then he coldly stepped over the coins on the floor, with a cold face and a scolding tongue. Tan Theng Lai squatted there to pick up the money, gritting his teeth. He turned back and yelled, "I gave you everything. You got that?" But he had already jumped into his car and sped away, leaving Tan Theng Lai sitting on the ground, looking utterly defeated. From a distance, Aki's mom was cycling over, breathing heavily from exhaustion. She leaned her bike against the wall and rushed over to call Tan Theng Lai. Seeing his wife, he froze for a moment, then picked up the money and stuffed it back into his briefcase. After that, he closed the briefcase, stood up, and said, "Hi Yoon. Look at the great thing you have done." He raised his hand and shouted, "This is the good deed you have done." She closed her eyes and said, "Go ahead. Hit me. Go on." His hand trembled, unable to strike, and then he lowered it with a sigh. Haiwon grabbed Cousin Theng Lai's hand and said, "Tunan Theng Lai. Tunan Theng Lai. It was my fault. I messed up. Can we talk about it when we get home?" He took his bike, and the two walked away coldly into the silent night. Tran NC had been secretly observing from behind the scenes all along. He pondered. Tunan Theng Lai giving money to that person seems to contradict what I thought before. On a Monday morning at school, the entrance is buzzing with a scene straight out of a drama. A big red sign reads, "Tan Theng Lai, pay your debts. It is only right. If you do not pay up, heaven won't forgive you." A guy is standing there with a loudspeaker, shouting that Tan Theng Lai is a scoundrel who won't pay his debts, saying he should not even be a teacher. Students inside are peeking out and whispering. Trannak is desperately trying to push through the crowd, asking for some space, while Kaka stands there speechless. She is caught completely off guard, shocked to the core. Covering her face in disbelief, what on earth is happening? Trannak stands beside her, gazing outside. At this moment, Tan Theng Lai steps out, briefcase in hand, facing the loudspeaker guy and asking, "What do you intend to do with this ruckus?" Tan Theng Lai leans in, saying, "I will pay you." There is still 2 days left. Why the dramatic scene? He hands over his briefcase and continues, "This is all I have right now. Take it for now." Then he raises his voice, declaring, "This is a school. Don't disrupt the order here. Take the money and get lost." The guy takes the cash and replies, "Tan Theng Lai, it is only natural to pay your debts. We do not want to do this either." He turns to his crew behind him and says, "All right guys, let us head out. We will come back in 2 days." Kakai's inside, continuously calling out for her dad. Trannak thinks to herself, there is no way Tan Theng Lai wants his daughter to see him in this disgraceful state. Outside, he shouts to the students inside, "Hey, stop staring. You are in class, get back to your seats." The students are gossiping, saying all sorts of nasty things, acting all high and mighty, but in reality, they are just backstabbers pretending to be loyal. Turns out this guy is a deadbeat, getting chased down in front of the school for debts. Who knows how much trouble he has stirred up outside. Tan Theng Lai, the image of a model teacher he spent half his life building, is crumbling before his eyes. Back in the classroom, Lathan whispers to Trannak, "Is Tungka okay?" He replies, "Tan Theng Lai said he needs to handle some things. I told her to go home with him. There is too much gossip going around. She probably can't stay at school." Then he asked, "Lathan, can you do me a favor?" "2 things. His buddy readily replies, "Sure. What is it?" Trannak continues, "Can you find out who these debt collectors are? What is their background?" He deduces, even if they are from the underworld, they would not be causing such a scene. People in Jiangning involved in this type of thing your dad's subordinates should know. Can you dig into who is behind this? Lathan responds, "No problem. I will have Loka call around. But why are you even digging into this? You want to help Tan Theng Lai. How?" Trannak smiles and says, "I am helping him pay off his debts." Lathan, taken aback, asks, "Okay. What is the second thing?" He replies with a grin, "Help me think of an excuse to tell the teacher. Just say I am taking a leave." He then stands up, saying, "I'm heading out now. Tap me if you hear anything." Trannak pats his friend's shoulder, and Lathan sits there, watching him leave with a tense expression. An hour later, Trannak is sitting on his motorbike, deep in thought. This Lathan really gets things done fast. He looks up and slowly drives in, Spotting the National Finance Company on the third floor, Trannak stands there, knocking on the door, with a sign hanging next to it that reads National Finance Company. A month later, the door creaks open, and the guy from earlier with the loudspeaker asks, "What do you want?" You replied, "Looking for someone." He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Tranhunnansi coldly replied, "Looking for you." Just as he finished speaking, you kicked him hard in the stomach. The force sent him flying back into the room. He landed with a thud on the table where everyone was sitting, causing them to gasp, "What the hell?" Tranhunnansi stepped in defiantly. "Those with knives, bring them out. Those with guns, show them. But let us be honest, you guys probably do not have guns. Help me with something. If you resist, put a little more enthusiasm into it. I am in a bad mood and want to vent a bit." One guy rushed out. "Then damn it, you gently raised your hand, preparing to counterattack." Tranhunnansi glided past and punched him straight in the gut. It seemed almost effortless, yet it sent the guy crashing into the cabinet behind him. Conveniently, you grabbed the kettle boiling on the table, then you threw it at him, shouting, "For doing dirty work like this, clean yourself up." Soaking him, he screamed in agony. Tranhunnansi pulled out a familiar steel chain. "Not enough passion. Try harder." Remaining guys quickly grabbed their weapons and charged at you, shouting, "Brothers, damn it, give him a beatdown." A few minutes later, they were all on the floor, and you stood alone. Tranhunnansi grabbed one guy by the hair and yanked him up, dragging him along the ground towards the chair. You let go and said, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the leader." Tranhunnansi looked him in the eye and continued, "I know you are not the boss. Now, I am going to ask you something, and you better answer honestly. You see, I really hate being lied to. If someone tricks me, I get furious. You understand?" He stammered, "I understand. I understand." After that, you broke his pinky. He screamed in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Tranhunnansi continued, "That was the first question. I was not satisfied with your answer. It was too vague." You looked him straight in the eye. "Good. Now that is a lot louder. Now, what is your name?" He stuttered. "Zaebing." Tranhunnansi pressed on. "Ever heard of Fima fight?" Hearing this, he fell silent, unsure how to respond. You twisted his arm again, making him scream even louder than before. Finally, in pain, Li Bing obediently stammered, "Yeah, I have been in prison for 3 years." "What for?" He answered, "Causing injury to others." Tranhunnansi lowered his voice. "Very good. Look at that. We are starting to understand each other. Okay, I will ask again. Do you have a body at your place?" He nodded repeatedly. "Yep, yep." You handed him your backpack and ordered, "Fill this with cash. If you do not, I will take a part of you instead." A little while later, a backpack full of cash appeared in front of Tranhunnansi. You picked it up and stood up, exclaiming, "Man, extorting money really pays off." Then you looked down at Zaye Bang and asked, "One last question, where do you keep the borrower information and loan contracts?" He fell to his knees, crying and pleading, "Please, bro, you let me. I can touch that. The boss will bury me alive." Tranhunnansi just grabbed his hand, and he immediately changed his attitude, pointing and answering, "I will tell you. I will tell you. It is in the second drawer of the paperwork cabinet." You walked over, opened the door, and began searching through the pile of documents inside. Finally, you stop at a file and say, "Found it." Tranhunnansi tucks the file away, and at last, it is. Pull out a lighter, flick it on, and set the stack of loan documents ablaze. One of the goons lying there tries to speak up. "Do you even know who my boss is? You dare mess with the borrower's information? That hits my boss' finances. Meaning you are leaving no escape route for yourself." Tranhunnansi asks, "Who is your boss?" The guy replies, "Atiyu Kuva." You glance down and ask, "Do you know who I am?" The goon, looking all scruffy, thinks to himself, "With a get-up like that, who would even recognize you?" Tranhunnansi stands there and orders, "Hand over all your phones." Tranhunnansi steps outside, then chains the door shut. The phones he just confiscated are tossed out when he opens the door. As you walk down the hallway, you remember that name you just got. Atiyu Kuva. "I know you from the Green Frog Karak bar." Tiyun Kwa walks and thinks, "Today, who has the guts to pull this off? It is a big deal. Like Feija Vi kind. They are in a different business from me. There is no incentive to mess with me like this." The Karak manager follows, trying to butter up. "Let me give you a ride." The old man replies, "No need." Kwapsio ponders. This is probably the work of some bum. Who knows what kind of trouble they are in. Trying to take me down, even if it is a big boss from the outskirts. They would still be spitting out their guts meeting Tiyukuka Sada. When he got the news of the robbery, he ordered his men to mobilize everyone. "Even if you have to dig through the dirt, find that guy for me." With that thought, He quietly walks to where the car is waiting, opens the door, hops in, and places his wallet on the seat, telling the driver, "Let us go home." His eyes are slightly glazed over from the drink, and a few minutes later, he jolts awake. Kusawa realizes this is not the way home. He is also a player in the game. So he calmly pulls out a pack of cigarettes and quietly lights one up. He forces a smile and offers, "Hey bro, wanna smoke?" Traman says, sitting in the driver's seat, replies, "I am driving." Wait a sec. Kusawa rolls down the window, pretending to toss the cigarette out to sneak a look around. Realizing, whoa, we are already out of the city. Then he pulls out his wallet and asks, "Hey bro, what is your plan? Are you in a tight spot or just not thinking straight?" He tosses a wad of cash onto the front seat, adding, "Don't judge the amount. It is all I have got on me. Let us just be friends and help each other out." Kuthia chuckles. "If you are in trouble, just say the word. Around here, I have got some pull. No need to do anything too extreme. What do you say?" Tronancy glances in the rearview mirror and responds. The boss speaks with a lot of integrity. Hearing that, he is momentarily taken aback, thinking it is just a thug trying to rob him, but realizing who he is, it is clear he is targeting him. Kuifei tries to probe. "No need to be like that. Is it too little? Just give me a number, and I can gather enough to get it to you." Travana replies, "Not bad. You have got some of that big boss swagger. No wonder you have built a reputation." He reaches into his jacket pocket, thinking, going up against him is risky. I will definitely lose more than I gain. Seeing him fidget, you chime in, "I advise you not to make any calls," Trannak threatened. "This place is so remote that even if your people find it, it will take at least an hour. In this hour, I can dig a grave for you." Kwako hurriedly raised his hands, stammering, "It is not that serious. Brother. What kind of grudge makes you think like that?" He slammed the brakes. The car came to a screeching halt, and there was a shovel propped up by the roadside. Trannak turned around and said, "Well then, I will boldly have a word with you. Boss Tu, can I get a smoke?" He pulled out a lighter, rolling his cigarette as he spoke. "I hear business has been booming for you." Boss Tu, after taking a drag, Trannak asked him, "I heard you have got a little mistress over at the Love Shack, and last year you got a son out of it." After a moment of shock, the old man nervously forced a smile and replied, "Just some trivial matters." You smiled and said, "If you are tired, take a break. Don't stress about these petty things. Take a few days off. Hang out with some girls. Play with the boys. It will be good for you." Kwoko replied fearfully, "That is true. Brother. What do you think? Is a month enough?" Trannak interrupted. "Boss Tu makes a killing every day. A month would be too much of a loss. No need for that. Just 2 weeks will do. I have heard the southeast is quite warm these days." He immediately complied. "Okay. I will have someone book the tickets for tomorrow. I will send the family to Thailand for a trip." You glanced outside. "Then let us change it up here. I won't take you home. You can call for a ride yourself." The car door creaked open. Kwoko hurriedly got out of the car, not wanting to bother his brother any longer. "You can take this car of mine." Watching Trannak drive away, he let out a sigh of relief. Kwoko glanced to the side and saw a shovel planted there, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it. His face turned pale. If he slipped up in what he said earlier, that hole was meant for him. He immediately took out his phone and called. "Hey, if anyone's out, tell them to come back. This is a 3-day matter. No need to spy anymore." "Yeah." "Damn it. When I say call everyone back, it's just, why are you overthinking it? It's just, no more searching. Today's business is on me," Kwako shouted. "And also, book a flight for me to Thailand, a 10-day trip. I am covering it. Tell the crew to go all out. And the family does not need to come back. Business is business. I want to die from being out of the loop for a few days. Keep everything aside for me." Damn it. How should I put this? Oh right. Team building. You know what that means. Right. The scene shifts to a Temline supermarket, where teacher Liu is shopping, standing at the wedding registry, holding the card that the kid Trannak bribed him with to get to Dian Bien. Now it is finally coming in handy. He is carrying a gigantic bag of goods. After the Ungan swiped the card, she announced, "Sir, your card limit is not enough." Teacher Liu pulled out some cash and replied, "I know. It is short by $6. Right. I will pay in cash." The Ungan replied, "You are short $504.02. Which left him dumbfounded. "What?" Teacher Liu then asked the Gon. "Damn it. How much money is on this card?" The result was a balance of $1.08. He walked out of the supermarket cursing. Trannak. Seriously. Get it together. And walked out with a tiny bag. Teacher Liu spotted Tun Theng Loi standing around. He thought, what is Tun doing at the hotel this late? Damn it. Could it be renting a room? I wonder what Tun is up to. He was about to turn and walk away. And honestly, I really should mind my own business instead of worrying about what others are up to. Just then, Tron and C brushed past. Teacher Liu turned around, and I thought I saw Tron and C earlier. Could it be that I got so worked up over that guy that I am seeing things? Cut to the VIP room in the hotel. Owo-sen is sitting there, casually puffing on a cigarette. Tun and Thingalai, you have arrived. Have a seat. Tun Thingalai walks in and says. Hey, he sits down and asks. Why call me out so late? What is the occasion? In front of them is a lavish spread of delicious food. Owo-sen pulls out a cigarette with a flourish. Tun and Thingalai. It has been ages since we have shared a meal like this. Tim Thingalai lights up and replies. It must be over 10 years. Ever since you went abroad. I never thought you would come back.
What's that?
Actually, I came back last year. Didn't Detrang Hayu Mutter tell you? I returned to invest in a project, and by coincidence, I have been collaborating with the agency Ding Hayu Men works for. Atunan Thingalai ponders. What a coincidence. That is quite the twist. Zuwasun continues. Alright. We have known each other for decades. No need for veiled comments. I admit. I deliberately brought the project back here after meeting with Hayu Emis. Tuan Thingalai interrupts. You orchestrated the whole thing. You set a trap and lured Hayu Evan right into it. He smiles. You are making me feel guilty. I just suggested a few investment opportunities to help her make some extra cash. Atunan Thingalai retorts. And then what happened? Duosen responds. Well, she got really excited. So I helped her open an offshore account for investing. I did not expect she would go all in like that, putting in so much money at once. Atunan Thingalai. The market can be unpredictable. Haimem really did not think this through. Atunan Thingalai stands up in anger. Shouting. She dared to invest. But that is because you led her on. She does not understand the market. You gave her a taste of the sweet life. Set her up with an account. And let her loose. That is a recipe for disaster in the volatile market. You waited for her to dig deeper. And when she was about to lose everything, she came crying to you for help. How did you save her? You handed her a company account for the project. Told her to take out a few thousand yuan. Right. Ewo-san. You orchestrated this whole mess. The account, meant for investment, allowed her to withdraw hundreds of thousands at once. And it is not like you signed off on it. How could she possibly get the money? On paper, she is the one responsible for paying back those debts. She signed for that money. She just managed to cover the losses from stock fluctuations. And suddenly all your companies demanded repayment. Which company demands accounting right after the holidays? Tum Thinglai retorts fiercely. You calculated every step, just to trap her, did not you? He continues. I understand the thrill of taking risks. But that is some reckless gambling. If you had not told her about your insider info, would she have dared to invest that much all at once? She only trusted you. You sensmer. Tunan Thingalai. Without evidence. There is no point in talking. Why do you think she trusted me so much? He took a drag on his cigarette. Reminiscing. If she had followed me abroad over a decade ago, we would not be in such a mess now. There are some connections I just can't sever. Tun Thingloi snapped. Daois. How dare you be shameless? Right now. Hu Min is my wife. He stumbled over his words. Do you think I am talking about Hu Wing? Hearing this, Tun Thingloi froze for a moment. Stuttering. What did you say? Tun Thingloi sat down, his voice trembling slightly. I do not understand what you are saying at all. Isun continued. Look, Tun Thingloi. I told you back then that you are really smart. But when it comes to dealing with people, you are always slow on the uptake. You actually get it. You just have not dared to think deeply about it. Right. Tun Thingloi waved him off. Stop talking. Just stop. He went on. 2 years ago, when I was still in a fog, a friend sent me a photo. And I could not put it down. There is a saying. A blood is thicker than water. You did not get to choose. And neither did I. You think I came back to get close to Hu Ming? With my current situation, I could do without a family. Isun stepped in front of Tun Thingloi. I do not want to go back either. But a few years ago, I fell seriously ill. After recovering, the doctor told me I could not have children anymore. What do they call it? Oh right. Abnormal sperm morphology. Tun Thingloi yelled. Kaika. Akai is my daughter. Isun shot back. Your daughter. Tun Thingloi. Look closely. Kako does not resemble you at all. From the moment I saw Ka's photo, I knew her mother is Dao Isun. There is no way it could be anyone else. Tun Thingloi reminisced about his wedding day with Himi. Surrounded by tons of friends and family congratulating them. He was overjoyed when his wife was pregnant. Listening to the kicks of their baby in her belly every day. Each time, Himi would laugh, saying, you act like a kid. On the day of the birth, the nurse brought the baby out, congratulating them on having a girl. When Kaka started school, he always rode her on his bike. Today is your birthday. Sweetheart. Mom has prepared all your favorite dishes. At that moment, Tangled Loi buried his face in his hands. Kaka is definitely my daughter. Ai-sun stood there. Continuing. I know you treat her and her mother like your life, but Hee-win has caused a huge mess. The company is about to close its accounts. She panicked and told you, but you did not do anything for her. The money in the house is all gone. And you have humiliated yourself asking for help everywhere. You only managed to gather over 100,000 yuan. But that is still not enough. You had to resort to loan sharks. Borrowing 150,000 just to scrape together 300,000. But that is still not enough. Tangled Loi. I came to you to stop me. Wanting to give me that money. And I need you to resolve the issues in the company first. But do you think I can do that? Tangled Loi stood up and asked. What do you want me to help with? He replied. I want your daughter. I should say, I want my daughter. Tangled Loi laughed loudly. You are still not giving up. Do you want me to find someone to do a DNA test? Ai-sun chuckled. If that is what you want, I will make sure you die quickly. And it is almost time for that now. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. It was a woman, and Tangled Loi was taken aback. It turned out to be Hee-wing, entering with a folder in her hand. As soon as Hee-wing saw Tangled Loi, she dropped the folder on the ground. Ai-sun, you are here. It is all here now. Good. We have enough people. Then he pulled Hee-win over and asked, now, tell Tangled Loi, who is Gaka's real parent? She panicked. Why do you have to do this? I do not know. I do not know anything. Tangled Loi shouted. Let her go. As he stepped towards the man. Then he threw a punch and yelled. I said let go of my wife. Ai-sun rubbed his face and replied. I will consider this as your payment for taking care of Ka for over a decade. I won't hold it against you. Tangled Loi approached and asked. Hee-wing. Tell me. Ka is my daughter. Right. She is really my little girl. Is not she? Suddenly knelt down. Tears streaming down her face. Tangled Loi. I owe you an apology. When I married you, I was already pregnant. Then you went abroad and abandoned me. I did not know what to do. Then, Tangled Loi interrupted. So you accepted me? Hee-win lowered her head. Tangled Loi. You are a good husband and a great father. He smiled through his pain. All right. I have seen the scene I wanted. Ai-sun. I am not handing Kaka over to you, so drop that idea. He then gently urged his wife. Ai-sun stopped him. Hold on. He laughed. The company deal closes next week. If you walk out that door tonight, just be prepared to see your wife behind bars. Then he pulled out a black card. This card has 1,000,000 yuan on it. Enough to get you out of your current mess. Take this money. And you can start fresh. As for Ka, I can bring her to a foreign country. Enroll her in the best school. Give her a wealthy life. She could even change her way of living forever. Ai-sun placed a stack of documents on the table and continued. All you need to do is sign these 3 contracts. A paternity test, a termination of parental rights, and an agreement to transfer guardianship. The couple stood stunned, unable to utter a word. Listening to him continue. Tangled Loi. I know you are a straightforward guy, but you can't decide right here and now. I will give you both 3 days. Within those 3 days, come find me, sign the papers, and take the money. Shifting to the bathroom. Inside, Ai-sun laughed loudly, feeling triumphant better than 4 years ago when he forced his rival into a corner and used money to throw his daughter onto his bed. He cackled like a villain, waiting to bring a Ka to a foreign country, and then Tangled Loi would be done for. He thought, I have to ensure he is completely finished. Turning off the shower, Ai-sun opened the bathroom door. He stood there drying himself. Unaware that Trannak had been sitting there the whole time, he gasped. Who are you? Trannak pointed a gun at Ai-sun and said. Good evening. Ai-sun quickly raised his hands. Worried. Hey, buddy, if you need money, we can talk. Trannak slowly stood up and replied. I do not need money. He looked at Ai-sun seriously. I need justice. Ai-sun's eyes widened in fear. He turned and ran, shouting, is anyone there? Trannak's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he cornered Ai-sun, stopping him right at the door. Ai-sun worriedly wondered. What is happening? Why can't I move? I can't even breathe. Trannak steps out to support him, saying, you can't run away, so stop wasting your energy. Then he snaps his fingers, and the guy breaks free from the hold. Coughing uncontrollably, Ai-sun stammers. Hey you. What kind of sorcery did you use? Trannak pulls out a drink, pouring a glass as he replies. I do not know if you are unlucky or if your victory is just around the corner. If I had not come to this world, all your dreams would have turned to reality. That, he hands the full glass to him, saying, go on, drink it all. While he drinks, Trannak continues, now, let us talk about your victory. Hearing about Ai-sun, he exclaims, you came here because of your victory, that useless loser. Trannak replies coldly. Honestly, I have met plenty of bad people. You are not the worst. But you are pretty pathetic. Your so-called victory is just a regular guy who never intended to harm anyone. He helped kill that teacher like stepping on a bug. Humiliating them. You should not have done that. He raises an eyebrow at son. Scolding. Honestly. Did he dig up your ancestor's grave in a past life? The guy looks terrified. Stammering. Brother, take it easy. I will back off right now. I swear I won't mess with your victory again. Then son pulls out his phone. Saying, I will go back to my country right away. I will prove it to you. He calls someone. Saying, Director. Immediately cancel the company's accounting plan. Yep. Stop it right now. Carry it out immediately. After that, it's my son's. Saying, I have done it. I've spared your precious victory. You can kill me. I still have my passport. If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. Trannak sneers. It is useless. I do not trust you because I know exactly the type of scum you are. Honestly, I used to be a bad person too. He stutters. I am going back. And at that moment, Trannak's fingers start to glow. Son's face turns pale. Feeling short of breath. Then struggles to say, how can you kill me? I have so much money. Trannak watches as he slumps back on the sofa. Announcing, you take a hot bath. And when you come out, you will down a shot of strong liquor like that. When you are discovered, everyone will just think you died of a sudden stroke. Looking at him lying there, you are cold as ice. On the bridge of despair. While sipping on soup. Remember this one line. In the next life. Do not bully the honest ones. The next day. Trannak stepped out to the parking lot and spotted a familiar bicycle. It belonged to Tanthang Loi. You took the bike. Tanthang Loi. Stealing a teacher's bike is not, because I am bullying the honest ones like you say. Switching to De Loi's old garage. He was lying there smoking and cursing under his breath. Damn it. Why is my right eye twitching like crazy today? De Loi jumped in fright. Dropping his cigarette when he saw Trannak walk through the gate. A lackey fixing a bike there rushed over to greet him. Asking, you here to check out the bikes? What kind do you need? Trannak tossed his backpack down with a thud and pulled out a cigarette. He sat there. Sighing. This place is still way better. The lackey, not understanding his words, pointed and shouted. What the hell? Where did you come from? You little punk. Do you think this is your home? De Loi walked in and kicked him. Yelling. What the hell are you saying to the boss? Then he ran over to flatter Trannak. Boss. What wind blew you here today? Whatever you want. Just take it? Trannak replied. There is plenty today. I just need to borrow this spot. Waiting for someone. He smiled friendly. Boss. Just wait. I will brew some tea for you. De Loi massaged Trannak's legs and asked. How's the pressure? Boss. Trannak enjoyed it and replied. It is alright. I guess. De Loi scolded himself. Damn it. What a mess you have made. Going from boss to just a regular guy. Suddenly, Tanthang Loi appeared. Walking by, Trannak saw him and called out. Tanthang Loi. What are you doing standing outside? Tanthang Loi replied. Trannak. Why are you here? Skipping school again today. Trannak pointed to De Loi. Saying, I am working part-time to pay for school. This is the owner, enthusiastic and generous. He has got a good-hearted nature. I am helping him out. And I am even picking up some skills. The two young men exchanged lies and stared at each other. Tanthang Loi turned to De Loi and said, Sorry to trouble you. He can be a bit of a handful. But he is not a bad kid. Really. If he does not listen, just give him a good smack. De Loi, hearing this, looked at Trannak, thinking, who could even mess with this guy? He then asked Tanthang Loi, Hey man, you here to check out bikes? He replied awkwardly. Yeah. My bike got stolen last night. It has been inconvenient these past few days without a bike. So I am just looking for a cheap one at the flea market. Something to replace walking. Well, you have come to the right guy. I know Trannak. I won't rip you off. Just a fair price. Tanthang Loi looked a bit hesitant. That is not how it works. You should give me the regular price. I can just take it from you for free. After checking one bike, Trannak kicked the price tag and asked, What do you think of this bike? Owner. I will let it go for just 80. De Loi understood the hint and held up 5 fingers. Saying, 80. How about 50 and it is yours? He turned to suggest. Hey Loi. Were not you planning to go check the company books this morning? Trannak turned to introduce more. Loi also runs a finance company, specializing in small loan services. He is a kind guy who respects the law. And his business is thriving. The two looked at each other. Silent. De Loi pondered. I am still handling the financing. But you are crying out. Boss. Are you writing a screenplay? I am terrible at acting. Can't it keep up with your rhythm? Then De Loi immediately chimed in. Right. It is thanks to everyone's help. Working together. For me in business. The most important thing is trust. Tanthang Loi took the initiative. Can I have your phone number? If I need something, I will call you. After Tunthang Loi left, Day Loi turned to ask, "Hey bro, how did I do?" "No issues." "Right." Trannak smiled and complimented. "Brother Loi, I really see big things for you. You should be striking it rich soon." He went back inside, leading the way to Day Loi's room, which doubled as his office. "Brother, is there anything else? Just let me know." Trannak opened his backpack, filled with cash. He replied nervously, "Brother, I am just trading used cars. With this much money, I would not dare get involved in anything shady." Lion clarified, "I am not asking you to do anything crazy. Teacher Tun just left earlier. We need to figure out a way to lend him this money. 200,000. Day Loi showed his smarts. "Got it. Brother, you are setting a trap for him." "Right. His lucky number." Lian smacked him on the head. "What are you thinking? Who cares about lucky numbers? Just focus on how to lend him the money." Trannak reminded, "We still need to sign a contract. Otherwise he won't trust us. But let us keep the terms reasonable. Low interest. And make it an installment plan. Write a term of 1585 years or whatever you want. Just make the terms really tempting so he will agree to borrow from you. If it goes south, I will settle the score with you later." Day Loi took the cash and replied, "Understood. Brother, do not worry. By the way, this amount seems off. There is too much here." Lian smiled. "This is 300,000. There is an extra 100,000 here. And 60,000 of that is to pay back the money for the motorcycle I borrowed from you before. Consider it for medication for us." He tapped Day Loi's bald head, adding, "And the leftover, use it for hair treatment. You are still young and already balding. Get it sorted before it is too late." Day Loi rubbed his thigh, feeling touched. "Brother, you are so kind. People only see my tough exterior because of my bald head. But you see the pain in my heart." Lian then snapped, "Damn it. Can you not wipe your snot on me?" After that, he headed home, and Day Loi waved him off. "Be careful. Stop by to hang out when you can." One of his underlings asked, "Boss, who exactly is that guy? You treat him like royalty." Day Loi turned to educate him. "What do you know? When you find a solid ally, you have to hold on tight. That guy, while I was in prison, used his sharp eyes to pick the right person. After getting out, I opened this shop. Now, treat this ancestor well, and one day, I will be riding high." At an investment office in Jinner, the secretary handed over some documents and reported, "Director, we have received the invitation for the investment project from that foreign company. Take a look." He read through it and smiled. "The terms are excellent. This is considered a key project this year. Successfully securing investment for this quarter means we are halfway to a win," Secretary added. "However, there is one requirement. They said the daughter of someone on their board wants to study with us. So they are asking for our help with the enrollment process. She is probably in high school." The director replied, "This is not a problem. They are putting in a lot of money. So we can definitely help with her future. Contact the education department and provide the best school options in the district for the investor to choose from," she said. Then discussed it with him. The secretary quickly replied, "They have picked a school already. They just want to enroll there." The director asked in surprise, "Which school?" She answered, "They want to attend school No. 8. He immediately inquired, "What was that school's rank last year in the city?" The secretary replied, "It ranked third from the bottom." Transitioning to the international airport in Kim Lang, a foreign man with blonde hair is walking through. A girl greets him, turning to say, "Adrian, we will take you to the hotel first." He takes off his glasses and responds, "Take me to the police station. I want to see the case files on the Isle of Wai Sun right away. The corporation needs updates fast." Back at the hotel, Adrian immediately gets a call to report in. "I have arrived at the hotel where the Isle of Wai Sun was last seen alive. And I have also reviewed the police files." The voice on the other end asks, "What is your assessment?" He replies, "The preliminary cause of death for minor number 16 is suspected to be a normal accident drinking after a shower led to a brain hemorrhage." The voice on the other side says, "If it is just a normal case, then wrap it up quickly. He was just a minor making money out in the sticks. Let us not waste too much effort on this." Adrian adds, "However, the circumstances surrounding the death of the Isle of Wai Sun suggest some hostility that deeply troubles me. I would like to dig deeper. I need two types of documents. First, the credit account statements of the minor for the 6 months leading up to his death. Second, the call logs of the minor before he died." The mysterious voice responds, "All right, I can get those for you, but do not do anything suspicious. We do not want this to get messier. This national project has been in the works for a long time, and the Isle of Wai Sun is just the first step we have to take. Keep that in mind. We are the ones who need to stay hidden in the shadows. Also, the death of minor number 4 is a key focus of the investigation. They need your help over there more." An hour later, Adrian is sitting with his laptop, making a call to report, "I have found something suspicious." Before his death, The Isle of Waisun had multiple contacts with a woman named Duong Hiu Ming. She was one of the last people he met before he died. She is beautiful. And she is already married. The voice on the other end asks. You are suggesting this is a love affair. That woman and her husband are just ordinary people. Regular folks do not have the means to kill a minor. Alright, 3 days from now. If there is no new evidence, you should head back. They need you over in country the next day. Outside Tuna Chi's house. Tronan and C is riding her on his bike, with KK hugging his waist affectionately from behind. Then he squeezes the brakes. Stop in the bike. He turns to her and gently asks, why do you suddenly have a fever? She replies, my heating system is broken, and I caught a chill last night. He helps her up the stairs, and Kiesh says, I bet my parents are not home. Tron NC thinks to himself. After that incident at school about debt collection, Atunan Thinglai has taken sick leave to avoid gossip. Now, of course, he is off somewhere getting money sorted out. The two enter the house, and Tron N senses something is off. He can feel there is someone inside. And there are two people sitting in the living room. The one inside is Adrian. Tron NC is on high alert. It is broad daylight and someone dares to intrude into the house. AKK feels a little embarrassed because they are sitting too close together. She closes her eyes, potting her lips slightly. He reminds her, don't fall asleep. Where's your cold medicine? You need to take it first. Aki replies, it is in the drawer of my parents' vanity. Tron and Fee walks in, but he finds that Adrian has already left. He thinks to himself, teleportation. This guy has some skills. Then he pretends to search for the cold medicine in the drawer, while Adrian stands silently behind him, not making a sound. Adrian observed and then remarked, his shoulders relaxed, showing no signs of caution, just a regular guy. But Tron N, while grabbing medicine, realized he was a master. And moreover, a foreigner. This was no ordinary mix-up. A moment later, he softly said, found it. Then he slowly stood up, and the shadow behind him also leaped away. Tron NC stepped out of the room, while Adrian clung to the machine like Spider-Man, gently closing the door behind him. Then GS2 fetched water and handed medicine to Ki-H, saying, here, take your medicine. But Tron N sensed it. He had already left. He gently touched Kiosha's head and said, go to sleep. She said with her mouth, I am not sleepy. Yet her eyes were heavy. After Eker dozed off on the sofa, he quietly stepped into her parents' bedroom, seeing the door ajar. He guessed. Looks like he jumped in through the window. Tron Nancy pulled the window open and quickly jumped down from a great height. A little while later, at the International Hotel, Adrian stood there, pondering over the board, investigating the cause of death related to Osen Island and those involved. He crossed out the name Confronting Li and said, could it really be an accident? Outside, Tron Nancy observed silently, and suddenly Adrian turned to look out. But all he saw was the wind blowing nothingness. A little later, at the orange noodle shop, Tron and NC was sitting there calling out to the owner for a bowl of dry noodles with extra meat and a soft boiled egg. The owner replied, just a moment, as he peeled garlic in preparation. Then he smiled, thinking, who could it be? It is Adrian from the Thymine organization. Should I mess with him? After all, I did once before in my past life, Tron and NC recalled. The Abyss, a B-class organization of the Underworld, had been established for at least over 50 years. This organization featured a few exceptional talents with considerable strength, having undertaken countless secret missions that could not be revealed. Some prominent members included a slightly deranged doctor, a predator who looked exactly like his name, and a blonde named Adrienne. The strongest of them was their leader, nicknamed Captain, a master of illusion skills. Additionally, the organization had a type of member called a miner, responsible for operating in the mundane world, establishing social networks to earn money for the organization. Ziolo Sun was one of them. In the original timeline, Trannak fell into the Abyss in 2004. 3 years later, in a fit of rage, he wiped out the entire Abyss organization, earning the notorious title of Hell King that echoed across the dark underworld. And now, the Abyss organization is poking the bear again, targeting the resurrected Hell King, Tran. Fast forward to the present. Trannak is contemplating taking out Adrian. But things are not looking good. If anything happens to her, the whole Tunthang Loi family will be dragged into chaos. Not to mention taking down the Abyss organization once more. He mutters to himself that stepping back into the underworld is getting old. He just wants to live a lazy, pleasure-filled life. If nobody messes with him, he won't mess with anyone. If Tunthang Loi's name is off the list, then Adrian is just unlucky. The next morning at school, Van is messing around and calls out to Tran Nak, who quickly catches him. A guy in a blue shirt runs up, blocking the way with a grin. Introducing himself, I'm Ola, and nobody can break my dreamlike steps. He jumps up to shoot the ball, not forgetting to throw down some playful trash talk, pulling off an incredible three-pointer. Outside, the female fans are going wild for him. cheering endlessly. Trannak, the champion heartthrob. So handsome. Kaika stands there blushing. Speechless right now. His heart is pounding. Than, who got turned down by her last year, is now making Kata feel excited and think he is super cool. After the game, Trannak strides over to Ka. She is holding a water bottle, handing him a cup that is already filled with water from the mystic spring. Holding the water, Trannak thinks to himself, I am in my youthful prime. And now I am supposed to be living like a middle-aged guy drinking spring water from a fancy bottle. My dad always says not to drink cold water after exercising, or you will regret it later with stomach problems. Blushing, she adds. He also says spring water is good for digestion. Just then, someone calls his name from afar, making him turn around. Over there is a group of boys, wielding metal pipes, baseball bats, and even chains. A voice blares over the school pa. Life is a wild ride. Let us soar to the heights of admiration. One of them sizes him up and says, feeling pretty proud. I have had my eye on you for a while. Trannak raises an eyebrow. Who are you? The gang responds. The one and only big brother of our school. Hao Nam from Lamson. Also known as the boss of Dongla Baitron Hao Nam. He raises his hands in mock surrender, realizing it is Hao Nam. He has heard of him for ages, but to him, he is just another punk. Lamson chuckles. Trannak, even if God himself showed up today, you can escape this fight. Mark my word. Just then, a familiar figure rushes over and hugs him tightly. Dine Ivan, with tears in her eyes, looks up at him and exclaims, finally found you. Thanks to my second brother's blessing. Lamson stands there, jaw dropped, cursing under his breath. Damn. Another flower girl wasted. Trannak stared blankly, wondering to himself, what the hell? Why is this idiot here? Meanwhile, Kai was also dazed, thinking, am I really getting cheated on right now? He felt a bit anxious. Damn. Where did this pair of long legs come from? This situation calls for some serious male tactics. He thought of an excuse, like saying he had a twin brother, or screaming for Kaka to save him. But nothing would work. It would be too humiliating to call for help. He glanced over at Lam Sign, grinning, knowing he was in trouble. Hey. Hao Nam. Hope you are ready to take a hit. He shoved Dingyne aside and glared ahead, starting to curse. Just because you are in a higher grade does not mean you can act like some gangster. Please. I am not scared of you. With those words, he charged in, declaring, today I am taking back the authority and voice you think you have. Just remember, those who enter the underworld eventually pay the price. Lam Sign did not have time to react before he was struck right in the groin. He immediately doubled over, screaming in pain, while the female audience outside was still glued to the scene. Leaning down, he whispered to Lam Sign, let me get you to the hospital, or you might not be able to keep your precious goods. Lam Sign's face turned pale as he yelled, get me to the hospital now. Damn it. I am seriously hurt. He quickly hoisted him up, ignoring the two beauties behind who were chasing after them, repeatedly calling out Trannak's name. The lackeys standing there were confused and asked each other, wait, did not the boss just get handled in a second, and then was taken away? I saw it too. That bastard Trannak really means business. When they reached the gate, the two girls lost sight of Trannak. One looked left calling his name, and the other looked right shouting Oppa. Anoyan stood there yelling, Op, where are you running off to? Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, covering her mouth and pulling her close. Catching her off guard, Trannak turned Dingyne around, raised a finger to signal silence, and said, me. While Lamson was lying in a nearby trash bin, he let go of her and was about to ask, what is up with you? When Dunnan immediately spread her arms to hug him and shouted, oh. Trannak raised his hand to hold her forehead, pushing her away and commanding, stay still, he said to Diane. No more calling me Oppa. You have caused me enough trouble already. Tell me, how did you find me? Dinoan snapped her fingers and mischievously replied, I remembered the letters on your jacket, so Mom transferred me to this school. She explained, at that time, I was doing the enrollment paperwork at the principal's office. Then I heard the noise from the soccer field and spotted you. Trannak rubbed his head. Well, that is something. But he could not believe her mom actually agreed to let her transfer. He turned to her and asked, you do not want to cause me more trouble, right? So I am going to lay down some ground rules. Can you follow them? Danuin obediently replied, I will do whatever Oppa says. He raised his hand to lay down the rules. All right then. First, under no circumstances are you to reveal that I saved your family in that foreign country. Danuin thought, does not that mean I am the only one beside this superhero who knows his true identity? Second, we need to agree on how we met and stick to that story. Third, I want to speak that foreign language when there are other people around. You need to learn the common language. For now, that is all I can think of. We will keep in touch later. Dainayan. Following behind, asked. Oh, are you leaving? He sighed, thinking, I can't just leave her hanging. There is someone else pursuing me too, over here. Kaka is sitting, reminiscing about the moment when a girl hugged Tran Nak and cried her eyes out. And all she can think about is blaming Tran Nak for treating her this way. A hand appears, offering a tissue to Ka. Tran Nak stands there, asking, why are you crying? She snatches the tissue and retorts, why did you hug me like that? Tran Nak pretends to ponder, knowing that when a girl corners you with questions, it is best to stay silent, because no matter how you answer, you will end up wrong. You have to break free from that train of thought and regain the upper hand. The conversation picks up speed between the two of them. Are you crying over that? Do you know him? How did you two meet? Tran Nak asks. Didn't you see anyone else when you ran out? Replies. I was just focused on chasing after those two. Then she slowly stands up. Akao turns back and asks, what about that girl? Didn't she chase after you too? Did you see her? She even ran ahead of me. Tran Nak plays dumb. I have not seen her. Did she run out? She keeps questioning him, firing off a barrage of inquiries. Stop asking me. What is your relationship with that girl? Tran Nak feels flustered, thinking this girl is blunt and not falling for any traps. Just then, Teacher Liu shows up, calling out, Tran Nak, Kai has found the two of them. Are you both alright? Hurry up and follow me. Principal Fuang is waiting. Meanwhile, 3 of Lin Sign's underlings are getting chewed out. What you guys did is incredibly dangerous. You are looking to head down a path of crime. At your age, you should be done with the fighting nonsense. And heading out into society without a weapon is just reckless. Teacher Li returns, saying, Principal Fuang, we have found them. Principal Feng notices Tran Nak and remembers. It is this kid again. I have not forgotten about what happened at the border. He turns to confront him. What happened earlier? Tran Nak replies. They wanted to beat me up. And since I did not fight back, I ran. He immediately follows up. Why do not they pick on anyone else but you? You guys really are birds of a feather. It is no surprise there is conflict. He retorts back at Principal Fuang. So you are saying I have to get bullied and take a few hits to be in the right? The principal yells. How do you talk to your principal like that? Do you want me to call your parents to school? Tran Nak turns to walk away. No need for that. I will go home and call them myself. Principal Feng points and continues to scold. You are undisciplined. I do not believe your parents can control you. Teacher Li leans in and whispers. Principal Fuang, Tran Nak's parents are divorced. His dad's in America, and his mom's in prison. Kaka follows behind, thinking, this is going too far. I have not even finished asking my questions. Tran Nak walks away, thinking, if this kid is smart, then I am a genius. That night at Kaka's house, Tontheng Loi turns to Tran Nak and asks, you called me here for no reason. I heard a student transferred from abroad to our school. Do you know her? Looking at Kaka's face, he guesses that she has probably been crying her eyes out. Pressed by Tontheng Loi's questions, he responds. It is quite a coincidence. A couple of days ago, I was learning to fix bikes at Brother Loi's shop, and that girl happened to break down nearby. So I helped her fix her bike. Tontheng Loi raises an eyebrow. A foreign girl. Out on the street alone at such a young age. Tran Nak replies, of course not. She had an adult with her, but not being fluent made the conversation a bit unclear, and my father-in-law was nitpicking. It is just one meeting, and he is already so enthusiastic about me. Tran NC is putting on airs. Probably because I am good-looking. Twin Thing Lai seems to have a soft spot for him. This guy Tran NC is indeed handsome. KHR says that cute little girl is pretty, still young and naive. So it is normal to be attracted to each other. Then he smiled to himself, thinking, let them keep at it, if sparks fly. At least it will save me from the disaster of dealing with my stubborn cabbage. Then he looked at Tran NC and said, alright, there is nothing more to discuss. You can head home now. KHR quickly added, Dad, let me walk him out. The two of them went down the stairs in silence. Once they reached the bottom, Tran NC turned back and said, okay, you can go now. Kato took the initiative to hug Tran NA, saying, I have not hugged you like you hugged me before. They looked at each other, their faces close together. Kie felt a bit shy. This is the charming thrill of young love. After they embraced, Kiecher bashfully turned and ran back upstairs, not forgetting to make plans for tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Tran NC stood there, feeling a bit euphoric, thinking to himself, a little chubby is definitely not a bad thing. The scene shifts to a narrow alley behind the school, where there is a huge trash can. Lumsine has now woken up, holding his head in confusion, wondering who he is, where he is, and what he has done. Then it hit him. Right. I Honam. Traman says, you and I are sworn enemies. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly appeared and slapped him hard across the face, making his eyes go blurry. Turns out it was his dad, standing there pointing and yelling, you little brat. Causing trouble and too scared to come home. The principal's already come looking for you. As he dragged him away, he kept saying, "Let us see if I do not give you a good beating today." Lum-sun cursed under his breath. Tron and C. Our old grudges are not settled yet. And now new ones are piling up. I will settle the score for that slap from my old man with you. The next day in class, Teacher Ing, the head of the teaching staff, stood there introducing a new student. This is Loa Dai-9, who has just transferred from abroad. For now, she will be studying with us in our class. D9 bowed her head and greeted everyone. Hi everyone. I am Lo Dine. Nice to meet you all. Hearing this, Ake immediately stood up to voice her concern. Excuse me, teacher. The new student is a foreigner, and she might not be fluent in our language. Sitting in the back makes it hard to keep up with the lessons. And she won't see the board well either. Lathan turned to Tron Nensi and said, Look at that. The silent war has begun. Brother. After this, you owe me a proper thank you. Lathan stood up and said, Teacher, let her sit with me. I will move to another desk next to Tron NC. The teacher agreed. All right, let us do that. As soon as D9 sat down, someone next to her turned to introduce themselves. I am not letting her finish. D9 immediately raised her hand and shushed them. Then she opened her pencil case, revealing a bunch of cool stickers. D9 clasped her hands and smiled, thanking the second master for his blessings. The guy turned to ask the two, Did you see that? Lathan should show a bit of respect for the religious beliefs of foreign friends. While Tron NC could only rub his head at the cafeteria during lunch. Tron N sat eating alone, thinking this meal had barely any meat. Just then, Kadra approached with a tray of food. She handed him a bag and said, Eat up, it is meat-filled buns. Don't eat too much rice here. I heard my dad say they even cook the rice without caring. Tron and C took a bun, bit into it, and exclaimed, Delicious. While calling out to Kaishich as AK stood up, Dina Yu approached, saying, Oh, there you are. The chubby friend waved at Kachiya. We are sitting over here. Dina Yun, in a sexy midriff-bearing top, sat down and asked, Oh, what are you eating that is so good? He coldly replied, Buns. Dina Yun turned to pout. I want some too. Then she opened her mouth, hinting she wanted Tron and NC to feed her. He felt a jolt of electricity from behind. Coming from Kechi Sasuke's, Dina Yu leaned in closer, whining, Oh, just one little piece. Do not be stingy. Seeing Tron NC not responding, she got even closer, pleading, Come on. Over there. Taki is furious. He found himself in a tight spot, questioning how to handle this. Just then, someone called for Tron Ents, and he sighed in relief. Saved at last. The person entering was Lam's son, whose father had just given him a buzz cut in a fit of rage. Traman says, Where the hell did you run off to today? He sat there and flung a pair of chopsticks out the door. Lum-sun stepped forward to intimidate him. I won't let you off easy. He did not notice the chopsticks right at his feet. And before he could finish his sentence, he was startled. Then, the chopsticks flew forward, and immediately there was a loud yelp. Ouch. My face. Tron Inc. smirked. It seemed like a firecracker went off. He moved closer to check. Hey. You are hurt again. Are not you? Lum-sun turned pale. Tron and C needs help. He leaned in, saying, You are the one who needs it. And then he supported Lum-sun. He picked him up, saying, Don't worry, buddy. I will take you to the infirmary. He thought to himself. Outside the lake, the most important thing was to save face. Here the laughingstock of everyone again. My life is like a roller coaster. It is really over now. At the same time, in a remote sea area, a blue boat was bobbing in the waves. Adrian stood there on the phone, reporting, The body of miner number 4 has been found. He added, I know. My investigation has made some progress. I will try to send back the results quickly. He put on his sunglasses and smiled at the corpse just pulled up. Back to Troninus. He walked along, chuckling to himself. Seriously, it is not like I wanted to skip class. But the smell of gunpowder in the classroom was not exactly a comfy atmosphere. He wanted some fried buns. So he headed outside. He stopped in front of the Yang apartment complex. And Tron NC suddenly thought, Something's off. Looking into VILI's old car shop, he noticed someone was causing trouble. He crossed the street to chat with the bao bun vendor and asked, Hey, do you know where the owner of this car shop went? The vendor replied, He went to pick up a car. Don't wait around. Someone grabbed him early this morning. I heard it was people from Lao Than's son. If he got caught by him, it is not going to be easy to talk. Tron NC coldly thought about the name Lao Than Sen at a resort in Nan City. A man was hanging from a rope, his face dangling over the water. Above him, a man was sitting, sipping tea, adorned in jewels. This man was Lo Than's son. He asked his underlings, Has he thought it over yet? Another guy was pulling on the rope just as he was pulled from the water. VLI exclaimed. They have already grabbed him. He stopped in front of the ZLI apartment complex. And Tron NC heard. They have already grabbed him. Has he thought it over yet? Another guy was pulling the rope just out of the water. ZLI said. Sen. What you are doing is not right. The underling turned back to report. Boss. And Than Sen interrupted. I heard you. If he has not thought it over, dunk him again. ZLI hurriedly shouted. Please do not dunk him again. I can't take any more of this. Just give me 2 more. My family needs to eat, he boldly added. How can you bargain with me when you are the one who called me boss, back in prison? And now you are back in jail again, sentenced to over 20 years. His crew has disbanded. Otherwise, it would be tough to touch your store. Old Lai and his trusted allies noticed it just as someone from outside barged in, tossing the minions inside. Tran Nak, wearing his signature helmet, stood there asking, Is this a party or what? The minion holding the rope got startled and dropped it, causing the big guy who was tied up to plummet into the water. Then Sun turned to ask, What is going on? It has been years since anyone has played this tough game with me. Tran Nak coldly stepped in, saying he was not wearing a helmet either. So no more chit-chat, let us fight first and talk later. The hen remained calm, sipping his tea, ordering his minions. Get him. They, relying on their numbers, charged in. But before they could even lay a finger on him, one punch sent them flying. One minion stumbled back against the railing, ready to fall into the water. Just as he was about to drop, a few others above him were also about to take the plunge. At this moment, Van Sun stood up and took a step back, saying, Hey buddy, no need to throw punches. Whatever the issue, I think we can talk it out. The hand showed a flicker of fear witnessing Tran Nak's fierce entrance. You kicked him hard and stood there replying, I do not want to. Then you called out, Big guy. Hold him. I am coming over. Back at the store, the big guy spoke up. If you had not saved my life today, I would be dead. Tran Nak asked. Your brother's in jail now, and that gang of scoundrels has scattered. What will you do when Lai Than's son comes knocking? I can be your bodyguard. He replied. I want to gather some people, but my reputation is not that big, and I am short on cash. The big guy, bruised, continued. Keeping these guys requires a lot, hundreds of thousands a year. Plus, you can just feed them for free. They need jobs. I can just fight all the time. My business can support that many people. I think relying on illegal car collections is not sustainable. One day I might get caught and end up in jail. So this year, I want to connect with electric vehicle dealers. Tran Nak smiled, thinking to himself, 2 years after the new century, the electric vehicle market is booming. Looks like this guy is not just a pretty face. He knows how to plan for the future. Then he said to him, I will give you 500,000. Can you keep your business going? The big guy lit up. Sure. I can pull out my savings, about 700,000. That is enough to get a storefront and a dealership. I can pull all your old crew back together. It might not be enough to take down Lai Than's son, but if he wants to mess with me, he will have to think twice. Tran Nak sealed the deal. Tomorrow, I will bring the money. It is settled. I am excited to work for you from now on in this business. You are the boss. I am just your partner. You replied. This money is not an investment. It is a loan. Once you have got it, you will pay me back later. He turned to express his gratitude. Big bro, you are truly my savior. I can thank you enough. Your voice echoed. Big bro, can I borrow some too? Shifting scenes to the school gate. Denine was about to get in her car when a student approached her. He held out a letter and said, Ludimine, remember we have a biology experiment today. I wrote you a letter. She turned back and asked bluntly, Do you like me or something? Without waiting for his answer, she stepped into the car, ripped the letter right in front of him, and tossed the scraps to the ground with a dramatic flair, saying, But I do not like you. Then was nearby, telling Koha that today, yet another heart in this world has been broken. He turned to cheer her on, saying, Kaika, you gotta hang in there. She shot back. He is welcome to it. But what does that have to do with me? Besides, is not he just trying to cling to Tran Nak? And now he does not even know where she is. She confidently hopped onto the bike, thinking, he does not know, but I. The scene shifted to Daloy's shop, where as they stepped out, Akana pedaled up to call for Tran Nak. He spotted her and asked, Kaika, what are you doing here? She replied, breathless. I heard my dad say you found a part-time job, so I figured you were skipping school to come here. Seeing her flushed and out of breath, Tran Nak felt a pang of sympathy. It took an hour to bike from Jiangning here, and the early spring weather was still a bit chilly. He immediately turned to say, Hey Loy, grab me a jacket and some shoes. To which Daloy quickly replied, coming right up. Then, he grabbed Ka's hand, blowing warm air on it before turning to ask, Are you cold? Kaka blushed and shyly replied. I am not. The teacher is coming, she said, quickly pulling her hand back. Daloy brought out a fur jacket, the kind from Jeans West, brand new and never worn, lined with cotton and windproof shoes. He hesitated, thinking, this little beauty, and Tran Nak introduced, this is Gaka, daughter of Tun Thang Loy. And upon hearing that name, Daloy thought to himself, with a beauty like this, it is no wonder Tran Nak is into her. Turns out he has a crush on someone's daughter. Then he gently draped the jacket over Ka, saying, let me help you with that. She felt a bit shy with a stranger around, and Daloy understood, ruffling her hair as he said, I have got urgent business. Gotta run. Tran Nak lightly pinched Kaya's cheek, then hopped on the bike, saying, I will give you a ride home. The two looked cozy on the blue bike, with her gently resting her hand on his waist. The music played softly in the background, as if to say, you might forget the world, but not the feelings you have for him. The scene shifted to Han City, at Lei Dun Guian's house, where a white car was parked outside. A woman stepped out of the vehicle. She was full name Kong An Tu, and the butler stood at attention. Greeting her, An Tu pushed the door open, then looked in and sighed in relief, saying, we are home. Standing in the grand hall, An Tu thought to herself, although she had regained her husband's company, managing it was still a challenge. Now, she needed to hide her feminine softness and become stronger. Behind her, Adrian appeared, calling out to Miss Ku. She immediately turned and asked, who are you? He began to introduce himself. You can call me Adrian. I am here today for a very simple reason. I just want to ask you a few questions. She felt a bit anxious but replied firmly, no matter who you are, get out of my house right now, or I will call the police. He pulled out a syringe, smirking. Looks like you are not in the mood to cooperate. He then threatened, but I have ways to make you spill the information I want. Sorry, but my next move might offend you. It turned out Adrian had a partner. A girl dressed in black suddenly appeared behind An Tu, tightly hugging and covering her mouth, reassuring her. Don't worry. We will get this done quickly. An hour later, An Tu opened her eyes, and Adrian was sitting there, saying, a lone teenager saved her entire family. Her daughter transferred to that guy's school, and Tun Thang Loy is connected to that mining guy, who just happens to be a teacher at that school. He remembered the day he triumphantly stepped out of the house, where he met Tran Nak. I probably already know who that kid is. Then he turned to the guy in black and commanded, let us move out immediately. She asked, how are we dealing with her? Adrian replied, before the new miners arrive, let us keep her around to manage the estate that the Prime Minister left for us. Do your job neatly. I do not want anyone to know we came from her memories. Over here, Tran Nak was casually taking Siop for a stroll. The little girl turned and asked, hey, am I your puppy? While Tran Nak was still trying to figure out what his sister was asking, Siop continued, a boy takes his puppy for a walk. That'll surely win the girls over today. I will take you through 10 streets. And already, 53 girls have saved your number. Tran Nak chuckled. Curious. Where did you learn these little tricks to charm kids? She turned away and replied, my friends told me. I have 8 boyfriends in kindergarten. Hearing that made him jump a little, thinking to himself, looks like I need to pay a visit to the kindergarten and have a chat with the principal about the school's morals. Just as he was lost in thought, he spotted Diane waving from afar, calling out Opa. She ran over and asked, is this your little sister? I heard from the others that you have a sister. So adorable. Tran Nak bent down to talk to Xiao Dipe, who was hiding behind him. Don't be scared. This is my friend. She leaned in to introduce herself. Hi there. I am Lei Dian, your brother's future girlfriend. Can I play with you? The little girl peeked out and said, my name is Tran Nak Xiao Dipe. Then came a playful exchange. I am 18 this year. What about you? I am almost 5, and I believe in the goddess of mercy. Dian pointed at Tran Nak and continued, you call him Appa. He is our head of the household. He could only stand there, face-palming, thinking, kids should not be watching those short skits after the Spring Festival Gala. Let us head upstairs. The room of the Tran cousins was lit up. How did 3 of them end up there eating noodles? Dunine was serving Siati, saying, this is for you. The little girl smiled back, then said, okay, so this is for Dinayan. Not quite sure why they were passing food back and forth like that. She was excited, exclaiming, oh wow, this is a love token from my little sister. What do I do? This is going to be the best thing I have ever eaten. Then she turned to look at Tran Nak. Dinayan bragged, oh right, Opa, you told me to practice my pronunciation, and I have got it down now. So I dared to come meet you, Tran Nak replied. That was quick. Let us hear it. She raised her hand confidently, saying, I did not eat or sleep to learn this. Then Dunwine started showing off, saying, Lu lep lo lep long. Lu alon la ping long lung glung. Even little Xiao Dipe, who's just 5, could tell she was not saying it right. Diane was shocked. What? How is that wrong? I learned it perfectly. Trannak patted his sister's head and said, Xiao Dipe. Can you say it correctly for her? The little girl sweetly recited exactly what she had learned, saying, Lunai nepi lai lunai nepi nuai long ne. Lunai lovin lai lapai luping line line nu I nui line. Dinoin stood up and asked, Wait a second. Is that how you all say it? Xiao replied. My brother taught me that. Trannak added. I am not kidding. All the kids say it that way. Then he turned to his little sister, Xiao Dai, and said, Read the next part for her. Will you? The excited girl chimed in. This chubby sardine is all set for the hungry cat. He kept urging Xiao Dai to continue, while D9 could only shout for help. Someone, come save me. A little while later, finally, playtime was over. D9 stepped down as the driver opened the door. Miss, please get in, he said. Tron NC stood there smiling, reminding her, Remember, if you do not finish your training, do not come looking for me. He turned to watch the car slowly drive away and muttered, I guess this time I will get some peace for a while. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. In the distance, someone was watching Tron NC through binoculars. Hun reported the situation. Ampha confirmed. Lalo Noine has left. Target is going upstairs. Nothing unusual here. The other side replied. Ampha continued to observe, stating they did not need to worry about Lao D9 for now. Their target was this young man in a black car moving down the road. A woman's voice questioned, Are you sure this Tron NC is the same teenager who showed up in that country? She sat in the back seat and asked, Is there a chance we have got the wrong person? Adrian replied confidently, My instincts are never wrong. Get ready. Our investigation tonight is escalating into a hunt, no matter his intentions. Whether he is tied to the organization or not, we will catch him and sort it out later. The girl in the back agreed. All right, doctor at the back. The hunter is on the road at 6 of the clock. Are we moving now? Adrian assigned roles. Anfa, you handle the sniping. We will take the frontal attack. Tell the doctor and the hunter to stay ready for orders if the target tries to escape. 5 minutes till action. She communicated through the device to Anfa. Prepare to move in 5. But there was no response on the other end. Just static. Then Tronen's voice rang out. Sorry about that. He lifted his foot, pressing it down on the guy following him, and added, Amphi, you mentioned. I think he is a bit tied up right now. Tron and NC challenged them. You all better hurry up. I do not have much time. I still need to get home to do the dishes. Ampha boasted from his position. You are as good as dead today. You have stepped into the abyss. Hearing this, he kicked the guy in the chest. Warning. If you are weak, do not draw attention. Got it. A moment later, the rooftop door creaked open. 3 members of the abyss appeared, and Adrian commanded, Let go. Tron NC stubbornly retorted, Not gonna happen. What are you gonna do about it? He raised his hand to give the signal. Hunter, go catch that girl. At Tron Nence's rooftop, one guy was already waiting for orders. Then he jumped down, moving along the wall like a supernatural being. Below, Xiaodai was sitting watching TV. Completely unaware, Tronense was tense. Are you threatening me? Adrian. You made a wrong decision. With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Ampha, who was sprawled out, seeing him in pain. He smiled. Force blood. Adrian, caught off guard by the resistance, could only stare in shock. Then she shouted into the communication device. Hunter, take her out. Tron NC extended his hand, starting to use his abilities. He pointed towards the hunter on the wall of his building. The hunter was completely immobilized, unable to move. Then Tron NC pulled him over and grabbed his throat, preparing to silence him. Adrian felt a flicker of fear as he thought, over 20 meters away, a single shot brought down a hunting leopard. With this power, he shouted. Damn it. He is the master of manipulation. How dare he mess with him? The girl beside him immediately obeyed the command and unleashed a sonic wave. The mental attack made him slightly dizzy, and Chennai's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Then he forced her to kneel. Blood began to trickle from her eyes. He stood there with a cold laugh. His partner screamed. Adrian lunged with a knife, saying, You are going to die. Chenna restrained him and stepped over, saying, Hold on. You are the last one. The doctor on this end threw a scalpel. But luckily, he tilted his head and dodged it. Then he pretended to scare him, saying, Doctor, long time no see. The guy continued to attack and asked, You know me? He gently raised 2 fingers, controlling the scalpel in his hand. Then he used his powers to attack his hand, making him scream in pain. My hand. Chennai slowly approached the doctor. Another scalpel was coming at him from behind. He deftly sidestepped and grabbed it, smirking as he said, Controlling knives. I have known that since my last life. Chen Na twirled the scalpel in his hand with incredible skill. Then he stabbed it straight into the doctor's throat. Quadra screamed. He stood up and looked at Adrian. Now, it is your turn. He sensed the danger and immediately unleashed a smoke bomb to disrupt things. Then bolted. Adrian jumped onto the rooftop railing, ready to leap down. Fear racing through his mind. Damn it. What kind of monster have I encountered? At that moment, Chen Na stood right behind him, asking, trying to run as Adrian turned around. He was immediately grabbed by the throat. He tightened his grip, completing the pentakill. A while later, Chen Na loaded 5 corpses into a car and drove off somewhere. He pulled out his phone and tapped a message. On the other end, a voice said, Adrian, the invitation has been sent. Looks like everything went smoothly. Chen Na smiled and replied, Captain, but your subordinate, including Adrian, is dead. After sending the car plunging into the sea, he continued, if you can, send someone to retrieve your subordinates' bodies. Make sure to clean it up. He did not forget to threaten. Then told his men to get rid of all the corpses in a place in the Daikun archipelago. Captain Ken was shocked and asked, Who are you? The captain, with one eye missing, flared up upon hearing Chen Na's nickname, Yama, and turned back to Chen Na's home. He had returned and was putting Xiao Yi to sleep, thinking to himself, the captain has lost a group of elite subordinates, so he probably won't dare to act rashly for a while, but to be safe, it is best to quietly protect Xiao Yi over the next few days. Then Chen Na went to take a shower. The water and the wounds on his back were a bit painful. He muttered to himself, I am still far from my peak form. Dealing with these fools already made me feel the backlash, but the recovery speed is still faster than expected. I wonder how far I have come now. He smiled. But whatever. My strength was never meant to be measured by the system they set up. Just like a painting. It was like this in my previous life. 2 days later, during lunch break, seeing Chen Na nodding off, Ying Yuan ran down to call him Oppa. She excitedly pulled out a box of food. Oh, chicken soup with ginseng. Drink up. But Tran NC coldly refused. Not wanting to eat, Dean Ian persisted. Sitting down next to him, scooping a spoonful and saying, just a little. Oh, my mom says if you are feeling under the weather, you should have chicken soup, she continued. Oh, what do you want for dinner tonight? I will buy it for you. How about seafood tofu soup? Trampani smiled. Add some crab bibimbap too. I am suddenly craving it. And some cold noodles as well. His classmate with glasses noticed the affection and felt annoyed, silently cursing Tronnes. What a show-off. Choosing dishes comes easy for handsome guys. Strutting around like that. Someone should put him in his place. But contrary to his expectations, Dean Owen stood up, smiling sweetly. Sure thing. Oh, let me go prepare. He savored the taste. Not bad. Kietra was coming down the stairs. She handed Tron NC a bag. Put this on quickly. You have been coughing in class. And it is freezing outside. You are sick. You need to wear shoes. Tron NC reached into the bag and pulled out a sweater. Then asked. Kei, did you take your dad's sweater? Does he even know? She replied. My dad's sleeping at home. He won't notice if one sweater's missing. Come on, put it on. I can't let you freeze out there. But he hesitated. Thinking. This sweater looks a bit worn out. Kate looked like she was about to cry. You drink my chicken soup, but you won't wear my dad's sweater. She quickly tried to soften the blow. Do you need to take a few days off? You do not seem well. Tron NC thought to himself. Yeah. It really is time for me to take care of some things, replied to Kia. Right. The new shipment just arrived at my uncle's shop. I am planning to go learn the business side of things. Seeing her worried expression, he gently patted her head. Don't worry. Just 3-4 days. I will be back by the weekend. Think of it as a little trip. You might even get some time off too. He added, on the weekend. Can you take care of TU date? She immediately agreed. Sure. I will pick her up next Friday, on March 20th. 2000. In Kathmandu. Tron NC placed a few dollars on the reception desk and said, I need to go to Luca. Then Ipsy, he added, I am in a hurry. Please help me out. The receptionist replied. Coincidentally, I have a few old friends flying to EBC tomorrow. You know, the price is not cheap, plus I need to ask them if they are okay with an extra guest. He continued, EB stands for Everett Base Camp. Tron NC immediately placed another bill on the counter. The receptionist's attitude shifted instantly. Smiling. My friends are really easygoing. I think they won T-mined a young mountain climbing enthusiast from the east on March 21st, 2001. At 9:40 am at Luca Airport, a group was getting ready to board. A young man with a backpack and a cup said to his friends. Hey ladies. We are about to take off. These 2 girls were sisters. The younger one, Neville Devonside. 18. And the older one. Lacos Devonside. 24. Neville asked. Uncle, can we go yet? Dad said we have to wait for one more passenger. The uncle glanced at the helicopter above. Looks like our late guest is almost here. Let us board first. Tron N stepped down. Sorry. The passenger controller stepped forward. You are the guest Wilson referred to. May I see your passport? Please. He immediately produced it. No problem. A fake passport costs $50 to make on the spot. The controller looked at the passport and asked. Your name is Tron N Fasapes, 21 years old from Ha. He handed back the passport and complimented. Your English is excellent. Very clear accent. Have you been to London? Tron N replied. I have traveled there a few times. I am a huge Arsenal fan. The uncle extended his hand and continued. Great. We are all fans of Axonin in our family. Welcome aboard. Tron. As they shook hands, the uncle added, let me be clear. You are only paying to sit on our plane. Once we are in the air, any consequences from your actions are on you. When we land Abyss, we won't have any more ties. Trampani smiled, catching the drift. Of course. I am just here for the ride. Lagos observed and thought to himself. So he is just a rookie. She shot him a glance. Knowing that anyone with some climbing experience would know not to waste energy. Because once they reached Ebbs, charging up would not be easy. His frame was skinny. Not a typical climber at all. Right. And he is late, showing no seriousness. He is definitely here for the glory of conquering Everest. Clueless about its dangers, what a joke. At that moment, Patron NC took off his headphones and introduced himself. I feel like I know you. Are you the one they call Hummingbird? Lacoste replied. Yep. Looks like you have seen my magazine, he exclaimed. Of course. You are stunning. Lacoste immediately thanked him. Tron NC glanced over at the girl and recognized her as Neville. He recalled. Hummingbird later became Neville's nickname, a tribute to the sister Lacoste who saved her, in a past life. Tomorrow, the entire Devonside family would perish, leaving only her alive. Reflecting on his past life, Tron NC realized that his story with the hummingbird began like this. On March 22, 2001. At the summit of Lobukht. At that time, the uncle leading the group called down excitedly. Keep pushing. Everyone. We are almost to the rest stop. Down below are the Devonside sisters. They were using a tool like a bird hook to grip the rock and climb up. The uncle pulled out a specially made knife and thought to himself. Today this knife will finally prove its worth. Above. The woman saw him cut the rope and shouted. Brother. What are you doing? The uncle yelled back. You all are dead. Only then can I inherit your legacy. And just like that, the two above fell down. The sisters cried out in anguish. Mom and Dad. The villain smirked. Don't worry. I won't let your family be separated. Larko silently looked up, while Neville below shouted, Don to do it. She looked down at her sister, laughing as she called out Neville's name. Then, she clung to the uncle and urged. Neville, you must survive. The uncle screamed, you crazy fool. If you want to die, do not drag me down with you. Larkos pushed hard against the rock. Then both of them fell down, but she still urged her sister. Neville. Keep living. 2 months later. The little girl stood above, holding a knife and looking out the window. Seeing those people sealing their fate, Neville mumbled. You have taken everything. This mansion is my only memory and bond with my family. Why do you have to take it away? She gripped the knife tightly, and then stabbed the man in the back, shouting, Don't sell my house. The man faced her in fear, yelling for help. Neville got thrown into jail. And right when she arrived, the guards were eyeing her. They heard she is a rich girl. So you know the guards are gonna love her. At that moment, Tron NC was on a mission, accidentally standing outside the guard's office. Thinking, helping out a guard on a low-level mission like this. Better to skip it, or I will lose all my dignity. Just as he burst through the door, he saw a truly horrifying scene. The twisted female guard was out with a whip, licking it, while chaining Neville by the neck and saying, You are gonna choke that guard again. I have been waiting 6 years for this. After that, he threw his jacket over her and said, Here, put this on. Tron NC then tapped Neville on the shoulder and asked, What is your name? After a moment of silence, he wondered, Don't wanna say. You stutter. Tron NC then replied. Stutter. I remember now. But for you, in this life, she won't just be a stutterer. She will be you. Neville, flashing back to March 22, 2001, an uncle waved goodbye to Tron NC, saying, Have a great trip. Good luck, kid. We will be at Abbey for the next few days. No need to be formal if you need anything. He handed Neville something and said, Here's a little gift. She opened her hand to find a chocolate bar inside. Neville thought to herself, What a coincidence. How did he know this is my favorite chocolate? Lakis next to her bluntly said. I do not like this guy. When she heard her sister ask why, she replied with a huff. Because he dares to overlook my beauty. Only treating you nicely. On climbing day. Everything went just like in her past life. With Neville's dad leading the group, turning back to say, everyone, keep it up. We are almost there. Then came the scene where the uncle cut the rope. And everyone freaked out. Yelling, oh my. What are you doing? Stop. Tikai. Tikai. Hold on tight. Do not let go. And then Neville fell. But this time, Tronench's hand was there. He caught her by the waist and said, Tron N, do not be scared. He smiled. I have got you. After hearing that, she slowly responded. A red light flickered at the foot of the snowy mountain. Neville woke up to find Tronency sitting there, scooping up a bowl of hot porridge. Then he turned back to her, saying, drink this. I worked hard to warm it up. Hurry up, or it will get cold. Neville curled up in her sleeping bag, vaguely recognizing him. Then the girl suddenly remembered what happened on the climbing trip, immediately sitting up and calling out loudly, Dad. Sister. Tronency hurriedly asked. Neville. You are still not awake. There is no one else here. No dad. No mom. No sister. And definitely not your Uncle Benjamin. They are all just figments of your imagination. You do not have anyone else. No dad. No mom. No sister. And certainly not Uncle Benjamin. They are all just in your head. It is just you. The fragments of Neville's memories shattered in her mind. On April 17, 1997. Her parents, renowned climbers, tragically died on their way to the summit of Everest due to bad weather on June 3, 1999. Her sister, Lakis, fulfilling their parents' last wishes, fell to her death during a training session on Low Booth when the climbing rope snapped. In July 2001, her uncle Benjamin, drowning in debt, forced her to sell the family home and was shot dead by her in self-defense. Though she was later found not guilty, Tranak continued. Like Neville, from that moment her mental state deteriorated severely. She began to split into personalities of her parents and sister, imagining tragedies that had not yet occurred. Looking back, the images of that flight showed only him and Neville, where she played the role of the father shaking his hand. The trip was fantastic. Good luck, kid. We are at ABS for the next few days. If you need anything, just ask. Then she transformed into her sister, saying, looks like you have read my magazine, and then glanced in the mirror, imagining herself as her uncle. All right, ladies. Let us get ready to roll. Tranak placed a hand on her shoulder, saying that just last month, she had missed classes for a long time and dropped out of Westminster Public School. So that day, she used her sister's passport and identity to join a mountaineering training project, covering all expenses for everyone to take a helicopter to ABS. Then, I paid for her flight. And today, while she and her teammates were climbing, she experienced a hallucination and attempted to cut the climbing rope with a knife. Her companions panicked. Oh my. What are you doing? Hold on tight. Do not let go. Stop. You are about to fall. Break the ice. Break the ice. Tranak thought to himself. In his previous life, Neville had cut the rope, severely injuring 2 teammates, and was forcibly committed to a mental hospital. His mission was to kill Neville, but unfortunately, the twisted director was real. In the director's office at that time, he stood outside. Killing an aristocratic heir at a mental hospital, this low-level mission should be avoided to prevent evaluation. He sincerely believed that this was the truth. He was sorry for pulling her out of this dream because, in reality, what she had fallen into was a nightmare of her own making, seemingly beautiful but actually a dark abyss. Hearing those words left Neville stunned, tears streaming down her face as she buried her head in her knees and cried out loud. She recalled her past life, enduring years of torment from the twisted principle, her mental state spiraling out of control, never able to escape. In this life, I'll help her chase away this nightmare. The next day in Changkat, the cross read, the Devonside couple will forever rest on Everest. May their souls find peace. Beside it hung a climbing hook with an identity tag attached. Neville slowly took the tag from around her neck and handed it over along with her sister's tag, saying, Dad and my sister have all stayed on this mountain. This mountain has been in my mind. They turned away, and her companion encouraged her. I have taken care of everything. The climbing team you have joined has been reassured. And the sudden cut of the rope with a knife scared them. I am going crazy. He replied. I mentioned that you might be suffering from altitude sickness. Seeing things, they agreed not to pursue it. Of course. In exchange, I gifted them some equipment, taken from the supplies you brought. Neville turned to thank him softly, adding, I plan to donate my parents' belongings to establish a fund for climbing activities. Her companion responded, that is a great idea. Do not keep all the money to yourself. To avoid any bad intentions, Neville asked him. Today after leaving here, we will part ways and never meet again. He straightforwardly replied. Probably. Hearing this, she hesitated as if wanting to say something more. He interrupted her thoughts. I know what you are going to ask. And you know I won't tell, Neville boldly said. Honestly, if you really did something with me, I would not deny it. Her companion pretended to regret. How about we stay here one more day? She turned away, saying, if we miss this, there won't be another chance. He laughed loudly, waving goodbye. All right then. See you next time. She bit her lip as if wanting to say more. Her companion suddenly stopped, realizing Neville had rushed over to hug him, exclaiming, as long as you say one word now, I will follow you. No matter where you go. I won't ask who you are or how many secrets you have, he sighed, then turned back to her. I hope you have your own life. A good life. Warm and normal. Go be the expert in extreme sports you are. Neville. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. And he thought, as long as she is in my memories, that is enough. Neville sensed something was off, her face turning red as she asked, are your hands on my butt? Her companion quickly raised his hands in apology. It was just an unconscious action. Then she turned away, if that is the case. Goodbye. He stood there watching her go, thinking this life is pretty good. Shifting scenes to Kyuka's room. She lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling and counting sheep. 1 sheep. 2 sheep. 3 sheep. 100 sheep. She tossed and turned, wondering why she could not sleep. Starting again. 1 sheep. 2 sheep. After a while, she counted 31 sheep, 32 sheep, 33 sheep. In the end, sleep eluded her. Only the face of her companion appearing as a sheep. Kak sat up, scolding. You idiot. Tomorrow is my birthday. And you are out who knows where. Your phone is out of service. And you are not even on a business trip abroad. Then she remembered. But he probably does not know her birthday. Just then, a stone hit the window. Keiko peeked out cautiously, gently parting the curtain. She looked down through the window, and it was Troness. Koi took out her phone to text. Their messages alternating. What is it? It is midnight. Open the window. Whatever. While he was trying to open the window, she kept pretending to be mad. Like, really, not getting any response. Cuckoo looked out the window, thinking. She saw nothing at all. What if he really left? Just then, her phone buzzed. She read the birthday message from Tronkan and sent right at midnight. Ka smiled brightly and said, turns out he knows. Just like I thought. So she pulled the curtain wide open, blushing as she looked down at the house. What caught his eye was Kaki's spirit, making him gasp. Dang it. Huge. And in that subconscious moment, he threw a stone without controlling his strength or direction. Keiko turned to look. The window of the next room had shattered. She panicked. That was her parents' room. Tron Ensis stood there, scolding himself for not controlling his strength and aim. The room of Tundan Theng Lai lit up. Along with that was a loud shout. Who's it? Seriously. It is the middle of the night. Breaking someone's window. He immediately turned to run before getting caught. A few days later at Kaiki's neighborhood, outside the door, Sapitrayu stood there saying, well, and Chu Heim, today we are parting ways. The conditions we proposed, you can consider more. After those two left, he closed the door with a sigh. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door that startled him. As soon as the door cracked open, Tronens's face appeared, smiling and saying, Tunan Thingalai, that face of yours. I do not want to let you in. Tunan Thingalai said. Tronensi pleaded, do not close the door. I came to fix the glass for you. I called the glass shop already. We can leave them hanging. The two sat on the sofa. Tunan Thingalai silently cursed Tron Enand. This girl. Now she dares to knock on Kakai's window at midnight. I need to teach her a lesson. He turned to ask. When you came earlier, did you meet Teacher Lu? Tuan Thinglai replied. He came with Saipi Tri from the education company, discussing a few things with me. He immediately asked. The education company wants to renew the contract with you. Tuhan Thungalai questioned. How do you know? Tronans replied. Just a guess. He thought to himself. This semester, the school has completely changed its policies, from a public school to a private one. Tunhan Thong Ali is the only one who has ever won the Outstanding Teacher Award, still working there. The capitalists will definitely keep him to attract students. But Tin Thingwell felt something was off. Tron and C immediately asked. You do not agree. Aren't they satisfied? He bowed his head sadly. The conditions have improved a lot. He suddenly realized something felt wrong. Turning to look at him. This girl is not fully grown yet. What is with the money matters? Why ask so much? He did not dare argue. Just thought to himself. Do not be so harsh. Comrade to nothing a lie. You owe me 200 grand. Not to mention. He even thought darkly and smirked. And this girl is not fully grown. I could totally get away with saying she could take maternity leave. Tunanthingala, with sharp eyes adjusting his glasses, asked. What about school? You are skipping classes again. Atron Enf quickly stood up to defend herself. But I came to fix the glass for you. I will leave right after. Outside in the hallway. He stood there hesitating, realizing it was because of that last time's high-interest loan disaster. In the world of honor, there is still chatter about Ton's victory. And now he feels utterly embarrassed about teaching. On Saturday, as the school organized a spring outing for the students, Ton was the one leading the group, and it was crucial to help him earn some praise, just to keep him at ease. Saturday at the park, alongside the students, Little Dep's voice rang out, full of energy and determination. Blindfolded and standing in the middle, she said, Sister Ka. Sister Unnie, I am here to find you too. Over there. Than was admiring the scene, thinking, what a lucky girl to have such great sisters. It is like cheating when it comes to dating. But Trannak just brushed it off. You are still too young to understand the struggle of dealing with girls. A friend quipped, as if he had a ton of experience himself. Moments later, Little Depp caught someone she had snagged. Sister Unnie. Kaika, on the other hand, managed to escape but looked a bit annoyed about it. Trannak felt a surge of relief, thinking how lucky he was to be smart enough to bring little Diep along. Otherwise, things would have been a mess. Then he stood up and reminded Than. Oh right. Keep an eye on them for me. I will be back in a bit. As he walked over, he spotted Lamsine curled up in a corner and asked, Hey, is that you? How Nam? Lamsine replied, I am not Ho Nam anymore. I am now trotting Lamsine. What is it? The girl standing nearby screamed and cheered. We love you guys. Those four were known as the F4 of the school, Lamsine sighed, saying, the days of being a big shot in the underworld are long gone. Now it is just a joke. I might as well hang up my sword. Trannak encouraged him. It is just a trend. The F4 hype will fade soon. Let those other guys enjoy it while it lasts. He smiled and asked, by the way, Tratrung Lamsine, can you swim? Lamsine answered. Not really. Trannak muttered. You can T-swim. Looks like I owe you another one. How Nam? He shoved Lamsine into the lake and said, I will make it up to you later. Then he shouted. Teacher Tun. Come here quick. My friend fell into the water. Tun Theng Loi heard the call for help and rushed out, laughing and buttoning his shirt, asking, where? Trannak held a Than back and pointed to the lake, saying, over there. Hurry. Tun Theng Loi. My buddy is confused. Just standing there. Do not pull me in. I can go save him. He jumped in, reminding the students, do not jump in. Stay back. Tun Theng Loi quickly swam towards Lamsine. After a while, he managed to bring him to shore, saying, hang in there, buddy. Just when it was Tun Theng Loi's turn to climb out, he slipped. Luckily, Trannak caught him. Kaka rushed over, worried, asking, are you okay, Dad? Trannak raised his hand in praise. Teacher Tun is amazing. The surrounding students cheered. Teacher Tun rocks. Teacher Tun is the best. La Than was still puzzled. Why did not you let me jump in? Tun Theng Loi is older. Having another person would be safer. Trannak thought to himself. The cat's out of the bag now. My friend. Then he patted his buddy's shoulder and replied, Aye. Nothing will happen. Then he turned and waved. Lie done. Lon Tun ran over and asked. What is going on? Trannak said. Your house is in the commercial investment area. You must know some local media. Right. A few days later, the story of Tun Theng Loi saving someone made the front page of the city newspaper. Was also reported on TV. Teacher Tun Theng Loi at Than Ho Park. They even held a commendation ceremony for the exemplary teacher of Jiangning district. Tun Theng Loi. Back at Tun Theng Loi's house, a representative from the capital came to inform him. Teacher Tun. The headquarters has ordered me to keep you on board no matter what. They want you to take on the role of head teacher for the final year and also manage research work at the school and be the vice principal. This is equivalent to being the vice principal already. The contract is ready. You can sign anytime. Tun Theng Loi. Over 40. Suddenly found himself at the peak of his life. After school, Lamsine bought a lucky charm to wear around his neck as he stepped out the gate. He thought, every time I run into that jerk Trannak, it is like getting stabbed in the back. From now on, I will have to take the long way around. He spotted Ka. Is not her place in the dorm for school staff. This is not the direction to her home. Lamsine quietly followed, seeing her walk into Brother Loi's bike shop. Is she here to buy a bicycle? Inside, De Loi announced. He is out for lunch right now. At the noodle shop down the street. He should be back soon. Should I call him for you? Kaka quickly stepped outside and said. No need. I will go find him. Once outside, she suddenly remembered. I forgot to give Brother Loi the gift I bought him. If it were not for Trannak, I would not have this job. Lamsine felt cornered. It was game over. he had to use his ultimate move. He pretended to tie his shoelaces and muttered to himself, "Do not see me. Do not see me. Do not see me." But Kaka walked over and asked, "Do you remember my name? Haha. Your name's been making waves lately." Lam is in tears because you showed up with her dad's name. She wonders why he is here, hoping he is not stalking her. He quickly waves his hands. "Now, my place is nearby." In a nearby car, a bald guy asks, "Is that them?" The guy next to him replies, "Looks like it. The snitch in the store said so." As a student, there is this girl who always comes looking for him. It is these two. Without hesitation, they spring into action. The two guys get out, ordering, "Hurry up. Grab them." One guy grabs Hao and covers her mouth with a cloth. Shocked, exclaims, "Catch them." The guy in the car rolls down the window and asks, "I heard you are pretty popular and good at fighting." Lam thinks to himself, "Popular, good at fighting. My reputation as the notorious Tronkon Heiko Nam has spread throughout the district. I might not be in the underworld anymore, but I can just sit back." He points, shouting, "Don't mess around." The guy in the car demands, "Then get in." Lam thinks, "Tong Thung saved me once. I can just watch. Even though I am out of the game, I can abandon my brotherhood." He shouts, "You guys better back off." The guy in the car insists, "Then get in the car." The car drives off, leaving Ha's bag behind. A little later, Tron and NC returns from eating, asking, "Hey, Ence, you are back." He wonders, "Didn't Ha come with you? She came looking for you earlier. I told her you were eating noodles at the corner shop. She left. Did not she see you?" "Guess not." Travana replies, "I went to the supermarket to see if I could find her." A few minutes later, he realizes, this is Ha's bag. Tron and C bends down to pick up the bag, looking worried. Something bad must have happened to her. The scene shifts to a back alley of the underworld, where the car that grabbed Ha is parked. Sitting in the chair is Than Sen, greeting his followers. They bring in two people, and upon seeing Ha, he threatens, "Shut it. You think you can mess with me?" Meanwhile, Lam is confused. "Where are?" He gestures. "You are here now, so sit down." Lam takes a seat beside him, and Than Sen, holding a teacup, says, "First off, I am not impressed with you, honestly. It has been 20 years since I have taken such a big hit. I spent 15 days in the hospital, and my mom got pneumonia, almost lost her arm." Lam is bewildered. "Who is this guy? Why is he looking for me? I do not even know what is going on." He continues, "Even now, the stitches are not healed." "Kid, do not you have anything to say?" Lam awkwardly replies, "Drink more hot water," causing the old man to splutter. The goons, hearing this, jump in. "What a cocky brat. Hold him down and beat him up." Terrified, thinks, "Are they really going to kill me?" Than Sen wipes his mouth, signaling his men to stop. Then he picks up his cup and says, "Actually, we have not properly introduced ourselves." He introduces himself. "I am Than Sen, a respected figure in the underworld. You should honor me with the title of boss. By the way, what path have you been walking?" Lam scratches his head. "I am Tronheko Nam from the 8th middle school." Than Sen, shocked, thinks, "Tronho Nam. You think this old man has not seen a Hong Kong movie before?" He continued, "Since you are not talking, no rush. We will have time to get to know each other later. Bring it up here, and my guys will bring out a suitcase full of cash. This is just a small token of our meeting. 500,000. A gift for my brother. But I want to buy something." Lam was thinking, that is a lot of money, and there is a good deal like this. He laid down the condition. "All I need is one hand from the head of the gang, if you agree. The money is yours whenever you want it. In 3 days. You bring me the right hand of the gang leader." Lam panicked. "What the hell? One hand?" Dan repeated, "Just one hand." Kai was a bit shaky hearing him say that. "During these 3 days, I will need to trouble your beautiful friend to temporarily stay with me. Don't you worry. I really value rules. During this time, I will take good care of her. I promise she won't lose a single hair." 3 days later, you bring the hand to exchange for her. Lam was sweating bullets. What is this? Who is this gang leader? And one hand. Oh man. I have not even finished my homework yet. Wait a minute. Earlier he said Kao is his beautiful friend, so could it be? He swallowed hard. They must have mistaken me for someone else. If they find out, those goons in here will kill me. Maybe it too. So I have got to keep pretending. Lam was a bit shaky. But at this point, I might not even be able to stand. If this continues, I am done. He started to reason it out. That is right. Who did they mistake me for? Lam thought of Tran Nak and wondered how he could make the big boss treat him this seriously. Then turned to ask, "Are you sweating?" Brother. Why is your forehead so wet? Hearing this made him even more anxious. Am I about to be found out? Am I done? A little backstory. Truong Lamsign came from a pretty average family. His dad lost his job working for a taxi driver and trying to earn a little pocket money. His mom cleaned at the clothing market when he was little. Because of his family situation, he often got teased by his peers. Truong Lamsign played with toy cars, but he had none. His dad could not buy him any. His family was too poor. Not long after, he figured out a way to be tough without being looked down on. And that was to use violence. He started small fights. Damn it. Can't you watch where you are going? His gang cheered him on. Goat. Brother Truong hit him again. I have wanted to wipe that smug look off his face for a long time. Brother Truong calls it like it is. Black is black. White is white. You dare to talk back? Lam knew that behind everyone is back. They still looked down on him. Just a loser thug. But at least he would not be openly disrespected. The girls would whisper when they saw him. Look, Truong Lamsign just beat up Lam Thong. Lam Thong always made a move on the girls. This time, someone finally taught him a lesson. Another girl dismissed it. A bad guy gets what is coming. Neither of them are good. At 5 or 6 years old, he lost the only weapon he had against the world, which was violence. Useless anger could not change anything. A girl confessed her feelings to him, handing him a love letter. Truong Lamsign, I have liked you for 3 years. You are not a bad person, he replied coldly, but I do not like you. You are not my type, at that time. He thought, even though he had a slight liking, dating would probably cost a lot of money. Later, Lamsign met the girl he secretly loved, and he put on a mask again, carefully hiding the poor soul named Truong Lamsign. The girl named Truong Lam was born. His grad is Sunika, and his friend advised him. Truong Lam thought, what else to look at? She is the daughter of the education director. We can't reach that high. Then he told himself, from today on, I Honam. And that is my little girl. Fortunately, in the end, Honam could not protect his girl. Perhaps this was the only chance in his life to save her. He despised his life. Avoiding humiliation. After coming to terms with everything, Lam decided to speak up, asking for the drugs. He coldly flicked the lighter, then relaxed and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, 500,000 is not enough. Dan Sun laughed heartily. Good. You have got courage. And ambition. And you are still greedy. I like that spirit. Once you succeed, I will double that amount. Lam picked up the suitcase, then stood up and said, I am taking this case. 3 days from now, I will come to get her. Not a single strand of hair can be missing. He stepped in front of her and said, Kaika, do not worry. I will get you out. A promise is a promise. Hearing that word made her think of Tran Nak. After that, Lam left the mansion, thinking about Tran Nak. I have to find him right away. Lam noticed Tran Nak speeding in on his motorcycle. Seeing him stop, he walked over and called out to Tran Nak. Tran Nak asked, how did you know it was me? Lam thought to himself, even if you turned into a ghost, I would still recognize you. Lam handed over the money and said, they have kidnapped Sun Ka. An old man named Lai is their leader. They mistook me for you. And Kakai is okay for now. But they gave me 500,000 to buy the right hand of that guy with the weird head. Tranak asked, Kakai is in there. He nodded. For now, she is fine. Hearing Tranak tell him to go home, Lam stammered. What do I get out of this? Do we need to call the cops or find someone? He just instructed. Go home. The next steps are not something you should get involved in. Eho Nam. Inside, one of the goons held a knife to Kaka's throat and said, Boss, this girl is pretty cute. How about? Dansun replied. There are plenty of girls here. Is not that enough for you to cool off? In 2 days, get some guys to keep a close eye on that weird-headed guy. Bring some high-quality cameras. And once he makes a move, remember to capture it. One of the goons asked. Then what? And chuckled and replied. Then. Of course. We call the cops. We are good citizens who respect the law. He raised an eyebrow, thinking that getting Lao Thansun's affection would be easy. 500,000 yuan for one hand of that weird-headed guy. You also have to buy an additional 158 years of jail time for that guy, too. That is what I call fairness. Wait until that guy gets locked up. And then we will see how you want to play with his girl. The goons all cheered, as expected of the boss. So wise. Not like those brainless thugs who only know how to throw punches. The boss is amazing. The boss is clever. Dan Sun sat down and explained. Times have changed. If all you do is fight and chop, you won't get anywhere. Remember to exercise that little brain of yours when you have some downtime. Something outside startled him. Tran Nak, wearing a helmet, stood at the door. Dan Sun immediately asked. Eho Nam. You are back already. You even changed into the outfit you wore the first time we met. Tran Nak rotated his shoulder and replied. I was afraid of being recorded. Our last meeting was pretty rushed. I did not see the safe in my grandfather's building, but this time, it is behind his crypt. There should definitely be a safe there. Right. He smiled and admitted. I acknowledge you are good at fighting. But you are not the best fighter I have ever seen. Last time you caught me off guard. This time, all I have to do is shout, all 50 muscle-bound guys in this house are your enemies. And you think you can take them all on? He confidently sat there, tending to his cigarette, saying, I will show you. Just wait and see. Tron and Fee raised 2 fingers and said, 2 minutes. Let us see if you can finish that smoke before I throw these 2 guys out. Van Sen tilted his head back, exhaled a puff of smoke, and replied, that is bold. But I am wide awake now. The best fighter I have ever met was in a casino at 40. Involved in a jade smuggling deal in Myanmar. He was a bodyguard for a big boss. He closed his eyes and reminisced. Now that guy was a true master. The gang members immediately rallied. Brothers. His voice echoed. I saw that guy leap over walls like it was nothing. His punches, slicing through the air, one punch could splinter a stick as thick as a bowl. In the mineral-rich mountains of Myanmar, that master faced off against a dozen knife-wielding foes and sent them running like scared rabbits. But 2 years later, that big boss got ambushed in a mine. While the master was taken down by 2 guards with guns, beaten to a pulp, Van Sen took another drag and continued. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear knives and guns. Higher skills can still be taken out by a single bullet. What really matters now is power, connections, and brains. A law, no matter how tough, is just a knife waiting to be used. Just as he finished speaking, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Only he was left standing. The gang members were sprawled on the floor. Van Sen trembled, reaching for his coat, stammering, How could this happen? Tron and NC stepped forward, a man of stature. Obviously clever. Today, if he did not let him pull out the gun from his chest, he would not back down. Go on, pull the trigger. He challenged. Van Sen whipped out the gun, pulled the trigger, and shouted, Go die. But out of nowhere, Tron NC pinched the bullet between his fingers. He let him sit back down and continued. For some people, the rules of the game never change. Because they are the game. Trontané asked, Are you ready to concede? I'm giving you a chance to pull the trigger. I will even let you swing. But it's time to wrap this up. Your business is yours. My business is mine. But you know what to do. You are not dumb. Van Sen quickly replied. Right. From now on, you are the boss. Whatever you say goes, Trontané has declared. But that bullet that almost hit me earlier can just be brushed off. You will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. He placed a hand on Van Sen's thigh, and he winced in pain. Then Tron NC picked up Kakar and took her to the car, reassuring her, It is okay now. Do not be scared. Lam Sun watched from the side, thinking how he still had not done anything. Tron NC had to protect Tungka well. She was his girl. Kiekir hesitantly asked, Are you still Tron SS? You feel so different. I barely recognize you. He inquired, Is that a bad thing? He worriedly replied, There is good and bad. You used to give off such a dark vibe that kept people away. But now you shine so brightly. It is kind of scary. He asked. Scared of what? Kia clung to Tron NC and exclaimed. Earlier, I saw you take down a bunch of guys. When did you get so strong? Tron NC, what is going on with you? Why do I feel like you are drifting further away? You seem like this mysterious boss. Well, I am just an ordinary girl. I keep wondering what we will do in the future. Even if you are not into studying, and probably won't get into college. I like you. Just wait for me to get to college. When I have some free time, I will come visit your shop with Day Loy. After graduation, I will find a job close to you. And every day after work, I will be right there with you. I even imagined what it would be like visiting, with Tranak fixing bikes and Day Loy welcoming me. Ki is here. No more raising prices today. Go hang out with Kiach. When are you planning to get married? Don't waste the youth of someone else's daughter. I even imagined that if we got married, we would work hard to earn money, buy a small house, and live with Tu Deep. Then I would have a cute little baby just like TUDP. Then a tricky imagined us sharing a bed, asking each other, Why are not you sleeping? Why do you keep staring at me? I am scared I will forget you in the next life. I want to remember you clearly. No matter what you are in the next life, even if you are a puppy or a grasshopper, I will still find you. You are the real grasshopper. If we have some extra cash, we will stroll through the streets, catch a movie, and hold hands while wandering around the plaza, letting time pass until our hair turns gray. Even when we are old and forgetful, I will still remember you. Then in our old age, one of us leaning on a cane. Hey old man, are you still going to work with Day Loy today? Day Loy, who exactly is he? And who I am the one and only Ki Kai. Do you remember who I am? You are my Tran Nak. Back to reality. She is crying her eyes out, but right now, I can't even imagine a future with you anymore. After hearing that, Tran Nak sighed and slammed the brakes. Then he took off his helmet. turned around, and called out to her. Kei. He pulled her close and kissed her on the lips, catching Ketcha by surprise, her eyes wide open, unable to react. Trannak thought to himself, I will protect this simple life and your uncomplicated feelings with all my strength. Don't worry. When you wake up, I will still be the Trannak you once knew. So the two of them sat there, Heike resting her head on Trannak's shoulder. Drifting off, after a while, she slowly opened her eyes. She turned to him and said, Trannak, I had a dream where you became a legendary hero traveling far away. I was running after you, crying, but I just could not catch up. So sad. He gently wiped her tears and said, You silly. Keiko suddenly stood up. Confused, why am I here? I remember going to Deloya's shop to find you, Trannak replied. Don't you remember? You told me to take a break and enjoy the breeze. Then you fell asleep, she jolted and asked. Really? I do not remember anything at all. Oh no, I want to end up with old age amnesia. Well, I have decided. Starting today, I need to write a diary. Trannak put his helmet back on. And they both got on the bike. He said, Let us go home. Aki asked. Whose home? Yours or mine? Then she shrugged it off. Never mind, Trannak thought. Even hypnosis can't make someone completely forget. It just makes them temporarily lose a memory, as long as Lathan-san does not come looking for her. And nobody related triggers anything. Then Ikuke can forget today forever. But Anam should be hypnotized too, just in case he accidentally spills something to Kiech. A month later at Kim Lang International Airport, Lai Dainan was there to greet her mother on a visit, waving her hand excitedly. Then she ran over to hug her brother too. I missed you so much, her mother asked. Have you done what I asked? She replied. Yep. I talked to him. And we will invite him for dinner to thank him in person, Tu asked. So how's it going between you and him? Dinwan answered honestly. We are still just friends. Her mother looked a bit disappointed, meaning there is no progress. Oh well, let us just focus on preparing for tonight's party. That evening at a high-end venue, Dinwan and her mother stood there with a group of bodyguards. She noticed Trannak riding up on his bike and turned to her mom. Trannak is here. Upon seeing him, they all immediately bowed their heads. Tu said, his identity is sensitive, so I can't just go around making a scene. I can only have Dinun invite him. I hope you do not mind, Trannak said. Noticing people whispering, who is that? What is going on? Let us all head inside and talk. He continued. A VIP room had already been prepared for their meeting today. As Tu poured the drinks, he said, I heard from Lai that you do not like drinking local booze. So I had someone prepare some specialty white liquor from this region. I figured locals drinking local spirits would not be too awkward. Trannak smiled inwardly, thinking, this kind of hospitality means there is something they want from me. She handed Dinah a glass, saying, you should drink a little today. Then she turned to Trannak and offered him a glass. The three of them downed their drinks in one go. After finishing the shot, Dunwan waved her hand in front of her face, while her mother exclaimed, this white liquor from Hokut is really strong. Trannak sat there, still a bit stunned, having just chugged white liquor for the first time. What am I going to do if you two get drunk like this? Tu stood up again. Then the two of them knelt down and said, this drink is our way of thanking you for your kindness. Traditionally, a man should be here to express gratitude, but my son has not been well lately, so I could not bring him along. Trannak was startled and quickly waved his hand. There is no need for that. Tu insisted. But it is necessary. I heard from Laidine that you were the one who led the charge that day. You avenged my late husband's blood. This toast is to express our gratitude for avenging my husband. Besides, if you had not intervened, my family would have been completely wiped out. So this time, I came not only to thank you properly but also to discuss Dinayan's affairs with you. And Trannak stepped forward to help Tu up, saying, actually, I also have something I would like to discuss with you. Trannak was surprised, thinking, I was just about to ask her to bring Laidine back home. She continued, please let her come with you. I know we might be overstepping our bounds, but it is okay to serve under you, even if it means being your horse or your servant. This is our sincere offer. Please accept it. Hearing this, Dongyan looked a bit taken aback. What are you saying? Trannak asked. Are you sure you know what you just said? She replied. Trannak pressed further. Do you realize how ridiculous those words were? Do you understand? She remained sincere. I understand very well. Trannak asked again. Did you just say something outrageous? Tu answered. This is the only way I can repay this kindness. You helped her up and said, you do not need to do all that. Tranansi glanced at the lovely girl beside him, feeling a little weak in the knees. He poured himself a drink and downed it in one go. Tranansi set the glass down and said, I have received your thanks. Then he walked away, leaving the two of them calling after him. Tramanenses. He stepped out the door, waving goodbye. But Auntie was still persistent. Tron NCS. I am serious about this request. Please think it over. Tron NC slammed the door behind him, and she worried. Tron NC is angry now. Dino quite turned to call Yuma, but her mother scolded her loudly. You be quiet. The fragile girl immediately burst into tears. Auntie reached out and said, Don't blame your mom for being harsh. He then hugged his daughter and explained. Right now, our family is like a drifting lily pad. Since your dad passed, your mom is alone. Managing the family business is too difficult and dangerous. And you are still so young. Unless you mature, it will take at least another 10 years. Our family can't go on without support. And if you can't become his person, then just obediently return home with your mom. Mom will find a way to rely on a tycoon. Our background is not great, and those tycoons are out of our league. At the very least, this young man is interested in you. And you like him, too, Dina sobbed. But you do not have to offer me up like a piece of merchandise. Can't I just be with him as a regular girlfriend? Why do I have to sound like I am a lowly servant? She patted her daughter's head. You silly girl. He clearly does not intend to be with you. If he did, he would not have walked away that night without even leaving his name. If you had not been smart enough to remember that Chinese logo, you would not have found him. Auntie placed his hand on Dina's shoulder and said, We need him. So if we want to succeed, even if it means sacrificing our dignity and clinging on for dear life, we have to hold on tight. He concluded, For your brother, you have to make this happen. Scene shifts to a Karak bar. A playground for the wealthy, with luxury cars parked outside. Tall girls surrounded a rich guy, and a hostess was sending guests off, reminding them, Don't forget to come back next time. He slurred. Of course. Next time. Bring your sisters too. One of you is not enough. The young man felt the pressure, yearning inside, while Lumsun watched the girl send off customers. And the boss said, Remember what I said. Do not come back here acting all shy. Noticing a young man staring, the hostess did not seem too pleased. Lumsun stood up to head to the restroom, muttering to himself, This really is not my scene. A few girls pointed at him, whispering, Isn't he that Aunt Last's son? He looks pretty good. Do you like him? I already want to take him home. Way better than the little pups I have had before. What are you talking about? Look, he is blushing. A girl named Tiu who interrupted the conversation. Stop picking on him. You all see he is too shy to look over here. Another girl replied. Tai Yu hung. If you do not take the initiative, Tiu he will get ahead of you. Little has stepped forward, reminding Lamsen, the dutiful child, not to run around, to patiently wait in the living room for Auntie to finish work, and not to look around too much. She is still young, so she should not follow those lecherous old men. After that, they all left together, saying, Brother Wang is still waiting. While he swallowed hard, watching their figures fade away in the bathroom, the image of little Ha with her rounded chest kept flashing in Lam's son's mind, prompting him to splash water on his face to wake up. Stepping outside, he recalled her name Little Ha. Just as his mother came over calling for him, she said, You head home first. Some other people want to rent a room for an all-nighter tonight. I am staying late to clean up, and I might earn an extra 50 yuan. After I finish cleaning up in the morning, I will rest in the duty room. He handed his mother some water and cautioned her. Do not overdo it. You have been cleaning at the farmer's market for 3 days straight. You are coming back here tonight as a cleaner again. You need to rest properly. She replied, I'm not tired. You hurry home and sleep. You have school tomorrow. Stepping out of the shop, Lamson looked around and sighed. Being rich is really great. He heard his mom say the rental price for a private room here is way more than her monthly salary. He sat by the road smoking, glancing over, then stood up, wondering, what am I waiting for? Just then, he heard someone shout, Why did she run off? Stop her. A bald guy blocked Little Ha, saying, I knew you wanted to run away. What is it? You were having such a good time with me in that private room. I already gave you 2 portions of cash, and I told you to come with me today. Why are you trying to bail? This is just pathetic. Little Ha resisted. Brother Wang, my sister is here tonight, and I rushed back and forgot to tell you. Next time, I promise I will go with you. Okay. The guy did not listen and snapped back. Cut the sweet talk with me. I have booked a room with you for 3 days now, and every time you play this game with me, Little hurriedly explained. It is not what you think. Brother Wang, can we do it tomorrow instead? I will treat you to dinner. He tightened his grip on her arm and cursed. Get lost. You have already played me 3 times. You think it is funny to mess with me. If I do not handle you today, I won't have any face left. Then the old tiger grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away, calling her a filthy bitch while Little screamed. Brother Wang, Brother Wang, please do not. Just then, a guy who looked somewhat familiar tossed something right at the bald guy's face, and Lam Sun reached for Little his hand, pulling her as they both ran, saying, "Damn it." A few of the bald guy's lackeys yelled, "Damn it. Stop right there. Chase them down." Lam Sun and Little Ha found themselves surrounded as the old tiger stepped up, cursing, "No wonder you keep pushing and pulling with me. Turns out you have been raising a little wolf cub. Ah. Come here. Let us see who dares to get in my way." Little Ha pulled Lam Sun and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to die? This has nothing to do with you. Just go." Then she ran over to explain. "Big brother. I have no relationship with him. He is just in line for me. Don't take it out on him." All right. Can we just go get some late night food?" He replied. "What I say does not count. We have to see what Brother Wang has to say." You push him away. Tell him to scram. Is he dead or what? Not moving at all. This has nothing to do with him. Why is he getting involved? That guy is just stammering. The old tiger is approaching. Do not laugh mockingly. Oh man. That is quite the tough cookie. Let me see what your little wolf cub looks like. His eyes glinted, and the underling next to him asked, "Boss Wang, what is the plan? Are we going to deal with this guy?" His face suddenly changed, turning pale like milk, as he took a small step back. Then he stammered at his underling. "What the hell? Why are we even dealing with this? All day long. Just dealing with stuff," he thought to himself. Oh man. Why is it this little killer? That day in the brothel, I personally saw this kid take down over 70 people and completely cripple the gang leader's legs. The old tiger knelt down. "Dude. Sorry. I seriously did not recognize you earlier. My bad. It is all a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea the little brat was following you. I was wrong. I will leave right now." Lam Sun coldly asked, "Do you know me?" He bowed his head and replied, "Of course I know you. I mean, I did not used to. Now, how could I not know you? Brother Honam. You are Brother Honam. Right. I was wrong. I want to do it again." Then he turned and ran, reminding his underling. "You want to die or what?" Lam Sun was still confused, wondering what just happened. What is going on here? Has Brother Honam's name reached this level already? Xiaohe stepped forward and asked, "Who exactly are you?" You can answer that. He stood there dazed, thinking, I am actually a bit confused about who I really am too. The sky in Jiangning suddenly cracked with thunder. It started to rain. The two were riding a bike, and Xiaohe leaned against Lam Sun's shoulder, saying, "Take me home." Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door. Trannak opened it to find Dine Ein outside, and upon seeing her, he asked, "It is so late. Did your mom send you here?" She nodded. Then she said, "I wanted to come too." Trannak pulled Dine Ein inside and asked, "You did not run through the rain to get here, did you?" "Where's the driver?" She replied. "The driver dropped me off, but when we got to the entrance, I did not dare go up, so I waited down there for a long time." He took out his stuff and handed it to Dine Ein, saying, "Walking around in the rain, are you crazy? Go take a shower and change your clothes." After Trannak returned from Dine and her mom, he sat there eating instant noodles, regretting it hard, a whole table of food untouched, just 2 cups of wine downed, and he still ended up leaving. Damn. What is this even called? After Dine Ein finished showering, she put on Trannak's clothes, the slightly oversized shirt accentuating her alluring figure. The shirt turned into a dress, and as she stepped out, she thought to herself, the words my mom said tonight must have made him look down on me. He was eating noodles and said, "What are you standing there for? Come sit here." Then he handed her an apple and told her to eat. Trannak turned to her softly. "Tonight, just forget what my mom said. Okay." Dine Ein looked a bit shy. But mom said, "If I can stay with you, I have to go back with her." He looked over and replied, "Going back is fine too. My staying in this country is not a long-term plan anyway." Hearing this, Dine Ein cried out, "Is it that you do not want me by your side? You do not like me but like that other girl, right? You want to kick me out, do not you?" She continued, "Mom said if you do not need me, she will just give me away to a tycoon." Trannak ruffled her hair. "You are all grown up now. Why are you crying like a baby? Then you should trick your mom. Tell her you have already followed me." Dine Ein sniffled. "Why do you call it tricking? Why can't I just be your woman?" Outside in the hallway, it just so happened that Lam Sun and Tiuhu had just arrived, and as she opened the door, he heard a girl crying from the room across. Tron and Si was trying to comfort, saying that crying at midnight would disturb everyone. But Dine Ein kept sobbing loudly. "I am really heartbroken. I will cry a little more." Lam Sun muttered outside, "A playboy making women cry." Then he turned to Tiuhu and said, "I am heading home now." Just as he turned to leave, she called out, "Wait." Lam Sun turned, looking confused. "Is something wrong?" Tiuhu suddenly ran up and kissed him. Then she winked as she entered the room. Thanks. Next time take me home. I will invite you in. Good night. Lumsun blushed and waved goodbye to her. Getting a kiss from a girl made him pumped. And he raised his fist, shouting loudly in excitement. While shouting, feeling too hyped, Lumsun accidentally slammed into Tronen's door. Inside, he scolded Dean Kine. Look what you have done. Now you have disturbed everyone. As he opened the door, the guy bolted. Tronensi watched him go. That back looked too familiar. He turned back to Dina Kine. Have you stopped crying? I will take you home. But she hesitated. Can I stay just a bit longer? Then she added, Mom asked me so many questions today. Wondering how long I have been here and how far we have gone. How do I even answer that? I told her I was practicing my commands. She clenched her fists on her lap, asking, if I go home tonight, she will definitely ask even more. And I really do not want to hear it. Can I stay here tonight? Tron NC pointed to the room behind him. You can sleep in Tu Dipe's room. She is at school and won't be back until the weekend. He thought to himself, stubborn little firefly. Still just as headstrong as in the past. Dean Ion stood up and called out, oh, before eagerly rushing into Tron Nce's room and quickly sitting on his bed. Tron Nce crossed his arms, asking, is this all what your mom taught you? Dean Ion stammered. Tron Nce pressed on. Is it? She said a bit harshly. So what? Oh, why do not you like me? I am not a child anymore. I am not going to give birth. Do not you want to sleep with me? Tron Nce remembered in his past life. The little firefly had also asked him, am I not pretty enough? Why do not you want to sleep with me? He moved closer to the bed. Fine then. Tron Nce hunched over. Dean Ion closed her eyes, thinking, Oppa will be very gentle. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Puzzled. What is Oppa doing? Why has not it started? She saw Tron Nce doing something. He stood up, dusting off his hands. All done. Dean Hein got tangled up in the sheets, screaming, what do you want? Oh. Tron Nce stood there saying, do not scream. Just sleep peacefully tonight. If you keep yelling and moving around, I will toss you out the window and hang you up with a rope. Then came a back and forth conversation in the dark. Oh, am I not pretty? Why do not you like me? Some feelings run deeper than just liking. Like love. Sleep now. Oh, just say it. Oh, you are pretending to sleep, are not you? The next morning, Dean Ian stepped into the garden facing Tron and Ness, and he asked, up already? Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. Then come back. She ran to hug his arm. But her mom was really sharp. Nothing happened last night, and I was afraid she would not believe me. I do not want to go back, Trumpanancy told her. This is a good plan. I turned around. It is going to hurt a bit. Just bear with it. Then he playfully slapped her on the butt. And Dean Umpine blushed, letting out a soft yelp. Oh, that hurt. She rubbed her butt and complained. Why did you have to hit me like that? Looking at his hand, he recalled that the feeling in his hand had not changed. In his past life, he had definitely scolded little fireflies more than a few times. He turned to her with a smile. If mom sees your hand on your butt, she will understand. And you might want to add another one for good measure. Do you usually get hurt when you go home to see mom? Just pretend a little. Dino Kine wondered. Well, Tronans replied. You will understand this later. On Wednesday afternoon, Tu Deep stepped out of the gate politely. Hello, teacher. And the teacher gently replied. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great weekend. And do not forget to do your homework. The music played, and I worried I might accidentally fall for you. Too scared to get closer. Earlier, the girl's teacher had warned. Tu Deep seems a little more grown up now. Do not let her watch any age-inappropriate movies at home. Atronancy understood the issue back then. Yep. Teacher. I will definitely pay more attention. He decided he needed to lock the TV remote away. With the phone, he received a call from the kid. Tronancy answered, asking, what is it? Did you manage to trick your mom? D9 sounded anxious and scared. Oh. Hurry up. Something's happened to mom. He hung up, worry etched on his face. Thinking, why did Kong suddenly have an issue? Did he force her to go to extra classes? Right now, Tonanthing Lai was busy at school and not home, so he could only temporarily leave Taiwu Deep at home. Then he told the girl, Taiwu Deep, today I am taking you somewhere really cool, but I will be a little late to pick you up. Okay. Tu Deep obediently agreed. He then headed to a high-end hotel and walked to room 888, where two bodyguards stood at the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Kong lying there and asked, what happened? D9 replied, Mom finished her shower and rested during lunch, but by afternoon, she did not wake up and suddenly had a high fever. The doctor came but could not find the cause. Tron NC bent down to observe, breathing erratically, and there was a strange smell in the room. Why is that? He looked around and asked, did you disinfect this room? I will check the bathroom. Tron NCT dipped a cotton swab in the shower head and brought it to his nose. Indeed, was poison. He turned back to Dean Klein and said, someone poisoned her. This stuff dissolves in water. It was secretly applied to the shower head. When hot water was turned on, it would dilute the poison, allowing it to seep into her body. She worriedly asked, so what do we do now? Oh, he reassured her. Don't worry. Your mom's condition is not serious right now. As long as she avoids toxic substances, she can recover gradually. With me here, nothing will happen to her, Trannak instructed. But this had to be done discreetly. From now on, aside from family, do not trust anyone, including the guards assigned to us. Danine nodded. I only trust you. My dad, she asked. So who exactly wants to harm my mom? He replied. That is something I need to figure out. Trannak walked away, reminding Danine to take good care of her mother, while he went off to take care of some business. Stepped downstairs, cracked open a Coke, and pondered. The assassination method involves slow-acting poison to ensure success. They would definitely leave something to monitor the target's every move, so if anything unexpected came up, it would be easy to adjust. That points to the two most suspicious guards. But after the incident with the Prime Minister, Kuang An too would definitely be smart enough not to trust anyone with an unclear background. Trannak looked up, certain that the hotel floors opposite were ideal for an assassination attempt, likely hiding between the 8th and 10th floors. After 10 minutes, he stood outside a room with a for rent sign, dialing the number. He thought, this is the only place left. Other rooms were either occupied by businesses or under renovation, and this one had the perfect angle to keep an eye on Kuang An to an ideal spot. Trannak reached for the doorknob and focused his energy. He pushed the door open and announced, gotcha. There is a little tube right here. Suddenly, a short spear lunged straight at him. Trannak dodged continuously, even as the attacker kept throwing deadly strikes. You gave him a swift smack across the neck, sending him reeling. A thin trail of blood appeared on the neck of that assassin. He clutched his neck and asked, who are you? Trana Nens recognized that high-pitched voice. It was definitely a southern accent. You smiled and replied, I am just a wandering soul. While he sat there, cursing up a storm. One moment you told him to cool down, and the next, you were showcasing your skills. 10 minutes later, that guy was sprawled out on the floor, completely out of it. Tron NC felt a bit disappointed after searching him. What bad luck is this? Didn't find anything useful at all, just a fake passport and a hotel keycard. But hopefully, he left something good at the hotel. Inside the motel, Tron NC sat there, holding a USB drive. You examined it and said, looks like everything is coming full circle. As a familiar symbol appeared on the USB on the screen, the words flashed. Official commission. Seeking to purchase a massive white substance. Bigger is better. Willing to pay top dollar. Tron Nens logged in and said, this dark web is truly a blast from the past. In the underground world, superhumans are ranked in 5 tiers based on their strength. In his previous life, Trononahi was a level 5 manipulator. The bizarre white market hired high-paying security consultants at a salary of 10 million a year, just one task a year, helping the site deal with potential threats. Back then, the boss handed you a bag and said, here is 10 million and the site's gold account. Let us work together. Took it. But compared to the premium gold account, Tron NC preferred the black market sub-account that Fise had purchased. Back in the present, your username was Daofeng 458 bland and unoriginal. Time for a change. How about the Soul Arsonist? You could tell he was a handsome Duval. And let us add on another 2 million. The computer screen lit up with details. Idaho the Soul Arsonist. Black account tier. Balance 2 million USD. Withdraw and transfer options available. Commission type. Assassination. Target. TA. Basic info on the target and completion standards. Target must be dead. Commission time. 15 days. 11 days left. Reward. 500,000 USD. Mission level. Primary. Mission status. Incomplete. Tron and C murmured. Only 11 days left for Cog and T as mission. During this time, it can't be commissioned to anyone else. Aki and T is temporarily safe. You declared. Alright. Underground citizens. Your spam king has returned. Time to catch some big fish and find weapons with uranium levels of 97%. Need over. Dare to buy at 500,000 US per pound. Dememi. Soul-burning arsonist. Sofa. GOG might be fishing for big ones. Are you crazy? The Blade of Leviathan. Intelligence consulting. Heard that the Foggy Country is preparing to build a new military prison in Guantanamo Bay. Anyone got specific info? Dememi. Can trade for intel of equal value. Soul-burning arsonist. Planning to raid a prison. Hey kid. Do not take the wrong path into crime. Through 02. Intelligence consulting. A spatial commander level powerhouse. Queen Tin left no mark at London Tower. suspected to be challenging the Loyal Knight Order. The Loyal Knight Order is set to become the second A-list organization eradicated in the Fallen Queen's legacy. Soul-burning arsonist. No one invited me here. Just landed. Still in the US. Any updates about that old lady Queen Tin are not worth gossiping about. Ngo is the man of the era. Private trust. Scandalous file of the foggy country's presidential candidate. Video of men and women. The 1-minute video is unnecessary. Looking to buy the update. Soul-burning arsonist. Do not quite get it. I have a friend who also wants to check out that 1 minute 30 seconds clip. You are still busy typing away. Then a message popped up on the notice board. Someone replied to your comment. Knack recognized it as a gold tier big shot. Also a past life grudge. Keep typing. Soul-burning arsonist. No one invited me here. Just landed. Still in the US. Any update from that old lady Queen Tin is not worth listening to. Queen Tin. Damn. Who calls anyone old? Soul-burning arsonist. If someone pretends, I will call them out. Queen Tin. Are you sick? Soul-burning arsonist. You got the drugs? Queen Tin. I will beat someone to death. Soul-burning arsonist. Come here. Come bite me. Old lady. You are the classic keyboard warrior. Typing away while laughing maniacally. Queen Tin. You wait there. Soul-burning arsonist. This kind of request is a first for me. What do you want? Just lying in wait. Also, what position do you prefer? I know them all. Somewhere in a castle. A furious scream echoed. The one shouting was none other than Queen Tin. No. It's eat. She shot wildly, then screamed. I want to dissect you. A little girl ran up asking. Teacher. Why is the queen so angry? TT replied. Some jerk offended me on that damn weird public web. But due to the site's security protocols, I could not find the name. This girl's name is Dahu Bai, a fish eradicator. Drinking milk while saying, it is very simple. There is a way. Let me break it down for you. The little class of Chanins. As everyone knows, the internet is a multi-layered structure, divided into the surface web and the deep web, with the dark web often seen as a subset of the deep web, which either is the most mysterious dark website, requiring a specialist to log in. The color of the US comes in black, silver, and gold. Depending on the user's rank, this site has 3 major characteristics. First, it boasts ultra-high security, absolutely revealing no customer information. TITA calls the dark web, which offering 10 million, plus personally capturing a giant bitch text. I want the data on the scumbag who has been burning the souls of young girls. And the response is, don't try to outsmart me with rules. That is a no-go. Second, it is powerful. The tech team is top-notch, along with sky-high consultant fees. They are not easy to breach. And they want to hire you as a security consultant. Tronentic says they want a two-faced guy, throwing money to eliminate threats while casually recruiting more hands. The third aspect is aesthetics. The website design has not changed in 10 years. And the operators are completely obsessed with bitch TX. The official commission is looking to buy the biggest bitch taste possible, offering high prices. And the login task needs careful consideration. That is why people love to stash their cash on this site, because it is safer than any bank. Unfortunately, if we could just hack in, do not lose hope, boss. All the money we make goes to you. In a past life, on December 23, 2021, in some small town on the west coast of Maple Leaf Land, a girl in a red dress and white hair sat there. On the other end of the line, the final words of a man were announced. Everyone, be quiet. In the next life, see you again. She sighed. All right, we are on a mission. Let us not waste time. Holding the phone, her eyes filled with sadness. He is really dead, and he still like calling me Naji Uhu. I hate that name. This is Nanju at 20. Zihu sits there, grinding ink, saying, people like you create a lot of karma, then hide here drawing, wanting to let go of pain to become a Buddha. But in this world, nothing comes easy. Of course, I do not want to be a righteous messenger. Killing comes with a price. A small job for $1 million. I will gladly take it. The man kneeling beneath trembles. You can ask for any amount. Just do not kill me. He remains cold, picks up a pen, and writes, for the rich, those who defraud billions domestically. If it is not me today, a few tens of millions could save a life. Naziu has a sharp gaze, but not on my watch. She scribbles a few words on paper and says, Yama takes the dead. I am in charge of collecting souls. Then she points a gun at him. When you reach hell, remember me. I am Yama's soul collector. Back in the car, she speeds off. The small vehicle races down the coastal highway with the music blaring. Then the phone buzzes. Nihizu. Obli. She stares at her phone, musing. Why is Thansen with someone to admire the cherry blossoms? But Thansen has long moved on. Suddenly, the car plunges into the sea, slowly sinking amidst the echoes of past voices. Nais is Dubu. Or just call me Nechu from now on. It is not that great either. No need. You need me? Yama's subordinates can be without a bullhead. Who is the code master? We will figure it out when the right person comes along. Back in this life, Deep is sitting at her computer typing away. While the audience watches this, Teet stands beside her, grinning from ear to ear, truly the smartest student. The one who ignites the souls of young girls. On a quest to buy the elusive photo of the Queen of Spirits. Does not dare to ask for a full 10,000 Jeff. If you have it, message privately. Cam, our brave warrior is wishing you long life. It is fine. So why not eat something better? The snow tea garden is full. Can I say I want to see it too? The Iron Princess. Always feels like you have a crush on the queen. Twisting and turning. Your buddy with the notes. Want to see too? Oh come on. Go ahead and fall in love. Fall in love. Fall in love. Helen why? Someone as charming as you must definitely be a girl. The one who ignites the souls of young girls just snagged a post. This is the best clue ever. So much win. Do I have a photo of the Queen of Spirits? But 10,000 Jeff is not enough. If you are serious, let us negotiate. The one who ignites the souls of young girls. Am I the fool or are you? It is supposed to be the photo of the Queen of Spirits. How could it possibly leak? Your fishing skills are terrible. Old hag. The one who ignites the souls of young girls. Block this. No thanks. Ivan. The enemy of the Queen of Spirits. I do not trust that woman either. I have a plan. If you want to chat. The one who ignites the souls of young girls. Your fishing skills have been rusty for too long, go practice. I am blocking you, Dipe said. I am using two little nudges to blatantly fish for information. Hinting at him his deception skills are pretty low. Super easy to see through and counter. So he will let his guard down. Next, based on the comments he replies to, I will add 4 new posts, including discussions on assassination, intelligence exchanges on open armaments, analyzing the power development of the commanding officer, and one related to decoding the abilities of missing superhumans from recent years. Finally, this guy appears in the assassination post, suspecting he is very likely a fake operative, the bloodline of Dracula. How could one use mental power to control the blood flow in the target's body, thereby causing reasonable damage to the heart valves? Thus, the target is assassinated without being on guard. The one who ignites the souls of young girls. Assuming the target has a history of cardiovascular issues, the difficulty of the assassination mission will decrease. Just leverage the mental power to control the magnetic field. Simulate the small magnetic resonance effect to alter the structure of the heart. Bloodline of Dracula. Buddy. Fellow practitioner. Let us privately discuss this. The one who ignites the souls of young girls. Okay, let us chat privately. The two girls exchanged a big laugh. They have taken the bait, Diep continued. Not so, teacher. But we have successfully approached the target, clenching her fists, thinking of ways to trick him into giving personal information. Then I will definitely find this guy and crack his skull, the girl replied. Yep. But everyone's online identities are tightly guarded. Everyone's very cautious. To trick someone into giving real-life information takes time. Just using a little bait he is already biting. I do not know if I am too clever or he is too dumb. Diep continued. I will just keep this up. Slowly let him think he is met a fellow practitioner and let his guard down. At most it will take 1-2 months. Let us keep brainstorming ways to execute the mission. See if he bites. Agreed. That is great. You are on the clock. Need to head out soon. There is a very interesting kid I have to check out. Who knows? I might get another disciple. A notification pops up. Someone replied to your comment. Deep's eyes widened. He replied to me. Dracula's bloodline. My friend. The idea of using conscious power to create a small magnetic resonance is brilliant. But when it comes to compressing that energy into a small space, can we discuss this? The soul-burning bastard who preys on young girls. Of course we can. But when are you sending me the risky photo of the Queen of the Weavers? The girl stands up, pulls out her gun, and shoots at her laptop. Cursing, this damn jerk. How did he see right through me? The scene shifts to Tranak's place. After a bit of epic keyboard warrior action, he sits back, stretching, and says, oh dear. Dear girl, even if you were to reincarnate, your grandpa would still be your grandpa. I know almost everything about your Niklon. Timing it right. The little girl is now 9. So she must have just become the Queen of the Weavers, disciple for less than a year. He mumbled. What about the Queen Jing? Then he remembered that plump soul looking at his hands. Feeling those hands that still had others reminiscing about home, he then went to pick up little Dipe from Day Loy, saying, Hey bro, I am bothering you today. Is little Depp behaving? Day Loy patted her head and replied. Very well. When I was young, I did not misbehave, and by now, she must have grown up a bit. Knack, I want to ask you for something, he then awkwardly said. I want to adopt little Deep, seeing Trannak balling his fists. Dayloy quickly explained. I do not mean it like that. I just really like little Dipe. She can call me dad. And you can still call me bro, let us keep it clear. Trannak threw his bag at Dayloy's face, who stubbornly persisted. No way. If she calls me dad, I will call you old man, and we will be even. He then took his sister home and told her, "Say goodbye to Uncle Loy. And goodbye to Uncle Baldy." Daloy shouted, "Knack, bring little Depp to play sometime." "Okay," he thought to himself. "Looks like little Dipe really likes bro. It will be convenient to leave her with him later." Siblings walked and chatted. "Why is your bag so heavy? What is in it?" "A laptop." "What is a laptop?" "It is a type of computer." "Where did you get it?" "Someone sponsored it." The next morning, during the second gym class, Kaka sat there thinking, "Why did I dream about kissing Tran Nak by the river the other day? It felt so real." She looked at Tran Nak's lips lying there, thinking that kissing him must feel like that. Right, then she felt a bit regretful. Ever since they started extra classes, they could not be together on weekends. She reminded herself, "I need to be more proactive. I have to make Tran Nak my boyfriend. I can't let someone else get to him first." Blushing, she turned to him. "My dad is on a business trip today, so he is not home." Tran Nak sat up and replied, "You say that, but I am not going to take advantage." Kaka sighed, "But I am here for extra literature classes. Listening to lectures." Tran Nak schemed, "If I go with you," Kaka added, "I still have to study." He looked at her earnestly. "It is. Just seeing you is enough." The scene shifts to teacher Tang Jiang's house. He opened the door with a smile. "Ka. You are here right on time again." She replied, "Your house is on the 3rd floor. Mine is on the 5th, so of course, I have to be on time." Tran Nak stood beside her, also smiling politely. "Hello, teacher." Teacher Tang looked at him and asked, "Are you Tran Nak? What are you doing here?" He thought to himself, the famous kid in school. Quite bold to chase after Kaka all the way here. I am still too polite to let this little brat get too comfortable." He quickly said, "I heard Ka say you are giving extra classes. So I came to check in and also to wish you a happy Dragon Boat Festival." Teacher Tang thought, Dragon Boat Festival. It is the 10th day of the 4th month. Then he asked directly, "Tran Nak, just say it. Speak freely." Stepping into the kitchen, Tran Nak boldly said, "Teacher, I thought you would be coming to our class next year. I heard from Kaka that you teach exceptionally well. And I want to learn from you." He gently pulled out an envelope from his pocket and continued, "Can you check this out? Can I study with you?" Then he turned back outside. "Right. Kaika. But I forgot to ask you." The teacher held the envelope in his hand, pondering. This kid is quick on his feet. This envelope is thicker than those of a few other students. What is going on? This kid clearly has ulterior motives. Then, in a class of 4, the teacher said, "Let us start learning. Today, Tran Nak will join us for some extra lessons." Tran Nak, do you have your literature book and workbook? He immediately scooted closer to Kakai and replied, "No worries. I can share a workbook with Ka." A few minutes later, the teacher was explaining the lesson. Everyone understands the meanings of the words. Right. Now, let us have everyone use one of these words in a sentence and explain its meaning. A boy wearing glasses said. The word ku means an upward action. It was Kake's turn. Ku and ku trong nun kan also refers to an upward action. Tran Nak looked at her and said, "Hyuntu?" And the teacher thought to himself, "What are you looking at Ka for?" He asked. "What about the word tong, bat tong the ngh? Lun nun tong gan." Tran Nak looked at Ka and said, "Tong ken is." The teacher felt a bit annoyed. The word bech is a color. Clear, pure, and has many meanings. Tran Nak, if you dare say Buchu de Lao, you can leave, he gently replied. Red cheeks. Pink lips. While he was teaching, someone knocked on the door. He stepped out to open it. It turned out to be the father of Truong Lam's son, who brought a gift bag and politely said, "I am really sorry. Teacher, I do not expect much. As long as my boy passes the entrance exam, I will be at ease," he said, receiving the gift with a smile. "No need to be so polite." Then, Truong told Lam's son, "Study hard. Got it. If you do not listen, I will knock some sense into you." The teacher said to him, "Come in. Do not just stand there. Take a seat." He thought, now there are already 5 students. I can only let this kid sit with someone. Lam's son was worried. Oh man. I am stuck being classmates with this jerk. Meanwhile, Tran Nak was the complete opposite. How Nam. You are truly my lucky star. A blessing from above. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Teacher, can you let him sit here? I can squeeze in a bit." The teacher could only hold his head in disbelief. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tran Nak pretended to ask softly. How Nam. Are you here for extra lessons too? Have you eaten yet? This is about defining terms. Right. How Nam. Teach me how to draw like a rapper. Inside. He thought. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. After class, the teacher stood at the door, reminding everyone. Kaika. Study hard and pay attention to your reading comprehension. Okay. Lam sign. You should work on your basics. Practice more with classical poetry. And memorize your lessons to boost your scores a bit. The two students were following the two of them, pulling at their basic knowledge. It came to Tran Nak. He paused a bit, confidently asking, "Teacher, what should I pay attention to?" He patted his shoulder and advised, "Just remember to be safe on your way home." Tran Nak followed Ho Nam and asked, "How Nam? Are you heading home now? Are we on the same route?" Lam Sun, hot-headed as always, answered, "No way. You are still haunting me." He had not even said where he was going, and he already said they were not on the same path. "How Nam? Do you not like me or something? This is not good. Last time you tripped and hurt your leg. It is all your fault. I was just trying to help," he thought to himself. "I should be thanking you." Then he took off running, and Tran Nen stood there shouting after him, "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Lam Sun, panting, thought to himself. Even if he could shake off that annoying guy, he could not quite grasp why, when he used to just dislike him. Now he felt this weird fear whenever he saw him. He thought to himself. It was like a voice inside him was warning. This guy. Can't mess with him. Can't play around. Just then, Tran Onunfi rode up on his motorcycle. He hit the brakes hard and turned to Lam Sun. "Get on. I will take you for a ride." He saw the bike that he admired. Damn. It was that super cool motorcycle from before. Lam Sun got on the bike, and Tran Onunfi reminded him, "Hold on tight. We are about to speed up. Just feel that rush and do not fall off." Then he wrapped his arms around him, thinking, "Oh man, this is so embarrassing." Lam Sun could only wish he had a motorcycle like this, to take little Heo on endless adventures. They arrived at the Carrick place from before, and Tran Onunfi asked, "What are you doing here at midnight?" Lam Sun replied honestly, "My mom works here as a cleaner. I came to pick her up." "What time does your mom finish?" In a bit Tran Onunfi thought about the kidnapping incident from before. Ho Nam had helped out, and he owed him for that. Ever since that event, his memories had been hazy due to hypnosis. The two of them chatted about motorcycles. "I like bike." "Yeah. What do you prefer, a sleek ride or a fierce beast?" "The sleek ones look so good. Can you ride?" "A little. I have ridden my uncle's, but I am not super skilled." He tossed a helmet to Lam Sun and said, "Try it out. If you crash, meat is on." Tran End mentally calculated. "Okay, that is 1 favor repaid, 2 for school, 1 for the park, and 1 for the street. 3 favors in total." Half an hour later, Lam Sun finished his ride and stretched, exclaiming, "Damn, that was awesome. I am hooked." Then he turned to Tran Ness. "Thanks for letting me ride your bike. It must be super expensive." Tran Tane asked, "Do you like it? If you do, I will let you borrow it for a bit." Hearing this, Lam Sun was taken aback. "What did you just say? Aren't you worried I will break it?" Tran Nc unzipped his jacket. "Almost forgot. If you are going to borrow it, you have to take the whole set. Here, I will lend you the whole thing. Just crash the bike, and as long as you are okay, we are good." Lam Sun was a bit confused and asked, "Wait. Traman says, why are you suddenly being so nice? We had a misunderstanding before." He patted Lam Sun on the shoulder and said, "I told you. It was a misunderstanding. Now that it is cleared up, we are friends. From today on, we are buddies. You can use the bike, but be safe out there." Lam Sun was over the moon. Tran and Si walked away, glancing back with a smile, thinking, "Ho Nam. Your hopeful gaze does not look like you are picking up your mom. It looks like you are secretly being nice to some girl." He zipped up his jacket and threw on a helmet, looking super cool. Lam Sun felt like a total boss, thinking, "I am just like that gorgeous guy in the movies." Suddenly, from a distance, he heard screams of a group chasing after little He, yelling threats. "Run. Keep running. I have heard this guy is gonna take you down." Lam Sun immediately recognized it was little He. Seeing her as if she was a savior, she rushed over to Lam Sun, and he quickly said, "What is going on?" She replied in a panic, "Ho Nam. Someone is bullying me. We need to get out of here." Seeing little He freeze, the leader of those thugs thought someone was coming to help and shouted, "You little brat, still trying to run. Thanks for the delivery." Suddenly, he realized something that froze him to the bone, his hands trembling. The thugs who had been with him had already split long ago, leaving Vi being all alone. He stammered and exclaimed, "A black helmet, a black jacket, black gloves." Lam Sun strode up, booming with authority, demanding to know who the bully of Taihu was. Terrified, he stuttered, "I am." Seeing the guy struggle to find his words, he snapped, "Speak up a little louder. With that helmet on, I can't hear a thing." At that moment, Zi being suddenly recalled an encounter with Tran Ns, where he got smacked again just for mumbling, "If his answer does not please me, it is going to be too quiet." From his past experience, This time he knelt down, shouting at the top of his lungs. Okay. Zabing. 29. A criminal. Did 2 years for hurting someone. Is this loud enough for you? Bro. Please let me off this time. I swear I had no clue this girl was yours. His desperate attitude took Lam Sine by surprise, leaving him frozen in thought. Why was he reacting so intensely? This only made Ji Bang more anxious. Oh no. He was not saying anything, definitely calculating his next move. Out of options, Zi Beng decided to take a risk. Alright, this is all I can do, he thought, grabbing a bottle and smashing it against his head, yelling, Big bro, I was wrong. How about this? Can you hear me now? I just beg you to hit me softly. Lam Sun could not believe his eyes. Long was deep in thought, realizing how things had changed. Before, it was all about those punks beating others up, and now it was about self-inflicted pain. If he ends up in the hospital begging for sympathy, It was odd that he did not react to this madness. So Lam said, You can go now. And Li Bang was just waiting for those words. I am leaving. Everyone is leaving. He turned around but found no teammates and cursed. Damn it. Where are you guys? You two cowards sure can run fast. The heroic act from earlier had left Tu Wu deeply impressed. She moved closer to him and said, Eho Nam, take me home. Can I come into your room today? Hearing this, his face turned beet red as he stammered. Into the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, at a large international hotel, a tense conversation was taking place. Kufa Ho, looking shocked, said, Bro, that outfit is insane. You are saying even bullets can touch you. What kind of monster are we dealing with? Van Sun chimed in. Exactly. Not human at all. You see why I have been keeping my distance. Even for revenge, I did not dare approach. Hearing this, Kuf Ho thought to himself, a black helmet, a black jacket, black gloves. Looks like my building's too smart for its own good. Suddenly, Ku Ho's phone buzzed, and he picked it up. Annoyed. What is it? Zaibing. You are looking for me with that getup. Is it urgent? Zaibing's panicked voice came through. Boss, I ran into that kid. The one who stole our company and knocked a few people over. He was wearing a helmet and riding a motorcycle. I have no idea how to track him down. Boss, are we going to get revenge? We can take the whole company to take him down. I do not believe we can beat him. Those words from that damn kid drove Kuf Ho mad. He shouted into the phone. Fight. What the hell are you talking about? If you are looking for trouble, do not drag me into it. No matter where you are, get back here now. Transitioning to Tiyuhi's house. She brought Lam's son here to express her gratitude by offering her body for saving her from those thugs. The two of them melted into each other, savoring the intoxicating thrill of passionate kisses. It seemed that in their euphoric state, Lam's son became a bit aggressive, prompting Xiaoha to remind him. Wait, are you a wolf or something? So fierce. Wanting to devour me whole. He stammered. Sorry about that, but that did not mean she did not enjoy it. She planted another kiss on him and said, You are forgiven. What is your name? Lam's son quickly replied. Zhang Lam. Xiaoha introduced herself. I'm Kuhu, but I prefer being called Xiaoha. Sounds fresh and clean. Right. You are quite the charmer. Wangji was the one who scared her off last time. And it seems that this time it is the same story. Wangji is from the Qiao National Flower, a powerful faction. That Wangji is something else. He is connected to Li Qingshan. You know Li Qingshan? Right. The boss of the Fang Dao. Everyone else calls him Lai Daozhu. Hearing this, Lam's son jolted upright, his mind racing. Something about today felt awfully Qingshan. Fang Dao. Lithe. His attitude made Xiaoha wonder what was wrong with him, so she asked, Wait, what is going on? Suddenly, images of Qingshan flooded his mind. He recalled saying, in the last 20 years, I have never taken a hit as painful as that. Along with memories of that kidnapping incident, I just need one arm from that guy. If you agree, the money is yours anytime. 3 days later, you bring me that arm, and I will return your precious little lady. He even remembered meeting that guy on the motorcycle, wearing a black helmet, and having a chat. Wait, you are here. How could you recognize me? Even if you transformed, I would still know it as you. And back then, Chenna had wiped his memory clean. Trust me, sleep for a bit, and when you wake up, you want to remember a thing. Now, everything had come rushing back to the forefront of his mind. Overwhelmed, Lamson left Xiaoha standing alone and bolted out, shouting, I remember everything. Xiaoha, bewildered, called after him, What is wrong? Where are you going? But she received no answer. Fast forward 2 days, and there she was, standing alone outside the oven, murmuring for Xiao Hong. When Lamson appeared, Xiaoha could not hold back her tears. He rushed to her, asking, What is wrong? Immediately, and Saha wrapped her arms around him, scolding. Where have you been for the past 2 days? I was so scared. I could not find you anywhere to talk to. Lamson hesitated, weighing whether to tell her that he had been digging into what went down at the Fang Dao. He was worried about his new friend and what kind of person she truly was. In the end, he decided to keep it to himself, hugging Xiaohe tight and whispering in her ear, I missed you. Xiaohe, my best buddy. I'm going to check on your family. Can you come with me? They headed to the hospital together. As they walked, Lamson shared, your friend Xiao Hong's dad is a gambling addict, and her mom is battling kidney disease. Every year, they are in and out of the hospital for dialysis. She has no choice but to work at the cave. But the money still is not enough. She has to go to those bloodsuckers to borrow more. He had warned her before. You have got to pay those guys back. But what could she do, in the end? Still not enough money. They went to where she lived and worked. One person pushed to death. After a while, the two arrived at the hospital room. Standing beside the bed looking at the frail woman from years ago, Xiaohe exclaimed. So pitiful. Truly. Mourning for the fate of the girl. Then they waited for Jai to wake up. Xiaohe cheerfully chatted with her. I am a friend of your daughter. I already know about your situation. Please accept my condolences. Dear lady, judging by your age, I must be around the same age as your daughter. Poor thing. Her fate is truly tragic. Do not cry. If you cry, I want to cry too. This money is just a little token from me. Lin Sheng was about to head somewhere when suddenly two unfamiliar guys walked into the room. But he did not pay attention, as his mind was elsewhere, feeling like a stone lodged in his heart. Suddenly, a loud scream from the hospital room startled Lin Sheng, making him turn around. You guys are not even human. Just when someone died, you are showing up at the door to collect debts. Don't you know deceased people can be held accountable for debts? Do you even have the audacity to demand payment? The thug boldly replied. Debts must be paid. 80,000 is no small amount. You can take your time to settle it. Paying a few hundred is fine by me. I only have enough on the table to cover a little bit. Xiaohe, in a fit of rage, yelled at him. Where am I supposed to get 80,000? I heard from Xiao Hong that it was not even that much when you borrowed it. And talking about loans. You are already breaking the law charging interest. The guy leaned in closer and said coldly. I do not know about laws or not. Miss, I advise, if you are not family, do not interfere in other people's business. With such a sense of justice, why do not you help them pay off their debts? Lin Sheng, furious, shouted loudly. You guys are crossing the line. Is this how you collect debts? Even the rules of the underworld should not be like this. The thug smirked and said mockingly. Rules of the underworld. What do you know about the underworld? Good. It is a vicious place. It does not concern you. Do not butt in. I have made myself clear. And as for the money, I will let someone come collect it later. After that, they left. Angsa, worried Lin Sheng might do something rash, quickly reassured him. Don't act recklessly. There is no other way. We have to think of something new. Lin Sheng probably wanted some peace and quiet, so he avoided Xiaohe and said, I am going to smoke a cigarette, feeling choked up inside. As he sat there taking drags from his cigarette, a massive sports car suddenly screeched to a stop in front of him. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the obnoxious face of the thug from earlier, who flipped him off and said, You little punk, talking about the underworld with me. You have not even sprouted all your hair yet, and you think you understand the underworld. Despite being extremely angry, Lin Sheng kept his cool, his mind racing with thoughts. Angry. Go ahead and be angry. But so what? In the end, you are nothing. Just a nobody who can do anything. He was so frustrated that he bit his lip to keep himself from screaming, always feeling inadequate, like he could not do anything. Suddenly, he felt a jolt from behind him. A huge fire erupted, causing everyone nearby to panic. Get the fire truck. Can we still save it? Surviving would be tough now. Amidst the chaos, Lin Sheng spotted a familiar figure and shouted. Heavy. Heavy, your appearance here is also for Lam's son. You think silently. What someone wants to do but can't. I will help them do it. In this dangerous world, when injustice is seen, we lend a hand. A few days later, at the teacher's place, the night has fallen. Before letting you go, the teacher has a few words to share. Today's lesson ends here. But there is something you need to tell your families. The teacher's voice seems a bit hesitant. There is some review material to buy that will also be useful next semester. A set costs 50 yuan. I have an old friend at a place related to this, and I can get them at a lower price. If you agree, you can buy them from me. One set. Just 40 yuan. Tramanansi eagerly replied. Teacher, as long as my family agrees, I will buy it. I will pay back Tungka's share too. Taking the words from you, he pulled out some cash. Leaving the teacher flustered, the teacher said, Wait a moment while I find some money to pay you back. You quickly took out more cash and said, Teacher, you do not need to give me money back. I will add 20 yuan more for Lam's son's school fees. After that, The class dismissed. Everyone happily said goodbye to the teacher as they left. The teacher replied, "All right. Be safe on your way home." After the students left, he sat there, staring blankly at the stack of money for the review materials. Letting out a sigh, the teacher's wife, enro Ven, rushed in to ask, "What is wrong?" He confessed, "I feel so anxious inside after years of teaching. This is the first time I have done this. Making money for my students. I feel ashamed." Strovin gently said, "It is tough for you. But honestly, the review materials the school sells for 50 yuan a set. You find a buyer, and the students only need to pay 40 yuan, even cheaper. I know you feel uneasy. We want to do this again. For your illness. The medicine does not need to be that expensive. We can switch to cheaper medicine." But the teacher quickly brushed that off, saying, "No way. No matter what happens, I can skimp on your treatment." Outside, as they were heading down, the glasses-wearing friend chimed in, saying, "The teacher is really something. Doing business with us." The girl next to him nodded in agreement, saying, "Their class has 60 students. If he sells to each one, just imagine how much the teacher is making." Tron next suddenly placed a hand on that friend's shoulder, making him curious about what was going on. He said, "I think we should not argue about this anymore. Buying review materials is a school rule. It is not like the teacher is forcing us. The teacher can help us get a better price. If you do not like it, go buy from the school." Lamson also agreed, saying, "I think Tron NC has a point." While he was at it, Tron NC asked Lamson, "By the way, where have you been for the past few days? I thought you ran off with your motorcycle. How's the bike treating you?" He answered casually, saying, "There has been some stuff at home, and the bike is running pretty well." Then his tone changed a bit, looking at Tron NC and saying, "Thank you." Hearing Lamson suddenly say thank you surprised Tron NC, and he asked back, "Thank you for what? It is just a motorcycle." He chuckled lightly and replied, "Well, thank you anyway. I am really glad to be friends with you." Time passed a few days later. At Adult, you were sitting down sorting out the mission board when you noticed the assassination mission regarding Kaikong N was due unless something unexpected happens. The commission will hire someone to assassinate again. This troublesome situation needs to be dealt with for good. Mission notice. Target. TA. With personal data attached for the target. The mission involves ensuring the target's survival. Mission location. Axiakim. Mission duration. 30 days. Mission reward. 55ist. The goal is to ensure the target stays alive for 30 days. Prevent any harm that the target may encounter, and provide covert protection throughout the mission. Do everything possible to conceal your identity and protective actions, keeping your movements under wraps. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness the weird website has solid security. It will hide the client's ed. Or else the queen would have stormed in here like a wrecking ball." During the client mission, the target is hidden from the outside, only visible to the client. Suddenly, he received a notification, not just one, but 6. Someone else is picking up the client mission. Trannak was left speechless at how quickly the offers were snapped up. Is the economy really that tight? He thought it was strange that so many people were coming to take on missions all at once. With more people comes more choices. And he pondered who to pick. Among them was one that definitely caught his eye. This person, blessed by proximity to power, wrote something like this. "I am in Ho. Perfect for handling the mission." The client replied, "Check out the target's details. Let me know when you can get started." The chosen one responded, "I am looking over the details. The target is in Jinglang." The client confirmed, "That is right. You can come within 24 hours. The client expected him to protect the person on the mission without revealing his own identity. After finalizing the mission, Trannak requested, "I will take one in the morning and one at night, 2 protectors to ensure nothing goes awry." Also, he had been staying on the floor below Kuang An, right under room 1108. If anything happens, he can get up there real quick. After saying that, he used his mind to scout around, monitoring several nearby rooms and listening in. With this, he could keep every action within his grasp. 3 hours flew by, but he did not catch any suspicious movements or secrets. All Trannak heard were lines like, "Sweetheart, that is amazing. Lift it a bit more. That is it. We are done with this useless stuff." And done T. Please. It hurts, honey. You do not want anything to happen to him. Right. And there is a price to pay for this. Seriously. It has been a whole night. Trannak could not take it anymore and suddenly remembered. Oh snap. I forgot today's the weekend, there might be fewer people around. He quickly pulled out his phone and called the police, saying, "Is this 001? This is Langs, a responsible citizen. I want to report that there is someone in the hotel who is in trouble. Please send someone to investigate immediately. Is best if all units come here." Just a few minutes later, the police were on the scene, causing a stir in the hotel, even for a room check. They were pulling out IDs. Damn it. Just remember we are dating. Wait. Get under the bed. It was my first mistake. Stop running. This scene made Tran Nak visibly happy. It seemed the world would finally settle down. The next morning, he suddenly felt anxious. Thinking, I really messed up. The midnight truce was just temporary. Now it is time for payback. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Curious, Tran Nak went to see who it was. And there stood a girl with long hair in a purple nightgown. Upon seeing him, she beamed and said, "Oh, I brought you breakfast." It seemed like Tran Nadra Fife was not paying much attention to what she was saying. His gaze was glued to her ample assets. Noticing his dazed expression, D. Not asked, "Wait, are you okay? You look like you have not slept at all." Suddenly, his mood shifted to an unusual excitement. And he thought to himself, maybe it is time to lighten up a bit. The girl noticed his reaction and understood immediately, feeling a thrill inside. Whoa, with that hungry look in your eyes. Is this really happening? But then, Jutron Nancy just grabbed a plate of pastries and slammed the door shut, leaving her outside to wonder, what is his deal? He let out a deep sigh, feeling a bit defeated. Those first 3 years young, full of energy, and just making a mess of things. Suddenly, a text notification popped up. It was from Fee Sin, saying they had arrived and everything was fine. Meanwhile, at Westminster Abbey in London, the teacher looked surprised and asked, "You have decided to drop out?" Neville answered honestly, "Yep. I do not want to stay at a school where I can't pursue my path in life." The teacher sighed. "But your condition has just stabilized." The teacher added, "I thought you would come back to finish your studies." Neville, your grandfather and I were close friends, and your dad graduated from here. I really do not want to see a student from your family drop out. But Neville stood firm, insisting that following her life's direction was more important. "Please, do not try to change my mind." The teacher could only smile and agree. "All right. As long as you can find your way back under the sun, that is what matters. Have you found your direction yet?" "Where is it?" she replied cryptically. "It is where it is meant to be." The teacher could only wish her luck. "God bless you." Cut to Neville's room, where she looked at herself in the mirror and grumbled, "I have always hated this uniform." Suddenly, an illusion of her older sister appeared, reminding her, "Don't forget. Every member of our family has worn this uniform. My little sister." Neville irritably shot back, "We agreed. Daytime is my time." Her sister nodded, clearly indulging her. "Fine. As you wish. My cute little pumpkin. So where are we off to next?" She replied instantly, "To Hong Kong. To find Chen Nung." At the hotel where Kaijing N.T. and her mother were staying, everything was running smoothly. The secretary walked in to announce, "Kong, the head of the conference at the industrial zone tonight, still needs to preside over it." She nodded. "Got it. Let us get going." Across the street, a guy was on the phone, and when he spotted them coming down, he rushed over. "Wait, I am still working." "Don't worry. There is soup simmering on the stove. Just remember to turn the heat down a bit and add a mushroom." "Yeah, okay." "You are out chasing someone and still worrying about the soup at home." But it was rush hour, and the streets were pretty jammed. Seeing this, he muttered, "Foreigners really do not understand the local situation." He leisurely pedaled his bike, feeling smug as he thought, "Look at this traffic. Riding a bike is way faster." Moving to the industrial zone, the sky was starting to darken. But the meeting still had not wrapped up. Inside, after getting the situation down, she concluded, "Let me emphasize one last time. In the future, China will become the focal point of our corporation's development. So you all need to fight with everything you have got and excel at your jobs." As for the actress, she just sat there glued to her phone the entire time, constantly messaging Tran Nak about her situation and schedule. "Dad, me and Mom just left the hotel. Dad just went through a ridiculously congested intersection. He is almost at Mom's company now, Dad. And I got out of the car. Mom said she has to study tonight and will be home really late. Where are you, Dad? You seem to be a man of few words. So after sending 10 texts, I finally get a reply from you. Don't worry. I am right here." Dad saw his daughter tapping away at her phone like it was about to explode and curiously asked, "Who are you chatting with?" The actress quickly responded, "It is Tran Nak." Seeing her daughter so cheerful put her at ease. "Okay, let us keep it light. Come on, let us grab a bite first." As the two of them stepped out, Dad could not help but ask, "So how have you and Tran Nak been lately?" But the actress just pouted and promised to answer later without giving a response. Tran Nak was right there, tailing them closely, her mind racing. The saying unripe melons are not sweet, did that one not make it to your country? Tell me. Where's your bodyguard? Suddenly, he sensed a dangerous presence. As the elevator doors slid open, a masked man stepped out, eyeing them with menace. He even had a sharp knife hidden up his sleeve, but before he could make a move, the masked man quickly grabbed his wrist, startling him. The masked figure immediately pressed the elevator button to close the doors, saying, "The elevator is malfunctioning. No more passengers allowed." With that, the doors closed and the elevator continued its ascent. Inside, these two started a fierce showdown. The masked man, furious, raised his other hand to retaliate, all while making quite a scene. Who in their right mind dresses like that to go out, waiting for the right moment to strike? The masked guy did not waste time talking. He countered with a defensive move. Next, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the masked guy crashing against the wall. He recognized that the martial arts the masked man used were traditional techniques, but he was not about to back down, defiantly stating, "Don't underestimate me. I got caught off guard just now." He threw a few more punches, asserting, "You think I am scared? Dream on." Then the sound of fists smashing echoed through the elevator, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and some loud grunts. When the elevator doors finally opened, the masked man made a swift exit. Panicking, "Damn it, I ran into some real experts. But it is not that easy to escape." The masked guy lunged forward, grabbing his shirt, saying, "Where do you think you are running off to? You do not just leave when you meet the Buddha." However, the guy had a trick up his sleeve. He leaped and threw two concealed weapons, shouting, "Donnie, push your luck. At this close range, I do not believe you can dodge." But what happened next blew his mind. The masked man bent and dodged the projectiles with lightning speed. Seizing the moment, the masked man sprinted away with incredible speed, even faster than an X smooth swings. And he could not help but exclaim, "Damn, he runs fast." He looked so cool during the fight. But afterward, all he could do was complain, "Oh my god. My waist. This guy is really hard to deal with." Trannak is observing everything, deep in thought. This guy is like a phantom. What can I say? Disguised like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He looks like he could easily ignite a fire. Cut to the internet cafe at midnight. It seems like the masked man is here too. To be precise, this masked guy is 80. The Phantom. I mean, he is here to report on the situation. Today, we need to protect the target from attacks. Someone tried to assassinate him in the elevator. I fought the opponent but could not hold him back. The client messaged back asking for a description of the assailant. A man, speaking Chinese, skinny build, wearing a mask so I could not see his face. Really agile, skilled with tricks, using a boomerang dart as a weapon. The client told me to keep protecting the target, and I assured him, "I think the guy I stopped today definitely knows the target is being protected. Next time, I have to be more careful." I reported that through text. But outside, I am just complaining and venting. "Boss, I'm a bodyguard, not a cash cow for bonuses. Today, I nearly broke my back. This affects my performance with my wife." Thinking of 80. Suddenly, I get a message from the client saying, "I will create an opportunity for him to strike. You keep an eye out and stay alert. Find a way to hold him back," the Phantom said, not really understanding what he meant. So I asked again. The client repeated, "Find a way to keep the opponent occupied, or stick to him. You will get credit for it, plus an extra 100,000. Money makes you sharp-eyed." The Phantom immediately agreed. "All right, I will follow your lead." Who in the world would turn down money? The next day, you and your mom are out for a stroll, and Dinine is feeling anxious. Will mama be safe? She recalled what Trannak told her. Lie done. Take your mom to the barbecue place we went to yesterday. Okay, Appa. Didn't you say that? Do we really have to change locations for every meal? Not giving the opponent a chance to find a pattern can reduce the risk of them poisoning the food. Trannak assured her to just follow his instructions. Tomorrow at noon at that place. And we will keep eating there at night. No need to switch it up. Dunoyan felt a bit worried, but she trusted Trannak. With him around, she and her mom would not be in danger. Appa would definitely protect her from the shadows. Her father noticed his daughter's unusual worry and asked, "What is wrong? You seem a bit dazed today." Dunoyan denied it, saying, "Nothing is wrong." Suddenly, she noticed something unusual approaching. Her dad quickly yelled and pushed Dunoyan away. "Be careful." She also worriedly called out, "Mama." In front of them was a car speeding towards them like a runaway train. Just when it seemed like it would slam into her, suddenly, someone dashed out to block it. And that person was Fu Sun. Seeing a skilled fighter, the car immediately turned and fled. But the previous move had drained Fu Sun a bit, causing him to cough a few times. As if that was not enough, a passerby nearby suddenly pulled out a knife from his jacket and charged at her dad, shouting. Fu Sun sensed the situation was dire and unleashed his lion's roar technique, creating a whirlwind that threw the attacker off balance. Seizing the moment, Fu rushed in and kicked the knife out of his hand. That guy was so scared. He took off running like his life depended on it. Dunoin quickly raced over to check on her mom. Fu let out a sigh of relief, thankful that his protective target was still alive and kicking. Thank goodness she was okay. With everyone safe, he slipped away without saying a word, leaving his mom and him exchanging confused glances. That punk swaggered over to a suspicious red truck. I mean, why on earth would a ghost go around doing dirty deeds in a flashy ride like that? He scanned the area, thinking to himself. Thankfully, no one is tailing me. Inside the truck, a long-haired dude was lazily puffing on a cigarette. The moment he stepped in, he felt the vibe, saying, "This place is cozy. Let us get ready." The other guy did not waste time, kicking off the conversation. "Did we get ambushed?" The short-haired guy grumbled back. "Yeah, but old Tam is not on the van anymore. He must be jumped off to set up an ambush somewhere." He sighed deeply and continued. "We can only wait for news from old Tam." However, they did not notice someone sneaking up behind them. Moments later, they arrived at Kim Tong's auto repair shop, where a familiar motorcycle was parked out front. The two guys, even while smoking, jumped at the sight of something. Turns out, old Tam had arrived, and the other two were ecstatic to see him. "Old Tam is back already. That was fast." But old Tam's expression was anything but joyful. "Another failure," he lamented. "After our second-in-command got taken down, the target was whisked away in a private car. I did not even get a chance to strike. The opposing side has some serious heavyweights. And do not forget, old Four got hurt yesterday. This job's gonna cost more." The long-haired guy nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let us touch base with the client. Even if we are risking it all, we need to make sure the pay is worth it." The short-haired guy chimed in with a suggestion. "Let us check on old Four first. We still need to change his meds." Inside, a figure lay under the blankets in bed. Old Tam approached and said, "Old Four, another failure today. Damn it, if I had known, I would be listened to you. The opponent's underlings are way too strong." Just as he finished his sentence, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, making him feel like he would just met his maker. He collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and lying on the bed was Tran Nak, holding a stun gun. He looked at the weapon and said, "This baby works pretty well." The two guys were horrified and shouted, "Who are you? Where's old Four? What did you do with him?" Tran Nak replied coolly, "He is under the bed. I am just here to ask you one question." The short-haired guy, still stubborn, retorted, "You think we are going to spill our client's name? That is not how this works." He chuckled and replied, "I did not ask you that. I want to know what the hell your weird account on Betch Teat is all about, and how much money is in it." Upon hearing this, both guys got fired up, pulled their weapons, and lunged at Trannak, determined to take him down. The short-haired guy jumped in to attack first, but Trannak simply held out the stun gun to deflect the blow. The electric shock surged, hitting the knife in the dude's hand. We all know how that turned out. He got zapped, and Trannak laughed. "You are such an idiot. Didn't you know that metal conducts electricity?" My buddy went down, and the last guy started to get cautious, noticing that I also had a metal weapon. "Looks like this dude's a bit sharper." He tossed his sword aside and charged at me empty-handed. But smart is definitely his middle name. Salima. Tron NC aimed his electric gun right at that guy's fist, and immediately, he got zapped. I enthusiastically reminded him that I am also electric. This weapon of mine is a natural-born talent, clamping down like a pro. After taking out all three dudes, I walked up to the long-haired guy and asked again, "Who is the boss here?" But he still insisted he would not spill the beans. The boss guy stammered, "I do not know. We really do not know. If you know about that web, you are definitely not a stranger. The identity of the boss is protected." "How could we possibly know?" piped up the second-in-command nearby. "Boss, no need to be scared anymore. This guy does not want us to survive." The boss was fully aware that in a face-to-face fight like this, there was no way they would be walking out alive. I confirmed that what the boss said was spot on. Plus, looking at their attitude, I sensed this group had something they still wanted to ask. Since Tron NC had opened his mouth, they did not hesitate to ask for my help. "You are definitely going to look for the boss to stir up trouble, right? When you used me to help your four brothers, you stabbed them a few more times." Trauma-Nenses, confused, asked. Wow. The boss shouted angrily, "You are a deceiver. This mission, they did not mention they had a powerhouse like you. If we had known, we would not have walked right into our doom." Having heard their final wish, I agreed. "All right, I will help you out. I want to use my electric baton anymore. You guys can leave with dignity." Meanwhile, over at Fu Sin's place, after pulling off some serious moves, he seemed a bit off, coughing non-stop. He unlocked his door, thinking to himself, "I am getting old. Making money is not easy. I could have risked my life, and now I am stuck in a safe room healing." But Fu Sin immediately called someone to inform them. "Hello. Just wanted to let you know I am safe. Everything is cool today. Pork stew with chestnuts. I want to be home to make that. Go ahead and make it. If you can finish it, pop it in the fridge. I will be back in 2 days for some. When you are cooking, add half a spoon of sugar but do not overdo it. Didn't you see that my sugar levels were a bit high during the health check this year? Got it. I know. At this moment, the mask came off. And surprisingly, it was Master Tifeng. Master looked at the mask and continued. Old lady, after all these years, you have been through so much. 25 years ago, I promised to take you around the world, but I ditched you 10 years ago. While you were sinking, the rivers and lakes were beautiful. But some people can overshadow that beauty with just a smile. Isn't he that strange? What should Fu Xin say? That evening, Master Tifeng and the boss were chatting. Fu Xin needed to say, I am injured. Can't he act right now? The boss replied. The mission is completed ahead of time. You can clock out, the boss added. Oh right, you need to head to the auto repair shop at 444 to Lang Lam Street. There are 4 bodies inside. Handle it. A Fu Sen asked with confusion. Those are from the enemies. I have taken care of it. Boss. I need an extra 20 grand. Master Tifeng looked at the address and pondered. Seems like it is not far from here. A little nightingale gently lands on the signboard. Coincidentally, Tranak is here too. Wondering, how is there a wild nightingale in the city? It feels a bit fresh. The teacher thought it was time to don the mask. He jumped and then called the little nightingale to come over. Tranak was startled to realize that the bird was Fu Sen's eyes and ears. He needed to be careful. Since the beginning, he had been holding back his presence to avoid detection. Next, he watched as Fu Sen took out a small unlabeled vial and poured it directly onto the bodies of the 4 thugs, instantly turning them into dust. After the mission, the teacher thought it was time to head home, wrapping up work and collecting his pay. An hour later, the two began chatting again. Fu Sen needed to report that everything had been handled smoothly, and now it was time to complete the mission and celebrate their teamwork. The contractor praised him, saying, Great job. Fu Sen then got to the point, asking for payment. He mentioned 120,000 for the execution of the assassin and an additional 20,000 for handling the bodies. He asked for the payment to be transferred directly. The contractor agreed, saying, Okay, I will transfer it now. Make sure to check it. I am sure you have made a good amount this time. The teacher happily thought to himself. Even though he risked half his life, at least the money for the medicine was stable. After collecting his payment, he could make it home in time for some delicious braised pork with chestnuts. Just then, a notification of a balance change popped up. The teacher immediately opened it. But something seemed off. Wait, what? Am I seeing things? The system notification read, Your account has received $12. The amount received from an anonymous account. Your balance is $10,012. Shocked, the teacher immediately contacted the contractor. Fu Sen needed to clarify. This is not right. It was supposed to be 120,000. Not 12. Did you forget to add a few zeros? The contractor replied. I said 120,000. I did not specify the currency. Fu Sen pressed on with more questions. So it is not just 12 bucks. Right. The contractor explained. 120,000 Vietnamese dong converted to us is about 12 bucks. I rounded it for you. Fu Sen fumed. How can you not keep your word? The system notification chimed in. Transfer failed. The user does not exist. The teacher was furious, cursing. Unbelievable. How could you not specify it was Vietnamese money? You might as well have said it was Zimbabwean dollars. The system notification popped up again. Your account has received $500,000. Amount received from the system. Your balance is now $512,000. At that moment, the teacher finally relaxed a bit. He thought, good thing I did not lose my mind over that task. Otherwise, I would be heartbroken knowing that jerk snatched 120,000 from me. The next day, Matranak was sitting in front of his laptop, with Siwayep beside him. He silently cursed, thinking there should be 4 USs for the 4 people. But sadly, there was only one. He plugged the USB into the laptop to check it out inside. Idaho. Libra Summit. No wonder they are called the 4 Repair Brothers. The account balance is $88,000. This time, he did not suffer a loss. He paid Fu Sen $550,000 and got back $880,000, making a tidy profit. A message exchange between Libra Summit and the contractor caught Tranak's attention. Specifically, Libra Summit mentioned that the mission was tough, and the target had expert protection. The difficulty was higher than expected, and they would need to increase the payment. The contractor refused again, saying it was not in line with the rules. Libra Summit wanted to back out and said, then find someone else. The contractor shot back. Are you sure you can handle this? Balance Summit insists that money will definitely come your way. But the trustee still does not want to cough up the cash. Once the mission is issued, the price can't be changed. After you complete the task, I will transfer the payment directly to you. The balance summit refuses, thinking I am a fool. What am I supposed to do if you won't accept it? A moment ago, I read through this part and thought, wait a minute. There is a way to make even more money. System notification. Your account has received $250,000. This amount is credited from the system, leaving your account balance at $1,130,000. Tran Nak Wong feels bright and cheerful, like he has hit the jackpot. With so many wealthy patrons, the white web really is a money tree. What if I just put out a hit on myself and offer a bounty? Then whoever takes me out gets the prize. 2 people could end up dead. He then turns to Xiaoyi and says, let us get going. Grandma said it is a festival today and wants us to come over for dinner. The girl happily agrees. Tran Nak Z is heading to someone else's house for a meal, but he is not going empty-handed. He brings a bottle of wine. When Kaka's dad sees it, he worries and says, why bring such expensive wine to dinner? Just come eat. You do not need to go all out on the drinks. You are working hard enough. When you get home, just return it to the supermarket. With a bright smile, Tran Nak says, do not worry. Uncle Tun, meat is on. We should drink up. Seeing his enthusiasm, Tonan Thing Lai does not know how to refuse. This kid. And so, they toast and pour again, downing glass after glass, continuously refilling, and he eagerly downs each one. After a while, Tonan Thing Lai, feeling tipsy, starts to confide. Kid, you can fall behind. Tran Nak politely replies. Yep. Uncle Tun, I am working hard to make extra money. He adds, I am not too worried about your studies. Just keep your head in the right place and earn clean money. Or else, at this point, Tunan Thingalai stumbles over his words. Then says, or else how can I trust you with Kakai in the future? Kakao is startled and calls for her dad, and her mom chimes in. Tunan Thingalai, you have had too much to drink, but he waves his hand and continues. I can't hide it anymore. This kid is crafty like a fox. Our daughter is so stubborn. And she ends up being led around by him. What can we do about it? He pauses for a few seconds, then slams his hand on the table, asserting, but listen up. Before graduation, no dating allowed. Tran Nak quickly chimes in. Got it. What happens after graduation? Tuan Thing Lai's tone shifts slightly as he says. After graduation, once Kakai is in college, I want to be able to control everything. His words resonate with Tran Nak, who immediately raises his wine glass to toast. Sure. Uncle Tun, I promise you, before Ka graduates, we won't do anything out of line. Atonan Thingalai is very pleased with his reply, cheerfully saying, see everyone, this kid knows what he is doing. He is maturing. Meanwhile, Hao Noni feels helpless and a bit frustrated, saying, Atonan Thingalai, you have had too much to drink. Why go on about this? Kids are kids. What can be clearly understood about the future? Tan Theng Loi replied, I do not get it. This kid may be older, taking care of his little sister and working hard to earn money, but he's not on the wrong path. Our Tun family does not despise the poor or chase after wealth. As long as the kid has a good character and strives to rise up, I won't criticize him. With that being said, Tan Theng Loi also took a tumble. Huing stood up and instructed her child. Ka. You entertain the guests while I help into the room to rest. He is exhausted. Tran Nak understood the hint and decided to leave right away. Ka. You take the little leaf home first. Kaka worried he might overthink, so she said, Tran Nak, my dear. But he immediately interrupted her. I understand. Parents always hope their children will succeed, wishing for them to live well in the future. Kaka reassured him. Tran Nak, I believe in you. I am not afraid of hardship. I fear nothing at all. All I need is for you to be by my side. And Tran Nak softly replied, I trust you. After leaving Kaka's house, the siblings Tran Nak stopped by Teacher Tong's place. The one who opened the door was Miss Tiu Van, and upon seeing them, she politely greeted, Hello, Master. I am a student of Teacher Tong. Today is a festival. Just came from Teacher Tong's place. Wanted to pay a visit to Teacher Tung as well. Tiu Van was very enthusiastic. I remember you. You are the student who often comes to learn more. Right. Come on in. No need to waste money on snacks. Once seated, she said. I thought the old man went out to buy medicine. Tran Nak, hearing this, worriedly asked, Master, are you and Teacher Tong not well? Tiu Van noticed his formal way of addressing her and said, Don't keep calling me Master. No need for such formality. My name is Tong Tiu Van. Just call me Ji Tong. I am Teacher Tung's assistant. A few days ago, I lifted something heavy and hurt my back. He went out to buy some ointment and should be back soon. Tran Nak noticed a big pot of herbal medicine boiling in the kitchen and curiously asked, J Tong, are you making traditional medicine? Tiu Van replied, Yep. My health is not great. I usually drink traditional medicine for adjustment. At night when your Teacher Tung is teaching, I do not dare to cook it. I worry the smell will bother everyone. Actually, I have heard of you. Tran Nak. Right. You are the brave kid dating the daughter of Tunthang Loi. And honestly, what is wrong with a girl being 17 or 18 and in love? In our time, we could already get married. That Tunthang Loi can get really upset sometimes. What is there to stop? I think you are already old enough at your age. From Tu Van's way of speaking, Tran Nak observed that Aunt Tong was quite friendly. After chatting for a while, it was already past 1 in the morning. Teacher Tong seemed to be taking his time. And Aunt Tu Van thought of a way to entertain the kids, while they waited to avoid boredom. But when she started to sing, it was so strange that the two siblings Tran Nak were left stunned. It sounded more like yelling than singing. Where did this monster come from? She confidently flaunted her singing skills, claiming to be one of a kind, with lyrics about beautiful scenery and extraordinary flowers. The fragrance of the season wafted through the air, and Tran Nak felt chills. He thought. These lyrics suddenly took a turn, and it did not stop there. Tu Van's talent was even more spectacular as she sang opera, and could even improvise the arrangement flawlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, in the book, we talk about Zhou Zilong attacking Cao Cao's army 7 times. The two Zhou Zilongs, spear in hand, riding on their horses, pointed at Cao Cao and shouted, "You old thief! Do not you dare talk nonsense." The two kids turned pale with fear. This is yet another dramatic performance. Oh no. It is all going downhill now. What on earth is going on? At that moment, the little nightingale in the cage flapped its wings, singing its heart out. This caught Tran Nak's attention. He started piecing everything together. The nightingale, the mask. Suddenly, a loud call from the teacher echoed from outside. Saw Van. Saw Van. Instantly, the teacher pulled out a vial and urged. Saw Van. Breathe it in. Quick. Then he started blaming himself. It is all my fault. I went out to buy medicine, and I just had to come back right when she got sick. Zhao Van was stabilizing again. I am fine. I just forgot to take my medicine earlier. Tran Nak worriedly asked. Teacher. What about her? The teacher replied. She has had this condition for years. She used to be in a performance group, but this illness forced her to leave and rest at home. It is strange she gets sick around 1 in the afternoon, lasts an hour, and then it just goes away. We can only manage it with medication each day. I forgot today. And now you have seen me fail. He chuckled. Tran Nak smiled back. No worries. I even heard a bit of the white snake tale today. The master's pitch was spot on. After that, the two siblings asked for permission to leave. Teacher, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I will come back tomorrow to hear the whole song. The teacher, a bit flustered, chuckled. I apologize for this oversight. My hospitality was lacking. Next time, bring your sister along. Tran Nak readily agreed. The clock struck 2 in the morning. Zavan lay in bed, anxiously asking, did I embarrass you in front of the students? The teacher reassured his wife. Not all. Tran Nak said he wanted to come back to hear the entire song. That kid's as cold as ice. Next time, make him buy tickets. She laughed. This kid's got a good heart. Tonthang Li is in for a treat. Yet the teacher sighed. Not entirely. I heard Duong is not fond of Tran Nak. Our families have been friends for years, but her pride clashes with his. Zhao Van quickly chimed in. Well, I think Tran Nak is quite a fine kid. He came over today just to celebrate. He's got a good spirit. If something happens between him and my little Ka, please help him out. They are both good kids. She nodded and promised her husband. Absolutely. I will help. In recent years, how many students truly respect their teachers? Zhao Van took her hand. Following you these years, I have grown closer to you. I really like Tran Nak's sister. She is such a sweet girl. The teacher looked at his wife gently and said, don't you overthink it. Tears welled up in her eyes. With my illness all these years, I could not even give you a son or daughter. When I see other sweet girls, my heart aches. The teacher affectionately replied, it is all right. After all these years, I have grown indifferent to that desire. What does it matter if we have kids? We are getting old. Let us not dwell on that anymore. Plus, we do not have children to worry about. So we won't have to deal with some kid running off with our little radish. Look at me. My hair's gone gray in these past 2 years. And I am still not over Ka. Savan teased. I think Tran Nak is a bit like you when you were young. Remember, at first, my dad was completely against me living with you. He argued. That kid can compare to me. But then the teacher said proudly. Back then, I made him so happy that he finally let his daughter marry me, and even passed down his skills to me. I have to call him a dual talent. His cheerful attitude seems to lift So Vin's spirits too. He is just so happy. Teacher Tifeng even told her that the order is completed, and I can finally take a break for a year or two. $50,000 enough for our medicine for the next 2 to 3 years. Hearing this, XO Vin nodded but still looked worried. 2 days ago, when he went out to work, I was so anxious. always afraid something might happen to him. Teacher Tifeng reassured her, saying, "No more jobs for me. This time, I encountered someone pretty powerful, and I am scared too. This client even tried to deceive me, and I am still a bit angry about it. Thinking about the corpses I handled today. One of them was someone I fought with. His neck got twisted. So I can say I am not a little upset. It is just too dangerous out there." The next morning, Patron NC was wandering down the street, munching on a snack, lost in thought. Who would have thought that old Tifeng was actually Fi Xin? The forest water rising to the Dragon King's palace. How can family not recognize each other? After yesterday's meeting with teacher Tifeng, you also found out who Fasign really is. So you used the ed of the one who burned the hearts of young girls to text him back for the money. The one who burned the hearts of young girls, my friend. The other day, my account got hacked. You owe me 200,000. Send the money and double check it. Fusin had to ask back, confused. What do you mean? And teased me. Damn it. I really did send it. The one who burned the hearts of young girls replied, happy. Along with a cute emoji. Fusin had to wrap it up with one word, get lost. Which left the one who burned the hearts of young girls speechless. Patron N felt relieved helping him out, considering it helping family too. Last night, I handed over the money I scammed from old Tifeng to him, and old Tifeng must be feeling secretly pleased. Suddenly, I spotted teacher Taifeng practicing martial arts in the square and quietly approached to observe. When he finished his practice, I could not help but cheer. Great job. Great job. Then I rushed over, flattering him. Teacher Tifeng, your moves are beautiful. Teach me, please. Teacher Tifeng, not impressed at all, thought to himself, this little brat is something else. If he follows me, I am afraid my secrets would not stay safe. So he flat out refused, saying, not today. Why did you come over here so early? Tranenency immediately put on a pitiful face, lamenting. I have suffered from so many illnesses since I was little. My body is weak. The fortune teller said I would not live past 20. Teacher Tifeng, how can you be so heartless? You won't save me. But he knew this kid was a master at making up stories and teased. Make it up more. Go on. Since he was acting. Tranenency immediately clutched his chest and coughed dramatically. Then he deliberately put his hand with something red in front of teacher Tifeng, making him panic. Thinking, are you coughing up blood? And asked, are you really sick? Meanwhile, Tranenenses, putting on a dramatic voice, said, but with my pitiful state, dad's gone. Mama's in prison. It is better to reincarnate early. Living like this is not joyful at all. Teacher Tifeng could not take it anymore. Gritting his teeth, he finally agreed. Fine. I will teach you. I do not know medicine, so I can't help with your illness. But I can teach you some basic martial arts and how to cultivate your energy. That'll be good for your body. Then he stepped forward to support him and asked, Tranenenses, what exactly are you sick with? Tranonen smiled and turned to ask. The teacher thought you had some papers. But he was puzzled. You casually replied, it is a bit annoying having chili oil mixed with ketchup on my hands. The teacher thought for a moment and said, let me share a secret with you. Dipping buns in a mix of chili oil and ketchup is absolutely delicious. This made the teacher furious. You tricked me. I am not teaching anymore. He exclaimed, glaring at you for saying that. How can a person who does not keep their word even speak? After that, you said your goodbyes and quickly left. Teacher, I am off to class now. I will be on time for roll call tomorrow. Locking that deal with the teacher gave you some peace of mind, especially since your powers still had a major flaw. Who knows? Maybe the teacher could help fix it. On the second day, you showed up as promised at the square. But you were not alone. You brought along Lin Sen. Teacher, I brought Lin Sen with me yesterday. He heard me talking about practicing martial arts and got all excited, insisting on joining me. Seeing him make excuses, Lin Sen shot back, I am not sticking to you. Aren't you the one who called me at midnight, trying to drag me along tomorrow morning? Without saying a word, you kicked Lin Sen's leg hard, making him stumble to the ground. Then you smugly said, whether it is one person or two, teaching is still teaching. Who knows? Teacher Nam could be a martial arts prodigy. Just take him in, please. And as for Lin Sen, he was bewildered, thinking, who, where, what am I supposed to do? You treated this like a joke, irritating the teacher, saying, a martial arts prodigy. You think they just come from the market? You chuckled. Well, here we are. Whether it is a trick or a joke, just give it a try. The teacher sighed. If it is a seed, we will find out. Let us start with a Tai Chi routine. And so the lesson began, with Lin Sen going first, while the teacher stood by, demonstrating beautiful moves and reminding the students to keep their footing firm. Breathe to the rhythm I taught you. 3 long, 1 short, 2 wide, 1 narrow. 1 hit. 3 exhales. However, unlike the teacher, Lin Sun could not keep his balance. Flailing his limbs like a fish out of water, after a moment of struggling to stay upright, he fell flat on his face. The teacher shook his head in disappointment, thinking, what kind of martial arts prodigy is this? It is like watching a wooden puppet. You could not help but laugh from the side, and the teacher called you over. Wait. Come here. But to be fair, you were not too bad either. After watching you for a bit, the teacher concluded, you are not a martial arts prodigy. Just a bit better than Lin Sun, but still pretty average. After just a few basic moves, the teacher gathered the 2 students and said, go practice the basic techniques first. I am going for a walk, because if I stay any longer, I might lose my mind from frustration. Before leaving, the teacher turned back and barked, no slacking off. Got it. You replied, why not? You can slack. But I still have to practice. You confidently shot back. For something like this, it all depends on looks. I am handsome, so I can go first. You are ugly, so good luck sweating it out. Your comment left Lin Sun completely speechless. That night, while Lam Sun was lost in a beautiful dream, Chan Nak appeared right beside him. He immediately transferred energy and internal power directly into Lam Sun, not forgetting to remind him, kid, do not waste the hard work I put into this. A few days later, he practiced the new technique he had learned day and night, but in the end, it only stirred the water in the cup. Deep in thought, he mused. The artifacts and internal energy from his master seemed a bit interesting, filled with a pure outward energy, but it still felt crude. Even if he mastered it, he could not shatter the cup from more than 3 meters away. Well, after all, it is just a beginner's technique. It is not like it is exaggerated like in martial arts movies. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Chan Nak felt annoyed and stepped out, grumbling, who knocks like that? So rude. Banging on the door like it is a drum. Standing before him was a strange uncle with a buzz cut. Curiously, he asked, who are you? The man introduced himself. I'm Ko. We met a few years ago. Recognizing the familiar face, Chan Nak's demeanor changed instantly. Ko Kang. Right, I remember you. But what is with the sudden visit? Where's your daughter? Zakotia? That question made Chan Nak feel a bit uncomfortable. Seeing his reaction, Ko Kang did not hold back and barged in. Why won't you let me in? Let us talk. Ko Kang plopped down on the sofa, looking relaxed. This is nice. Not a bad life. That TV. That air conditioner definitely not cheap. Didn't he expect this a few years ago? He needed my daughter to sneak money from our house to support herself and her grandma. I guess I was nice enough to let it slide. Speaking of nonsense. Chan Nak could not take it anymore and interrupted. Cut the crap. Just say it straight, what do you want? Ko Kang grinned. Interesting. Very interesting. Then he raised his voice. From what I remember a few years ago, you could not even lift your head up. Now, look at you, acting all fearless. I won't waste time. Where's Ko Tu Deep? I want to take her with me. Chan Nak shot back. Take her where? Ko Kang. You just got out of there. Are you really capable of taking care of Ko Tu Deep? Or are you planning to leave her at home, while you go drink with your scummy brother, or some other deadbeat? Chan Nak's words made Ko Kang furious. Standing up and shouting, kid, watch your mouth. My brother is a good guy. I am not like that. Don't you dare play the fool with me. Useless. Despite the uproar, Chan Nak knew exactly what he wanted. He asked directly. All right, I get your type. You do not care about your daughter. So just say it. How much do you need? Let us scratch that itch. Ko Kang quickly replied. 3,000. His tone shifted. A fake smile plastered on his face. 3,000. And I will leave right away. Ko Tu Deep stays here. I won't bother you anymore. Everything as usual. Chan Nak readily agreed. And not only that, but he added. 3,000. How about I give you an extra 1,000? Ko Kang looked taken aback, and Chan Nak clarified. Today's Wednesday. Soon. Tu Deep will finish school. And you can pick her up with me. Then, take her out for a meal just like a father should. Once that was settled, he handed over the extra grand. That afternoon at Tu Deep's school, the little girl spotted Chan Nak and ran over, beaming with joy. He welcomed her and asked, Tu Deep, guess who is here? The girl paused for a moment, then called out, Dad. Ko Kang affectionately called out to his daughter. Tu Deep, it is your dad. The little girl immediately rushed to hug his leg and cried out loud, but he quickly pushed her away, saying, All right, do not. Xiao Dai refused to let go, clinging tightly to her dad while sobbing, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Stop crying. Xiao Dai, please do not cry. He asked her with a warm tone. Can you not cry? Do you know how much your little brother at home misses you while I am not around? Xiao Dai, through her choked sobs. Recounted, Dad. Uncle hit me. He would not let me eat, peed myself, and he locked me in the bathroom. He splashed cold water on me. Where did you go, Dad? Where's Mom? I want Mom. Why is not anyone coming to find me? Hearing this, Kang felt flustered too. He gently comforted his daughter. Don't cry anymore. Please. He also pleaded with the little one. Xiao Dai. If you stop crying, your dad and I can take you out for some delicious food. Okay. The three of them walked into the biggest fried chicken place around. Xiao Dai happily offered her dad some delicious food first, but he declined, saying, You eat, I am not hungry. Reuniting with her dad made Xiao Dai really happy. She excitedly chatted about everything. Dad. I made a lot of friends at school. They all like playing with me. And the teachers like me too. They even gave me snacks. However, he did not seem pleased at all. Watching this scene, he felt a pang of sadness for Xiao Dai. No matter what, a parent's presence can be replaced. Actually, in Xiao Dai's memories, Kang was not always like this. At first, Xiao Dai's family had happy times. She lived in a home with both a dad and a mom, filled with laughter. Xiao Dai was doing great. She was already walking. Where are we going? Xiao Dai, be careful not to let her fall. But later, Kang got addicted to gambling, and gradually lost his humanity, becoming less and less like a person. He plunged headfirst into gambling, turning himself into something that was not quite human or ghost. He was out of money, yet he bragged, This place is all about my chips. After playing all day, Xiao Dai fell asleep on her dad's shoulder, and their little outing came to an end. Soon after, Kang handed the little girl over to Tran and Si and said, All right. I have done what you wanted. I have to go now, the kid asked, a bit irritated. Are you leaving already? He thought he had finished what he needed to do, so of course, he had to leave. Tronafane added, She is your biological daughter. Should not you take care of her and make it up to her? He shot back angrily. You little brat. Who are you to teach me how to be human? You are still a kid. You do not know anything. Tran and Si struggled to hold back his anger and replied, If you are not Xiao Dai's dad, then you should not waste your breath. King, I am telling you one last time. If you have any conscience left, stay and spend some quality time with your daughter, even if it is just for a weekend. He interrupted. Weekend? Do you know how busy I am? Damn it. I have an important friend looking for me tonight. All right. Stop whining. I will take the money and leave, he said coldly, turning his back without a second thought. Tran and Si watched him go, thinking, King, I have given you a chance. I have paved the way for you. I won't let down my sister. After that, he pulled out his phone and called his buddy. Hey man. I need a favor, it is urgent. Let us hit Karak tonight. When Kokang arrived, he found a dude already waiting there. And this guy. They called him Ndiang. As soon as Tu Deng laid eyes on him, he unleashed a string of curses. Dude. You are way too late. I told you 10 of the clock. My boss is about to leave. Kokang chuckled, pleading. I could not get a ride. Sorry Nding. Then Tu Deng led Kokang inside to meet his boss. A tall dude with a gold chain around his neck. And he had 2 cute girls tucked under his arms. Tu Deng introduced him. This is Kokang, come meet my boss. This is Envig, known as Vigli, the #1 general of the old school mafia boss. He added, Go ahead and ask around. Everyone in Kim Lang knows who this big shot is. Kokang switched to his smooth talking mode, bowing slightly with a toast. An Ving. Let me raise a glass to you. Tu Deng also introduced his buddy to Lai H. Boss. This is my friend from my old cell. He is pretty sharp and knows how to read the room. Lo H was not too impressed. But since he was already there, he said a few words. All right. You are Tu Deng's friend. I will give you a break this time. Kokang, eager to impress, poured another drink and asked for a favor. Knowing he might need an IV Tonga's support in the future, Lai shot back. Lately, food on the streets is not easy to come by. Kokang's drink remained untouched by L's H, and Tu Deng started sweating. Thinking, looks like N Vittering is not happy about him being late. Luate placed his full glass down and walked off, squeezing one of the girls under his arm. Kokang quickly called out, An Ving. I already covered the room. This made La H's attitude shift slightly. He turned back with a grin. Tu Deng. Your friend's not too shabby. Bring him to the company tomorrow to meet me. Kokang quickly thanked Tu Tut and An Vijing. Then he turned back. I am sweating bullets for you here. I will call you tomorrow at noon. Don't he turn off your phone. Kokang nodded vigorously. Don't he worry. An Ding. I will make sure to impress. After Tu Ding left, Kokang's face twisted into annoyance. Feeling bitter and scheming. This is my chance. I will make sure to pay back these debts. It seemed like Tron Nephi still had some cash. He thought he could find a reason to swing by in a few days. At that moment, a girl with long hair remained in the room. He glanced over and asked, Hey girl. What is your name? She replied. They call me San. So this dude even though she was leaving, was still in the game. First time here. Just make sure the price is right. Nobody here can resist a good time. Kokang's expression grew sly. Alright, treat me well. And we can talk money. Let us head to my place. The family hotel. Kokang hugged the beautiful girl and headed in, ready to dive in, but San wanted him to shower first. Which he happily agreed to better clean. Better vibes. He was pumped up, having been cooped up for so long in prison. He was itching for action tonight. But before he could even shower, a loud crash startled him from outside. What the hell is going on? Before he could react, a massive thug kicked down the door, storming in and yelling. What the hell are you doing with my girl? Kokang stood frozen, thinking. Damn it. These crooks, without saying much. The big boss of the underworld grabbed Kang by the collar and dragged him outside. In pain, he cried out. Big brother. Are you sure you got the right guy? San quickly chimed in. Big brother. I do not know him. I am not your little sister. Big boss stepped closer. San. And asked. Your name's Lily. Right. The girl, caught off guard, replied. Wait, are not I San? Before she could finish her sentence, the big boss delivered a painful blow. Shouting again. What did you say? Say it again for me. Terrified, San quickly agreed. Yep. You are right. Your little sister. Immediately after, the big boss turned to Kang and said, I told you I would not admit to being wrong. Now let us talk about you taking my sister to a hotel. How are we going to settle this debt? Kang could only grit his teeth and endure, cursing under his breath. Damn those scammers. They even brought actors to the scene. I have been in this for over a year, and the underworld has turned into this mess. The big boss, deep in thought, recalled the advice given to him. The standard for a beating was a cost of 4,000 yuan, which is a solid P. He really had to think this through. The scene shifts to Monday afternoon at the city hospital, where Kang, bruised and battered, staggered out, continuously complaining, damn it, I misjudged the situation. How could I have enemies right after getting out of prison? That jerk must have set me up. Just then, his phone rang, and on the other end, Little Dung was furious. Where the hell have you been? I have been trying to reach you all afternoon. I am coming to pick you up to meet the big boss. I am giving you a chance here. And you, looking all scruffy. Do not blame me for not recognizing you as a brother, Kang. Feeling wronged. Shot back. Dung, let me explain. Yesterday I got tricked into a room and got beaten up. I just got out of the hospital. And my phone's dead. Hearing his brother being bullied, Dung grew anxious and asked, You got scammed. Who did it? Kang replied, It was some punk. Damn it. I thought wrong before. So he was called to the fake Feng Tang. After listening to the whole story, Laho concluded. Got it. It was that little punk from your wife's side. You are letting a kid mess with you at your age. I am telling you, that kid has some cash. Kang insisted. It is definitely not little. The air conditioning and TV in her house are all branded. I bet her grandma passed away leaving behind a nice nest egg. Laho was pleased to hear this. He had his own plans in mind since the main boss's legs had been taken out of commission, and he usually did not visit the fake Feng Tang. This was his chance to take control, but that old man was too clever, not letting him touch the money. Without cash, how could he operate? Laho stood up and approached Kang with a fake friendly attitude, saying, Hey, you are the one Little Dung brought in. Yeah, sure. I will lend a hand. I will send someone to help you figure this out. Kang was thrilled. Thank you. Brother Wang. Early that morning in the park, after days of training, Lam Sun finally received praise from teacher Chong, saying, You have come a long way. Seeing Lam Sun's hard-working attitude, the teacher was very pleased and silently praised him. During this time of training, it was clear that Lam Sun had some real talent. He was a bit slow on the uptake and a little foolish. But physically, he was in great shape. His bones, blood vessels, and veins were all top-notch. Teacher Tiefing is once again comparing Lunam Sen to Tronanen Seer. Looking at that little brat Tronanen S. He is like a dry twig that barely trains even half the time. He did not show up today. So he is in for a serious talk. He is calling from a distance. Teacher Tifeng, I am here today. Teacher Tifeng, visibly annoyed, says, What is with your lazy demeanor? Get your act together. Just then, a familiar voice chimes in. Uncle Tifeng. The appearance of little Dipe brightens Teacher Tifeng's mood. You. Tayu DP. Why are you here? She curiously asks. Why are you scolding my brother? He chuckles and reassures her. I am just speaking loudly. I am not scolding anyone. Do not worry. Tayu DP. And just like that, Teacher B picks up both students and says, Uncle Tifeng will take you to get some snacks. The two of them chat away without any further instructions, while Tu Deep excitedly tells Teacher Tifeng about meeting her dad recently. Uncle Tifeng. My dad came back last week. Teacher Tifeng is surprised. Your dad? Really? Tu Deep nods. Yeah. But he left again. He is on a work trip far away. And he won't be back for a while. At this moment, Tronafif turns to tease Lam Sen, making an effort to mock him. But Lam Sen does not even bother to respond. After a moment, he finally speaks up. Yesterday, Teacher Tifeng told me he wants to hold a formal initiation ceremony. He wanted to tell you about it. But you did not show up. Tron and C nonchalantly replies. Then let us just have a simple initiation ceremony. Eat a meal. And have a tea offering. Lam Sen clarifies. Teacher Tifeng said we do not need to eat. He mentioned something about offering incense and serving tea. And I see it as a normal thing. So let us do the initiation. Suddenly, Lam Sen turns and says, so from now on, we will be senior and junior disciples. I will be the big brother. And you will be my little brother. Tron and NC is not having it. He retorts. Oh really? I am the big brother. And you are the second little brother. He adds stubbornly. Besides, I am older than you. Tronasiv counters. I joined before you. And I was the one who brought you in. His comment leaves Lam Sen speechless, not that he is out of words. He just does not want to argue anymore. Tronafliv concludes. Remember, you have to call me big brother from now on. Just then, Teacher Tifeng walks over and calls out loudly. What are you doing? Lam Sen, making him want to vanish into thin air. Tayu DP, with her big, sparkling eyes, looks at Teacher Tifeng and says, Uncle Tifeng, that is too much. Teacher Tifeng is taken aback and straightens his tone. Despite his irritation, he forces a cheerful smile. Trauma and says, I have only been gone for 5 minutes. And you have already lost your stance. This won't do, Sam says. I was just discussing the initiation with my junior brother. Teacher Tifeng looks surprised and asks. Junior brother, Lam Sen responds. Yep. I am discussing the initiation with my big brother. Hearing this, Teacher Tifeng says. All right. Whatever you are discussing is up to you. But in my school, you have to be a real disciple to be a big brother. I am still young. And I have already taken on a disciple back in my hometown. So I am technically your big brother. Immediately, Tron and C turns to Lam Sen. So from now on, I will be your third little brother. Our big brother Lam Sen is as clueless as a pig, regretting his lack of skills that can help him think straight. Meanwhile, at school, someone is banging on the security room door, shouting, "Hey, open up, the car's here." And it is the company's big boss. The old man opened the door, still puzzled, wondering why the principal was coming to school this weekend. But what surprised him even more was seeing the principal himself stepping out of the car to open the door, leaving him curious about which important figure was inside. Neville Longtongue appeared in a stunning designer outfit that caught everyone's eye, leaving the old man dumbfounded as he thought, just 2 words for this guy. Season Pro. The teacher reminded the class that finals were next week, and since today was Monday, they only had 2 weeks left to prepare. Time to hustle, folks. Class dismissed. He then added that he almost forgot. There would be a school-wide assembly in the afternoon, and everyone needed to line up like during morning exercises at 2 p.m. They would gather in the gym because the school would undergo renovations, and leaders from the Education Corporation would come for an inspection. Trannak, feeling annoyed, turned to ask Aka for help in getting the afternoon off from the teacher. She was puzzled, saying, "Wait, you are ditching class." He quickly made up an excuse about needing to help at the shop. He even added, "I am going to deal with a love rival for you. So just wait for me to finish handling Kangin stuff. And then I will send Lai Dine back home." He thought to himself how lucky he was that Lai Dine was not at school this month. If she were, the backlash would be unbearable. Later that afternoon, the teacher passionately spoke about how they would gradually expand the school's classrooms and dormitories. We will rebuild the cafeteria and renovate the library, making our school a beacon of hope for the bright future ahead. Below, the students erupted into loud applause. Then the teacher turned to Neville, asking if he wanted to say a few words. But she immediately declined, saying, "No need." She then gently lowered her glasses and scanned the room, thinking she could use her authority as a supervisor to meet that kid, which was pretty mysterious. Lathan had been observing Neville and leaned over to tell Kaka, "That woman is definitely a big deal. Just look at the outfit she is wearing." Kaka curiously asked, "Is it that plaid coat?" Lathan nodded, confirming, "That is a Burberry. A coat like that costs at least 10 to 20,000. Kaka was shocked, asking, "What kind of coat costs that much?" "That is like wearing half a house," Than explained to her. "It is a major brand worldwide. Only royal level stuff gets used in England. So of course, it is expensive. By the way, have you noticed something strange?" he added. She looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" He responded, "Well, from what I have observed, even though the woman is wearing sunglasses, she keeps glancing over at our group like she is searching for someone. Do you think it could be a love interest? I mean, it is not surprising if a noble from England crosses oceans just to find someone." Knowing her friend was just joking, Kaka frowned and said, "Lathan, stop with that dark humor." Meanwhile, over at the love rival's place, he was busy checking on some tasks. The system had just notified him that his mission was overdue. He was deep in thought, calculating how to assassinate Kaidring Anti before the deadline. Using his secret account to contact the contractor twice to probe the situation, still no reply. If the other party discovers the mission has failed, and their account has been used by someone else, why not just cancel the mission? Suddenly, a notification pops up finally. The moment he has been waiting for. A new commission has arrived. It is time to ignite the soul of that girl. However, even though he messaged them, there was no response. He thought to himself, the commissioner is not answering the messages, and is not asking about the mission before the deadline. It is like they have already guessed that the mission would be nearly impossible to accomplish. But they are still hoping for a miracle. Waiting until the deadline is up. The specifics of the mission are as follows. A type of assassination mission. The target is hidden, and will be revealed after successfully accepting the mission. The mission duration is 5 days, and the bounty is $3 million, which can be split among multiple people. Note 1. This mission is for multiple people. The commissioner limits a maximum of 6 people to complete it together. Successfully assassinating the target allows you to receive 70% of the total bounty, while the remaining 30% will be divided based on the contributions assessed by the commissioner. Note 2. The bounty exceeds $1 million, qualifying it as a B-level mission in the system. Users should seriously consider the difficulty of the mission to avoid confusion. Based on this, Trannak knew for sure the commissioner would immediately release a mission with heightened conditions to attract stronger individuals. After confirming, the system sent a notification asking if he wanted to accept the mission, and of course, he chose yes. Another notification followed, stating that the one igniting the soul of the girl is a professional assassin with a 100% success rate. Everything was settled, but he still felt a bit uneasy. There was something else he wanted to say, like, if they were not infiltrating the enemy's ranks, they should at least play nice. He just had to wait for them to select him. Half an hour slipped by, and as Trannak was dozing off, the notification jolted him awake. The request from the commissioner had been accepted. Click to view the mission details. This time, you have accepted a B-level mission. If completed, your account level will successfully upgrade to a silver account. Trannak was thrilled. He could actually level up. Finally, he would not be a small fry anymore. The mission details appeared. The target is Kwang N2, accompanied by personal information. It seemed he had anticipated this. Seeing it made him smirk and say, just as I thought. And the group temporarily consisted of 5 other people, plus him and the commissioner, making a total of 7. The commissioner requested that the mission be completed in 5 days. I will distribute the bounty based on everyone's contribution. Let us collaborate harmoniously. The one igniting the soul of the girl replied. Don't worry. The boss is on it. We will complete the mission for sure. Trannak was pumped. Let us see what happens. 6 people are on the mission to kill Kong An. Too bad they did not see this coming. However, he was also being a bit cautious. To ensure the mission goes off without a hitch, he needed to add an extra layer of insurance. He moved to Teacher Tong's house, where the teacher was busy typing away. As today someone had messaged him, Thien Kandin messaged. Old Hoyan, are you interested in making some extra cash? The mission location is Kim Lang. It is the same protection mission as before, keeping the target safe. Fuxin, what is there to say? Who are you? Thien Kandin replied. 20,000 Hanoi dollars forgot already. Fuxin, just respond back. No need for small talk. Right on. Then Kane smooth talked his way back. Come on, man. The payout this time is $300,000. I did not broker it through the web. Half of it is going to the middleman. Teacher Temping is not even fully on board yet. Planning to use his influence to throw some cash around for real. A balance fluctuation notification pops up. You have received $150,000. Check again. Even though things are still sketchy, with the cash rolling in, Teacher Team's tone has definitely shifted. Fihiexin needs to figure out how to ask why it is so cheap when last time you handled 4 guys all by yourself with you around. Why would I need to look for you? Thien Kane said. Your skills are top-notch. Teacher Tinkering is a bit skeptical too. This time it is so generous. But it is just good skills. Not like I heard anyone saying anything nice. Still, since the money is in, how can we say no? Teacher Tepring confidently decided. Alright, I am off to find my old man and ask for a break, even though there is a bit of money at home. I can just sit around doing nothing. This mission is local, and I can slack off on my responsibilities. Moving to another hotel. T is lounging in the bathtub. Feeling excited. Thinking about the soul-shattering encounter ahead. Eagerly anticipating the jaw-dropping moment when they finally meet. Suddenly, a call comes in. It is Deep Yumming. T happily answers. My little troublemaker. You have missed me already after just a few days apart. Deep Dung cuts right to the chase. Master. They have agreed to our quote. This time I have drained their entire fortune, so you must fulfill this request. No slip-ups allowed. T excitedly replies. Little one. Once we wrap this up, I will take you to Las Vegas. We can buy tons of drinks and then hit the tables. You can check out all the cute girls. Poor Dip E. She sighs dramatically. Master. I am only 9 years old. I am just at the stage of figuring things out. Please stop saying strange things to me. She does not even realize how proud she sounds bragging about her past achievements. Do not be like that. I have been sneaking sips of alcohol since I was 9. Remember last birthday? I even slipped some liquor into the birthday cake. Did not you love it? Her words seem to infuriate the little girl, who is ready to explode. Hang up Homentech, don't do that again. I do not want to be your apprentice anymore. I am going to find that wizard. He promised if I call him master, he would give me all his precious books. T just sweetly reassures her. Hey. Do not be mad. You are my smartest apprentice. Dip. Do not say more. You sneaking me booze will affect my brain development. T-Chai. You are a crazy woman. With that, she hangs up, and T sighs, staring at the phone, saying, now I am in trouble. How the heck do I fix this? Maybe I should steal an unpublished Harry Potter manuscript to give to her. Suddenly, a call comes in from Deep. T joyfully yells. Little girl. I knew you were not really mad at me. On the other end, the connection is so weak it feels like it could break the line with how strongly the annoyance radiates. I just hung up on you out of frustration. I called just so you could hang up on me again. TD feels scared too. She quickly wraps herself in a towel and rushes to get things done. The girl is feeling down, so she hastily finishes her work to head home, hoping that the little one in Kim Lang won't let her down. Her new disciple. At the hotel where DT is staying, she wakes up after a drunken night, still a bit tipsy, her head spinning, and she sighs. After drinking, a headache is expected. But how can I find the soul-burning bastard in this state? That is the real mission. After thinking it over and getting nowhere, TD decides to go out for a stroll. Forget it. I will just wander around for now since there is no new intel anyway. Meanwhile, on the other side, Danine is insistently begging to go out. Mama, let us go out and play. I am going crazy stuck in this room all day. But really, it is because Trannak has already filled her in on everything. She secretly thinks, I need to lure the assassins out to deal with them. Little did they know. TT's room is right next to where the two of them are staying. They bump into each other accidentally. And TT looks at Danine, praising her. You are such a beautiful girl. Going out to play. Danine innocently replies. You are beautiful too. I want to go out with Mama. After saying that, she pulls Antu along, and TT cheerfully calls after them. Have fun. Little sister. Watching their backs. She smiles a dangerously playful smile and says, what a coincidence. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. Night has fallen. But everything seems peaceful. Trannak sits there, munching on some fried shrimp while observing, feeling strange because everything is too calm. These assassins are surprisingly patient. Danine has taken Kwang and Tu out to stroll all day. Could it be that they still have not found her? The teacher thought he would release Homai, but it can't compare to his second floor. Yet everything here seems utterly normal. The teacher has been following the two mother and son all day without any sign of activity. It is past 8 p.m. now. Seems like we are safe tonight. Suddenly, he feels something's off. Homai circles around before landing on a stranger's hand. That person speaks with an air of excitement. How interesting. That person was none other than T-Tech. She gazed at the nightingale and exclaimed, it has been ages since I met a superhuman who can talk to animals. Hey. Sweet bird. Tell me where your owner is. The nightingale fluttered its wings as if under a spell, leading the way for her. T-Ich was thrilled, following Kang and T. Surely she could find the soul arsonist now. Before T-Ch's power, the master felt utterly helpless. Sweat dripped from the master's brow as he gritted his teeth. It is just too strong. Just looking at her made my body tense up. Beads of sweat forming. It was the kind of pressure you feel when prey encounters a predator. Tadriti thought the master was the person she was searching for. So this is what you look like. Today, I was just feeling inspired and casually took on a mission. Little did I know someone else had the same idea. This must be fate. As soon as I got close, she threw a punch right at the teacher. And then she started cursing loudly, calling them an old hag. saying the person had it coming, the one who is tearing apart the souls of young girls. He had no clue what was going on and asked, "What? Who is tearing apart the souls of young girls?" The teacher was too confused to react before he took a full blow from her. Meanwhile, Tron NC was leisurely sipping his drink and muttered, "Today's going pretty well. Do not you think?" Teacher. Right after that, a loud commotion erupted, causing him to choke and spit out all the alcohol he had just gulped down. Panicking. Teacher. What the hell? Panic set in as he realized who was attacking the teacher. Why was this woman here, storming towards him? Where was that male assassin? In that moment, he frantically checked the private chat for the mission, and suddenly noticed the characters' names stacked together. It was the Queen of Hearts. Damn it. Tron quickly sent a message. Run now. Then he bolted out of the house. That shameless old hag was taking on all 5 of them. The teacher took a devastating hit, and ended up spitting out some blood. Just as he was about to kick back, the teacher shouted, "Wait! Are you sure you have got the right person?" But she did not care. Her foot slammed down again, creating another explosive shockwave that wrecked the street. Luckily, the teacher managed to dodge, or he would have been out of the game for good. Trauma-NCS, fuming, stared intently at him and said, "Today I am putting everything aside just to hunt you down. You are definitely dead." Teacher. The teacher insisted, "You have got it wrong. Meat is not." This girl still would not listen, darting toward him like lightning, then unleashing a relentless combo of techniques. Starting with a strike, the teacher recognized the moves. His body moved on instinct from years of martial arts training, barely managing to hold his ground, but it seemed like all his efforts were in vain. Next came a strike to the back, followed by a hit to his shoulder which left it bruised. After that came a barrage of blows, and it was clear he could not take much more. The teacher quickly counterattacked. She easily blocked his punch with her hand, showing no signs of struggle. Finally, she delivered a blow that sent the teacher crashing into the grass. Just when she thought she had defeated him, she cheered. "Yep. Finally feels good. Finally feels good." Just as she was about to finish him off, he weakly interrupted. "Wait. What the hell do you mean by tearing apart souls? What are you talking about?" She paused, shocked. "What? You are the one tearing apart the souls of young girls." The teacher was bewildered, wiping his brow. "You crazy woman. I am not tearing apart anyone's sister. I have lived my life honorably, and I only love my wife. How could I tear apart a girl's heart? Sure, I might curse, but I would not dare say it out loud out of fear of getting hit." The teacher exclaimed, "I have never heard of this before." She raised her hands innocently. "Wait, am I really mistaken?" At that moment, something flew toward her from the side. Suddenly, she sensed an object hurtling toward her position. She reached out to grab the shell and complained, "Is there backup? It is just a dance." Before she could finish her words, she felt something was off with the shell. Suddenly, it started dripping water. Then it exploded, and she reflexively jumped back to avoid the blast. It was not just a small explosion. Shards of glass, almost alive, flew straight toward her. In a hurry, she activated her kinetic shield to block the incoming shards. But just then, another attack came from behind, catching her off guard. But this girl was not just any ordinary fighter. She quickly conjured another shield at her back. Clearly frustrated, she decided to go on the offensive. The two sides traded blows for a while, both powers clashing fiercely. But she felt the impact beneath her feet as the ground could not withstand the onslaught of water. Suddenly remembering the hostage, she turned around only to find her teacher had vanished without a trace. Furious, she shouted, "They have run off." She switched her focus to the mother and son, only to find it empty. Everyone had fled. Defeated, she leads a team of purple-haired misfits. And I am not happy about it. I could not catch the one who set the girl's soul on fire. And even the target for this mission has escaped. Who is messing with me? Just then, her phone, wedged between her thighs, starts buzzing. She answers, lowering her tone. "Hey, you little devil, finally paying attention to me." Dae-P Depung yells through the phone. "What the hell are you doing? You are supposed to be on a big mission, not messing around with petty tasks. Why did you log into this small job?" Turns out, she accepted a minor mission without even getting approval from me first. "Have you lost your mind?" She quickly pleads. "Hey, little devil, do not be mad. I have to admit, this 9-year-old knows her stuff." But Dae-P keeps pressing on. "Aren't you furious? Do you know how much effort I put into building the Queen of the Stars reputation? Why would you sell yourself short by taking a measly 223 million yuan commission? People are going to want to pay you way more later on." She sounds desperate, but did not we argue yesterday? I thought you would ignore me for a few days. I am all alone over here. I have almost spent all my money. You usually manage my finances. And if you are mad, I can just ask you for cash. Can I? I only took on one job. Just trying to make a little pocket money. You little devil. I know I messed up. I promise I won't do it again. DPE Evam, not wanting to hear her excuses any longer, delivers the final blow and hangs up. This mission is off. I have cancelled the task. I did not just raise your market price for nothing. Now finish your main job and get home. I told you before. She warns. Don't wander around outside. If you get caught by that little Duval, you are in for it. Tatita feels deeply hurt by the scolding, but she is so mad that she forgets something important. Oh man. I forgot to tell little Nai not to let her know I found the one who set the girl's soul ablaze. But pissing off the little lady at home is a bigger risk. So she decides to drop this and head back. Forget it. Just forget it. The little devil's anger takes priority. She has been really displeased with me lately, can't afford to make her mad again. She is a clever one. And that is tough. Moving to Tronenses' place. The teacher should have been brought back home by him. He calls to reassure Debai Femme. It is. You and your mom stay away from the hotel for a few days. Find somewhere else. This assassin is strong. I need to figure out what is going on while treating the teacher's wounds. He thinks about what T-Chai is doing in Kim Long. A mission like an assassination involving the Ejing and E would never catch her eye. Online. They bicker and take hits. But it is not too bad. Especially since she and I are half a world apart after a long struggle. He finally pulled through the danger zone. You sighed in relief and said. Thankfully. The teacher thought it was just an external injury, but his lungs were a bit damaged. Basically. It is internal injuries from forcing himself to deal with that powerful woman. Queen Tin. I helped him gather his internal energy. And once he wakes up, I will adjust it. And he should recover quickly. Teacher's consciousness seemed to be back. But the haunting memories of that woman torturing him felt like a nightmare that would not let go. In his delirium, he kept insisting. I swear I am not the soul-burning fiend. You have got the wrong person. Poor guy. Really? This time I am not trying to trap anyone. Suddenly. You felt a twinge of worry. Wait a minute. The powerful lady coming to Jinlang has other business. As the top-ranked fighter in the underground world, when she makes a move, she can easily wipe out an A-rank organization without lifting a finger to squash ants. You hoped that this time she would not be involved with the person you needed to protect. After all, during my peak, I could not defeat her. And with my current strength, let us just say it is looking pretty grim, but no matter how dangerous it gets, a guy's gotta eat. Tron NC confidently walked into the noodle shop and shouted. Old Quatch. One big bowl of braised meat noodles. With an extra egg and meat. Old Quatch frowned. The shop's about to close. You ordered a mountain of toppings, including stir-fried goat with onions and a sprinkle of herbs. With such a big order, Old Quatch could not turn you down. It is my first paycheck. Gotta eat big. Tron Ninja beamed. The noodles here were just perfect. You craved them every couple of days. Suddenly, you sensed a powerful aura approaching, signaling danger was near. The person you were worried about was that lady. She strolled in calmly from outside. Tron NC tried to act like just another regular customer, casually striking up a conversation. Hey, boss. The garlic in this bowl needs to be replaced. It has been sitting here too long and dried out. You knew she was keeping an eye on you, so you kept reminding yourself to stay calm. This woman was definitely not here to find you. When I faced her before, she did not even see my face. This is just a coincidence. Can't he overthink it? Just pretend to react like any regular guy seeing a beautiful woman. That is the way to avoid suspicion. You thought that, but the way you were staring at her was no different from a creep. The lady noticed you staring and asked, am I really that beautiful? You gave her a compliment. Well, you are pretty cute yourself. How's the noodles here? You forced a smile and replied. Not bad. Just the owner's a bit stingy with the meat. She responded cheerfully. You are such a sweet kid. Make sure to head home after you finish those noodles. At that moment, the owner stepped out and grumbled to Tron NC. We are out of onions. Can't make stir-fried goat anymore. Just finish your noodles and go home. An hour passed, and neither of you budged to leave. Old Quatch sat next to Tronus, frowning. Why are you eating so slowly today? Hurry up. I need to close. Seeing no one paying attention to her, the lady let out a long sigh of frustration. Old Quatch noticed her attitude too. She asked, hey, boss. Are not you going to ask what I am eating? Old Quatch bluntly replied. Aren't you here to eat noodles? Why should I ask? TK was surprised and asked. So I can't pay too. Your customers look like they are having a great time, and I want to try. Old Quatch replied irritably. I can't let my customers finish eating and then leave just like that. Can't you wait a little longer? She shot back. I am in a hurry to catch my flight. Time's running out. At that, Old Quatch reluctantly agreed, using his strength to push down on the heavy body. It made the young man dazed and slump over the table. Tatridi saw this and said, you really are just like they said. So interesting to work with. A few years back, I heard about you. Old Quatch interrupted. What you heard definitely was not anything good. She shook her head. It was quite interesting. I heard that a genius appeared from the snow domain, ruling the scene in his youth. The clan leader handed over the clan's skills and his daughter to that guy. He later became a disciple of the clan. I heard his last name is Quach. Old Quach did not want to hear more, throwing a pill into his mouth and saying, "All right, no more talk. The person you are talking about is me?" Tachita curiously asked. "But why did you run away, originally? The old man in your clan wanted to groom you as a promising successor. But you ran away before the competition, leaving behind 7 or 8 fellow disciples. Your snow domain suffered huge losses because of it, and that competition was a total disaster, even losing several veins of ore. Doesn't that sound bad? If I had not heard about the wicked things you did, I would not have come here at all." Old Quach was furious at this point. "What do you understand about this? They forced me into marriage." Tikichai, tired of the conversation, replied, "But you are the one who is a coward." Old Quach lamented. "In my family, there are 6 young ladies. They only like the 4th, but they insist I marry the 5th. Do you know what she looks like? She weighs 350 pounds. I have a unique talent and have not even been in the clan for 3 years. My master could not even match me, after being accepted by the clan leader. In just 15 years, I have built quite a reputation for the snow domain and gained many benefits. I am a person who believes in repaying kindness and grudges. So when did it become okay for someone to grab me by the collar and force me to marry a girl I have only met a few times? She hits harder than I do, eats 10 times more than me, and looks like the offspring of a sumo wrestler. And let me emphasize, if it were her mother, would she run away?" He looked at Tiech, who pretended to faint from laughing so hard at his ridiculous story, thinking to himself, "Damn, this is hilarious." Tigata stood up and said, "But I have accepted the mission. I can't let you go." With that, she lunged to attack, leaving him with no choice but to feel wronged. Old Quach was okay with fighting, but he did not want to break anything in the shop, since he would have to pay for it. So he asked Tiech, "Let us take this somewhere else. Don't wreck my shop." And so, the two masters headed out to the mountains like they were about to settle a martial arts feud. It seemed like Old Quach was no match for her. He was battered and even spitting blood. She flew in front of him and asked, still not willing to surrender, "Just come with me." Old Quach was not about to agree easily. He insisted, "I barely escaped that kneeling place. Here, I can go wherever I please. You think I am just gonna let you take me? What is the price? You want to pay me in minerals?" Old Quach laughed loudly. "This clan does not have anything good. I fought for them back in the day, and did not see them being so generous. Now you want to make me pay this high price? You better think twice," she urged him. "Just give in already. You won't suffer that way." But Old Quach would not back down. He took a step back, gathering his strength for a powerful attack. He declared, "I won't be trapped. I would rather die." The two charged at each other, showcasing their incredible martial arts skills, exchanging blows relentlessly. One of her hands blocked a punch from Old Quach. Standing still like a rock for what felt like ages, she said, "Surrender. You are no match for me." Old Quach shouted back defiantly, "Get lost." Then he roared. Channeling his energy to unleash a massive attack, he poured all his strength into a strike aimed directly at her, almost seeming like he could inflict some damage. But no, with just one hand, she effortlessly blocked the attack. She continued to reason with him. "If you do not surrender, I won't hold back. I really do not want to hurt you." But Old Quach stubbornly refused, insisting on fighting until the end. "Shut up." Old Quach's punches were easy for her to dodge with just a slight tilt of her head. With a little push, she sent him flying away effortlessly. She stepped forward, reaffirming, "You are not my match. Your skills are decent, but I am the one in charge. You are still a step away from this level." Then she pulled out something that looked like a cattle prod and continued, "Just surrender. I do not want to seriously injure you. I am dragging you back, just so you can marry the girl from the snow abyss. It is not about dying." Old Quach cursing, "I am sending your sister." As the lightning struck, Old Quach reached out to grab it. But in the blink of an eye, that purple flame spread all over his arm. Old Quach yelled out, "This is not good. It is the Jade Transformation Technique. Let me tell you, the Jade Transformation Technique is an ancient secret of the snow abyss. It can withstand my fiery wrath. You are wasting your strength, and if you keep burning, you will damage your foundation." Old Quach fell silent, his mind racing. She was not wrong. I only have one option now. To retreat, no more thinking. He turned around and bolted, leaving Teet confused, asking, "Are you getting away?" Old Quach sprinted like mad to the nearby river, not thinking twice before jumping in. One was on the bank and the other was in the water, arguing back and forth. "You come up here. You come down here." They went at it for a while, neither side giving in. As for Trannak, after those two left the noodle shop, he secretly followed, witnessing everything unfold. He concluded that Old Quach's strength was on par with his own. His life is not in danger. But I wonder if Old Quach has figured it out. Trannak knew that this woman was seriously hydrophobic. There was no way she would go into the water. From under the water, Old Quach shouted up, "You can swim." "Can you?" retorted. "How could I swim if I did not know how?" Old Quach enjoyed flailing around in the water. "So do not think you can catch me." This made lose her patience. She turned her back and said, "You have really ticked me off." She walked to the edge of the forest and effortlessly yanked a large tree as if it were just a twig. Coincidentally, Trannak was hiding in that very tree. At this moment, he did not know what to do. So he just clung to the tree and complained. "This woman, with so many trees around, why did she have to pick mine? I told you. Provoking a woman only leads to trouble." At this point, Old Quach finally realized the danger. But it was too late. The large tree was coming down hard right at him. Luckily, he was in the water, and he had some skills, so a single tree would not kill him. Old Quach shouted, "Crazy woman. Do not let me get the chance. Watch me drown you in this pippin." Trannak seized the opportunity and quietly swam away unnoticed. But that was not enough. One tree was not satisfying for her. She uprooted half the forest and shouted, "Keep it coming. Fire me." The two sides clashed again, one throwing trees down and the other splashing water up. The trees were almost drowning Old Quach. But just then, figure swooped in and hit Teet hard, causing her to stumble and fall into the water. Luckily, had tossed the tree into the water earlier, so she avoided swallowing a mouthful of water. Just as she broke the surface, she saw that hefty woman coming toward her with a loud shout. "You scumbag," scared out of her mind, clung tightly to that tree, thinking, "Well, this is great. I can't do anything in the water. I can only struggle." That chubby lady lunged forward and delivered a powerful slap to Tet, injuring my husband in the process. She painfully asked, "Who are you?" "The slap you just gave me is a technique from the Snowy Valley. I recognize you." But the chubby lady did not care at all. She ran over to Old Quach, hugging him and asking with concern, "Ani, are you okay?" He nodded in response, saying, continued, "You are the fifth young lady of the Snowy Valley sect. So why did you hit me? I am here to help you capture this guy to be your husband." The chubby lady turned around and yelled, "This is my husband. I do not need to capture him. And by the way, I am not the fifth sister. I am the fourth sister." Asked, "What is the difference between you two?" Furious, Sister T threw her husband aside and charged at Tet, shouting, "What is the difference? My husband only likes me." Began to follow him, running away together. Hearing someone inside the house telling her that the sect master had invited a master to come and retrieve her husband, suddenly thrown into the water, Old Quach no longer had the strength to resist. He cried out weakly, "Help me, I can't swim anymore." Not only that, but Sister also physically attacked T. Again, continuously blaming her. "You are the wretched woman who harmed my husband. I will kill you." Was grabbed by Sister T by the head, holding her tightly like a chicken. She could only mumble incoherently, You guys. Sister T screamed in her face. "What do you mean, you guys? You attacked my husband. I will kill you. It is only natural to cripple your abilities." The situation was dire. Danger was closing in. And Teet sensed this and quickly raised her hands to fight back, but it was no use. Sister T.'s hands had already reached TT's head, and she immediately went limp. Then the three of them made it to the shore, with T lying there, not knowing if she was alive or dead, while the couple, Old Quach and his wife, only cared about each other. Sister T asked, "Ani, how are you? Does it hurt?" Old Quach complained, "Stop hitting me. If you hit me a few more times, I will really die." "What is the point? Of course it hurts." Sister T suddenly remembered and quickly pulled something out, saying, "Oh honey, I brought medicine for you, but oh no. I was hiding in the water and the medicine got ruined. I am such an idiot. What do I do?" Old Quach replied, "It is, let us take care of this money-hungry bastard first. According to Sister T, they should kill him to settle the score." Old Quach nodded. "Good idea. This woman is really powerful, and I am no match for her. I do not even know who else in the house is looking for a master. We have made enemies today, so let us kill him to avoid trouble later." The couple agreed and then Sister T started to take action. Suddenly, in the quiet darkness of the night, a strange voice echoed repeatedly, "Killing is not a big deal. If you can let them go, then let them go. If you two have already escaped, just leave. There is no need to harm anyone." Sister T angrily shouted, "Turns out you have accomplices. Show yourself, you ghost." Old Quach sensed an incoming attack and quickly warned his wife to lie down. Just a moment longer, and Sister could have been seriously hurt. Old Quach cautiously reminded her, "Don't say anything. It is a master." The couple leaned against each other anxiously, observing carefully, and Old Quach spoke up, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Step forward and talk. She suddenly remembered something and said, Ani, I heard that the Inguthu mountain is a sacred place of the Buddha's teachings. Or maybe it is the foundation of some sect. Turns out this trick is pure nonsense. You hear me? Says T. If that is the case, then there is a way out. He exhaled a bunch of Buddhist scriptures. Amitabha. May the heavens mourn for life. You two have created a lot of karma, which won't do you any good. Listen to this old monk and stop right here. Says T. Confused. Says T. Called out, her voice echoing. While the other party seemed reluctant to show their face, Old Quach then asked, which high monk from Gutho mountain are you? Please leave your name. A mysterious voice rang out. I am currently meditating in the mountains and have been disturbed by you all. You should return quickly, as neither of you wants to invite further trouble. They decided to heed the advice of this high monk and left. Trannak stood before the abandoned body and sighed. After checking for signs of life, he concluded, what a mess. The spiritual energy has faced a strong attack, thrown into chaos. I fear this deep coma will take a long time to wake from. Trannak carried this space princess home, grumbling as he walked. What a silly girl. If that fourth young lady were on solid ground, she could have blown her way out of trouble. Why did not she fight back when she got hit? Instead, she used her back to take the hit. Doesn't she value her life? What a fool, he added. If I carry her like this, she won't like me anymore. Right. Maybe I should switch up my carrying style. An hour later, he had brought her back home, glanced at his t-shirt, and said, looks like it will fit her just right. He promptly unbuttoned his shirt. His movements were practiced, but his mouth was still filled with lofty words. I really do not want to take advantage of her. She had soaked in the water for so long that she was completely drenched. And whether the water was clean or not, he could not just leave her like that. Tranak's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he stammered, I really did not mean to. Once he got her shirt off, he figured he might as well go a bit further. So he took her to the shower. She was a bit dirty. It made sense to clean up before changing clothes. He did not even know what he was doing inside, just heard some strange noises. Probably just showering. So let us not overthink it. After a while, the door swung open, and she had put on his shirt. Looking clean and neat with her hair tidy, Trannak picked her up and exclaimed, in this lifetime, I do not know how many ties of fate I have had with this woman. I truly can't just leave her be. He laid her on the bed so she could sleep more comfortably. Tonight, she can sleep in Little Dip's room. For me, I will have to suffer on the couch. Trannak checked on her condition again. Her spiritual energy was recovering very slowly. At this rate, she would probably sleep for 2 or 3 days before waking up. He looked at the girl before him and chuckled. The queen of the cosmos almost kicked the bucket tonight. Who would believe it? Trannak thought to himself, remembering that her biggest fear was water, a secret he had learned in his past life. He recalled the time they both went to Antarctica on a mission and ended up falling into the ocean after a massive icebreaker shattered. Trannak had risked his life to save her. But the way she looked back then was just pitiful. And he figured he might as well ask about it. Was her pathetic state due to her hydrophobia? Even top-tier experts like them could stay in water for hours without an issue. However, instead of receiving a thank you, he was met with a question from her. Did you just touch my butt? Trannak stared at her, shocked. I just saved you. You were clinging to me like a wet rat. I could not pull you away without brushing against you. She insisted. That was definitely a touch. Before Trannak could react, she kicked him square in the face. Even though he tried to explain it was just an accidental brush, she would not listen. Insisting that a touch was still a touch, the kick sent him tumbling backward, leaving a footprint on his face. That misunderstanding stuck with Trannak, a memory he could not shake off. From that time in the past to now, he fumed, thinking it was outrageous. He barely touched her, and she kicked him. I saved your life. His blood was boiling, and without thinking, he placed his hand on her behind and teased. I am touching again, and you are going to kick me again. Not only that, but he also squeezed to check the firmness. Thinking, not just a touch, but a squeeze. He got so carried away that he did not notice her waking up until she was looking right at him. He exclaimed, damn it. When did you wake up? Taking advantage of her still dazed state, he sneakily withdrew his hand, and she suddenly called out to him, referring to him as her husband. He was taken aback and asked, wait, what did you just call me? She looked confused. What did I just say? She then asked where they were and who he was. Why can't I remember anything? Suddenly, her head throbbed painfully. She held her head in confusion. I can't remember. Who? I just dreamed of a woman's voice calling out for her husband repeatedly. Was that me? Perhaps when she lost consciousness. Her subconscious heard the words her sister had said to Old Quach. Ani, how are you? Are you okay? Ani, are you in pain? I brought medicine for you. Oh no. Ani, I hit it poorly, and the medicine got ruined. What am I going to do? She continued, bewildered. Then I opened my eyes and saw you. And you were touching me. This state of hers made Tran Nak a bit worried. Was this woman really losing her mind? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand eagerly. Do you know me? Do you know who I am? Where is this place? Tran Nak asked again. You do not remember anything. Seeing he was silent, she angrily squeezed his hand tighter, sending electric sparks flying from her. You need to tell me where we are. The priestess was losing her patience, instantly unleashing a powerful push that sent Tran Nak flying, shouting. Tell me. You are yelling. But wow, you flip so fast. The more angry she got, the more energy radiated from her. As she kept asking that same question over and over, hurry up and tell me. Who? She lunged forward, grabbing Tran Nak by the throat, asking, who are you? Where is this place? The priestess yelled. Why was I touching you while I was asleep? Tran Nak struggled to respond. Choking me. How am I supposed to talk? So she stopped choking him and switched to grabbing his wrist. With one swift motion, she slammed Tran Nak down onto the table, which broke in half. She asked again, who are you really? Are you a bad person? Did you want to harm me while I was sleeping? Unable to take it anymore, Tran Nak shouted back. I am not a bad guy. I am your husband. Deep down, he cursed, thinking, this crazy woman is really trying to kill me. Once she realized the person in front of her was her husband, the priestess calmed down, her aggressive aura dissipating. Husband, Tran Nak felt wronged, thinking, I have lived 2 lives and now I am being grappled by this woman. This is the ultimate humiliation. The priestess softened, asking, so who? Where is this place? Tran Nak smiled, trying to reassure her. Wife, do not panic. Just let me explain, hear me out. Tran Nak began. Your name is Luffy I. This is our home. We have been married for over a year, and at first, we were always happy together, until one day. His expression turned sorrowful as he continued. Your brain's been acting up. Every few days you lose it and do not remember anything. You treat me like a stranger and break everything in the house. The priestess listened, feeling confused. Tran Nak was really putting on a show, with tears in his eyes. Yeah. You have been outrageous. But I have never blamed you. He meant it. For 100 years of marriage, he could endure anything, even while crying on the outside. His heart was filled with hidden feelings. You have thrown everything away. And when your emotional pain hits its peak, it is easier for the other person to pull your strings. He pointed to the things in the house and continued. Look at these items. They are all new. But look how old our room looks. A room this old. How could we afford new things? You broke all the old stuff during your episodes, he added. And the priestess felt alarmed, realizing she had also wrecked the room earlier. Now, let me take you to see Dad. He has been sick for days. He thought he could just lay there and not end up being a background actor in his own life. His father had fallen ill. It was tough enough at home. And now you are smashing everything. Our situation was already bad. And you are making it worse. However, the priestess was still skeptical. I am not fully convinced. Oh right. We need photos and a certificate to prove we are married. Tran Nak sighed, gently patting her head. All that stuff is gone. A few months ago, when you had your episode, you burned everything. The priestess still did not believe him, asking again. Then how can you prove we are married? He leaned in and whispered. You have a birthmark, a red spot on your body. This caught the priestess off guard. Her face flushed as she thought. How does he know such a secret about me? Maybe he really is. She hesitated and asked again. What is your name? Husband. Tran Nak smiled and replied. It is Leishi. He felt a surge of joy, hoping she would drop that habit of being coy around others. It seemed that at this moment, Tita fully believed everything Tran Nak said. She broke down in tears. Husband. I messed up at home again, and I almost choked on my own laughter, he said gently, wiping the tears from her cheek. It is, one day as a husband, a lifetime as a couple. Just do not do that again next time. Tran Nak turned to a corner, secretly pleased. When strength runs short, acting can cover it up. Although he was a bit flustered earlier, he felt like he had managed to escape the situation. It was late at night, now 1 in the morning. Since their bedroom had been wrecked, the newlyweds had to sleep on the sofa. After a while, he noticed TT's breathing had stabilized, and he sighed in relief. Finally, she was asleep. To be safe, he added a bit more energy to help her sleep even deeper. Then he carried Tite outside, saying to himself, I have been so kind. Tonight I really saved her life. Half an hour later, at Giliyutha Mountain, Tran Nak makes he dumpty by the riverbank. It is not that I abandoned you. Things have gotten too chaotic to control. In a moment of desperation, I deceived her into thinking she was my wife, even revealing a secret position on her body to make her believe me. If she wakes up suddenly, I would be dead 10 times over. He stood up coldly and turned away, adding, if you were a reasonable person, I would have saved your life, and you would spare mine. We would not owe each other anything. But sadly, A crazy woman like you does not understand reason and might even harm those around me. No more talking. All I want is a peaceful life. I have saved the one I should. And I do not want the rest of my life chased by you to the ends of the earth. Even as he left her behind, Tronence's mind spun with various scenarios, ferocious beasts, crazy love, and giant rocks crushing them all, waiting for a ride on the highway. He could not shake the unease in his heart. That woman would not run into trouble. Would she? Even though she was the queen of the sky. She was kind of clueless. Or what if the next bus did not stop and she just stayed behind when the next bus finally showed up with its lights on and passengers? He made up his mind to turn back. I will just take a quick look. Tronence thought to himself. Based on what he knew from his previous life, that woman was a bit off and completely relied on her little nanny to take care of her. Now she was injured and had lost her memory. Left alone in a desolate place back at the spot. He found it completely empty. Damn it. Where is she? He immediately started shouting her name. Afraid she might have drowned. He dove deep into the water. But it was pointless, she was not in the lake at all. Tronence climbed the highest tree to get a better view. Ninggo Yusen Mountain was only about 4 or 5 kilometers from the newly developed city university. There were no large wild animals on the mountain, so she could not have been dragged away. There were no footprints on the ground, and it did not seem like anyone else had taken her. He searched frantically, feeling like he might turn the whole mountain upside down. Could it be that she regained her memory after waking and wandered off on her own? That is what I hope. But when I get home, I will jump online to the weird forums and post something to drive her crazy if she does not respond by tomorrow. I can only ask the old songs to help find someone to search all of Jiangnan. There is no city of Kim Lang in Jiangnan. Half an hour later, back at Tronenence's house, Tikai was waiting downstairs. But he was so lost and thought that he did not even notice her. Damn it. If I had known it would worry me this much, I would not have left her in that desolate place. I should have just dropped her at the airport and called the little nanny to pick her up. No matter how careful you are, mistakes still happen. Why did not I think of that sooner? Just as I was deep in thought, I heard Tita calling for her husband. I looked up and caught a glimpse of her pitiful eyes. And I could not help but think, this is it. I have gone too far. Showing up at her house like this, I continued to act worried. Where have you been? I woke up in the middle of the night and could not find you anywhere. I had to search all over for you. Tidichai looked flustered. I do not know either. I just woke up and found myself by the lake. I was so scared. I ran back all by myself, seeing her come back safe and sound. I felt a bit relieved. At least she was okay. But wait. Hold on. Am I losing my mind here? I asked her. How did you find your way back home? Tide answered earnestly. I really do not know. I woke up by the lake. Panicked. Cried for a bit. And then I just followed your scent until I made it back here. Hearing this, my hands and feet went cold. My heart raced unevenly. She remembered me. There was no escaping this time. How on earth am I going to get out of this one? Just then, Tati's stomach grumbled loudly. I said, are you hungry? Let us go home. I will make you some noodles. There is no place serving food at this hour. Then I asked, do you remember anything now? Tihichai, while slurping her noodles, replied, I do not remember anything before I woke up. She seemed a bit curious and asked, can I ask you something? I nodded. Sure. Go ahead. She then inquired. It seems like we are both normal people. Right. Last night we fought in the room. But even though I do not remember what happened before, can a normal person fight like that? I woke up by the lake, but I quickly sensed your presence. That kind of power. I do not even know how to describe it. And also, the way I raced back home. It felt like a normal person could not have done that. Right. She looked at me with those eyes and asked, can you explain? I furrowed my brow, thinking it would take a while. TAT cheerfully replied, don't rush. Take your time. I will listen while I eat. Inside, I was panicking. I had to start spinning a tale again. If I messed up this story, I would just get scolded. But if it was really bad, it could cost me my life. After some thought, I came up with a wild love story. It was 10 years ago, during the blooming season, when a 10-year-old boy was chased by villains and accidentally wandered into the mountains. Help! Where are those fairies when you need them? Don't run so fast. I have not had breakfast yet, and my legs hurt. Who knew this muscular body was 10 years old, a young girl, living alone in the mountains. Saved the boy and kindly let him stay, even teaching him martial arts. My name is Little Green Girl, and I will be your master from now on. Master, please accept my bow. In the lonely mountains, a man and a woman developed feelings for each other over time, eventually crossing moral boundaries and entering forbidden territories, becoming deeply in love. Nensine Hai. I do not want to just be your master anymore. And I do not want you to call me that either. From now on, you will call me La Sinai. T8 listened intently, then expressed her thoughts. Husband. Why do I feel like I have heard all of this before? I reassured her. It is all from my own experiences. Later on, I got sick, and you needed someone to take care of you. So we went into hiding from the martial world. I felt a sense of pride in my heart. Luckily, in my past life, I knew her and was aware of my obsession with martial arts novels. Although Legend High sounded a bit strange, the story about Lesijiti did not seem too bad either. Then, in your mind, the image of TT in a seductive fur dress came to life, trying to charm Nensine High, letting go of moral restraints. And together, they would indulge in the forbidden garden of pleasure. Ta emotionally grasped Chana's hand, saying, Nensine High, you have really worked hard all these years, taking care of our father. As for his illness, you chimed in, Lasine High, as long as I can be by your side, everything is worth it. At that moment, the good student suddenly remembered his master, thinking, right, we need to get him to the hospital quickly. If he wakes up, it will be game over. The next morning, T-Tree-Tai was getting water while reminiscing about the beautiful love story of the two of them, Lasine High and Nensena. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice talking, Dino Nenan calling, Oh Dad, I am still really scared. Oh Dad. Has the killer who wanted to harm Mama been dealt with? Oh Dad, I miss you so much. Can I come over to see you? Tronafi spoke quietly in fear. Do not run. I am not in a good position right now. Wait for me to handle this. Suddenly, he jumped in shock. As TD had appeared right behind him, he thought to himself, that commanding presence is no joke. She moves without a sound. TD softly asked, Ani, who are you on the phone with? Why do I hear a girl's voice? Tranensi immediately made an excuse. It is a call from the neighborhood committee about the electricity bill. What do you want me to do? She then said, Ani, I have cleaned up everything that got broken in the house tonight. And I have cooked too. I feel like such a burden. So I wanted to help you with something. I cleaned Dad's face. I can't do much else. But I can help take care of the patient a little. Tranensi thought. Forget it. What if cleaning his face makes it seem like a romantic gesture? Besides, Big Sister has never taken care of anyone before who uses cold water to wash someone's face. I need to hurry and get my master outside. With that thought, he snatched the basin of water from TT's hands and ran off, saying, No need to bother like this. We will just take him out to the hospital for a checkup. After that, he added, we do not have much money, so we can stay at the hospital for long. We always have to run back and forth like this. Tirti insisted, I want to go too. I will go with you. However, Tranens replied, your condition reacts badly to hospitals. The moment you step into that environment, it might trigger something, and you could easily get sick. It is better if you do not go. He was worried that his wife would get bored, so he suggested, if you really want to help, then peel some potatoes in the kitchen today. TDT cheerfully agreed. No problem. I will do a great job. After that, he carried his master out of the house, reminding him carefully, stay put at home. Do not run around. If you get bored, watch some. I will be back soon. That mocking thrush was the eyes and ears of the old master when he went out on missions. Last night, the bird returned. But he did not come home, so she decided to take the bird to find her husband. The thrush flew ahead while she pedaled her bike behind, calling his phone. But no one answered, knowing his anxious and caring nature. This was not normal. The thrush led Exo Vine to Tronika's house, where she paused before the door, thinking, while the thrush flew to the family's balcony. After a moment of hesitation, Exo Venin knocked on the door. Inside, Tuti was diligently peeling potatoes. Hearing the knock, she thought her husband was back, and Tichi eagerly went to greet him. You are back. Seeing the beautiful sister open the door, Exo Ven felt a rush of heat and asked, where's my husband? Tikichai, confused, replied, what did you say? She barged straight into the house, constantly asking, where's my husband? Ziaze was confused and asked back, husband, who are you? And why are you breaking into someone else's house like this? The girl's attitude left Exo Van a bit flustered. I might have the wrong place, she said, thinking to herself, could I really be mistaken? No way. Zize did not hold it against her, saying, it is, but it is almost 1 o'clock. Where's my husband? She grew anxious as she saw Xo Van pressing down on a birdcage, asking, what do you want to do? After that, her state was quite strange, pacing around in a frenzy, leaving Ziege utterly confused. Thus began Xo Ven's speech, discussing the tussles of power among the great forces in the world, saying, long-standing divisions must eventually unite, and long-standing unities must inevitably divide. In the county of Trucks, indeed, there were 3 legendary heroes. The eldest, Look, the second, and the youngest, Hu Neiji. These 3 brothers met as if they were long-time acquaintances, which is strange since they were not born on the same day, month, or year. Yet they vowed to die on the same day of the same year. They bowed to each other, forming a brotherhood, uniting their hearts and efforts for mutual benefit. And together they protected the monk on his journey to the west to fetch the scriptures. Zize looked at the woman in her house and felt sympathy, realizing that she had problems just like her. Now she was feeling it too. On the road to the west, there were 9,981 trials, encountering all kinds of demons and monsters. Think of the hardships layered upon hardships, so please listen. Zza watched Xlovan's every move and confirmed. She looks really pitiful, sick just like me. I can't just leave her. So she followed Xovan to help. Auntie, where's your home? Can I contact your family? Can I take you home to rest first? The woman replied. My family? They are waiting to pick me up. Zza wondered. But where do you actually want to go? Xovan pointed at a school and said, to pick up my daughter from school. Zza looked and saw that it was a kindergarten. Nearby, an old tiger slowly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from a car parked close by, then looked down and asked, your daughter goes to preschool here? Right. Kang nodded incessantly. Yep. That is right. The old tiger instructed. All right. Later you go pick up the kid, and we will take her with us. Your wife's son has a close relationship with your daughter. Right. You are bringing the kid home. No charges for milk. Right. Little Deng asked worriedly. Boss, does this mean we are kidnapping? What if someone calls the police? None of us can run away. He will scold us big time. Idiot. What are you talking about kidnapping? Kang is her real dad, the legal guardian. A father taking his daughter out. You can call it kidnapping. A henchman in the car spotted a girl and exclaimed, Boss, look, that girl is really beautiful. The old tiger is so strict. Women. All they care about is their looks. Today, we are out to do business, so stop ogling. Talk is cheap. But when he saw that girl, his eyes nearly popped out. Damn, she is stunning. So the whole gang immediately got out of the car. The old tiger growled at Ems. King. Hurry up, do not dawdle. Meanwhile, Xovan instructed Zzae to take her to pick up little Dape. So what are you waiting for here? The old tiger's eyes were glued to Zzae, and the closer he looked, the more beautiful she became. No girl from the fake Feng Road could compare to her. She was a true gem. He thought to himself, what a shame. If it were not for all the kids leaving preschool right now, I would just snatch this girl up. Little Dipe was let out by Ems. King. Looking around before asking, Dad, where's my brother? Didn't you say we would eat together? The old wolf sweet-talked her. Your brother is waiting for you. Let us take you to eat. He will be here soon. When Xiaowan saw little Dipe with a stranger, she rushed over. Little Deep, she exclaimed. Princess. She immediately reminded. Why are you calling her princess? Didn't we change how we address each other ages ago? Little Dip quickly called her adoptive mother. The old wolf asked, what is going on? Kang shook her head. I do not know either. He charged over, shouting, who are you? Xiaowan shot back. What are you doing? Who are you? They introduced themselves. We are friends of the girl's dad. That is right. I'm her dad. She was confused. Her dad. Xiaowan rushed over, grabbing Im's Kang's shirt, making him uncomfortable. Wait. What are you doing? She was not backing down either. I have never met you before. You can go. Little Deep, is this your dad? The girl nodded. Yep. Adoptive mom. This is my dad. So the two of them started pulling at each other. No way. The child can go. I am taking her home. I am taking her home too. Little Depp shouted. Adoptive mom and dad are tugging at me like I am a noodle, the little girl said to Xiaowan. Adoptive mom. My dad is taking me to meet my brother, she asked in surprise. Your brother? Oh right. Your brother. Where is he? The old wolf charged forward. Wait. Are you looking for trouble? Xiaowan. No way. My daughter is coming with me. He felt Xiaowan's strength and realized she was no pushover. Thinking to himself, there are too many people around. I can make a scene. So he invited her along. Your adoptive mom is coming too. Right. Come with us. On the side. A friend saw the commotion and came over. Wait a second. She said. I am not comfortable with this. I am going to. With a beauty wanting to tag along. How could the old wolf say no? Fine. Fine. It is just a meal after all. What a lively big family. Everyone get in the car. The friend was puzzled. Just now I was curious about what they were saying. But I do not know why it feels like the wind is blowing past my ears. I did not catch anything. The old wolf was ecstatic. Damn. This is it. I am hitting the jackpot today. Coming over here to dig for money, and getting a free beautiful woman to flirt with. Today I am going all out. Whether it is playing nice or getting the drinks flowing. I am definitely getting a piece of this action. Transitioning back home. Trannak happily pushed the door open, calling out loudly. But the house was empty. He sat down wondering. Where is everyone? The potatoes are not even peeled yet. Is she out throwing trash? After waiting too long without seeing her return, he started to panic. Where are you? Trannak yelled. Man. What if she remembered something and ran off? No way. If she got her memory back, she would definitely stay put and wait for me. Suddenly, his phone rang. And as soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end asked, Kid, do you recognize my voice? He immediately replied, Gu Kang, and he continued, I took little Dipe out for a meal. You know what I mean. Right. Tran Nai is smart enough to know what he wants, he says. And Siku Kang. How should I put this? Alright. If I say you are not human, then I am done talking. Just say what you want. And Siku Kang immediately responds. A number with one hand. And Tran Nai agrees right away. Okay. I will give you 10,000. I will personally hand over the cash. Jiafeng Street. You know it. Right. When you get there, just mention your name. And someone will take you to see me. Kid. Do not mess around. Trana lightly warns. Jiafeng Street. I know. Looks like you have gotten pretty cozy over there. Alright. Enough chit-chat. I am giving you an hour. But I bet you one teeny that long. I will be there in 30 minutes. Si Ho-Kang really knows how to push Trannas buttons now. And Siku Kang. For the sake of being Little Dipe's dad, I will let one go. That is my mistake. But even the King of Hell can be merciful. In the back courtyard of Jiafeng Hall, as everyone walked in, Tipon felt a bit anxious. What are we waiting for? Seems like the old tiger is eager, calling us in. Come on. Let us head to the 3rd floor. There is a private room for dining. Before entering the elevator, he reminded his gang. No matter what noises you hear upstairs, do not go up. In here. One of his loyal guys replied. Don't worry. Wangji. Once they reached the dining room, the old tiger cheerfully said, Ladies. And the kid's foster mom. Feel free to order whatever you want. Here. Anything from fish in the water to birds in the sky is available. Instantly. Everyone started asking for something. Teet happily said, I want a drink. Wok So Vin cautiously asked, who is treating for this meal? And Tiu Deep chimed in, where's my brother? But he was only focused on Tada's words. Drinking. Good. Good. Where's your brother? Of course. He will be here with me. I will treat, Sok So Ven said. Then I want to eat steamed 9 delicacies. Deer tail. Roast duck. Roast chicken. Roast goose. Salted duck. Sauced chicken. Smoked river meat. 3 colored pork. Dried meat. Sausage. A mixed platter. Smoked chicken. And belly pork. They had to steam 8 dishes. Stuffed duck with glutinous rice. Tipin was taken aback. And Little Dipe said. Foster mom. I know about this. He is not bringing any money. So she told Little Dipe. Then order whatever you want. Old Tiger was furious. Thinking. What the hell is this? Is this a menu from the Thanjia general teasing me? This old lady is here to stir up trouble. We need to separate. He immediately told Siko Kang. Go outside and call. You know what to say. And bring your daughter and her foster mom to another room. Prepare a table for them like this. We will smoke and drink over here. It is not good for kids. Then Hen turned to Todd and asked. Beautiful lady. What do you want to drink? Beer. Red wine. White wine. Strong liquor. We have it all here. She replied immediately. How about a little bit of each? The old tiger was delighted. Straightforward. I like that. Sidu Kang stepped up to offer. Wangji. They will be here in about half an hour. I have already asked the kitchen to make some watermelon juice. It is hot out. Refreshing and perfect for cooling off. The old tiger nodded in satisfaction. Cooling off. Little Deng is right. A guy like you has an eye for things. I thought of you. And it is already done. Siu Kong brought the watermelon juice to Taban and said, drink this first. However, she refused. I only like to drink alcohol. The old tiger was excited. All right. Then let us drink. Hun thought to himself. An empty stomach makes drinking easier. The quicker I get tipsy, the better. I can wait any longer. T turned to Su Kong and asked. You just made a call. Can I borrow your phone? At Tran Nak's place. There was an incoming call. And Siku Kang. Just called and now calling again. Wanting to raise the price. He pressed the answer button. And on the other end was a very familiar voice. Honey. This is leaving me speechless. Tipon keep talking. Babe. I am out of the house now. Have you come home yet? I am here with a little issue. Can you come pick me up? Sorry. Darling. I did not listen to you and I ran off again. Baby, I have met some people who seem sketchy. There is this one guy who just keeps staring at me. It is really creepy. Can you hurry and come get me? I am so scared. Old Ho sitting next to me is hearing everything, thinking to himself, this is not exactly a glamorous situation. She whispers to her husband, if you think we are bad people, could you at least avoid us? Sitting right next to us and not realizing it. While on the phone, Tran Nak is shaking in fear. Seriously. I am the one who is scared here. Okay, Miss Kang took Xiao Dai away, and Lu Ti used Miss Kang's phone to call. They were actually in the same place. Talking so casually like this. Are not we just asking to get caught? Stuttered to ask back. Miss, Right. They are fine. Right. Everyone is okay. Right. Teepa looks back at the two of them and continues. It is all good. Pretty good. Baby, Tran Nak reminds me. So can you come pick me up? Come on. You will be here soon. You will be here soon. Miss, before you arrive, I absolutely cannot take any risk. Okay. I promise not to take any risks. TT thinks. I will try my best. At this moment, all kinds of alcohol are being served, and she says, babe. I won't say anything more. We are about to drink. Let us drink. Suddenly, a terrifying image flashes in Tran Nak's mind of T-Bont getting drunk, smashing everyone around her, and then coaxing Xiao Dai to drink too. Hey little buddy. Drink with your sister. If you do not, you will get your neck grabbed just like them. Tran Nak panicked. Luti Takama this little drunkard will do anything when she is drunk, so he shouts out. Lu Im. No drinking. Give the phone back. Miss Kang. Damn it. If you do not want to die. If none of you want to end up in a wasteland, for God's sake, do not let her drink. Do not let her drink. I swear I will come save you. Just as he was about to tell Tontel T to give the phone back to Miss Kang so he could talk, Old Tiger snatched the phone from her hand. The alcohol is already here. What are you still calling for? Get lost. He then asked, hey, girl, how do you want to drink this? T picks up a tiny shot glass, saying, this is so small. Are we letting mice drink? Old Tiger is amused. Get a bigger glass. Get a bigger glass. Minions go fetch it. Yep. My chicken king. Tran Nak immediately calls back. Old Tiger is annoyed. Damn it. Miss Kang. Turn your phone off. Then he turns to T.T, saying, we have 3 ways to drink this. First, just drink one type. Called from start to finish. The second is a white and red combo. Drink the white first. Then the red and beer. And finally a shot of whiskey to finish it off. The third is pour a full shot. Mixing everything in one shot. Is excited. There is a way to play like this. Which one is the most fun? Old Tiger is thrilled. Alright. Then let us do the full shot. Teapot enthusiastically says. I will drink as much as you all do. Anyone who drinks less than a drop. Watch out. I will take your life. He then teases. Girl. How do you plan to take my life? She replies. I will throw you off the top floor. The whole group burst into laughter. No one expected this beauty to be so funny. 20 minutes later, they saw Tefti shaking the shot glass and happily pouring herself a full drink without needing anyone to toast her. Meanwhile, the folks around the Old Tiger were getting smashed one by one. Damn it. Wong bro. I'm just one more and one more. My stomach's about to puke blood. I mean, a girl who is sober has no chance with a guy who is not. Seeing that the drinking was getting out of hand, he approached her, saying, hey, stop drinking. You are really getting tipsy this time. I have a place to rest over here. Let me help you up for a bit. T-Bont retorted. You think I am drunk? As he tried to pull her in, she swiftly turned away. I am not drunk, but I am. Just talk to me for a moment. Do not drink anymore. Let us call it a night. T-Bont turned back and gave him a smack. I said we can stop now. The Old Tiger was left dumbfounded, while T-Dot was carefree and oblivious. I am done drinking. Now it is your turn. Little Dung saw his brother get hit and yelled angrily. What the hell? You trying to get yourself killed? Caught off guard. T-Ton asked. Does that mean you are not drinking? Little Dung charged in. I will drink to hell with you. Taking it easy was not working, so she decided to take the fight up a notch. Grabbing the leg of that big guy, T asked once more. Are you really not drinking anymore? He got knocked down and yelled angrily. Who the hell? Drinking down on your knees. You do not want to live. The Old Tiger was still in shock. What the heck was going on? He glanced and saw Little Dung being dragged away. Am I seeing things? Teet lifted him up, bringing him near the window. You said you were not drinking. Remember? After saying that, she casually tossed him out. Then she turned back to the Old Tiger, saying, this is really killing the vibe. Tossing him from the 3rd floor. I wonder if he will survive. Come on. Let us keep drinking. The Old Tiger was sweating bullets. Thinking. Damn it. This is the 3rd floor. T-Bonti continued. I absolutely hate people who try to play tough at the drinking table. Come on. Let us keep drinking. The Old Tiger grabbed a bottle. I will smash that little brat of yours. But he was just bluffing, not daring to actually do it. Instead, he shoved the bottle into Miss Kang's hand, smashing it against her. He did not dare touch her. Wong bro. I am really scared. The old tiger urged from behind. Scared of what? Get up here. Teapot waved her hand, and the bottle of liquor in Miss Kang's grip flew into her own hands. But she was not happy because that bottle was empty. She then snatched the bottle from the old tiger's hand. This one's empty too. What is going on? Why are you all holding empty bottles? Are you guys not drinking? Miss Kang worriedly said. Wong bro. Or Teddy. This girl's a bit scary. She crushed the bottle in her hand, angrily declaring, if I am not drinking, I am not happy. And once I am not happy, the old tiger opened his eyes wide, and with bare hands, he crushed the chair. Miss Kang was so scared she turned tail and ran. Brother Wong. I am going to call for help. But running away is not that simple. Grab the old man's leg. Then they dragged him over to the window. No one gets to leave today. If you do, you want to get to drink. Miss Kang screamed in fear. You let me. I will drink. I will drink with you, he said. And upon hearing this, she immediately paused, so he and sat back down at the table to keep drinking. He downed the bitter shots without daring to cough or make a sound. Cheerfully said, you are scared. Come on. You are trying so hard. But Miss Kang still managed to fill her glass with just one gulp, caught sight of him and shot him a look that was painfully sharp. You planning to raise your hand? Scared. He quickly chugged the rest. Big sizz. Look, not a drop left. The old tiger had been sitting quietly, not daring to speak. What kind of woman is this? She does not seem like a regular thug. Does she? Then it was the old Wong's turn. It is your turn now. Wong the tiger jumped up and shouted. Where is everyone? Below. The younger guys heard the commotion. Is that Brother Wong's voice? One of the guys remembered the older brother's instructions and said, Brother Wong said no matter what noise we hear upstairs, we are not to go up. Just stand guard here. The other guy nodded. Seems like Brother Wong is waiting for something big today. Meanwhile, up above, slammed her hand on the table in anger. Why are you calling for people? You are not trying to dodge the drinks. Are you? The old tiger. Feeling nervous. Thought, if that slap lands on my face. He whispered. Big sizz. What are you talking about? In the world of gangsters, trust and loyalty are everything. Are you running away from debt? I am just calling a few people to drink with you. I toast to you. I will drink till it is empty. Big sizz. Exclaimed excitedly. Go get more drinks ready at the hotel. Was resting here. Suddenly, he woke up after a long faint. I am not the sole destroyer of young maidens. He looked around. Where is this? A hotel. How did I end up here? Oh no. Sivan hurriedly ran home, but found no one there. He immediately called his wife. Ani. Sivan. Where are you? I am home now. But where are you? Why are not you here? Oh no. Oh no. I found your medicine box. You have not taken your meds today. Please tell me where you are. The voice on the other end replied. Coming right up. Reporting in, panicked. Me. I. Sivan. Me. Your husband. Can you hear my voice? Can you feel me? Sivan replied. Sounds familiar. Sing a couple of lines for me. Began to sing. And Mom. Is that your phone? So the little girl answered the phone. Hello, Dad. Me. Xiaoyi. I am so happy to hear you. Xiaoyi. Where are you? Are you with Mom? Where are you too? The girl obediently replied. Mom and I are at the Jiafang Tang. Come here, Dad. We are having dinner. The teacher said. Okay. I will be right there. Wondered. Jiafang. What did Chenni get us into? Why are they at Jiafang Tang for a meal? With Sister Nuan and my younger sister. That is a place where regular folks go. At the same time, Chenna had also driven the imperial warship to Jiafang Tang. The gatekeepers quickly blocked him, yelling, Who the hell are you? Stop the cart. You think you can just barge into the backyard of the boss's place? One of them recognized Trunan NC and shouted, Get out of the way. Everyone. Move aside. They hurriedly stepped aside, and the others asked, Maka, who is that? You told us to move aside. That is right. Who dares to crash into the boss's backyard? One guy chimed in. You two must be new here. So you do not know. That is our former boss. And I am still scared of the color black because of him. As Tron NC walked in, he immediately started questioning people, asking if anyone had seen a beautiful lady with a child. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the lackeys quickly answered. Third floor. Big bro. Tomorrow, I am changing job. Please let me off the hook. Tronanense headed up to the third floor of the boss's place. But the door was locked. Inside, the two guys were looking pale. while the other one was still pretty relaxed. Here we go again. You, he said. The milk tiger is back. You have just downed another half a bottle of liquor. Are you trying to drink yourself to death? Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Finally, someone had arrived. He rushed to the door and shouted, "Where are you? Come in. Hurry. Save me." But the person who appeared was Tran and So. The guy named Vig fell to his knees, screaming in despair, even though his head was covered. The other guy still recognized Tran NC and joyfully exclaimed, "Hubby." The confused husband replied, "Hubby. What are you talking about? Damn it. Your husband is a killer. Why did not you say that earlier, you little demon?" Tran NC asked the other guy. "So where's the little girl?" She did not understand and asked back, "What do you mean? Be more specific. You came here with a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, about this tall. Super cute." The other girl remembered. "She is in the next room eating," Tran NC instructed. "Before I get back. You can't make a mess." "Okay. You heard that?" The girl shyly replied. "Well, I know. But someone was hiding liquor. So I tossed it out from here." Hearing that, he went to where the guy was lying and threw the liquor out. Thinking it was a good plan. Live or it is no sooner said than done. He casually shoved the trash out of the window and then asked his wife, "What about that bald guy? What is he up to?" The girl smiled brightly. "He wants to toast to me. Trying to get something from me." The milk tiger crawled up to Tran NC, begging, "Big bro. I did not do anything. If I had known she was your wife, even with 1,000 guts, I would not have dared to touch her." He widened his eyes and asked, "You know me?" "Right. Where's Lo Than Sen? Last time he was here with you." The guy bowed his head repeatedly. "Yep. I was here last time. Big bro. I did not even lay a finger on your wife. I swear." Tran End walked over and patted the milk tiger's head, comforting him. "Did you get scared today?" He replied, "It is all that jerk Statu Kong's fault for tricking me." Tran End said more gently, "Just bear with it a bit. It is better than being dead. Should you jump yourself or let me handle it?" The milk tiger quickly answered, "I will jump myself." He thought, if I jump myself, at least I can choose my landing position and have a better chance of surviving. After dealing with the thugs, Tran NC turned to chat with the girl. "You are the patient who can make a mess. Right?" She looked surprised and replied, "I am Lovnish." Tran NC was taken aback. "So what is your nickname?" "Asit. Do you know?" She cheerfully answered, "The Queen of the Void." He took a few steps back and then asked, "So who is your sidekick?" "It is the little nanny." "You have backed up to the door now. Just one little thing and you will bolt." Trantane asked, "So do you know who I am?" At this moment, the girl was swaying, barely able to stand. "He is Nian. He is your husband. He is wearing a helmet." I recognized him too. She fell to the ground like a rag doll. Her husband picked her up. She could not walk. Tran N said carefully, "Let us reenact that. I will ask you again. What is your name?" The girl wondered why he had to ask, thinking to herself, "If I do not get clear answers, there is no way in hell I am going over there." He started asking, "What is your name?" The girl obediently replied, "My name is Wolf." "Husband. Who is the queen of the cosmos?" Haha. That name sounds like something a middle schooler would come up with. And the last question. "Do you know Tu Nai Zi Pevung?" Her husband said firmly, "I do not like candy. I prefer to drink alcohol." Tran NC felt a bit relieved. Seems like the drink is kicking in for a moment. But as soon as he blinks, she forgets everything. The girl, tipsy, keeps wanting hugs. Husband hugs. Tran NC wrapped his arms around her. It must be the little girl in the next room. Right. The girl was no longer coherent, not understanding what he was saying. "What do you want to say?" "Husband." He sighed. "Well, dear, there is a funny coincidence. We're not you meeting a little girl today. When we meet later, remind me to tell you so many things I can't remember, and have not had the chance to make up a story yet. I have not told you yet. Wait until tonight when we get home. I will take my time to explain everything." The girl suddenly remembered. Right. There is someone else. The girl's adoptive mother. He panicked, not daring to open the door. Adoptive mother. Still sense movement and ask, "Who is there?" Trampanansi jumped, slamming the door shut. "Damn it. Why is Tungka Simu here? How am I supposed to make this up?" Tung Same Mu is the adoptive mother of Tu Deep, and of course, she is also my adoptive mother. So what about the father who was at my house last night? Dear, you might not believe this, but our adoptive mother and our biological father are actually a couple. Is that even human? Inside, EXO still called out, "If I call someone, will anyone dare to answer?" The girl was curious. "Husband. Why are not you going in?" "I'm scared." "Just wait a bit. It is a bit chaotic here. Soon, He came up with a plan. Got it. Take Lost ET back first. Then come back for TU Dipe later. Can't let Lost to Tide and Tungsto have a face-off. Even though Tungsto is crazy, once she comes to her senses, she won't help me lie. Suddenly, he heard the teacher's voice calling out. Where are you? Tron NC was caught off guard. Now my biological father comes running. What am I supposed to tell Lasite TT about our father having a morning hospital routine and an afternoon ghost hunting hobby? Out of options. He pulled Teet back to the old room. The teacher arrived just in time to hear Tu Dep calling out. Adoptive father. We are here. He immediately rushed over. Hi. Tronafi felt a rush of anxiety. The teacher asked. Tayu DP. Where's your brother? The little girl immediately replied. He did not come. Our dad came to pick us up. Xro added. Something strange was happening inside. The girl asked in confusion. What is your husband doing? He replied. Dear. I suddenly felt a little sick. Needed to use the restroom. Do you believe me? When Xto passed by that big room. She stopped. Sensing something was off. But the teacher thought she was having an episode and pulled his wife away. What is strange about it? Let us just go home quickly. But the tipsy T saw the alcohol and dove right in. Husband. Can we do a toast? Tron N saw some watermelon juice and handed it to her. Drink this first. This will make the alcohol taste even better. Good girl. At that moment, Tron Nens's phone rang. Hello. Master. The teacher asked. Where is Tron NC right now? He quickly made up a story. My master is at the office of that troublemaker. The teacher, worried, relayed the news. Hey. Did you know that your little sister got picked up from daycare? You are just pretending to be shocked along with me. Wait. Sixai got picked up. My heart just skipped a beat and I gulped down my juice in one go. The teacher thought I was too worried and said, Yep. But do not fret. Xiao Dai is with this caretaker now. She said her dad came to get her. What is going on? I smiled awkwardly and said, Master, I do not know. Well, Master, Xiao Dai's family situation is really complicated. I will explain everything when I get home. Right now. Where is everyone? The caretaker looked a bit off. She even unbuttoned her blouse, saying, It is so hot. Ani, I am burning up. She just dove into my arms. While the teacher kept talking over there, I brought Xiao Dai home. You should hurry back too. Tonight's events are a total mess. And it is just outrageous. How could anyone bring Xiao Dai to a place like that? I was holding the woman in my arms and replied distractedly. Yep. Master. I will head back quickly. He spoke loudly into the phone. I am bringing Xiao Dai home tonight. So if you are off work, hurry over. After hanging up, I pushed the caretaker away and asked, What is wrong with you? Her breath came in broken gasp. Ani, I'm too. I instantly caught a whiff of something that made me snap in anger. I scolded. Damn it. Are you serious? And you are drugging her too. Meanwhile, the caretaker's face turned beet red as she looked at me dazed. Ani. That kiss caught me off guard, and I did not have time to react. All I could do was mumble. Then I turned away feeling a bit flushed. Thinking, she is really playing with fire here. Wait until she regains her memory. I am going to get my ass kicked. She did not stop, leaning in closer and whispering. Ani. I can't hold back. I shoved my phone into my pocket, quickly grabbed her behind and smiled. This is not the right place for this. We should head home. A moment later, I hoisted her onto my shoulder and put on the helmet with my other hand. Then I jumped out the window to get down faster. The leap made her skirt flutter wildly. I landed softly onto a guy named Dung's hands, making him cry out in pain. Dude. I stepped on your foot. After that, I moved over to the trash can where old Tiger was lying and said, I am taking this phone. Transitioning to Changshan, in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City. Changshan was soaking and thinking. My 3 legs are probably all useless now. The doctor said soaking in hot springs can boost blood circulation and help relax muscles. It is somewhat beneficial. If there is nothing to worry about, then this is the best time of my life. Suddenly, my phone buzzed, and the caller was old Tiger. He took off his scarf and answered the phone. The voice on the other end boomed. Li Qingshan. He stuttered, recognizing the familiar voice. Sir. You are Zhang Linqing. Young Master Honan. You are looking for me about something. Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. Too familiar these days. I have been waking up from nightmares at 3 in the morning, hearing this voice in my dreams. On the other end, I replied. This is the phone of one of your subordinates. Right. He hurriedly responded. Yep. It is a subordinate who had dinner with me, named Old Tiger. Young Master Honan. Has this subordinate of mine caused any trouble at your place? You answer. Hearing that, he felt a bit relieved. Good. Tron and C continued speaking in a loud voice. But today he captured a woman on the main road for a special service and drugged her with a toast. Dan Sen anxiously asked. So who is that woman? Tran and Fei shouted into the phone. It is my wife. Hearing this, he was startled, dropping his phone into the water. Mumbling. His wife. Oh no. Veloich. Someone's digging your grave right now. A henchman rushed over to report. Boss. Something big has happened. He yelled. What could be bigger? Is the sky falling? The henchman whispered into Than Sen's ear. Our people got beaten up. Vinglo H was thrown off the third wall, right at Lanfang Road. He asked. Is he dead yet? The henchman quickly replied. Not dead. He has been taken to the hospital. Nothing serious. Just some bruises. Lucky for him. Than Sen shouted in anger. Why is he still alive? Why has not he died yet? Lucky. My foot. Not dead. Ah. Then kill him already. Beat him to death. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Then he told his henchman. Go back first. I have something to discuss. Than Sen started to instruct. Today's incident with Vijongao H is because he brought a woman home. You understand the implications with his personality. When he sees a pretty girl, he has no future. The henchman questioned. But what about the woman's identity? He turned, his face tense, and said, she is the wife of that guy. Just hearing those two words made the henchman pale. Then Sun rotated the jade ring on his finger, saying, you need to immediately find out what happened today. Pinpoint the key details. Clarify everything. I will give you half an hour. Can you do it? The henchman, though worried, did not dare argue. Yep, sir. Secondly, bring Viglo Eve to me. Even if he is close to death, bring him here. He quickly acknowledged. Yep. I will get right on it. He told the henchman to hurry up, but before they left, he told them to bring the backup phone over here. Meanwhile, at Tron Nence's home, she was lying on the sofa as Tron Nence poured a large bottle of water into her mouth. She kept gulping, struggling to say, Honey, I do not want water. I want hugs and kisses. To the point where you have to sweet talk her. Be a good girl. Drink more water to flush out the drugs in your system. Just then, Lui's phone on the table buzzed. When Tronanensi answered, the voice on the other end was Than's son. Me. Can you tell me what happened? You just cut off after starting to say something, he explained. I was just covering my mouth, and my phone fell into the water. Hearing this, she thought to herself, this guy Lo Than Sen has a bit of sense. Whether it is true or not, the humility is clear. All right, let us continue. He cleverly inquired. May I ask, is the lady okay? Tronans replied, she is fine. Or else you would not have the chance to call me. Sitting in a wheelchair, he tried to smooth things over. This matter I really do not know. Even if I had the guts of a bear, I definitely do not want to provoke you. I have been recovering outside lately, so I am not up to speed with things at home. How about you give me one night, and I will get to the bottom of it for you. Provide you with an explanation. If you want to kill or chop, all it takes is one word from you. Deal. On this end, Patron Enfa smiled and replied. All right. Regarding today's issue, you better ask specifically, especially about Vzogalo H. That guy kidnapped my wife. You need to ask him. Van Sen politely said. Yep. I will keep you posted. TD struggles against her bindings. Moaning. Hubby. I am so... It is the same old afternoon. And you are shoving a water bottle into her mosquito net. Saying. Drink up. Drink up. That'll cool you off. Her powers flare up, sending the water bottle flying and snapping the ropes. TD cries out. I do not want to drink. Then she snuggles against Tranak's broad chest. Teasing. Cuddle me. Come on. You are just grimacing. Too scared to speak. Only daring to think. Big sister. I really can't hug you. You say. It is like playing with fire here. Tranak struggles to break free, but TD's body is solid, leaving you to sigh. If only I had more strength. Slowly, she drifts off, still murmuring for a hug. Tranak looks up. Thinking, is she asleep? There is no way I can move like this. My waist is gonna cramp. Then, both of you end up lying on the couch together. You resigning yourself to the moment. Thinking, well, a hug is not the worst thing. An hour later, TD wakes up, shaking Tranak and calling. Hubby, your hand is on my hip. Tranak, still holding her waist, asks. Awake now. While thinking, what a predicament, TD softly whispers. Can you let go of me? Please. Then she darts into the bathroom, laughing as she says, I smell so bad. I am gonna shower first. Tranak scratches his head. Flustered. Go ahead. While thinking, isn't he it just from drinking too much water? The shower turns on, and TD peeks out from behind the door, asking, Hubby, I do not have any clothes. Can you get me something? Tranak is sweating bullets. thinking, what do I have that is women's clothing? He chuckles nervously. All right, just wait a sec. A few minutes later, he brings his clothes to the bathroom door, and Titi calls from inside. Dante, come in. She wraps herself in a towel, revealing a slightly curvy figure. Reaches out to take the clothes with a soft, thanks, babe. After getting dressed, she steps out, looking a bit uncomfortable. Wondering, why are these underwear so small? They do not fit at all. Both of them sit on the couch. And suddenly Tita speaks up. Hubby, can we wait for another day? Trannak is taken aback by this. She turns to him, a little sad, and continues. I know you are my husband, and you can do whatever you want. But I am just not ready yet. Can you give me a little time? He smiles, ruffling her hair. Do not overthink it. Just sleep. The scene shifts to a different place. A hot spring resort. Dan-san sits there smoking, saying, how do I put this? Viho Lao-e took in a little brother named Chuko Kang and then helped him out. To get to the brother of that kid. He went to the kindergarten to pick up the child and ended up cornering that woman right at the school gate. The guy pushing the wheelchair chimes in. That woman was with the kid's foster mother. Lulo scolds, Tukang is not even human. Vivine Loe has gone crazy for money. Taking in scum like that, it is clear what is happening now. Vidro Lo H met the kid's foster mother at the kindergarten. There were friends of the foster mom there, one of whom was the wife of Eng Nam Ka. Vialoich, seeing a pretty face, had some dirty thoughts and tricked that woman into a secluded spot. Then Eng Nam Ka showed up just in time, beating up a few of Viong Laoe's guys and rescuing the woman, the child, and the foster mother. The Gaiad's boss was not the only one. According to Vig Lao H, that woman is not ordinary. Whether Eng Nam comes or not, Vavro Lao H is still getting himself killed. Dansen was deep in thought. Not your average guy. And nothing strange about it. A bad omen attracts a bad omen. You could only say that Wang Lahu was having a rough time. He did not forget to lay into him. But damn it, if your luck is bad, do not drag me into it. The younger guys kept asking, boss, Wang Lahu has been brought in. Do you want to meet him? Dansen replied, no need to meet anymore. Just keep an eye on him. Do not let him die. I still owe that guy an explanation. The car rolled to a stop. He called out to Lok Hai, who came over asking, boss, what is going on? Dansen pondered. There is one more detail. Think about it. The wife of that bad omen knows the adoptive mother of that kid. Right, how could they be connected? This situation seems complicated. Especially when that guy called me, using words to test the waters. Dansen deduced. Is not that guy trying to kidnap his own daughter and blackmail the kid's brother? What is the brother of that kid's background? Lockie immediately got the hint. I will find out. Miss Kang is still breathing. 10 minutes later, Lockhai hurried back, reporting, boss, I've got the details. The kid's brother is Tron N.S., a student from the 8th grade. Dansen stroked his chin. This is the root of the issue. The brother of Miss Kang's daughter is Tron N.C., a classmate of Hego Nam. Ho Nam's woman is also friends with the adoptive mother of Tron Nens's sister. This connection is getting tighter. He picked up the phone, and Lai quickly lit a fire. Then it is not just Wang Laohu. Miss Kang can't be let off the hook either. Wang Laohu's confession is just the beginning. Adding Miss Kang will make this apology even more impactful. Lok Hai eagerly replied, boss, do not worry. I will take care of it. Then Sen instructed. It has to be done perfectly. This could be the turning point to get me out of this mess. At 3 in the morning, Tiu He stumbled back home. Bleary-eyed, as soon as she entered her room, she kicked her shoes aside, trudged in, and groaned, I'm exhausted. Then Tiu He suddenly realized something was off. The clothes in the closet were thrown around haphazardly, making her wonder if there was a burglar in the house. She scanned the room, pulled open a drawer, and sighed in relief. Thankfully the gold necklace in the jewelry box was still there. That was the only valuable thing in the house. Tiu He felt confused. Something's not right. If a thief broke in and did not take the gold necklace, then what did they take? I need to inventory everything in the house. 10 minutes later, she stood there fuming, cursing, that damn pervert, stealing my underwear. The new stuff I have not even worn yet. What is there to steal? The next day, Zali was sleeping soundly when the phone rang. He sat up, eyes half closed, asking, what is it? Is it too early for drama? This is really bothering my sleep. Vli replied groggily. It is. If you are calling this early, it must be important. Just spill it. Tronan felt a bit shy but had to say. Can you help me find a few sets of women's clothes? He added. Make sure they are not new. Grab some old ones. Nothing too flashy. Just decent enough for outside wear. No need for lingerie. As for socks, around 170 centimeters tall. And I need size 37 or 38 shoes. Leather. Heels. Sneakers. Just grab a few pairs. All old shoes. No new one. The Wili thought to himself. Going along with Tron NC these days feels like a breath of fresh air. Last time he sent over hospital bills. Now he is asking for women's clothes. And then he confirmed the request with Tron NC. Women's as clothes and shoes. No need for underwear. Young and stylish. About 5'7". Shoe size 7 or 8. Used as... I get it now. I will finish up soon and send it to you. He rubbed his head in confusion. 7. The landlord looks like he is not even that tall. Trannak went shopping and glanced over at the neighbor's house, wondering if just grabbing a few outfits would get the cops called on them. While Titi was brushing her teeth and washing up, Trannak called out, I brought breakfast. There is fried duff, soy milk, and even congee. With her mouth still messy, she cheerfully replied, Yeah, I am coming out. The two sat down to eat in the living room. Tita looked at him and said, Ani, yesterday was really weird. That aunt came looking for you but got the door wrong. And I felt like her mind was not quite right. I was worried and followed her. Sorry for dragging you into this again. He responded while munching on fried duff. I know. You saw her and thought about yourself. So you felt for her. She agreed. Exactly. I do not know when my memories will come back. So when I saw her, I felt really sorry for her. Let me tell you more. Then I ran into some bad people. And right after that, you showed up. Tita rubbed her stomach, slightly groaning from being full, and asked, But why did not you just push the door open and confront the situation? Ani, you showed up later. Right. Why did you hide and hug me? Trannak sat up straight, looking serious. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about this too. She nodded. Go ahead. I am listening. He started explaining. Even though we have martial arts skills, we still have enemies in the Jinyu world. Right now, we are living incognito. We should enjoy our peaceful days here. But we need to be careful. If we show off too much, the schemers might catch wind of us. If this news gets out and those from Jianghu come looking for us, it could be a hassle. Protecting our lives is important. We can just act recklessly. Do you understand? He turned and asked. So that is why you wore a helmet yesterday to hide your face. Trannak patted her head and replied. Right. It was your idea from the start. Tired of the grudges and storms of Jiangyu. That is when we decided to return to being normal people, living anonymously and enjoying our peaceful days. She widened her eyes in surprise. Wait. That was me who said that. Trannak confirmed. Yep, that was you. Thought to herself. I am exhausted from all the drama in Jiang. It is clearly so interesting. Yet just thinking about it makes me want to dive back in. What is up with that? Then the two of them hit the streets. She turned to him excitedly and asked, Ani, where are we going to have more fun? Trannak carried a few shopping bags, thinking to himself, I need to quickly come up with a way to escape and get to teacher's house to pick up little D. He spotted a beauty salon ahead and an idea popped into his head. He turned to T and said, Ani, I have noticed you have been looking a bit worn out lately. Your complexion is not great. You are a girl. You need to take good care of yourself. Hearing this surprised her, and she asked, Wait, am I looking ugly now? The receptionist smiled brightly, welcoming the guests. The staff asked, Is this your first time here? If it, let me introduce you to our beauty programs. Trannak waved it off. No need for the intro. Just do everything for my wife. As long as there are no needles involved. The receptionist quickly praised him. Sir, you really love your wife. Stood behind, beaming. He did not ask Ima. The consultant said, That is right, sir. Our shop has a special offer. Deposit $1,000 and get $200 extra. He replied. All right, I will deposit $1,000. The consultant added. Deposit $3,000 and you will get even more. He interrupted. Then I will deposit $3,000. At that moment, Trannak just wanted T to do even more for him. She rushed over and asked, Ani, do we have that much money? Afraid that Trannak would change his mind and lose a customer. The receptionist thought, I can't let this beautiful lady mess things up, and promptly waved over another staff member. Vun, come over and take care of this lady. The staff continued. Sir, you are definitely a promising young man. Let us get you a membership card. Trannak nodded, while the ladies took their time, making everything as slow and thorough as possible. A day or half a day would not matter. Meanwhile, Teapot was being pulled away by another staff member. Miss, please sit here. Would you like some tea or soda? Leaving her no time to react. Once everything was done, Trannak approached with a smile. I have got my card. Ani, you stay here and look beautiful. I will go to the market to buy some vegetables first. She was startled. We should go together. He quickly placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I am just getting a bunch of veggies. You take your time looking pretty. I will be back soon. Let us head home together. But you stay here. Don't wander around. If anything happens, call me. Do you remember my number? At that moment, a beautician arrived. Miss, please come upstairs with me to enjoy today's beauty journey. A while later, at Master Tifeng's house. Tran Nak stood at the door and called out, "Master." He immediately told him to come in. His brother, Taiyu DP, happily ran out and called him. Wogsto Vin smiled and reminded, "Wait a minute. I have not finished fixing my hair yet. I will go study acting soon," Master Tifeng said to him. Tran Nak, "Come into the kitchen. I need to ask you something." He turned to his sister and said, "Taiyu DP, be good and run along." He crossed his arms and asked, "What about Taiyu Dipe's father?" Tran Nak explained, "Master, as soon as you mentioned this, I could not hold back my anger." In the hallway, XO Vin was taking Taiyu Dipe to school. "Taiyu DP, let us go to school." The little girl said, "Mommy, I have not met my brother yet." She explained, "Your brother is talking to your foster father. He will be home this afternoon, so you can see him then." Meanwhile, Master Tefeng nodded. "Hearing you say that, this Mems, Kind truly is not a good person." Tran Nak seized the moment to add, "Exactly. We absolutely can let Taiyu Dipe be with him. By the way, Master, what happened yesterday when you picked up Taiyu Dipe? I was busy at my brother's place and did not know anything." He began recounting. "Yesterday, your Shifu fell ill again. At that time, I was not home. She hazily went to the kindergarten to pick up Taiyu Dipe. Then she ran into Ms. King. But your Shifu does not remember anything when she is sick, and Taiyu Dipe is too young to explain. But that Kang definitely had ulterior motives and even took Taiyu Dipe to a shady place where children should not go." Master Tifeng turned to him and asked, "Earlier, you said he came to demand something from you and looked terrible." Tran Nak replied, "Yep." He continued, "Here's the deal. Let us not let Taiyu Dipe go home with you for a while. Let her stay here with me. That scumbag Kang is clearly someone involved with the underworld. What if he comes to take Taiyu Dipe away again? I am worried that a kid like you won't be able to handle him." Master Tifeng pondered. "Also, let us not keep her in the kindergarten dorm anymore. Anyway, I am free after school, so I will leave earlier every day to pick up Taiyu Dipe with your Shifu. We have been like this for a few days now. If anything happens, I will bring the girl back later. If Kang gets upset, just let me know." Tran Nak happily held the teacher's hand and said, "Master, you really are the best teacher. I am still figuring out how to deal with Xiao Dai." Looked a bit flustered and said, "Don't get physical. Remember, she is not just your sister. She is also my adopted daughter. Watching you leave." He added, "If you need to do anything, just go do it. Don't worry. Master's like tea. If you run into trouble, just tell me. Don't hide it." He said. You smiled and waved goodbye, saying, "Yep, Master." Tran Nak took out his phone, and Li Qingshan thought of himself as Hao Nanji, which could help Ho Nanji show off a bit. Just let it be. Someone was calling on the screen. It was Worker Li. "Your teacher Liu. As soon as you picked up," he asked. "Is this Tran Nak?" you asked. "Yep." "Teacher Liu. Why are you calling me?" Teacher Liu continued. "Where are you? Aren't you at school yet? No matter what your excuse is, get to school now." Tran Nak wondered, "What is the rush?" "Teacher." He replied, "The president from the foreign school just arrived and wants to meet you." "Don't ask me. I do not know the details either." You said, bit surprised. "The president from the foreign school wants to meet me." The scene shifted to Jiangning High School No. where Teacher Liu and Tran Nak walked down the hallway. He turned back and said, "You need to perform well to help the school compete." You casually replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Hearing this, he turned back and questioned, "What kind of talk is that? They are big investors from abroad. If you make them happy, they might invest more. Is our school still the same as before? You are a student here. Your status matters too. Do you think it does not concern you?" Tran Nak smiled slyly. "I am just a student trying to finish high school. Besides, I am already working, so I do not need a diploma." Teacher Liu scolded. "Why do I feel like I am talking to a brick wall?" You shot him a glare, causing him to feel a moment of fear. "It has been a while since we have met. Did you forget who you were dealing with?" He gave a wry smile. "It is just that I am worried. Tran Nak, my little ancestor. Can you help the school? If anything happens later, I can protect you." Tran Nak pondered. "That sounds like a good deal." Then you snapped your fingers and added, "Deal. You go tell the person in charge that if I do not come to school anymore, it is like I am taking a leave of absence." Teacher Liu hurriedly agreed. Okay. I will handle it." Standing in front of the president's office, he reminded Tran Nak, "On your way there, I heard the president is looking for an assistant, preferably someone around her age. Your English is the best at our school. You would be perfect." You nodded. "Got it." Then Teacher Liu gently opened the door, and as you stepped in, a female voice rang out. "Tran Nak," you politely replied. "Hello." President. Thinking to yourself, let us see how old she really is. In front of you was a female stewardess. She explained. The young lady is the president. I am her stewardess. The young lady decided to meet you somewhere else. You were a bit puzzled. Young lady. What is her name? She replied. You will find out soon. Trannak sat in the car with a million questions swirling in his head, around his age. Wealthy. And a woman. Do I really know someone like this? A moment later. The scene shifts to an incredibly luxurious hotel in the city. The maid and Trannak stand outside a room as she says. The young lady is inside. You can go in. I will wait outside. He gently pushes the door open. And before him stands a familiar girl with blonde hair, dressed in a yoga outfit. Seeing her like that, Trannak can't help but think, man, she looks so familiar. The girl lifts her face. Shocking Trannak, he can't believe it is Neville. She immediately tells him, have you looked enough? Close the door tightly, Trannak exclaims in panic. Neville, what the hell? How did you find me? She replies, easy. I did some digging. Tran Dong. Right. I searched for anyone with that name all over Hong Kong. And that is how I figured out you were lying. He steps outside to close the door, his mind racing. Thinking, I should be thought of a bird or something. Neville continues her sexy workout. Saying, the Wilson Hotel. Kathmandu. I went to check when you checked in. Then I checked the list of all male guests who had entered Kathmandu in the last 48 hours. After all that effort, I finally found your little heady out. Trannak responds. Didn't we already agree? We would never meet again in this lifetime. Neville twists her body in the same pose she is practicing and says, I have changed my mind. I'm a girl. And girls tend to change. She crawls over to him, handing him a cat-shaped rattle. Trannak jumps, asking, what are you doing? Is this a yoga move? Neville shakes the rattle, making it jingle. Her face flushes as she asks, I do not know if you like this or not. Neville leans over Trannak, leaving him a bit confused. She whispers in his ear, I have booked this room. We still have 2 hours left. Then she playfully puts the cat rattle around her neck and continues. 2 hours is more than enough for us to do a lot. And I mean a lot of things. Can I wear this? With a teasing tone. She adds. The louder the rattle gets, the more you like me. Trannak sits there, gulping. Thinking, how can anyone handle this? The scene shifts to a tree outside, where his bird team is practicing their synchronized moves. In the classroom, Kaka stares out the window, deep in thought. She can't shake this uneasy feeling. It is like a strong sense of danger is looming. She glances over at the desk next to her and realizes that Trannak has not come to school again today. When she called him, he said he was busy. After just a few words, he hung up. And Li Kao Kao is not here either. I can just sit around, after school today. I am going to his house to see what is really going on. The scene shifts to a cafe with a Western vibe. Inside, her dad wonders, hasn't Trannak contacted you in the past 2 days? Inyuan replies. Hearing this, he says, well, you could reach out to him first. She replies, a bit dejected, I sent 10 messages. And he replies to maybe 1. Out of 10 things I say, he only responds to 2. Either Oppo is busy or just does not want to talk to his daughter, if you keep being so proactive. Is there anything interesting about that? He reads the news while teasing his daughter. So you do not like him? Dine Ian, a bit assertive, replies. Anyone who still likes him is a total loser. She pretended to look back and said, Trannak. And Dunine immediately turned around to call Oppa. But there was no one there, and Tu smiled and said, little pup, finish your rice first. If you really miss him, just go find him. She replied, Oppa won't let you go back to school. He says your mom's issues are not resolved yet, and he wants you to stay by her side. And Tu suggested, can I go to his house? Denine asked, but if I go, won't that mean I am disobeying him? He won't be mad. Will he? She whispered in her ear. You do not get it. Ani. Boys at this age are all talk. No action. I do not believe that. Faced with a beautiful girl like you, who is so devoted to him and takes the initiative to find him, he would be mad. Hearing this, Dinine immediately stood up. I am going right now. And Tu smiled. What is the rush? Finish your rice first. Wait for Trannak to finish school and then go. Back at the hotel. Neville was hugging the neck and whispering to Trannak. At abs. I felt like you were really into this body of mine. Right now. It is just the two of us here. We can do whatever we want. You are just sitting there with a long face. Damn it. This is trouble. Trannak took a deep breath and replied. What we have is time. So he wrestled Neville and said, just take it slow. She sprawled on the ground, yelling. How could a guy like you have a problem and hurt me? He hurriedly explained. Miss, do not say weird things. It is easy to misunderstand if others hear that. She asked him. Help me. But Trannak immediately stepped back. You would better not move, or I might accidentally hurt you again. Neville then asked, is it because my body is not attractive? Or am I just not appealing enough? Trannak rubbed his head and asked. Tell me. How do you want it? She pointed and smiled. I want you to be my man. He thought to himself. Seriously? Is everyone like this? I am not some kind of snack. Trannak quickly waved his hands. No way. Neville reacted. Nothing is impossible. Besides you. I do not look at anyone else. I do not want anyone else either. You saved my life from death. Which is why I came to you. Then came a back and forth between the two. I am really not interested in you at all. I have someone I like already. Stop talking nonsense. I do not believe you. Then get someone else. You can't just switch like that. Well, is she more beautiful than me? More attractive? Or richer? Losing the argument, Trannak closed his eyes and proposed one last option. Big sister. What if I say I am gay? Would you believe me? Can you let me go? But Neville, full of determination, replied. No way. Even if you are really gay, I would still help you straighten out. Trannak frowned and asked, Am I that special? She boldly stepped forward. Then he continued, I have no one left in my family. I just want to be close to someone. Besides you. I really do not know who else to turn to in this world. Trannak, I am really lonely. You pulled me back from the brink of death. So in this world, you are my only family. Just you. Neville wiped her tears and added, Please do not leave me. Let me stay by your side. Okay. Trannak held her hand. Then stepped back a bit. He propped himself up and said to Neville, Staying by my side is impossible. But you can hold on for now. You are adamant no probing into my secrets. No disturbing my life. Neville quickly responds, Sure. But are you ready to be my man? You do not answer but tell her. Well, you should just go then. She agrees. I am not forcing you. But you can just avoid me on purpose. Trannak turns and demands. You are not allowed to repeat what happened earlier. If it happens again, you know the consequences. Neville retorts. As long as I do not do those things in front of others, we are good. At that moment, he turns to ask, By the way, what happened with that associate? She replies, I found someone and invested over 3 million in this education company. Trannak sighs. Honestly, I wonder if she is blind. I am not exactly a good person, let alone a prince. Neville quickly brushes it off. What is a prince? He still has to call me auntie. He is just a kid following me around. He thinks to himself, You are impressive. But you are really something. De Van Heij's family is truly an ancient and noble clan. Trannak rubs her head. And if one day I have to be called auntie, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Meanwhile, at Kim Lang International Airport, a familiar long-haired girl appears at the international arrivals. Yip Dong Dong wonders. Lu Shi. Daring to go out for a stroll. Let me find you. You are definitely in trouble now. An elderly man called Vu Lo appears beside her and says, I can't believe I would run into you all the way out here. He leans in and asks Yip Dong, Are you here alone? What about the one next to you? The girl widens her eyes in surprise and replies, She is not here. I came to take a vacation. I am shying. Vu Lan. Well then. Have a great holiday. Yip Dong turns and asks, So what brings you here? To claim the god of the great scholar. I doubt you will find anyone here who believes in your god. He responds, I was planning to rest. But I might as well take on a few small tasks. Scholars need funding too. Vula smiles and adds, Think about it a bit more. Talking to a frail girl with no money like you, my offer still stands. Anytime. You are welcome to be my disciple. Little heavenly talent. After that, he leaves, waving goodbye and encouraging her. Do not let me down. Dong feels a bit touched. Watching him go, she softly calls, Vu Lao. He pulls out his glasses, saying, A captain should not hide like a turtle. Looks like you are really in a corner this time, and will definitely pay a hefty price. Then Vu Lo puts on his glasses and calls out Trannak's name. Over here. Trannak walks down the hallway, thinking to herself, The arrangements here seem to be settled for now. I need to quickly wrap up things with Li Qingshan. Then she pulls out her phone, calls Lan, and says, Bronam, I have given Hyen the address. She will check it out first. Lamson asks, What is going on? She smiles. I will bring Hyen in front of everyone. Take her to gear up, then hang up. A while later, at a Taoist temple, the two sit at a tea table. Trannak says, Bronam, we need to talk for a bit. It is almost time. You bluntly asked. How Nam? Is it true that Huiying's memory has returned? Lamson stammered. I can see it now. Trannak smiled and poured a cup of tea. I noticed it a long time ago, and you even know I went to the Feng Street to snoop on what happened that day. Hearing this, he immediately asked, Are you planning to erase my memory again? Lamson's face showed a hint of fear. You are not thinking of silencing me. Are you? Hey bro, I have not crossed you in days. He pleaded. Whatever you told me to do, I have done it. You asked me to train boxing with the old man. and I obediently went to class. I am still your senior brother, Tran Nak said while sipping his tea. You are my second senior brother, Lam Sun quickly chimed in. Second senior brother is still a senior brother. We can turn against each other. Seeing his expression, you reassured him. Don't worry. I called you here for something else. I will tell you from the start. Just follow my lead later. An hour later. Someone stood at the door and pushed it open, their voice booming. What a man, Dan Sun, sitting in the wheelchair, reminded his underlings to knock on the door first. La that listened and knocked a few times, and a voice from inside said, Come in. Seeing the two sitting there, Dan Sun spoke up. How Nam? Long time no see. Lam Sun reminded himself. Don't be scared. Do not be scared. Tran Nak instructed him to just stay quiet. He told his underling. La that. Go outside and keep watch. Call someone in later. Lam Sun spoke up. Take a seat. Then he gestured to the side. This is my classmate, Tran Nak, who is also my junior. Dan Sun raised his hand to greet him. Pleasure to meet you, he thought to himself. This guy is not just a classmate. He is also a brother. No wonder Ho Nam's wife and adopted mother are friends with him. It makes sense why Mever, Ho Nam is involved in Kang's affairs. But this junior wears his heart on his sleeve. Easy to read and deal with. Nothing like the unpredictable Mar. Ho Nam. So it turns out Tran Nak was sitting there, looking all uncomfortable, like someone who wears their emotions on their sleeve. Dan Sun continued. I have not slept since last night. I have taken care of what you asked. Lam Sun replied solemnly. Let us hear it. He began his report. First of all, I must take responsibility. I want to go easy. That scumbag Wang who offended my sister-in-law. I do not know all the details, but he is still my subordinate, so I have to answer to you. Thankfully, my sister-in-law is okay. Tran Nak acted angry, standing up and slamming his hand on the table, yelling. What do you mean? She is okay. Dan Sun quickly smiled awkwardly and waved his hands. Of course. Of course. We can say it like that, he thought. As expected, this guy has a short fuse. Unlike Ho Nam, who does not show any emotions, making it hard to guess what he is thinking. Dan said. He offended your sister-in-law. Even if you do not mind, I can just ignore this, so I am here to make amends today. Still keeping that attitude, Tran Nak yelled. Make amends? How? Lam Sun, appearing calm, raised his hand to stop him. Junior. Calm down. Let him finish. So he sat back down, still looking displeased. And Dan Sun quickly added. Right. Let me finish first. You two see if this works. The old tiger, also known as Gokang, has indeed disrespected our young brother Tran Nak. Right. I have been thinking about this for a long time. What happened yesterday seems like two separate issues, but in reality, it is just one. The crux of the matter lies with the sister of our young brother Tran Nak, which is why Gokang and Old Tiger are both injured right now, nursing their wounds. They might still be alive, but they are going to feel a lot of pain once their wounds heal. I will arrange for those two to go see the little brat. Hearing this, Tran Nak raised an eyebrow and asked, Wait, are we talking about prison time here? How long will they be locked up? And you say send them, but where are you sending them to? Your house. Dan Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. Of course. I will find a way to make them take responsibility and turn themselves in. If they refuse, that is easy. Just toss a few things into their car. Then dump it on the side of the road with some illegal stuff inside. The timeline. That'll be up to them. After saying this, he glanced over at Lam Sun, who remained silent. What is on his mind? Tran Nak, sitting there, raised his voice and said, Hey, my brother. The compensation you are talking about is somewhat acceptable. At that moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Well, that is good. That is good. Then he tapped the table a few times, calling for La that. Outside, his underlings brought in a bag. Dan Sun smiled and said, Just a little something for you. I know I have offended your sister-in-law before, so I do not have much else to give. Consider it a gesture to get her a few outfits or some makeup to cheer her up a bit. While Lam Sun sat there enjoying a smoke, Tran Nak continued to speak on behalf of his brother. My brother said to leave the stuff behind. Hearing this, he immediately replied, Then I will take my leave. Lam Sun still said nothing, just stood up, extending his hand to indicate he would not see him off, maintaining a calm demeanor. Dan Sun quickly grabbed his hand and said in a flattering tone, Hu Nam, you are really making strides. Not forgetting to shake hands with him, Tran Nak said. This is our first meeting, and I was not considerate enough to prepare something for your sister. I apologize. While shaking hands, Tran Nak subtly transferred a bit of energy to him. Inside the car on the way back, Lao that turned to his elder brother and asked, What about that guy? He did not say a word. Dan Sun replied. Couldn't he find the right moment to speak? The timing just was not right. That reassured him. But we did get the money. It felt a little lighter. So we will just remember the good times from today, in the future. When we talk about this again, it should be easier. He nodded. You have got a point. But I am still worried. That asked further. That Hyeonam guy. Does he have a junior brother? That means they are part of a sect. Does the boss want to investigate? Then Sun turned pale and dismissed it. Have you lost your mind? Are you kidding me? This sect could raise a little dragon. No matter how powerful the other guys are. A sect like this? We can just go digging around. As they were chatting, suddenly the driver slammed on the brakes. And the car came to a halt, sending then Sun and Lao that lurching forward. He snapped. What kind of driving is that? The driver hurriedly explained. Seventh brother. A car ran a red light. I almost hit them. Then Sun rubbed his head and yelled. Shut up. Everyone just shut up, excitedly exclaimed. My legs. I can move my legs now. A moment earlier, when those two had just left the room, Lam Sun sat there, feeling a bit drained, thinking to himself, well, that is done. Then he picked up his cup and started drinking it down. Tran Nak turned to ask, why so? Lam Sun wiped his sweat and replied, just look at that guy. That is Lithan Sun. The big boss would not dare offend Kim Dang Than. Then he curiously asked about the bag. What is in there? Tran Nak calmly said, open it and see for yourself. As Lam Sun unzipped the bag, his eyes lit up in shock. Is there really that much money? The bill sparkled like crazy, Tran Nak said. Count it and see how much there is. While Lam Sun sat there tirelessly counting the cash, Tran Nak casually asked, this is the 5th time already. Are you done yet? Lam Sun replied. 800. And exclaimed, that is a crazy profit. He closed the bag and wondered, why do I feel this is strange? When I think about it, it is not that much for a boss like him. If he offends you, only compensating 8,800 is nothing. I thought it would be in the hundreds of thousands. Tran Nak straightened up and said, as for offending me, he sent Wang Lahu and Jikang to prison. So he considers this a fair trade for that money. It is really just showing some sincerity. If he had given 100,000 from the start, how much would he owe me later if things got messy? You have to take it step by step. Someone like Lithan Sun has been in this world long enough. After hearing this, Lam Sun nodded. So that is how it is. I get it now. He stood up and waved goodbye. All right. It is getting late. I am heading out to buy some food for cooking. Lam Sun raised the money bag and asked, aren't you taking the money? Tran Nak turned back with a smile. If we are putting on a show, we have to see it through. Huindi, you keep this safe. Do not spend it carelessly. He felt a bit touched. This is for you, Lam Sun thought. But what about his non-existent wife? What would Tungka do? The next day, Daloy arrived with 2 large suitcases. Grinning, Nak, I have done what you asked. Everything is here. You smiled and asked. That was quick. He replied. When it comes to Nak, how could I afford to be slow? Noticing something strange, Tran Nak asked, what is with your face? Daloy awkwardly replied. She scratched me. I noticed her height and shoe size matched what you described. I went to her place and cleared out her wardrobe, even grabbed a makeup set and skincare products. And this is what I got. You patted his shoulder encouragingly. You have worked hard. You have really helped me out here, by the way. These days, go find Lithan Sun. Just tell him Brother Hao Nam sent you. Remember to say my name. Do not mention mine. Just say it is Brother Hao Nam from now on. Daloy asked. So what am I going to Lithan Sun for? What do I say? Tran Nak grabbed the 2 suitcases and replied. Just tell him Brother Hao Nam sent you to collect the medicine money. The beauty salon has a ton of consultants. Girls should start taking care of themselves early. Our shop has a long-term deal with Than Sun. And the prices are reasonable. Right now, we have a special promotion with a huge discount. Girls need to learn to love themselves. A beautiful face is a girl's greatest asset. As we examine the allure of femininity, Tran Nak stood at the door. Before he could step inside, Tita rushed out, grabbing his shirt. Ani, we need to run. As Tran Nak was still confused, Tita explained. They are trying to sell you beauty treatments. And I am worried you might fall for it. She turned and added, Ani, I remember you saying we do not have money. So let us avoid places like this in the future. Tran Nak gave a thumbs up and smiled. That is right. We are really broke. Good thing you are good with money. Then the two walked home, planning to cook a meal of braised pork, sweet tomatoes, and the green vegetables you love most. Titi linked her arm with him. All right. I did not eat anything at the salon today. Back home in the kitchen, while Tran Nak was washing the dishes, a voice called from outside. Ani, come here quick. I feel like something's off. He peeked out and asked, what is wrong? Titi came out dressed, saying, the clothes are too big. The people at the salon said this style does not suit you. Tran Nak quickly explained the reason. That when she got sick in the past, he took care of her and changed her meals. She chose the clothes she liked to wear. She peeked into the closet and asked, "Ani, is this all my stuff?" He nodded. "Yep." TD turned to ask, "Do we have any skincare or makeup items at home?" Anak immediately pulled out a pre-packed bag and handed it to her, saying, "Of course." She used to break things when she was sick, so he put everything fragile away for her. At that moment, Trannak thought to herself, "He is really considerate." She took the makeup bag and called out to him, "Okay, you can step outside. I want to change clothes. Wearing these pajamas for days has been a bit much." Trannak smiled. "All right, I will go wash the dishes then." She remembered how in her past life, people from different countries cooked for her. British, French, Japanese, Brazilian food. She had tasted them all. Lost in her thoughts, Titi called out, "Ani," and then stepped out to ask, "Are you sure I used to dress like this? It is like the family of mourning, under a tiny starry sky." Then she felt embarrassed, thinking, "Is this really my style?" Trannak turned and chuckled. "It is actually quite pretty. I used to love wearing this," he thought to himself, thrilled at the thought of taking some pictures to post on the quirkier social media. Then he turned to Titi and said, "All set. Let us head out to buy a bed. We can't keep sleeping on the sofa." Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. "Out. Okay, I will go change first." After putting on her old clothes, Tita leaned over to him and asked, "Ani, where are we going?" Trannak opened the door and replied, "To the thrift shop on the street. They have second-hand home goods." The two of them stepped outside and shut the door behind them. Meanwhile, the other two girls, Dinan and Koa, shared the same idea. At that moment, Trannak knew they were definitely going home. When Dinan stepped outside, she saw a taxi waiting there. Glancing over, she noticed a girl named Depdong sitting and looking around. Seeing her cry, Dinan wondered, "Is she lost?" She sat down next to Depdong and asked, "Hey, what is wrong?" "Little sister." The girl buried her face in her hands and cried loudly, "I can't find my way back to the hotel." Dinan continued to show concern. "Did you come out here all by yourself?" The girl replied, "I came with my sister. We came here to play together. But we took the bus, but I fell asleep. And when I woke up, my sister was gone. I got off the bus to look for her. But I could not find her." She thought to herself, this cute little girl should not be left alone. With that, Dinan decided to pat the girl's head and suggested, "How about I take you home?" Deep Dong turned her head to the side and said no. "My sister said not to go with strangers." She tried to explain, but Dinan replied, "But I am not a bad person." Then she put on a cute face and smiled. "Look at how pretty I am. How could I be bad? Bad people look ugly. Don't you watch TV?" Deep Dong replied, Okay, I believe you." She looked down and asked, "Do you remember which hotel you and your sister were at?" Deep Dong pulled out a black card and said, "Yep. Here's the room." Dinan softly said, "If you can remember the room, that is easy. Let us go there." In the tap, as they chatted, Dinan asked, "How old are you?" The girl replied, 8.5. "Why is your hair white?" "My family dyed it for me. It is really pretty." "Thank you. What is your name?" "My name is Xiao Nai Doang." After a while, they arrived at the hotel listed on the room card. They stood in front of a door, and Deep Doang pointed and said, "This is it," as Dunan rang the doorbell. The girl stood there and said, "My sister does not seem to be back yet." He turned to say, "Okay. You go ahead and open the door to the room. I can't just sit out here in the hallway." P. Devon proactively asked, "Hey, can you wait for my older sister to join me? I am really scared being all alone." The woman replied warmly, "Sure. No problem." Suddenly remembering something, Duvin asked, "Wait. Do you still have your sister's phone number? If she can find me, she will definitely worry." P. Depam turned to close the door and replied, "Hold on a sec." Then, with a strange look, she asked Din, "Sister, did not anyone tell you not to follow strangers so easily?" Surprised by the question, Din N turned back, just as a wave of spiritual energy rushed towards her. DPM used her powers and smiled, saying, "Go to sleep." Din N clutched her head, feeling dizzy. Looking at the girl lying there, DPM felt smug, thinking that adults' minds are as simple as a child's. Tia had taken on the task of assassinating her biological mother, and then she vanished, needing to be taken to a remote place for interrogation. Then the girl called the receptionist. "Hey, could you help me carry my suitcase down from the hotel? It is too heavy for me." Thinking the girl was harmless, he happily agreed. "Sure thing. Little sister. Thanks, man." Meanwhile, over at Dengada Street, at a second-hand home goods store, Waltichite was petting a cat. Tron and C was haggling over every penny. "Come on. Can you lower the price a bit?" The owner snapped back. "I can't go any lower than this. That brand is a big deal. And if it were not second-hand, You would be paying 400 for it anywhere else. At that moment, a message alert pinged. He pulled out his phone to check. And it was a message from All Ents. Where are you? Said there is no one at your place. So now she is at the shop looking for you. Tron and C silently cursed. Seriously. Lai's shop is less than 200 meters from here. He quietly glanced over, thankful that T was distracted by the cat. Otherwise, she would have seen this message. ZLI messaged again. I told her you were busy with work, so do not mess this up. Okay, he told her to go home now. And he quickly replied. Got it. I am on Decadus Street. Just handling some stuff. Not really convenient at the moment. Lai responded. Understood. I will make sure NC is safe. But then another message came in. Ents. Things are not looking good. I was going to tell her to leave. But there is some loudmouth in the store saying they saw you there. Keker is looking for you. Reading the text hit him like a lightning bolt. He quickly pulled T-Chai's hand, turning back to the shop owner. So what is the price? Just let me know. I will send the money to the address I give you. She was puzzled. Are we just leaving like this? As soon as he stepped outside, he saw KK walking by, looking at T-Edge. He thought, if these two meet up, it is going to be chaos. KK and Aldi Na would just end up arguing. If it were love to judge, it might cost someone their life. Just then, she turned to look at him and ask, Ani, why are you sweating so much? Tron and Free quickly turned and ran away, saying, Wife, I just need to use the restroom. Wait for me here. Just as KK passed by T-Tech, she thought to herself, that girl is really pretty. Then, she realized she was comparing herself again. She walked past Tai, reminding herself that she was still developing and had plenty of chances left. But then Ketchka noticed. Wait, that outfit she is wearing Tron and C has the exact same one. I miss Tron and Niv so much. 5 minutes later, Trannak peeked out from behind the stall and thought, Ka must have gone inside to look for me. But this was the chance to get Titi moving. Then he stepped outside, grabbed Tita's hand, and said, let us go home. She is coming back for me. Wait a sec. Babe, I need to use the restroom too. Trannak stood outside the bathroom, holding his head, thinking, stop torturing each other like this. Waiting here is not safe. Maybe we should hide inside. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Trannak, and he jumped in surprise. She ran over, hugged him, and smiled. I have not seen you in 2 or 3 days. Contrary to Kaiha's cheerful expression, Trannak's face went pale as he thought, what the heck is going on? She hugged his neck and looked up, asking, why have not you been to school for 2 days? Trannak replied, my brother's store has been super busy. He felt a bit anxious, thinking, crap, if Ludidi comes back, this place is gonna blow up. Trannak turned to her and asked, why did not you reply to my texts? Kaka shot back. Nonsense. I texted a ton, and you only answered one after ages. He then placed a hand on her shoulder and continued. Kaika, we are still students. We can't be hugging like this in public. There were definitely a few curious eyes on them. And Trannak thought to himself, I can stay here. We need to change spots. So he took her hand and led her away, wanting to explore the lively streets of the city. Kaka pulled her hand back, saying, wait for me here. I need to use the restroom. You better take me out for some good food after. Trannak looked worried, thinking, waiting here? Is that even a good idea? Can we really wait? Inside the restroom, several stalls were occupied, and Titi noticed Kakai applying lipstick. Hesitating a bit, she turned around and complimented. That lipstick color looks great on you. You look really pretty. Kai replied. You are beautiful too. She thought to herself. She looks stunning even without makeup, and asked Titi, do you want to try some? She smiled and said, really? Can I? You do not mind? Right. Ako joyfully replied, not all. Goat. You are already gorgeous. You will look even more beautiful with some on. The two stood there, showering each other with compliments. You are so pretty. I have never seen anyone as beautiful as you. You are beautiful too. Are you here shopping for supplies? Titi asked. Nope. I am here with my boyfriend. He is waiting for me outside. Trannak. Waiting outside. Shivered slightly, thinking, what is going on? Why am I suddenly feeling cold all over? Inside, the two girls continued chatting. I came to find my boyfriend. He is waiting outside for me too. Oh really? Then they both linked arms and stepped out together. Akana complimented. Your shirt is really nice. My boyfriend has one just like it. He asked in surprise. Really? She replied. Yep. But it is super trendy for girls to wear guys' clothes nowadays. When they arrived, Titi kept calling out. Ani. Ani. While Ka looked confused. Where is he? Trannak was hiding to the side, cursing under his breath. What the hell is this? They are like sisters now. He pulled out his phone and texted. Thinking, I can't believe this. Kaka better not say my name. Kaka raised her hand to call out Tran, but before she could finish his name, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She held up her phone to show to T. It is my boyfriend. On the other end, Tranak said. Kaika. There is an urgent issue at Brother Loya's store. So I have to head back. I will see you later. And he hung up abruptly, leaving her a bit puzzled. Wait, is that it? Kaka waved goodbye to T, saying, Hey sis. My boyfriend had to leave early due to some urgent stuff. So I am heading out too. She smiled gently and waved back. Tranak sighed in relief, thinking, that was way too intense. I almost had a heart attack. Titi called out loudly. Ani. Ani. As he appeared behind her with 2 ice creams, saying, Here. Here. She wondered where he had been, and he replied, I got this for you. Then, the 2 linked arms, saying, Let us go home. Yang must have brought the stuff too. Right. Alright then. When Kaka returned to Deloy's shop, her expression showed a hint of surprise. Deloy scratched his head awkwardly. I had no choice. It was super urgent. The supplier was on my back. And just when Little Knack came back, I sent her off again. We have to check this shipment and get it today. Otherwise, we can't sell tomorrow. Kaka felt a bit anxious but reluctantly accepted, saying, Fine, let us do it. At the same time, Tranak sent a message. Kaika. Things got crazy. And I did not get a chance to tell you. Kai replied, clearly not thrilled. I am not happy about this. But I can to hold you up at work. Tranak reassured her. Wait until I am done with this. Okay. Kaka texted back. You better be by my side when you are free. I will let you off the hook this time. Meanwhile, in the Tranak put his phone in his pocket and sighed in relief, thinking he made it through. Titi was focused on her phone. He curiously asked, Who are you texting? She replied, I just met a really cute girl in the bathroom. She even lent me her lipstick. We had a fun chat. So we exchanged numbers. Hearing her response, he froze in shock, and Titi worriedly asked, Ani, what is wrong? He held his head in panic, thinking, now you have her number. If you two really become besties, I will have to deal with that storm. He pretended to turn serious, saying, Sending a text costs $1 each. That is steep. Just text her less. She obediently agreed. I will just send one more message, inviting her to go shopping with me. And then we can have dinner at our place. Tranak was taken aback. You have not told her our address yet. Right. She replied. Not yet. I did not write enough messages. Let us save it for another day. He quickly agreed. Yeah. Another day sounds good. Once home, the bed was set up, and he turned to TT, saying, Go take a shower. You have been out for so long. You must be sweating a lot. I will wash your clothes. She beamed, thrilled that she could finally sleep in a bed tonight. While she was showering, Tranak mischievously tossed her phone aside. Time quickly slipped away, and it was bedtime. While Tranak sat there laughing silently, Tita lay down, thinking that while they had slept on the couch before, sleeping in a bed felt different. Tranak turned to her and softly called out, My dear, are you asleep? She closed her eyes and wondered. It is so close. Is not that what you want? Seeing Tranak reach over to wrap his arms around her, Tita blushed, her eyes wide and a bit shy. Suddenly, she sat up and swatted him away, electricity crackling in the air as she yelled, No way. The impact made the bed creak, and they both froze, staring at each other in shock. You pointed at the light bulb and explained. That thing. I wanted to reach over and turn off the light, but the switch was on your side. She hurriedly said, Honey, I get so tense that I can't control myself. Sighing. I guess I will sleep on the sofa again tonight, and tomorrow I will go buy a bed. The next morning, you cleaned the dishes. And she rubbed her belly, saying, I am full now. Honey, where's my phone? I have a date with a new friend to go shopping today. You feigned innocence and said, Oh no. Yesterday I put it with the clothes you changed out of, and tossed it in the washing machine. Could it still be in there? As you went to wash the dishes, a loud scream echoed from inside. Honey, my phone is broken. She fumbled around, genuinely panicking. It really won T turn on. You looked disappointed, thinking to yourself, It is all your fault for touching it too much. I intentionally washed it twice. How could it not break? Then you sat down to console her, saying, If it is broken, then it is broken. We will just buy a new one. It is a shame though. I guess my new friend is not meant to be. My phone is broken. And all the numbers in it too. She felt a little sad. It is tough to make new friends. She turned to you and asked, Honey, can I borrow your phone for a bit? You were startled, asking, What do you need my phone for? She replied, I need to give my new friend my number. You hesitated, saying, But the phone number. She acted clever, saying, It is just a phone number. I remember it. When she read it to me, I memorized it already. Another piece of information hit you like a ton of bricks. Wait, you remember it? You thought to yourself. Oh girl. Your character lost her memory. Who even are you? You do not even know your own name. Someone reads the number to you. And suddenly you remember. Oh girl. Your character is crashing down. And my heart is about to explode. She turned to you and asked. Ani, what is wrong? Why do you look so confused? Where's your phone? You smile but were plotting inside. If I give it to her, as soon as she enters the number, it will pop up 2 notches. I can't explain that to you. Girl, she turned to you, pouting, saying, Ani, hurry up. A Chen next started crying. Your phone is in the room. Go get it for me. You stood up, contemplating. Back in the day, I could write poetry in 7 steps to avoid disaster. But today, Chehan next Isha from the living room to the bedroom had to think of a way to stop Li Cy from calling. Cancel everything quickly. I am tired already. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside. And Chen next perked up like they found a savior. Someone's at the door. Go check it out. You ran to the door with a smile, taking the chance to slip away. Calling Tungka to tell her to hurry and change her number. No matter who is at the door, they are my savior. You smiled and asked, who's it? The person outside was waving, saying, hello mister. Before he could finish, you slammed the door shut, shouting, wrong house. Then you ran and grabbed her hand, saying, Tati wondered, Ani, what is going on? The man outside broke in, laughing coldly, saying, Jintin-sen, do not hide anymore. I remember your face. The scene shifted to a deserted house on the outskirts. DP Huru was tied to a chair, still silent. Why are not you talking? Who is your bodyguard? The girl raised a picture of T-Tai and said, the first thing I do when I arrive in Kim Lang is to find Boss Quach. After all, Boss Quach is my main mission this time. Date Kaiging said this is just a temporary mission, but Boss Quach's shop is empty. So I can only start with the second abandoned person, which is you. DAP Blue continued. Why should women make it hard for other women? I have no animosity towards you. I just hope you can tell me. Who is your bodyguard? Maybe we will uncover the whereabouts of Leo TT. We wasted an entire night. And you do not realize that keeping kids up affects their development. Ding Yun remained silent, refusing to speak up. Little girl was about to open her small suitcase to grab something and threatened. This is all your fault. A snake slithered out from the compartment, and with Dip Duong's icy grin. If she did not speak up, this 3-headed green snake would end up on her clothes. Just so you know, catching it was not easy. After dragging it here, it took me over 2 hours to finally get it, the girl added. This 3-headed snake, also known as the hard-headed snake, is venomous. You know. Ding Yun screamed in fear. Take it away. Get it out of here. Help. The snake desperately tried to explain that it was actually a harmless black-backed flower snake, delicious to eat. But it could not speak. Deep Duong laughed coldly. Scared. Just say it. I have a million ways to make others suffer. Ding Yun shut her eyes and yelled. You are dreaming. I won't say a word. Not even if it kills me. Oh, I swear I won't betray you. You better not forget me. The girl stepped forward, scolding. You are so foolish. I would rather die than speak. So that means the one protecting you won escape being linked to Leo TT's disappearance. And you are close to me too. You just shot your own teammate down. Ding Yun stuttered. No matter what you say, I won't say a thing. Deep Dong took Ding Yun's phone, scrolling through it confidently. No need for you to talk. If you are close, then you must have your mother's number saved. Right, you want to know why I did not catch your mom but went for you. It is cause your mom looks like she has got no brains, totally useless. The girl scrutinized the screen. Zhangna may not have anything special, but she is the one in contact the most. Ding Yun was surprised by the girl's sharp mind. However, when Dip Duong pressed call, he was a bit taken aback. The call would not go through. On the other side, the guy was too busy running away with a girl. Who had time to answer a call? Zhangna controlled kitchen utensils floating in midair and asked, who is there? Breaking into someone's home like this? I am calling the police. The old king, barging in, replied. Why bother with all that? No need to pretend. Just get to the point. He deflected the knife in front of him with a gentle smile. Good motivation, but too bad. That is all you got. As soon as he finished, the old king smiled and hurled those things towards the kitchen, saying, come on out. The kitchen's almost empty. Before he could finish his sentence, the refrigerator blocked his path, forcing him to curse. Pushing the fridge aside, the old king quickly rushed inside, a bit flustered. Cursing. That slippery bastard. He stepped lightly into the kitchen, glancing out the window that was wide open, muttering to himself, but he probably won't get far. Outside, Zhang Ne tightly grasped Liu Titi's hand, holding her in midair with his powers. He turned to ask, Ani, who is that? His face twisted in urgency as he replied. An enemy. Moments later, the two jumped across to the building across the street. Sitting on the ledge, Lu Titi wondered, so why are we running? Zongna continued to hold her hand as they ran. Answering, this is not the place for a fight. We need to get to somewhere less crowded. They both paused. She looked back and said, Ani, he is chasing us. Zongna released her hand, saying, you distract him. I will find a place to hide. Lu Titi agreed and dashed off to another side. He ran off, thinking to yourself, after being reborn, at this time, the master should not be familiar with me. So why is this guy showing up at my door? Plus, he broken like it is nothing can he help but suspected is intentional. The master. Age unknown. Identity unclear. But definitely a top-tier control expert. A gold member of the Chengyu Monster website and an A-grade security advisor. He watched as Trannak struggled to control the earth and rocks hurling towards him. The old master calmly replied, let us see what you have got. He created a protective barrier around himself, looking down and saying, we are both in the psychic force system, and your kinetic capabilities are not bad, but under me, you are just being suppressed. Trannak remembered. In his past life, this guy was a powerhouse. His equal. And they clashed for many years, one of his most familiar rivals. Thinking this, he raised his hand and called out, wait a minute. The old master tilted his head, asking, why are not you running anymore? Trannak was curious. Who are you? And why are you bothering me? He smiled and replied, little buddy, what are you joking about? The rules in this industry say you can reveal your client's information. Just then, as the old master landed, Trannak pressed on. So someone hired you to make my life difficult. He took off his glasses, raising an eyebrow at you. Are you stalling for time? You had a partner, did not you? Where did they run off to? Planning to hide in some corner and sneak attack me. That one work. Hearing this, Trannak challenged him. You are that confident? Think you can beat me? The old master lightly pulled out a cloth to clean his glasses. Then looked at him and said, beating you is not even as troublesome as cleaning dust off my glasses. You know very well that beings of different power levels will be defeated by me. You are no match for me. Trannak asked. So what? Do you want me to surrender? Now that your glasses are clean. He put them back on and sneered. Surrendering would make this game boring. But if you want to suffer less, that is also not a bad choice. Trannak lifted his foot, gathering energy in his soul, saying, can you give me a moment to think? The old master, somewhat doubtful, asked, what game are you planning to play now? Yama. Trannak thought to himself, a bit worried. Yama. This is the second time he has called me that, in this life. He seems to know I am Yama. But how could that be? He hesitated for a moment and said, I have thought about it. Surrendering is not my style. Let us have a fair fight. I am sure the distance to that pit is safe enough. The old master stood confidently. This small pit. Yama. In the face of absolute strength. All your tricks are just child's play. He smirked wickedly. What if that pit turned into a sewage hole? Ah. Master. Are you a bit too cleanliness obsessed? Hearing this, he looked down in panic. What? Trannak shamelessly shouted. Explode. From the pit, sewage shot up, stinking to high heaven, accompanied by the old master's curses. Shameless. Disgusting. Despicable. Gross. He stood there, smug, realizing that producing that rock was just a diversion. The real goal was to maximize the explosion's power. At the same time, he extended the time, using kinetic energy to suck up as much sewage from the waste pipe as possible, draining it from the pipe beneath the house. Now, the master faced two tough choices. Take a shower and change clothes first, or endure the stench to keep chasing after him. The old master stood in his protective barrier, watching Trannak run away. While outside, the sewage was sticking to everything. All he could do was yell in frustration. Yama, for someone as neat freak as he is, this is just unacceptable. Right. The old man stood there, sniffing, feeling like he was about to faint from that overwhelming stench. All he could do was shout. Damn it. Then the old man immediately rushed after Trannak. I have to kill this guy. Seeing the old man's state, you could not help but feel a bit startled. Is he really going to go all out like this? Scene shift to Fish Hand Mountain. The old man is hot on Trannak's heels, who thinks to himself, once I get out of this forest, there is the abandoned tunnel at Fish Hand Mountain, and there are tons of mines inside. He plants his feet firmly on the forest floor, tilts his head back, and attacks the old man with a branch, calculating that if he can just hold off the old man for a bit, once he gets into the maze in the mine, he can escape the old man's pursuit. Above, the old man smiles, clutching the ring in his hand. Suddenly, a thin layer of golden mist appears around him, blocking the branches flying towards him. He clenches his fist and says, right now, I am really angry. Trannak keeps running, thinking to himself, come on, It is just a poop explosion. Does it really warrant a full-on manhunt? He tosses the ring and laughs. I already know what you are thinking. The ring strikes Trannak's back with a powerful blow, sending him crashing down and blood spilling out. The old man looks down from above, seeing Trannak sprawled out in a big hole. He gently retracts the ring and puts it back on his finger, then, hovering in midair, he declares, I originally wanted a fair fight among knights, but your schemes have really ticked me off, so I will let you die nice and easy. Surrounding him are magical symbols as he descends towards Trannak, shouting, Anil. Instantly, a wave of pressure descends on him. Then, a massive stone is controlled by the old man, flying straight above Trannak's head, who is gasping for breath, while the old man approaches, shaking his head. Not bad, but still too green. Honestly, you have a lot of potential. With time you might become a powerhouse like me. The large stone hurtles forward, and Trannak raises his hand to defend. The stone shatters, but at the same time, he gets knocked back. Watching Trannak lying there, the old man steps forward mockingly. But really, you should not have angered me. Trannak still tries to speak back defiantly. And what if I did anger you? If I do not, you will spare me, right? He replies. But you might be a little more comfortable. You wonder, how much did that shady captain pay you to kill me? He responds. If you already know. Trannak thinks to himself, what a waste of breath. In this life, I have only revealed the name Yama once to anyone. And that was after wiping out Anderson's entire team and calling the captain to threaten him. You continue. With someone like you, why take on a mission like this? To deal with a potential control freak. Aren't control freaks supposed to avoid conflict with each other? The old man replies. First, you are not a control freak yet. With your power level, you can only scare the captain a bit. You can hide from me. Secondly, control freaks have a strong allure for me. And that is the real reason I took this mission. Trannak lies there, reflecting. In his past life, when the old man was on a mission, the target indeed had a lot of control freaks. This guy really loves dealing with control freaks. He coldly laughed as he directed his words at you, saying, all right, let us leave it at that. I mention this because I was thinking about your escaped comrades and whether they would show up. But honestly, I am not interested in someone who is not part of the power system, the old king added. Of course, I do enjoy seeing you struggle in despair. But sadly, the seal behind you is exactly what restricts your power. So I doubt you will be able to perform at all, he sneered. Don't be a part of the power system in your next life. Suddenly, Trannak burst out laughing. The old king looked puzzled, wondering what was so funny. You replied, I am laughing because this spell actually works on you. I remember the first time we met in my past life. You used this same tactic. Then, Trannak radiated with green energy, asking him, who told you I was part of the power system? Slowly, he sat up, and besides the green aura, there were other colors swirling around him. Trannak wiped his face, preparing to unleash a punch at the old king, saying, the first rule of a fake power user is to keep the enemy at bay. Too late now, you sneaky old man. He used elemental force to strike him back. Continuing, if I had not pretended to be severely injured lying on the ground, exposing all my weaknesses for you to see, you would not have dared to come near me. The previous strike sent the old king crashing into the wall, and Trannak stood there smiling, wiping the blood from his mouth while saying, everyone in the underground world knows you are a nasty old man. But honestly, I think you are quite simple. The old king lay there, coughing and sputtering. You are not part of the power system. You stood there, replying, I never said I was. The old king quickly used a spell, and the wounds on his body healed rapidly. He turned to ask, what kind of power did you just use? You answered, taking the essence from my own organs. Then thought to yourself, right, that lake near Mount Nuthu. After that, you raised your hand to the sky, declaring, and there is another dimension. You summoned water from the lake, and as it surged forth, shouted, who dares to challenge me? The old king yelled back, are you kidding? Do you think I have never seen a fire illusion before? The lake was now overflowing with water, and Trannak had jumped in without anyone noticing. He sat down to catch his breath, saying, this is the limit. If I can't deal with this old king, I might just have to call my wife for help. The old king was now submerged in the water, a protective barrier keeping the water from touching him. He stood there cursing. Damn it. How can this thing generate such powerful energy? The barrier began to show signs of cracking, and the old king exclaimed, this is not good. Suddenly, the barrier shattered, and water instantly engulfed his body. On the shore, Trannak looked down and wondered, is it over? But something stirred beneath the water, catching your eye. The familiar golden light appeared, and Trannak thought, sure enough, a powerhouse on par with the 6th tier. The old king steadied himself, controlling a water vortex. Silently thinking, I can't believe I am in a stalemate with a kid whose power is lower than mine. His glasses had shattered. And he looked up at Trannak, saying, "Kid, do you have any tricks left?" You asked back. "If I said I had a secret technique, would you be scared?" He immediately replied, "Then show it." Trannak raised his middle finger in defiance, saying, "Then come over here." He raised his hand with complete confidence. "To deal with you, I need to come over there." Trannak was lifted off the ground by the spell. He shouted, "Old King, if you have the guts, drop me down so we can have a real fight." Just as you finished speaking, a powerful blow hit you right in the chest, sending you tumbling into a pit, blood spewing from your mouth. Trannak thought to himself, "Oh no." The King's sorcerer finally realized how to properly use this sorcery technique. Trannak sat there, ready to take a beating. "Fine. I do not have any other tricks up my sleeve. If you do not strike, you are going to end up as collateral damage." The old king still kept his distance, standing far away and kicking, calling his buddies over. "You should know, for someone who harnesses the power of psychic energy, sneak attacks are useless." At that moment, from the thunder, a bolt of lightning shot straight at the old king. The strike was so powerful that he could not hold his ground, getting knocked back. The ring on his finger showed signs of cracking, and the old king looked down, grimacing at his own weapon, appeared above, looking down and said, "You dare," without missing a beat. She grasped the lightning in her hand and continued to strike down. This forced the old king to stagger back a bit. He knelt there, slowly getting back up, then looked up in confusion. "Queen of the Void, why are you here?" Not stopping, she kept attacking with thunder, shouting loudly, "You dare to hit my husband." Hearing this, the old king widened his eyes in disbelief. "Husband? Seems like this woman has lost it. Hiding like this is not the way to go." So he decided to fight back, charging in for a showdown. What the heck? When their two immense powers clashed, it created a massive explosion in the forest. The two held onto each other's hands. The old king shouted at Teet, "You crazy woman. Do you really want us both to perish here?" She used her other hand to keep attacking him, and he yelled, "Stop it. You lunatic. If you keep this up, we are all gonna die here." Ignoring his words, her sharp gaze locked on him. He cursed under his breath. This girl is really going all out. Then they finally let go of each other, both falling into the pit. He cursed again. "Have you lost your mind? If you keep this up, I will go all in with you too. Let us die together today." "Determined," she said. "You hit my husband. I will kill you." The old king thought to himself. Husband. Crazy girl. Where did that come from? This scheming, cunning guy is now her husband. Seeing things were going south, Trannak worriedly wondered, is risking everything like this? Nothing bad better happen. The old king conjured lightning and shouted, "Today, someone's gonna die." He gripped the ring in his hand, ready to unleash. He raised the ring, golden patterns radiating brightly. "That damned woman made me lose a Sol weapon." Trannak shouted in panic, "Do not go all out." But it was too late. The force from the previous clash hurled him aside. Trannak was blown away, desperately trying to call out for Teet. In the midst of the dust, an arm reached out, grabbing Trannak's wrist, then called out, "Ani." Looking up, her body a bit disheveled, she said, "I caught you." Trannak slowly touched down. He supported Teet, resting on his shoulder. She said, "That name is too powerful. I can beat him." He quickly reassured her. "It is. You were amazing." Vu sorcerer shattered his own soul weapon this time. He wanted to recover from this for years. Smiled and asked, "So you are pretty impressive too, right, babe?" Tronnev replied, "Yeah, I am really something." Suddenly, she burst into tears. "Babe, my left hand hurts so much." He looked at her hand thoughtfully. It was the corrosive power left by Vus. Tronnev speculated that Teet was using her power to hold on. He continued to lament, "Babe, I am so," and he tried to reassure her. "It is. Just rest for a bit. You will bounce back." The Vu from that old creep would soon fade from his soul energy. She had no strength left to speak. Her eyes began to close. The image of Trotnentha gradually faded from her sight, and then slowly disappeared. As night fell in that pit in the forest, Tronentic sat there, channeling his energy into Teet, reflecting that after exhausting himself, a piercing pain returned to his mind. Some time later, he clenched the talisman in his hand. Had been severely injured in her consciousness a few days ago. This battle felt like fighting for their lives, and his spirit was battered. He looked down at the girl lying there, drifting in and out, and called out, "Hey, lady, I am really sorry for leading you on these past few days. Honestly, I wanted to wake you up and take you away from here. I have deceived you for so long. But really, I have been deceiving myself. I just can't let you go. It is not that I am scared you will wake up and hit me. I just feel a little lost. It seems I have become infatuated with keeping you by my side. It is like in the past life. This is the second time you are sleeping on my lap. He brought his hand to her cheek and continued. In this life, I won't be mad at you anymore. Okay. In this life, I won't call you a woman anymore. Alright. Tron Nenki's eyes were tightly shut, tears welling up. A guy who lived 2 lifetimes was about to cry as he said, in this life, I will take you fishing again. Okay. He hesitated, tears rolling down her face, along with heartfelt words. Please do not die this time. Can you do that? The next morning, Tron Nenfake was still there, continuously channeling spiritual energy into Teet. He thought to himself, after a night, there is nothing to worry about. Wake up already. If you do not, I am gonna run out of energy. Suddenly, opened her eyes wide, and Tron Nenfi exclaimed happily, you are finally awake. She turned to him, confused, and asked, who are you? Tronanen forced a smile and said, it is a long story. He looked at her solemnly. You have lost your memory again. I saved you, pulling your spirit back. I have prepared you mentally, so when you recover your memory, you can beat me up properly. Stood up and pointed at him, saying, I do not know about other things, but I am sure you saved me. I can feel your powerful spiritual energy in your consciousness, and that power, it is coming from you. Tron Entic sat there, not denying it. Aha, that is right, I saved you. Then asked, can you tell me what happened? I do not remember anything from before I woke up. Just wait a moment. I will explain it to you in detail. A moment later, stood there, thinking, and then asked again. So you are a hidden master training in martial arts. Last night, you were practicing in these mountains. Saw me fighting someone else, and then saved me. Tron Nev replied. Exactly. I was nearby practicing. And then I heard the sounds of fighting, so I hid in the shadows and watched. And then I saw you. She furrowed her brow and asked again. Who did I fight with? Why can't I remember anything? Tronan scratched his head in confusion. I do not know. I am not familiar with either of you. When I got here, your opponent had already run away, and I found you unconscious on the ground. TJ pondered for a moment. Unconscious. Then turned to interrogate. Wait. Did you do something to me while I was out cold? You explained. Come on. What do you take me for? I am the kind of person who advocates for benevolent communism, with high moral standards. TJ looked a bit skeptical. Really? You replied. Of course. If not, why would I bother to save you? She immediately changed her tone. Smiling. Well, thank you so much. Looks like you are a good guy. You puffed out your chest. Of course. I am a model student at school. By the way, who are you? She reached out her hand and answered. My last name is. My name is Lofstijech. You awkwardly blushed and introduced yourself. I'm Tranenens. You are quite the skilled fighter. Tita waved her hand and chuckled. I can tell you about that. By the way, how old are you? 18. She pondered for a moment. 18. Getting a bit older. But your skills are not bad either. Especially if you could wake me up. Then she clapped and turned to Tranenenso. Hey bro. Wanna be my disciple? Tita looked super confident. But I am really impressive. Being my disciple. I can tell you who I am. Just so you know. Being my disciple gives you serious street cred. After hearing this, Tron and C broke into a sweat and internally gasped. What the heck? I blinked and suddenly I am a disciple now. Wait a minute. When I tricked her earlier, was also using Yang Go and Cylon. So I basically am a disciple. You hurriedly ran off. No way. I am too weak for this. It was nice meeting you. If we cross paths in the martial world, I will definitely lend a hand. So goodbye. Tachai looked confused. Wait. You are leaving already. Tron and C walked away. Thinking. Looks like the queen has recovered her memory. Suddenly, she rushed up behind you. Wait a moment. I noticed your steps were light. Maybe it is because you used a lot of energy saving me. You said your home is nearby. Right. Let me take you back. Tronhunancy tried to refuse. That is not necessary. But TJ seemed determined. It is necessary. You saved me. I definitely have to repay you. Do not hesitate. A little while later, at the entrance of an apartment complex, a yellow taxi pulled up. Inside the car, Tron and said, all right, I live here. You stepped out with a smile. You do not have to get out. Let the driver take you home. TD sat in the car and insisted. How can it be like that? Helping someone means going all the way. I need to drop you off right at your door. Tron and Fee quickly replied. Really, it is not necessary. Then you told the driver. Quickly take the lady home safely. Watching the taxi fade into the distance, Tron and C thought to himself. This is the neighborhood where the little monk used to live. A bit far from my place. You chuckled lightly. It's it. If you have regained your memory, then let us part ways here. Some things are better left forgotten. Returning to your apartment. The scene was a wreck. Tron NC picked up the shattered door. Muttering, this door just needs a little fixing. Luckily, It can hold up for one more night. I will call someone to replace it tomorrow. Then you sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and suddenly felt the house was empty. A bit unsettling. Your gaze drifted to the bathroom, and you suddenly recalled Teacher standing there. Calling. Ani. Trannak calls out. Lafifi T. But suddenly realizes something feels off. Her image and voice start to fade away. Ani. Do you not need me anymore? She thinks to herself, realizing it must be a trick of the mind. It is really over now. This period. It is like a bittersweet closure from a past life. Trannak reflects. There was a time I felt fulfilled. Lafifi T. You can't follow me. Or else. The tragic events of our last life might just repeat themselves. Just then. There is a knock at the door. Startling her, she looks out. Thinking. No way. That old ghost should be too injured to be here. He should be hiding and healing right now. Trannak grabs a chopping knife from the kitchen and calls out. Who is it at this late hour? The person outside knocks a few more times, causing the already damaged door to crash down. She stands there, eyes wide in shock. Lasijat is at the door, looking sheepish in a short coat, saying, I did not mean to. Then he steps inside, asking, so this is your place? Looks a bit messy. She takes a step back and asks, what are you doing here? Lafiftu says nothing, just stares at Trannak. She thinks, spit it out already. Stop staring at me like that. It is super tense. She points at him, asking, why did you trick me? Are you thinking of an excuse? Lufty steps closer, questioning her. He is holding a knife, and asks, are you going to slice vegetables or people? Why are not you saying anything? Trannak sits down, smiling as she replies, what can I even say? I am just confused. Wait. Can you tell me why you left, and then suddenly came back to my place? She stands there, not backing down. Or how about you explain why you gave me a fake address and got out of the car somewhere that is not your house? Lufty raises a hand to stop her. Wait a minute. The moment you said let us see, I felt like you were about to trick me again. She sits down, grabs his wrist, and says, all right, now you talk. Lufty asks, why would I trick you? Your house is clearly not where it should be. Trannak, sweating, responds, well, you know, we are from the Jiangyu. The most important thing is to be cautious. There are dangerous people out here, and I do not want to get caught up in any trouble. Lafi smiles. All right, here's my second question. Why is your heart racing? He blushes and replies, because you are just too beautiful. You are stunning. Holding my hand like this, I am a, you know, and you are a gorgeous lady. She leans closer and asks, okay, one more question. Why are you pretending this is the first time we met? Trannak is taken aback. Wait, you do not remember me. Luftu looks at her and says, we met at that noodle shop. I remember you looked so embarrassed when I saw you. After waking up, you pretended we had never met. Don't tell me you forgot. You just said I was beautiful. So how could I be so easily forgotten? Trannak admits, fine. I acknowledge we met at the noodle shop. You and the owner had a fight, and out of curiosity, I followed to see you two brawling, which led me up the mountain. Says, I definitely remember. We were fighting that owner like crazy. Then I got ambushed and fainted, and you saved me. He waves his hand, smiling. No need for formalities. I just helped you out because your opponent was injured and ran off. Otherwise, I would not have dared to step in. It turns out, Qianqian thought to herself, looks like the forgetful Tiantai only forgot the days they spent together. Forgetting is probably for the best better than being hunted down later. Suddenly, Qianqian's whole demeanor shifted, and she continued interrogating. Can you explain why I woke up wearing a men's t-shirt? That is not yours. Is it? You stammered in shock. Well, can you just tell me? You can't explain this. Inside, Qianqian's mind was in turmoil, suddenly missing the silly amnesiac Qianqian who used to stutter all the time. She added, let me give you a hint. Look for yourself and tell me why there is this in my shirt pocket. She pulled out a piece of paper, and Qianqian stuttered. What is it? Looked at the receipt and panicked. Oh no. It is the order for the double bed from the store on Z Street. No wonder Qianqian found me at my door. She smiled at you, but there was a fire in her eyes. Have you thought about how to explain this? What do you have to say for yourself? You turned to her and asked, well, if I tell the truth, are you going to kill me? Qianqian started spinning a tale. When you were out cold, your shirt got ripped completely, and I took it off for your own good. After you woke up, I was afraid you would think I was taking advantage of you. So I tricked you like this. Anyway, we just happened to meet, so it is better to avoid trouble. Sister, I am really sorry, Qianqian said after hearing all that. Even though there are still many questionable points, I am sure you would never hurt me, even saved me, so I will take your word for it. After that, she let go of your hand and stood up to continue. Interrogation time's up. Anyway. I still have to thank you. Right, I will keep the order receipt. The phone number on it is yours. Right. You asked. Confused. What do you need my phone number for? Qianqian leaned in close and whispered. Next time I need to find you. You saved me once. So I have to repay you. Besides, I still have a lot of things I have not figured out yet. Who knows? I might remember something and have to ask you again. You blushed. All right. As long as you are happy. She stood up and headed for the door. Well, I better go. Your front door is really falling apart. You waved. Got it. See you. Stepping out into the hallway. Qianqian muttered. This kid only knows how to lie. As soon as Qianqian left, you let out a sigh of relief. Then panicked. Oh no. I need to hurry and pack my things and get out of here. That Qianqian is like a ticking time bomb. I do not know when she will remember everything. You immediately started folding clothes. Your mind racing with thoughts about school and those side jobs. And little Yi with the old man taking care of everything. I just need to hold out until Qin Tan leaves Hua country. Then it will be like taking a vacation. Maybe I could go to Canada. Or Brazil. Or even further. Antarctica. Just then, your phone buzzed in your pocket. You pulled it out and wondered. This late. Is Liang looking for me? As soon as you answered, the voice on the other end asked. Chai Nak. You did not reply. Don't even think about it. You thought. Just because you are covering your nose and changing your appearance does not mean I recognize you. You little white-haired rascal. Meanwhile, on the other end, Liang was calling persistently. Chai Nak. Why are not you saying anything? Hello. Is the signal bad? Hello. Hello. Liang was getting frustrated. While you on the other end replied. I am Shi Nak. Once she finished listening, the girl smirked wickedly and threatened. If you still want to see me. D. Nod Yuan, sitting next to her, kept shouting into the phone. Oh, do not worry about me. At the same time, Dei Dogua's phone rang. Inian Hon eagerly hoped it was Vi calling. The girl set her phone aside, pulled out her own, and said, Hold on. Just as she pulled out her phone, the caller had lit up. Di Aping casually hung up on Dai U Nen's call. Just as she pressed the button, T-Dry's voice came through. Hello. And he and Hone. There are so many missed calls on your phone. You made it to Kim Lang. Where are you? Hurry to the hotel so I can give you a hug. The girl panicked and exclaimed. Asit. Where have you been? Just wait. I am on my way. Seeing the girl getting ready to leave, Di Yun asked. What if you find her and do not let her go? Di Atung turned back and said. I will have your oppa come pick you up. The scene shifts to the International Hotel. Teacher. It has been so long. Tita kept showering Deet Zyber with kisses, making the girl squirm in discomfort. Okay, that is enough. She sat there and asked. Asit. Tell me. Where have you been running off to these days? The girl wiped her face. Grumbling. It is all spit. Before the master could respond, the disciple chimed in. How old are you now? Just disappearing without a word, this kind of thing is something someone your age could pull off. TT replied. Wait. Dei Deng interrupted. Don't you know? Suddenly disappearing makes me worry. Seriously. Where have you been? She threw her arm around the disciple and said. I met this interesting guy. Hearing that, the girl teased. Hey. Tihi-chai. What is with that embarrassed look? Are you catching feelings? Dei Demi exclaimed loudly. No way. You just disappeared for a few days and already found some loser. The clothes you are wearing. I did not buy them. Last TD shot back. You did not lose your virginity. Did you? The girl blushed and repeated. Lost my virginity. Then asked. How do you even know if you have lost it or not? D.A. Debu was taken aback and exclaimed. You really did something with that guy. Did not you? Let me check for you. Is it still there? Is he? Come on. Tell me the truth. Scene shifts to the place where Dai-Yuan is tied up. Tronensa smiled brightly and asked. They did not do anything to you. Right. She smiled back. Initially I was scared. But thinking about Oppa made me braver. He ruffled her hair and said. As long as you are okay, that is what matters. Next time. Do not say silly things like do not answer or do not worry. I do not want you to get hurt. She nodded and said mem. Then looked at him with a sweet gaze and called Oppa. Then. Atron hell Trones. Oh, I was so scared. Really scared. He tried to soothe her. Don't be scared. It is all over now. It is all past. Dino looked at him and continued. Oh, I am not scared of dying. I am scared of never seeing you again. That would hurt more than death. Trononansi wiped her tears and said. What is there to be afraid of? Even if I have to go to hell, I will bring you back, she stammered. Oh. He smiled, touched to the point of stuttering. Suddenly, Dino-un hugged him tightly and pressed a fiery kiss on his lips. Caught off guard, Tron NC could only think, "Whoa, a sneaky kiss." Then she smiled and said, "Oh, I do not want to die one day without having kissed you. I want to do so many things with you. A lot, in this lifetime. I only like you." But Tron N sighed and said, "I understand your feelings. So let me tell you something. Once upon a time, there was a young lady from a prestigious family. On her 16th birthday, everyone in the martial world gifted her presents. And while she was thrilled, she knew deep down that they were only after her family's status, not her as a person. That was until a legendary hero named Yang appeared and gifted her 3 priceless treasures. The value of those 3 treasures far exceeded all the gifts from the others combined. Suddenly, the young lady became the center of attention in the martial world. And that day marked the happiest moment of her life. Ying Yuan turned to ask if the young lady had fallen for Hero Yang. Chenna smiled, noting that meeting someone so extraordinary at a young age was both a blessing and a curse. She continued to ask, "So what happened next?" The reply was that Hero Yang saw the young lady merely as a junior and did not harbor any romantic feelings. From that moment on, the two lived their lives devoid of any romance. The young lady never married, forever trapped in the memories of her 16-year-old self. Ying Yuan innocently raised her hand and wondered why the young lady did not go find Hero Yang. If it were her, she would chase after him, even if he did not like her back. "I could see him every day without getting all mushy," Ying Yuan said. Chenny interjected, saying that Hero Yang was reclusive and no one could find him. Besides, not everyone was like her. She then asked, "Hey bro, do you think if Hero Yang knew the young lady would never marry because of him, he would feel guilty?" He replied, "Maybe, but in the end, she chose this path for herself," she boldly stated. "I do not like Hero Yang." Then shot a glance at Chen Na. Ying Yuan sat up and asked, "Hey bro, did not you want to be Hero Yang once?" Chen Na smiled, realizing how slow he was to catch on. He added, "If I had not ditched that school uniform, you would not have come to Jin Lang. And none of this would have happened." She immediately wrapped an arm around Chen Na, saying, "Hey bro, you can be Hero Yang. And I do not want to be the young lady. Wherever you go, I want to go too. Whether you like me or not, I am sticking with you forever." She then slowly let go of his shirt. Ying Yuan teased, "Hey bro, I know you like Sun Kiki, but I do not mind. As long as you are nice to me. All great men have many women around them. It is normal. Just do not push me away. And treat me well," she said. Chen Na thought to himself, "Why do I feel like I am being forced into a love triangle here?" She continued, "Hey bro, you agree, right?" Chen Na replied, "Alright, I agree. You can be my little shadow. But no crossing the line. Especially with those sneaky kisses like earlier." He turned his face away, thinking it might be best to keep her close for now, and hoping she would find a worthy man in the future. Hearing this, she smiled. "Hey bro, I will remember this." She had her own plans in mind. There is a saying in Hua Go, long time breeds affection. As long as she stayed by his side all day, he would eventually like her back. The scene shifted to the next day at school, where Chen Na waved at Kiki. Kiki saw Chen Na pretending not to notice and thought, "He keeps saying his shop is busy and never comes to school. Not even bothering to call. This is outrageous. I swear. Today I am absolutely ignoring him." Just then, the school bell rang, and she stood up, thinking, "I am just delivering something to him, and then I will leave. That does not count as breaking my promise." Kako walks down to where Tranak is, handing over the books. "Here's the outline for the test. I heard the teacher mention it. Finals are next week. Remember to memorize it. If you fail, you will be held back." With a smile, she asks, "So you are letting me off the hook?" After school, she suggests, "Let us walk together." But he immediately declines. "Nope, not walking together." Seeing Kako leave, he quickly puts away his books and calls out, "Wait for me." Tranak thinks to himself, this girl is being a handful again, and watches her. As Go steps outside, Tranak rushes out and unexpectedly hugs her from behind. She jumps in surprise, blushing. "What are you doing? This is school. Someone will see us." He grins mischievously. "Well, if they do not see us, it is no big deal," she quickly retorts. Not seeing is not an option either. Tranak steps back, puts a hand on his heart, and feigns concern. "Kaika, are you trying to ditch me?" She flusters. "Not. It is you who has not paid attention to me for days. You did not even text or call." He gently takes her hand, looking into her eyes as he says, "I have been busy. It has been tough." In his mind, he thinks, "I almost lost my life." He jokes, "You know, I went home and almost lost my wife." Replies, "Then let us go to your place. I will give you a massage." Tranak quickly declines. "No way. I am going to La Loi's shop soon. I still have not reported back to him after my business trip. He is worried. Not wanting Ga to see his messy stuff lying around, the two of them walk home, and he pulls out a box of rice cakes, saying, "Hey, here's your favorite rice cakes. Happy?" She replies, "Not really. What is there to be happy about? I am not telling you." He teases, "Come on, just say it." "Nope." Just then, his phone rings. Trannak checks and sees it is a call from Lok DT. "This ghost want to leave me alone." He turns to Kair and lies. "Lok Loy is calling me back to the shop. I have to go." She looks a bit disappointed and asks, "You have to go again?" The scene shifts to a city restaurant. At the dining table are Titi, Deep Dong, and Trannak, sipping tea. Wondering, Lok Titi called me here. She must remember something. Deep Dong stands up and asks, "So you are Trannak? Come on, tell me the truth. Have you ever had a crush on my sister?" Hearing this, Trannak spits out his drink. The girl raises an eyebrow and continues, "What is wrong? Is that strange? My sister is so beautiful. If a guy does not want to pursue her, that is just weird." Trannak retort, "Hey kid. Has not anyone told you that talking like that could get you in trouble?" The girl innocently asks, "Are you going to hit me?" He smirks, thinking, "I have definitely hit a few people." He turns to DT and asks, "Hello. I am curious why you called me here." She interrupts, "It is nothing special." TD stands up and says, "Down won't let me drink alcohol, so I guess I will have to settle for tea." Then, she sits next to Trannak, pours tea, and adds, "I invited you here firstly to thank you for saving my life, and secondly, to apologize on behalf of Dai. She caught one of your friends because she was saving me. I only found out about this misunderstanding when I got back, so I want to apologize to you. And thirdly, there is a third thing." TD continues, "Down I said I have been missing for days. But why did you say you just found me last night when you saved me?" Trannak feigns innocence. "I do not know. I really just bumped into her last night and saw what happened, so I helped her out. Everything else, I have no idea." "You are feeling a bit scared inside. If what happened these past few days gets out, I might not survive. I do not know. Just do not know." She asked me. I asked. Remember the other day when Dep Dong got a bit heated? If she had not asked, I would have asked. Just a cough, meant for me to ask. Don't say anything. If there really is something, why can't you ask? Men's words are not to be trusted. You are too naive. You do not understand men. Back to the present. Deep Dong pretends to cough a few times. Then the girl smiled and asked, "Trannak, your relationship with your girlfriend Lai Dai9 is pretty good." You blinked, thinking, trying to play me. "I have seen through these games." The girl continued, "I caught Lai Dai9 yesterday, and I saw her phone had messages with Trannak. It felt like you two are a couple." You glanced at TT, who was twirling her chopsticks, smiling awkwardly, and said, "Well, it is not like that. We are just young, hanging out together. No distance. Just joking around." Duong raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? So it is like, oh, I miss. Do you miss me? That is also just joking." Tranak's face turned pale, sweat beading up, unable to speak, looking at T who was breaking her chopsticks in half while Diep Dong pressed on. "If this is not dating, then she must have a crush on you." The girl laughed coldly. "Why are not you saying anything?" But Trannak pretended to be calm, steady as a rock, grabbed some food, and shot back at her. "So you are curious about my love life? Who do I like? Who likes me? Why should I tell you? Kid. You are just a little kid. Why so curious? Should I tell you what I eat every day or what color my underwear is too?" Deep Dong rolled her eyes. "Of course. You are sly one." While Titi chimed in, "All right, stop asking this and that. It is rude to pry into others like that." She turned to you. "Trannak, seems like you are quite popular with the girls." You smiled. "It is just okay. Miss Locke, I heard you came from somewhere else. How long are you staying in Kim Lang?" After thinking for a moment, Titi replied, "Probably not long. I still need to find someone. Once I find them, I will head back." You curiously asked, "Is it Boss Quach?" She shook her head. "If the mission fails, then forget it. I am just looking for a jerk who crossed me." She thought for a moment. "That day when I killed N2, I ran into him. I won't touch N2 anymore. Do not worry. But that guy is also in Kim Lang. I need to see if I can find him." Trannak frowned, thinking, he is not the one who set fire to Fuang Tam, is he? Titi noticed and turned to ask, "Trannak, why are you sweating so much? Is the ick not cool enough?" You rubbed your head, feeling a bit hot. "Why has not the food come yet? I am going to check." At this moment, you were in a rush, just thinking about finishing your meal and leaving. You could not stay long. Outside, Dan Sun walked with some guys, saying, "While my legs could not move, I thought to myself, When my legs heal, I must get moving. Using your legs to explore every nook and cranny of Kim Lang. La that beside you held back a laugh. Xwan. You have got some guts. Measuring everything. He looked over and saw you smiling brightly. Isn't he that Trannak? The genius. Trannak silently prayed in his head. Please do not come over here. Waltita looked over. Confused. Then a voice rang out. This girl is... Van Sun hesitated. It is... Trannak cursed under his breath. Damn it. Look me in the eye. Did you really lose your mind trying to get close? Or did the observation skills of the big boss of the Black Gang go to the dogs? You smiled and interrupted Lolly. This is a good friend of mine. Seeing this, he immediately pursed his lips in thought, recalling the dark face of Mer, Trunan and C and that strange look in his eyes. Right. That look. It is not a holiday. And it is evening. What is he doing eating alone with Ho Nam's wife? Oldo imagined the scene of cheating with his sister-in-law. The image of the two of them flashed in his mind. On one side. She said, what if your brother catches us? And he replied, don't worry. As long as we keep it secret, he won't find out. Just thinking about it made old Lo's face turn pale. He staggered back a bit, thinking to himself about this illicit love affair and the internal strife among peers. His mom was well fed. But what if he was silenced? Old that, standing beside him, noticed something was off and asked, what is wrong? Sen quickly changed the subject, saying, Tramanenses. I just passed by and saw you here. Tranense asked him. Looks like the leg of leader Olo has healed. He nervously denied it, saying, it still hurts a lot. I do not even know why I came out to walk today. Tron-NC replied cryptically. If it is not healed, then you should rest and stop wandering around. He quickly replied. Yep. You are right. I will go back and lie in bed for a few days. Tramanenses. I take my leave. Back home. Then Sen anxiously asked. Old that. My leg is still okay. Right. Still okay, Sen. He sat on the steps, feeling nervous. It is still okay now. But he feared it would not be after tonight. Old that looked confused and asked. What are you joking about, Sen? Then Sen continued. Damn it. There is something wrong. Why am I out walking so late after dinner? And you guys? Why did not you stop me? I am in big trouble. He picked up the phone and called. Hello. Boss Taiyu. The voice on the other end replied. Sen. Why are you calling me out of the blue? What is going on? Then Sen continued. I heard some things from you. I heard you used to build a team to go abroad. To Malaysia and Thailand. I want to do that too. Back to this side. He asked. Who was that earlier? I feel like I know him. Tronans replied. He is my friend. DP Deving added. That old guy was staring at you the whole time. It was so weird. Tronans laughed bitterly. How could he not? That old man is a real flirt. He can take his eyes off pretty girls. All I can say is, Miss Lee C is really beautiful. THA turned and asked. Really? Are you joking? He replied. Why would I lie? If you want to get to know me, I can give you my number. She responded. Well, it is not like I can tea. He thought for a moment and regretted saying too much. Just then, Tron and C waved his hand. The car's here. Ladies first. The two of them got into the car. He said, let us part ways here. As he watched them leave, he felt a bit relieved. At least he saw them off. Just then, his phone rang again. Tron and C answered. Hello. Eho Nam. What do you need? The voice on the other end said. Tramanenses. Can you come over for a drink? My heart is a bit unsettled. Eho Nam sounded frantic. Could it be that he is heartbroken? The car was moving. Tati spoke up. The driver. Stop up ahead. I want to get out. DP Deppin asked. Tiki Chai. Why are we getting out here? She prepared to step out and turned back to DP Viping. Just a little something. Be a good kid and wait for me at the hotel. Okay. I want TB home tonight, the girl replied. All right. Tiki Chai. You still dare to hide things from me? Good kid. I am an adult too. I have my secrets. The scene shifted to Jiafeng Vivo, where Than Sen sat smoking, wondering whether to go or not. Old that beside him asked. Sen. Are you really going to flee the country? He replied. Still not good. I have not met Ho Nam's wife yet. Back then I just guessed based on her looks that she was his wife. It will look suspicious. Not only do I think she is Hego Nam's wife, but I will also assume they are having an affair. Moreover, hiding abroad is not necessarily safe. I am just betting they won't go on a killing spree. The old man nodded along, flattering him, saying it made sense if Tron and Sa had that in mind. He should be shown up at the fake Feng Street by now. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Both were startled, thinking, do not tell me mentioning the devil brings him knocking. The assistant stood at the door and asked, you know me? Do not. Then Sen sat there, trembling, saying, I do not know you. The assistant waved it off. You do know me. He stammered. I can pretend I do not know you. Honestly, I have not seen anything today. She started threatening him. You have seen something. What should I do with you? Hearing this, he immediately knelt before her. He was all jittery, saying, I swear, I would not dare to spill. The matter between you and Tron and C will forever stay in my belly. I would not dare say a word. Van Sen, panicked, said, Sister-in-law, I really do not know anything about you and Tron and Nence. Today's meeting was purely by chance. I have been careful with my mouth. Not a single word. 0000. I would not dare say even a dot. The assistant pressed on. What is between me and Tron and Nence? Van Sen bowed his head to the ground, saying, You and Tron and Nence are family. I do not know anything about your matters. Really, I am clueless. The old man gently placed a hand on Van Sen's shoulder and said reassuringly, Sen Ra. That person is gone. Looks like they were just here for a quick visit. At that moment, he felt a little lighter, thinking, they won't kill me. Looks like I will keep my life. The scene shifted to a late-night barbecue spot. He saw Lovram Sen sitting there, the table piled high with shells, and Tron NC came over, teasing. Ho Nam's heartbroken. As soon as he sat down, he heard him ranting. Tai Yu Hu. Tiu Hu is cheating. I saw her going in and out of a motel with another guy. I thought after being with me, she would not do that. Tron NC popped open a beer with his teeth and said, I thought you were joking. Is this for real? Lam Sen replied. What is there to joke about? It is for real, man. You are acting all experience. But it seems you do not understand the truth. Hearing Lam Sen ask, What truth? Tron NC replied, Women are heartless. And love is meaningless. Everyone is just after money. But you are still stuck on feelings. That is a real loss. He slammed the table angrily. You can talk about Tai Yu Hu like that? She is not like that. He kept drinking and talking. What is with the drama? Is it true or not? Just say it. Considering we are brothers. Help me figure this out. Then he pulled out his phone and called Zai Ili. Hey. Can you send someone to Karok? Set up some girls for him to experience life a bit. On the other end. He asked. All right. Nephira. What is the budget? He replied. No limits. Let him have fun however he wants. The scene shifted to the Karok building. Inside, the receptionist asked, Boss, did you book a room? Room 888. Inside the Karok room, VLI threw his arm around Lam Sun, saying, Hey. Lam Sun. The Long. You are Nancy Ray's brother. He instructed me to make sure everything is good. He thought to himself, first time in places like this. Still as nervous as when I first sat in VI Sun. Lam Sun mumbled. I'm not nervous. ZLI told the staff. Get it set up. Hurry and bring the people in. A month later, a girl rushes in waving her hand. Hey. You have been Maya for a few days. She sits down next to Day Long, who raises his voice. Cut the chatter. I already told you on the phone. Is the atmosphere setter ready yet? She leans into Day Long, saying, Don't worry. With your words. How could I slack off? After a few girls step in and stand in front of him, Day Long turns to Lam Sun and asks, What is it? Bro. Just admiring the beauties. If you find someone, just give me a shout. Then he turns to the staff nearby. Hurry up and switch it up. Don't let my buddies down. And keep those weirdos out of my room. She quickly replies. All right. I will switch it up right now. 5 minutes later. Day Long has picked a girl in a purple outfit to sit beside him. Turning to pat her head. What is going on? Bro. You have been here a while and still have not caught anyone's eye. Lam Sun awkwardly admits. I just can't get used to this. I really do not need it. Long replies. Got it. Still no one caught your fancy. Then he turns and lays down the law. I do not care. If you do not bring a pretty girl for my buddies today, it is all on you. She stands her ground. You are really challenging me here. The girl next to him pours some drinks and says, Hey Long, last time you came, you did not call me, so you owe me a shot. Day Long laughs loudly, grabs his glass, and says, All right, I will take 3 shots as punishment. Lam Sun sits beside with a beer all to himself. He puts the beer down on the table and thinks. They are not even close to the real deal. How can they compete? He stands up and sings loudly. You always get so weak-hearted. So weak-hearted. In everything, the madam leads in another girl. I have kept you waiting too long. This is my top girl, named Hat. She was not supposed to be working today, but I called her to come here. So if you are still not satisfied, you won't find anyone else in this whole city. Lam Sun can take his eyes off the new girl, still singing about being weak-hearted. Seeing his expression, Day Long. This one's good. You are the one. I am taking charge for my buddies. And girl, My friends are a bit introverted today. You absolutely have to make them happy, he thinks to himself, feeling like this girl is a real catch. Suddenly, the vibe next to him does not feel so good anymore. Haha sits down, wraps her arm around Lam's son, and asks, "Hey handsome, how do I call you?" Day-long answers for her. "Just call him Lam's son." The girl, looking playful, responds, "You all call him Lam's son. What does it mean if I do too?" She turns to tease him and thinks, this long guy is not just rich. I have heard he is involved in some shady stuff, and he has been quite famous lately. He must be someone worth watching. Then Haha whispers to Lam's son, "Can I call you Little Kaka? Is that okay?" Little Kaka. He blushes but also looks dazed, thinking, wait, is this how Little Ha acted at work too? Lam's son takes a swig of beer and reflects. I understand what Tran Nak was getting at now. It is all fake. Just a money game. Acting. Pretending. For them. This is just another day. Ha. Sitting beside him. Continues to try and get his attention. Little Kaka. It is no fun drinking alone. Let us drink together. He glances off, deep in thought, realizing he has been avoiding the truth and lying to himself. Thanks, Tran Nak, for making me face reality. I won't hesitate anymore. Haha notices his gaze and says softly, Little Kaka. If you stare like that, it will make people shy. Lam Sheng straightforwardly asked, Can you come with me later? Haha laughed loudly and playfully nudged him, saying, Little Kaka, how could you? Your words are so annoying, he pressed on, asking, Stop beating around the bush. Are you coming or not? She haughtily replied, I can't. I've got plans today. I live with my little sister, and she is sick. I need to go back and take care of her tonight. Remembering a similar excuse from before, he turned to her and bluntly asked, Are you trying to tell me that next time I should come find you again? Lam Sheng pulled out a stack of cash from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table, saying, I do not like beating around the bush or talking too much. Here is 8,000. Just tell me. Yes. Ha was completely captivated by the cash, quickly diving in to respond. Little Kaka, just wait a sec. I will go change clothes. His face flushed as he watched her. Lam Sheng pushed her aside and said, Take the money. The cash on the table is for you. You do not need to come with me. Just consider it the answer to my question. Your response is worth this much. He looked up to the sky, questioning himself. Do I seriously not even have a final excuse to fool myself? He stood there puzzled. Wait. Lam Sheng, what is it? If you are not happy today, just say it. I can tell how you are feeling. Should I call a cab? Let us go somewhere else. He replied. I have finished what Chen Nai asked me to do. Tell Chen Nai I get it. And thanks. Back at Chen Nai's house, he was sitting in a chair studying. This talisman is from a diviner. It conceals the power of the diviner. Looked at the talisman in his hand, feeling a powerful energy stirring within it. But no matter how strong the energy was, it could not mask the complex scent inside. Chen Nai closed his eyes and thought. The simpler the power, the better for the technique's operation. The simpler the power, the easier it is to control the technique. But this complex energy, Chen Nai smiled. Damn it. You diviners need to learn from the old masters or the celestial beings. Whether it is the grand craft of transformation or the divine skill of clarity, or even the great art of seduction. He replicated the talisman and muttered. Such complex energy clearly comes from different sources. But when it falls into the hands of a diviner, it is all stirred up like this. Obviously thanks to the talisman's magic. He clenched his fist, sitting there smugly. Diviner, now watch my skills. I know. Tomorrow at school. Chen Nai stepped into class, thinking that the vacation plan could wait a few more days. Finals were coming up, and he could not miss it. Right when he learned the skills of a diviner, he could really throw a punch without fear anymore. Running was no problem. Passing by Ka, he glanced over and was startled to see her with a bruise under one eye. He immediately asked, What happened to your face? Who hit you? Kaka sat there answering, Wait. Do not overthink it. I came home last night, tripped on the stairs, and the light was out, so I fell and hit my face. Chen Nai reached up to touch her forehead and asked, It is really just a fall? Kaka insisted. Yep. Really? It hurt so much I could not sleep well last night. He transferred some energy into her bruise, saying, I will rub it for you. It will feel better. Kaka blushed and reminded him. There are classmates around. He smiled. Just a minute. And besides, I doubt a little ointment for half a month would do the trick. Then he asked her, How's the teacher? Kaka replied unexpectedly, Much better now. Right. Chen Na. Next Tuesday is teacher Tifan's 50th birthday. Did you know that? He answered. No idea. I have not seen teacher Tifeng lately. I need to stop by and visit him after class. Kaka was overjoyed. So we are heading home together. He thought to himself. Next Monday, The final exam will finally be over. He went to knock on the teacher's door. Trannak stepped in, ruffled his hair, and called him master. The teacher waved it off, saying he did not dare. It had been a few days since he last came by. I almost forgot I have a disciple like you. Trannak quickly clarified. Don't say that, even if you forget. I can don't blame me. That little rascal line was the same way when he trains. He looks like a lost soul. What kind of disciple did I take on? I wonder. Trannak turned back and said, Master, do not be mad. I was busy with work. As for the second senior brother, I heard he is heartbroken, but he will get over it in a few days. The teacher, with arms crossed sitting in his chair, replied, Only the eldest senior brother makes me worry less. You should join me in trying to meet him. He is definitely a genius. Trannak turned to ask about his little sister. Has little Depp been behaving these past few days? She is not causing trouble for you, is she? He replied. She has been better than you. Her foster mom took her out. She won't be back for a while. By the way, what is going on with Miss Kind? Trannak bluntly answered. It is nothing. I have not been around to check up on her. With this kind of societal troublemaker, there is really nothing serious going on. Even if she goes elsewhere, she won't find peace. Hearing that, the teacher sighed in relief. That is the best news. In a few days, the semester will be over, and we will have a meal together, he asked in surprise. What meal? Teacher downplayed it. It is nothing much. Just trying to find a time to get everyone together for a meal. Just come next Tuesday. After chatting for a bit, the teacher suggested. All right. Let us have dinner at my place tonight. I will go buy some good food. On exam. After everything was done, Trannak and Kaka walked and chatted while drinking water. Finally, the exam was over. How did it go? Was it smooth? Not bad. He replied. Now I can relax. What are we doing this afternoon? We have got to get something because tomorrow is the teacher's birthday. I can show up empty-handed. Little Dipe has been staying at the teacher's house lately. I definitely have to repay this favor. All right. I will treat you to McDonald's. Kaka turned to him, thinking that Trannak's purchase would definitely cost him a fortune. If she treated him to a meal, then he would not have to pay, helping him save a little. The two of them enjoyed a fun outing after the exams, starting with a meal. After that, they headed to an amusement park, having a blast on all the rides, even daring each other to go on the bumper cars. On the way, Trannak said, Got the fruit. We can head home now. Kaka was excited. Yeah, today was really fun. Just then, his phone buzzed. As soon as he answered, he heard his grandfather's voice asking, Trannak, is Kaka with you? Yeah. He replied, That is weird. Where's my phone? Why can't I call? It must be turned off. Maybe it is out of battery. Just give it to her. Kaka took the phone from Trannak and answered, Dad, what is it? She did not say anything else. Just listened to her dad on the line. They both stayed silent. Kaka returned the phone to Trannak, and he asked, What is going on? She quickly said, I did not do well on the exam. The grades for the first and second day have already been graded. Dad saw them and gave me an earful, saying if I do not study hard, I won't be allowed to hang out with you anymore. Trannak asked, But did not you say you did well? Kaka replied, I do not know either. My dad said there were so many mistakes on my exam. The answers were correct, but I just messed up the marks. I answered all the questions correctly, but I messed up the answers. Writing the one above down for the one below, total disaster. Then the teacher searched my bag, but my phone was nowhere to be found. Today was supposed to be great, and now it is turned into a nightmare. Tranancy immediately reassured her. Don't cry. Do not panic. We will tackle one problem at a time. Come on. Let us go buy a new phone. Keika was still sobbing. Why is this happening to me? Intio stood behind them, smiling. This phone purchase is not good feng shui. Give it a few days, and you will lose the new one too. Tranancy turned around and asked, Who are you? He replied, I noticed you crying, so I got curious. I did not mean to eavesdrop. He shifted his focus to Kush. My dear, have some bad luck, Tranancy retorted. Seriously? Who even believes in this kind of nonsense in this day and age? He pulled Kasiru to turn away. Forget him. A few days ago, the store messed up my pay, so I have enough for a new phone. She insisted on saving money for him, saying, Keep it for yourself. You will need it for other things. Meanwhile, the fortune teller was still trying to hold them back. Wait. Don't go. Ingvio chased after them. Miss, have you been having a rough time lately? Aki asked. How do you know? He continued. In the heavenly realm, there are dark clouds around your fortune. If you do not resolve this soon, that dark energy will solidify, and you might face some serious trouble. Tranancy smiled and asked, So you are a fortune teller? He replied, I am. Whoa. Tranancy thought to himself, Has the fire spirit approved your copying? He was curious, but hearing that name made him think this guy was no expert at all. Seriously. Who names themselves that? He turned to leave, saying, "Forget it. We believe in Buddha." The fortune teller called out, "Wait a second." Then Nkuo stripped off his Taoist robe and pulled out a Buddhist robe, removing his wig. "Hold on. Just wait a moment." After changing his disguise, he said, "Aji Buddha. I am Nwo. You too. Buddhism and Taoism are one and the same. I believe in the Buddha too." Tronancy was taken aback. "This is something else. It really broadens my horizons. What if I said I believe in God? What are you trying to turn into?" He sighed stubbornly. "I have a cross too." Ingzio continued. "I do not mean to scare you. But this young lady has some misfortune surrounding her. It is not too serious. But it is enough to keep happening. Is that right?" Akaka thought about it and agreed. "That does sound about right." Atronancy brushed it off. "Don't believe it. That is just a cheap trick. It does not mean anything." He muttered some incomprehensible phrases. Self-creation. Blood rituals. Making things up. Theories of good fortune. Mumble. Everyone struggles. Right. Honestly. We have all feared our careers or studies at some point. There must be challenges. Right. Trumpani smiled. "You actually make a decent point." He squinted. "Looks like this monk might actually be onto something. Today's meeting feels fateful. I have a method that can help resolve your issues." Suddenly, he grabbed Nicolo's wrist and began to exert pressure. Then he twisted his arm and asked, "You have been tailing us for days. How could you lay hands on us in the stairwell? And how did you sneak into school to change the test answers?" He yelled, "Own. This is too much. Bro. Let go me. Let go. It is just a minor sprain. My arm's about to snap." Tranak snapped back. "Do not call me bro. If you do not clarify, I will have you begging on your knees to call me dad later." "Speak up. What is the deal?" You ask again. "How many people set this up? And where are your accomplices? Don't try to dodge it. This guy here is really wronging me. Get it? I am in the middle of this right now. Looks like we have spilled all the beans." Tranak fumed. "Is not this just a waste of breath? You guys started it, coming after me first, then pretending to be some kind of expert." He pulled out a piece of paper to explain. "It is my first time here. I do not have any accomplices. If you do not believe me, I have got proof right here." Ingo Dao rubbed his shoulders and said, "My friend, I see what you are suspicious about, but I am really innocent. This girl must have just gotten into trouble recently." "Right. But I only just arrived in Kimlang today." Tranak looked at the paper and said, "This train drawing is definitely from this afternoon. It does not look fake at all." After that, the two continued their conversation. "So what do you want to do?" "I want to create a good relationship. Doing good deeds will bring rewards. No need for the runaround. Just say it straight." "Fine. I have a protective talisman. I can give it to the two of you to help this girl out of her current bad luck. It is guaranteed to work." You ask right away. "It is not free." He was also straightforward. "In our Buddhist teachings, we value connections. Whether the money is a lot or a little does not matter. I am throwing out a price of 800. Tranak raised an eyebrow and snapped. He immediately lowered it to 500. "This talisman was made by me, blessed by the Bodhisattva and the three pure ones." 500. "You definitely won't regret it." You immediately asked. "The Bodhisattva and the three pure ones blessed it together." Tranak pulled out some cash and said, "Okay, I will trust you this once. But I am warning you, if you trick me, I will make sure you pay tenfold." Over here. And Godao was also pulling out the talisman and said, "The one I am giving has no strings attached. Guaranteed to be effective." Ka. A bit regretful about the money. Turn to pull your hand. Tranak. "What are you doing?" "That is 500. You are determined. Feeling like you have been a bit off lately. Just buy it for peace of mind." Then he handed the protective talisman to you. "Let us keep it fair." Tranak patted his shoulder, channeling some energy into him and said, "All right. I've got my stuff now. If you trick me, you can still admit your mistake now." Ngodao clasped his hands and chanted, "The one I am giving has no strings attached. I'm out." You think quietly. After gaining the power from the martial artist, the mission level went up a notch. As long as this guy does not leave Kimlang City, I can track him down. Then you handed it to Kaka. "Take it. Keep it safe. That talisman is valuable." Kaka still felt a bit regretful. A month's salary is not much. "How can you spend like this?" Tranak said warmly. "You really have been a bit unlucky lately. Just buy it for peace of mind. That talisman is not expensive. If you lose even one hair, I will be heartbroken." She put her hand in her pocket and rummaged for something. Then she handed it to Tranak and said, "I only have 100 on me." "Take it." Tranak brushed it off. "No need. I am not short on money." Kaka potted. If you do not take it, I will be mad. Money is meant to be saved little by little. When we get married and buy a house, there will be a lot of places to spend it. Even better, Dad. Rest easy. Hearing this, Trannak asked, "What is your dad resting easy about?" Kaka blushed in embarrassment as she walked away. "It is nothing. I am leaving now. My dad is calling me back. I want to see you off." Trannak chased after her. "I will even take you to buy a phone." Kaka turned back and replied, "No need. I will have my dad buy it." Trannak, you better listen up. Every penny you earn should be saved carefully. She smiled. Her cheeks flushed, thinking to herself but not saying it out loud, "I am waiting for you to smile back at me. As for Troninus, do not bring up the father-in-law. If it were not for agreeing with your uncle about not dating Kiaka for now, I would be already given her an official title. There's no need to wipe her memory clean. Just tell Kih. Let us wait until graduation to talk. We can let the future father-in-law be unhappy." The girl suddenly remembered. Right. There is one more thing. I need to figure out how to clean the money at home. Otherwise, Kaker won't be able to spend it. They switched to a restaurant down the street, where everyone was chatting inside. The old man asked, "Happy birthday. Why did you buy so much stuff?" "Happy birthday, Dad. Wishing you health and happiness every day." "Oh wow. Dad's little leaf is quite the talker." "Hey, what is with that leg? Where did you buy it? Give it back." A big family sat around a large table. The teacher said, "Come on. Sit down. Please have a seat." Across from him, the old man saw two people sitting next to each other and pretended to cough to signal them. Kietra whispered, "Dad is really upset. I will go sit next to him." The leg guy agreed. "Yeah. During times like this, we gotta be on our best behavior." The teacher stood up and said, "Let us raise our glasses." And the waiter announced, "All the food is served. Please enjoy." Suddenly, someone opened the door and shouted, "Master, I have come to celebrate your birthday." The leg guy recognized the familiar face and exclaimed. The teacher looked a bit pleased and said, "Inkuzio, you came too?" Leg guy. "Lam Sun. This is the person I mentioned. He is my student from Hai Thun. You two should call him Master Hein." The leg guy smirked. Master Hein really is a talent. While Lam Sun just greeted, "Master Hein." And Ing Ho shyly covered his face. Inzio sat down between the two, and the leg guy raised his glass to ask, "Master Hein, where did you train to be so skilled?" He replied, "Skilled? I would not say that, just back home." Then he pulled out a card and pushed it towards him. Mostly focused on Buddhist studies and Tao studies. In short, it is all national studies, with the National Studies Institute of Than Van written on it. Directed by Nyexo. Looking at the card, the leg guy turned to ask, "Master Hein, you really are talented. You are being too humble. What is the system?" He awkwardly rubbed his head and replied, "Junior brother. Stop joking. Chanting foreign scriptures is not good." Then Inkuo took out some money, holding it in his hand, and said, "Right, master." He stood there and handed it to the teacher, a small token of sincerity. The teacher waved it away, saying, "No way. It is not easy for you to earn money. Just coming to drink with me is already a big deal." Inkuzio tried to convince him. "Master. Really? Take it. Today is your big birthday. It is not like any other day." The leg guy quickly took the money from his hand and placed it in the teacher's. Then he stood between the two and said, "Master, it is the sincerity of Master Hein. We are all martial artists. Let us be straightforward. Master Hein, let us guess. This is not much. Just 500. Right." Ingzio raised his hand in response, saying, "Junior brother, you are smart. Really smart. Master, just accept it." He took the money and reminded, "All right. But there won't be a next time. Everything is still good back home. Right." Indio stood there explaining everything to the master. "Everything is fine. Master. After you arrived in Kim Lang, I went to the temple to take care of things. After the previous head passed away, I took over the duties at the temple. Not long after, I became acquainted with the head of Than Thin Quan, since there was no one to inherit it. I merged the two places into one and named it the Than Van Institute." Scratched his head modestly, marking the start of his independence. Standing there, he thought, "Not bad. Is not this the founder of Than Vien?" Some time later, as the party came to an end, everyone was red-faced from drinking. Nzio raised his hand to say goodbye. "Master. Mistress. I am heading home now." Exo Vin waved and asked, "Not staying a few days? It has been a while since I have seen you and your master." He replied, "I still have things to do. I will come back to visit you both when I am free." The teacher seemed a bit tipsy, trying to say, "All right, Be careful on your way back. Over here. Aki was also left speechless, with Tron NC saying, I will head back first then. He replied. Looks like your dad will be grumpy for a few days. In the distance, Ludun seemed annoyed, calling out loudly. Kei. What are you waiting for? Get home and study right away. You are going to get it. Little Dippy, the master and mistress, still had to trouble the two with Little Dipe for a while longer. During the summer break, the shop was busy, and I could not take care of Little Deep. Extone smiled. But I can watch Little Dipe for as long as you need. I can bear to let her go. Little Dipe is so cheeky. Your adoptive dad's face is all red, just like a ripe peach. Meanwhile, Inguo stood there pondering while waiting for a ride. The master had a blessed look. He could turn any situation around smoothly. It seemed he had a benefactor, which made him feel at ease. Suddenly, Tron and Free rushed over, grabbing his hand and asking, Master Hein, why the rush to get home? Hein, let us chat a bit. Ingzio quickly waved his hand. Refusing. No more drinks. No more. He threw his arm around him and said, just a little. Otherwise, Master Hein won't let you save face. And the master said so too. Let us learn a bit from Hein. Ingzio stammered. Learn what? Those things from Hein are just tricks. Not worth mentioning. Then the two sat on a park bench drinking. Tron and Ace handed him a bottle. And Inkuro took a sip. Your junior's pretty strong too. It seems practicing martial arts with the master is not bad. Unlike Master Hein, who has no talent. He does not even know any cat fighting techniques. He pressed. Master Hein. About yesterday. Tell me what happened. Inzio replied. Did Hein's words seem real to you? Tron NC was straightforward. I did not believe it at first. But thinking back, it might be true. Spill it. Was Hein's luck real or fake at that moment? With the alcohol flowing, he spilled the beans. It is not real. Tron NC was a bit skeptical. But if it were real, it would not be fake. Right. Master Hein does not want to tell the truth. Indio did not answer and downed his drink. This stuff is strong. Tron NC kept asking. What does Hein really mean, not telling the truth? He sat back, unable to speak. Junior, you are too good. Give Hein a plate of peanuts. Inzio stammered. Too much. Can you really kill Hein? We are all brothers in the same school. Tranak sat there, wide-eyed in shock. What the hell? Are you kidding me? He looked at his master Hein, who was sprawled out drunk. If it were not for the fact that Hein's aura was gone, he would be genuinely thought he was a Kaman. But now, pulling tricks with Dai, B is the ancestor of this whole mess. The next morning, Ngodao slowly opened his eyes after a night of drinking. He found himself lying in a car, with three guys in front turning to ask. Awake now. It has been a whole day. He thought to himself, why do I feel so fuzzy? All my clothes have been stripped off, and I am left with just a piece of cloth. The roadside jungle was buzzing with people. Inside, Ngodao shouted, what the hell? Guys. Daloy turned back, stroking his chin, and said, Bro, we won't make things hard for you. A friend of mine asked me to ask you something. Just think about whether to tell me or not. He questioned, what if I do not? While thinking, what a relief. I hope there is no pain. Daloy's face showed a hint of menace. If you do not talk, we won't touch you either. Just open the door and push you onto the main road. And that is it. Ngodao heard this and felt a surge of confidence. You think I am scared of that? Daloy laughed. Well, if it does not work once, we will try it twice. If twice does not work, we will do it 10 times. We are pretty free. And there are plenty of big streets in Kim Lang. We can take them one by one. If we do not finish in a day or two, we will stretch it to 10 days. How about that? Then he turned to the driver. Open the door. Ngodao, feeling a bit scared, yelled. Do not do that. I give up. Just call Tranak out here. I will tell you whatever you want. While later, Daloy took him to some place, reminding him, make sure to do it right. Got it. Ngodao could only smile wryly and respond, sure. Tranak was sitting there pouring tea. Drink some tea to cool off. Master, this boss won't make things hard for you. Right. He sat down and said, Boss, I was going to mention working more at the auto shop yesterday. It is, but looking at your face, bro, I see you are supposed to be the boss. Well, I am the bald-headed sidekick. You are the real deal. Right. That guy seems pretty deep. Do not you think? Master. Tranak brushed off those words and asked directly. Have you figured things out? Or are you still pretending? Ngodao reached for the pack of cigarettes on the table and took a drag. He sat there sharing his thoughts. Junior, we all have our secrets. How about we each go our own way? Tranak replied straightforwardly. Come on. Big brother, the situation has changed. and to avoid playing games with you. This master just wants to get a phone. A Tungka got hit by some guy. He continued. Honestly, whatever luck or fortune, all that nonsense. If you do not believe it, charms and talismans are just a bunch of baloney. But right now, there is definitely some mysterious force at play that you do not know the strength of, leading to these crazy events happening all the time. Ingho turned to ask. Junior, there is something I still do not get. Why do you think I know? And Chunev replied. Senior, you just got a Kim Lang the day before yesterday. Just yesterday, I arrived at Master Mmas's place. And I bet during that time, you definitely discovered something strange. Which is why you went to take care of it. He smiled. Now understanding it is really just a tactic from his junior. He continued. Since we are at this point, I need to make it clear to you. Right now, I am really worried. Tungka Getch is my lifeline. You do not get it. Today, you are gonna see blood. I am serious about this. Indio propped himself up, smiling as he asked. Junior, do you believe in luck? Legend has it that in the beginning, the heavens and earth were chaotic, splitting into two energies, pure and murky. The pure one is above, and the murky one is below. These two energies interact, balancing yin and yang, influencing everything that exists in heaven and earth. According to the words of our ancestors, if humans are affected by these energies, they will experience fortune and misfortune. But overall, a person's fortune and misfortune are balanced. It won't always be bad luck, nor will it always be good luck. It is what you might call a scale of prosperity and decline. Chechen Celine asked, so you mean? Tungka is wrapped up in misfortune. Inzio replied. Exactly. If her misfortune does not fade and she keeps facing bad luck over and over, it could lead to injuries at best. Or worse. Accidental death. He continued. But that does not make sense. You just said fortune and misfortune are balanced. Tungka experiencing such bad luck is definitely not normal. Ingzio explained. This situation can only happen in two scenarios. She was born under a bad luck star. A type of person we call a heavenly garment intentionally worn. Tungka has not been unlucky since she was little, so it is clear she is not that type. Therefore, it must be the other possibility. I suspect someone is harming her. He asked brightly. Harm her how? He listed out. Mainly, it is all about the sects. With so many around, how could you know? Chensei asked. Is there a way to find out who it is? Receiving the medicine from his junior. He continued. Mostly. These are just to enhance the feeling of rituals. It is all just mystical nonsense. If someone really wants to cast misfortune on another person, a crucial method is to have direct contact. Who really harmed Tuazi Kai? We should ask her about who she interacted with before she first encountered bad luck a couple of days ago. Slowly investigating might lead us to the answer. Inzio added. But do not expect me to step in and help. I can see the misfortune surrounding Tunkaruki issue is huge. And I definitely can handle a master like that. Chun NC took a puff from his cigarette and replied. Okay. I won't make it hard for you. But I still ask my big brother to stay here for a few days until we sort out this Tani K-care situation. Shifting to the little neighborhood where the Toon family lives. And Chinanti sat on the sofa. Massaging Gitch. Luckily, it was just a small injury. But she was blushing and stuttering. Chen. Chananun sees. Have you had enough touching? He smirked. Well, how about I switch to a different spot that has not been touched yet? Kaika. Honestly. Do not. I am not ready yet. Tranak pinches her cheek and says. Not yet. I have already agreed with Uncle Tuan. No doing that first. Seriously. So annoying. You are curious. Kaika. Have you met any strangers lately? You just come straight home from school every day. You probably have not met many strangers. Right. Kaka thinks for a moment and replies. If it is physical contact. There were two people. One was in the bathroom of a second-hand store on Duangtu Street, where I met a pretty girl who came to see me next time. Atranak thinks to herself, let us not get into the details. She could literally kill someone with a glance. Kaa continues reminiscing. And the other was on Xiana's birthday, when I went to have dinner with her and ran into one of Xiana's friends there. She quickly explains. It was a girl. Not. So do not think too much. Normally at school, I do not hang out with any boys. Tranak smiles. I know, you ask more. So you just had dinner. Nothing else. She replies. What else could we do? Just eat, talk, watch TV, then head home. By the way, what is that girl's name? Her name's Hidung. Aka looks puzzled. Why are you asking? Tranak places her hand on Kaka's cheek and responds. Just asking a few questions. Are you sleepy yet? Kaka rubs her head. Not sleepy. Why do I suddenly feel so drowsy? It turns out Tranak has quietly infused her with energy. You help Ka lie down on your lap. Thinking. If fate is being controlled by someone else, Then that proves it is also a type of power. If I focus hard enough, I might discover the strength hidden within the body of Sun Ka. Trannak gasped, breaking into a sweat. She is stunned, her face showing a hint of worry as she lets out a soft gasp. Slowly extracting something from Kaya's mind, a dark aura swirls in her hand. And Trannak looks at it, puzzled. What is this? It seems almost alive, growing at an incredible speed. And it is clearly not part of Sun Kaka's consciousness. It is something from the outside. Trannak grips it tightly in her hand, smiling as she says, if I can release this fate, let us just call you Fate's companion for now. Just stay put in the realm of consciousness. I will figure out what you are. The next morning, in a factory, a few people are chatting. Rarely do they not have to work overtime today. So are they going out shopping? No way. I still have to pick up my kid. Are you going to the movies tonight? Looking through the glass, there she is. According to Sun Kaya's description, Hadung is short and chubby, with blonde hair and a tattoo on her arm pretty easy to spot. She is checking her reflection in the car mirror while sucking on a straw, then pulls out a chain lock from her hand, swiping it along the side of the car. Mumbling, damn rich people. They must be making dirty money. Suddenly, a girl on a bike calls out, Sister Dung Dung. Dung turns around and asks, is that you? Just got out of school. Yep. The girl waves and says, I am heading home. I have a ton of homework today. Bye. Sister Dung Dung. And Dung smiles and waves back. Okay. See you. As soon as the girl leaves. She curses, so full of herself. Then she punctures the girl's spiked tire and continues walking while sucking on her straw. Trannak watches and smirks. What a piece of work. Scene shifts to a different house. Hadung is sitting at home, legs up on the table, watching TV and complaining. This show is so boring. Then she let out a wicked laugh. Good thing today is filled with fun. She recalled the incident with the slashed tires, and then there was the flat tire incident with the high school girl. After that, she remembered her uncle in the wheelchair. At that moment, she asked, Hey uncle, how's your leg? He replied, the doctor said I will only ever be in a wheelchair. It is just bad luck, tripping on flat ground and ending up like this. Then she kicked a cat and laughed even harder. Hadung was also chatting with a woman in a mask. She heard that cosmetic surgery abroad is top-notch. Is that why you have those scars on your face? The woman replied. Where's the money for that? After breaking up with her boyfriend, she lost her fiery look. Hadung sat there thinking. What was the name of that girl I met at Nana's a few days ago? What was it again? Ka. Then she grinned maliciously. Right. Damn. Not only is she beautiful, but her dad is the head teacher at school. I heard she is about to become the vice principal. She spat out a piece of saliva and cursed. That kind of person. Why do not they just drop dead? Beautiful blood. Trying hard to look good. All praised at school. Her dad is a school leader. And she gets everything good in the world. It would be best if that type just died. Her eyes lit up. Maybe I should go see how she is tomorrow. Just thinking about it makes me giddy with excitement. In Hadung's conscious world, a shadowy creature with red eyes also spoke up. You are excited too, are not you? It stood in front of a large tree, its leaves blood red. Ever since she was little, she sensed a strange power within her. Until a few years ago, in a dream, Hadung entered her conscious space. She realized she had control over extraordinary power. And initially, she wondered, where is this? What is this? This tree could absorb her darkness and bear a new kind. And it could even be summoned into the real world. Then she could plant it in someone else's body. She laughed wickedly. Anyone who makes me unhappy will die. Just die. Fortunately, so far, she had only managed to cultivate 3 seeds. In this world, there are so many lucky people. I really want to make them all unfortunate. Hadung stood there praying. Oh tree, you need to work hard. We have a grand goal to achieve. At that moment, a gigantic white hand appeared. Grabbing the tree's trunk, the figure of Tronensi emerged, pulling the tree up, and she shouted in shock. Who are you? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Then she asked again. Who are you? A Tronen stood in front of her, holding the dark tree in her hand. She lunged forward and yelled. Give it back. Return my treasure. Tronenfi gently grabbed her neck and replied. Return it. You think I will let someone as wicked as you hurt others? Hadung still tried to reach for the dark tree. Who the hell are you? Give it back to me. It is mine. Tronefli cursed. For people like you, dying would be a mercy. But just dying like that would be too easy. So he used a gaze attack to hit her spirit, leaving her lying there dazed. He turned to leave, saying, You will be a patient from now on. Back at his place, Tronensi sat in deep thought. Is this considered stealing her supernatural ability in the world of consciousness belonging to Trannak? He gazed at that tree, thinking, Sure, you are greedily siphoning my essence. But your rate of draining it can't keep up with my growth. Eventually, this conscious space of mine will become your prison, until I manage to break you down. He slowly opened his eyes. Recalling the moments of retrieving those sinister seeds, he reassured himself. Compared to the cursed tree, These 3 seeds were a walk in the park. Trannak clenched them tightly in his hand and infused them with spiritual energy. After placing the cursed tree into his consciousness, he could now connect with this world on a deeper level. There was a faint presence, barely perceptible, but he could still feel it. As for how to utilize it, he still needed to figure that out. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Trannak pulled it out to see it was Kaka. She announced, "Trannak, the talisman you gave me broke. I just noticed. Maybe I broke it yesterday. I am so bummed about it," he thought to himself. Kaka got hurt on her leg. She kept that in her jacket pocket. Right. And then he comforted her. Think of it this way. That talisman might have saved your life. On the other end. She sighed. I guess I can only comfort myself with that, by the way. Trannak, I am home alone today. He understood her hint but quickly dodged it. Today my shop is super busy. I have to help out. You are busy? Once you are done, I will come find you. I won't forget. Trannak pondered. The talisman is broken. Master Hien should know a thing or two about this. I need to repay him. With that, he ran to Deli's repair shop. And as he approached with 2 bags in hand, he saw Master Hien sitting there and smiled brightly. Master Hien, what are you watching? He replied. Just comparing redemption. Trying to learn how to run. Trannak chuckled, pulling out 2 cans of beer. Come on. Master Hien. Drink up. I even got some snacks and soup. It will be here soon. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? Junior brother. You seem like you have something to ask. Trannak poured the wine as he said, I am free today. So I wanted to have a few drinks with Master Hien. We are all schoolmates. It is only right to be a bit closer. It is all in good fun. Junior brother Trannak. You can flip like a switch, lower your guard, and be decisive. That is impressive. But the rapid changes have Master Hien struggling to keep up. You smiled and replied. What are you talking about? Hoeing. There is really nothing going on. He raised his hand to stop you, saying, no rush. Let the wine sit for now. Let Hien think about it a bit, pointing towards the direction of your conversation. You continued. Junior brother. Hoeing. I guess that talisman from that girl, Tang, is broken. Right. You gave a thumbs up. Master Hien, you really are sharp. About that talisman. I am sure you still have some. Right. Can you spare me a few dozen? Please. You sighed while pressing your finger on your philtrum. Master Hien's heart condition flared up again. He needs to take care of himself for a bit. Trannak chuckled. Master Hien, do not be like that. If you can give me dozens. A few will do. You stubbornly refused. No way. Not even one. You think Master Hien's talisman was bought at the market. Crafting takes a lot of effort too. You held something in your hand and asked. Master Hien, what is this? He touched his neck and questioned sharply. Good. When did you grab the longevity talisman off my neck? Trannak smiled and replied. Just now. Luckily. I was quick enough to spot a string around your neck. You tried to snatch it back, saying, no way. That is Hien's age-appropriate magical tool. You retracted your hand and asked, age-appropriate tool. That is even better. Master Hien, it is not like I am trying to shortchange you. I will pay double the last price. 1,000. You exclaimed. 1,000. This is a rare item from Hien. Just the jade alone is worth 8,000. This is authentic Hadian Yang jade. Master Hien even carved it himself for half a month. Trannak stuffed it in his pocket and said, Master Hien, do not trick me. Yang jade is white. This is just a regular green piece. You rubbed your chin. Well. Junior brother. You have got a good eye for quality. You threw your arm around Master Hien and said, we can let Hien get shortchanged. 3,000. If you still do not agree, consider it a welcome gift from Master Hien to me. He sat down and sighed. Forget it. A tangerine peel has sharp nails. If Hien agrees to 3,000, then 3,000 it is. Trannak felt pleased. That is more like it. This is how Hien should be. No need to haggle too much. It creates distance. Later, I will have Brother Lo hand the money to Hien. By the way, you stood up and asked. Junior brother. Since everything is settled, we won't need to keep Hien locked up anymore. Right. What is Hien saying? I just wanted to get closer to Hien, so I invited him to stay for a day. What is the big deal? Can Hien go now? Of course. Master Hien. Feel free. Watching him get in the car, Trannak was cheerful. Master Hien. Come hang out when you are free. You waved your hand dismissively. Now, I cannot keep up. Junior brother. Let us not meet again. Stepping inside, Dalo and Trannak chatted. That person is really Master Hyen of yours. Well, you could say that, this guy talks a lot. Whenever I am over, he just keeps going on, almost made me faint. This guy is not easy to live with. Too slippery. Be careful if you are hanging out with him. But is alright. I can handle it. You are curious. He has been here for 2 days. Did anything weird happen? Daly thought for a moment and replied. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh wait, there is one thing. This morning, he told my shopkeeper to go buy a piece of jade. I took a look. Nothing special. Just a regular piece of jade. Worth about 100. Trannak realized he would been duped. My face went pale. 100 you say? Daly patted my head and asked. Wait. What is wrong? Nak. I was holding back tears. I really just wanted to punch someone. Inside, I sat down, fuming, and muttered, this senior brother is just the worst. Seriously. Then I noticed a piece of paper on the chair, a note from Wu Dao. The content read. Junior brother. I have got the money. Thanks. Do not be mad. Even though it is fake, the effect is real. To toast to you. I need someone to strip you. Let us call it even. Senior brother wrote. Do not read it. After reading, Trannak chuckled. This guy had already thought of a way to prank me. But this senior brother is kinda amusing. In the Wu Dao scratched his head. Pondering. Before heading down the mountain, I read my fortune. I am going to encounter a great opportunity, but I can to see my junior brother's fate. However I try to avoid it. I should just stay away to be safe. So I do not get dragged in. Then he turned to the driver and said. Hey buddy. Let me read your fortune. If I am right, you let me ride for free. If not, I want to take your money. Scene shifts to Jiangning Mental Hospital. Hendong is gagged and tied to a hospital bed. This is the disciple sister intended to take in, a bit older. Perhaps a mix-up from before. She heard from a friend that while traveling in Kim Lang, she accidentally came across someone very talented, but turns out, they are this old. Outside, 2 familiar faces were talking. It does not matter if they are small or big, but she is a mad woman. Tao's replied. I do not know. I heard she went crazy this morning and was brought here. A nurse came over and asked, are you really the patient's family? Her primary doctor has already left for the day. If you want to know about her condition, come back tomorrow. Just as asked, can I go in to visit? The nurse replied. The patient is in a critical phase and has a tendency to harm others. According to the rules, contact is not allowed. Sorry. As the nurse left, Tiao's quietly channeled her energy inside. After sensing, she said, this woman, her conscious space has been invaded by someone else. It is like she just went through a storm, and now there is barely anything left. Its T's recognized the traces of Trannak's power and headed back to the International Hotel. The butler reported to Neville, Miss, I have gathered all the information about Trannak. She handed Neville an envelope and added, it contains Trannak's preferences, social circle, and family background. She smiled as she took it, tossed it aside, and told him to go rest. Neville took it out to look. Pondering, these two. Then she slowly walked over to a mirror covered by a black cloth. Neville reached out to pull the cloth down. But from the mirror, a sharp voice asked, Sister, you finally let me out. She questioned loudly. Why would you do such things? Don't you know doing this will make him think I am just a common girl? Me, I am a noble lady. And that way of responding, you are still so innocent and adorable. Do not worry. Guys love to pamper that. Then it was like I was talking to myself. How come? After our last meeting, he has not reached out at all. It is like I do not even exist, so we just need to take the initiative and attack. But you promised not to disturb his life. Silly. You made that promise. Not me. But the way you keep asking, I am worried. You must have just found out you have 2 rivals. Jealousy is not really fitting for a noble lady like you. Right, my dear sister. Neville hesitated. About this? You know, I do not really understand much. Her sister immediately gave advice. It is, my sister. It is time for you to step up. Why not ask him out tomorrow? Remembering the image of Tron next. It is time to take our relationship a step further. The next day, in a sleek black outfit, Neville sat down and spoke up. Let me introduce myself. I am Neville, the sole heir of the Devonside family. One of Tron Nexy's suitors. Right, some time ago, I invested in your school, which is why I can see all the student records. That is how I found you. Do not be scared. I am not a bad person. Dinon sat there and bluntly asked. What do you want with me? Neville replied. As you and I know, a Tronenti is only interested in Tinkanakie. We can only be seen as thick-skinned. Because for some reason, a Tronend want to be cold to us. Dinon wondered. Do you want me to step back? Neville suggested. It is a partnership. She added. It has been summer break for a while. Atron Nenti is with Tanti Cub every day. You know, in a few days, you won't be able to resist going to find him. Right, and Tron Nensi does not know about the split. So this summer break will eventually turn into a contest. Dinan kept saying. Then Appa will find a way to sneak away so we can't meet. Neville gently lowered her glasses and continued. So to avoid failing, we need to share Tron Nenfasi's time when he is not with Tunanka Ki. Let us take advantage of this summer break to move Tron Nenafi's heart with our own charm. Just like that. Trahanax, completely unaware, is being pulled into this summer love triangle. The first day, Neville set up a date and said, Trahanax, let us watch this. While watching the movie, she leaned in and whispered in his ear. At first, you saved me like this too. On the second day, this time it was with Kai Shi Kai. She screamed. It is about to fall. And he was as happy as can be, shoving food in his mouth while saying, it is just a movie. Why be so tense? She turned and complained. Stop squishing me. I am already so chubby. Why are not you focusing on the movie? Tron Nanti defended himself. I prefer the artsy stuff. Then he thought to himself. Can I say I have seen this movie 3 times already? Once in my past life. Once yesterday. And now again today. On the third day. It was Di Na Kaine's turn. She dragged Tron Nenfasi to see a new movie that just came out. Called Vertical Limit. Said to be really good. Come watch it with me. He was tired of it and refused. Not watching it, she tried to persuade him. It just came out a few days ago. Have you seen it? Who did you go with? Unable to explain. He made up a story. I heard it from someone else. So go watch it. Seeing is believing. Your idioms are really sharp these days. And in the end, he agreed to go. Just like that. The 3 of them divided Tron and SSS schedule. On the 4th day. Trahanax. Today I am going with my sister. On the 5th day. Trahanax. Today my dad is not home. It is Friday. Oh man. Let us hit the streets today. You look like you have just come back from the dead. Seriously. Even the doctor seems less busy than I am right now. In your hand. You have got paper number 13. And while Trannak is carrying a bag of bubble tea, he is muttering. I know something's off here. 3 people ka. Lidunine are scheduled at the same time. It is like we are in line. With no extra space to squeeze in. You can't help but think. Could these 3 be hiding something from me? But there is no way I can ask. If it is not that. I am totally out of the loop. Glancing at the shadow in the alley. You jump a bit. Wait. Is that over by the noodle shop? There is a buzz of conversation. Lockwatch. Your place is still open. What brings you here? Since business was not great before. I thought I would change locations. Still the same. Yep, still the same. Braised meat noodles. But add more meat and toss in an egg roll. Well yeah. Trannak looks at the lady in the kitchen and asks. Lockwatch. Is this your wife? Lockwatch? That is right. You compliment. She seems great. A perfect match. He turns curious. What brings you all the way out here? It is a long way from your place. Trannak slurps his noodles and replies. Met up with a friend to hang out. Your noodle skills are top-notch. I have been craving this for ages since that other place closed down. Lucky I found you today. Lockwatch asked. A girlfriend. Ah. As his wife brings out a gigantic bowl. Lockwatch raises an eyebrow. A big bowl like that. You do not have to be so generous with this kid. His wife chuckles. What can I say? It is not every day we see familiar faces. Enjoy. Thanks. 5 minutes later, the phone rings. It is Dynine's voice. Oh man. I am at the ice cream shop. Where are you? You reply. Got it. I am on my way. Outside, Lamson is with Haha. And Dynine spots them, saying to Trannak. Oh man. I see your friend. And there is a beautiful girl with him. Haha is feeding ice cream to Lamson. Open wide. He takes a bite and praises. So sweet. She smiles and asks. Nah. I like. Trannak peeks out and asks. Where? Dynine points. Out there. Turn around. Just then. Trannak bolts from his seat. Turns out he is hiding under the table. Dynine wonders. Oh man. What are you doing? Trannak gestures. Just act like you are alone. Don't let my friends know I am here. I need intel on the outside. You eavesdropping. Aha, outside. Stops the two. You are Zhang Lam's sign. Right, yeah. He thinks. Isn't that Tranak's wife over there? Trannak must be close by. Have Lam sign. Who is that? He replies. A friend of yours. Lam sign asks. Is Trannak looking for me for something? Answers. I have something I need to ask you. Let us go inside and talk. Dunine quickly warns. Oh man. Oh man. They are coming in. You grab a newspaper to cover your face and say, I see them. No need for the paper. Then you silently pray to yourself. This bookstore has no doors. Right. Can't I see me? Can't I see me? You peek over curiously. What is going on? Damn it. Just cut off the noise. A voice in your head asks. Are you dying to know what they are talking about? Trannak instinctively replies. Yeah. You suddenly realize. That is not Dine-Ion's voice. You turn and see T sitting beside him, trying to act cute. Tranak's eyes widened in shock. Oh my. He clumsily dropped the menu. Hello. Crossing her arms, she looked over. What a crazy coincidence. He plopped down in a chair across from Dine-Ion. Dine-Ion immediately asked Trannak. Oh wow. Do you know him? Who is that? Then she thought to herself. Is he another one of those new guys trying to win me over? And he is cute too. She said, taking the initiative to ask. Are you Dine-Ion? She replied. Yep. I am. Who are you? Looked at Trannak and said. I am just related to Trannak. He quickly nodded. Yep. Thinking. If we are married, that counts as family too. Dine-Ion innocently believed it and stood up politely. So you are related to him. I was a bit rude earlier. I hope I did not leave a bad impression on your family. Still sitting there, trying to exude charm. He said. Actually, I have always wanted to meet you. Dine-Ion. She was taken aback and asked. Well. Then Dine-Ion suddenly remembered. I have seen your picture before. You are the white-haired girl who cornered me last time and showed me your photo. Explained. I am really sorry about that. That girl is my student. She loves cooking. What happened last time was a misunderstanding. I apologize. After that, grabbed the menu and continued. I have not eaten yet either. Since we have met, let me treat you both to a meal as an apology. Actually, we have met before. Remember, last time at the hotel entrance. Dine-Ion sat down and replied. I just remembered. We really have a connection. Looking at the menu. She said. So we have to eat this meal. Trannak snatched the menu and said. You really do not have to go out of your way to treat us. Dine-Ion is not angry. Right. She replied. Right. It is all in the past. Just a misunderstanding. You are related to Trannak Opa. So it is all good. She thought to herself. Opa really is considerate. The food here is not cheap. We can let anyone waste their money. But Tet spoke up. She said it does not count. Dine-Ion still tried to explain. Really? It is not necessary to eat. Do not be so polite. I do not know how you are related to Opa. Teapot replied. Let us just say you are going. Then she looked at Tron-Nasi to confirm and asked. Right. Is that Nefi Hai? He grimaced, thinking to himself, she and Nentrini. Twanti is probably remembering everything. Then Teat stood up, startling Tron-Nex. Thinking. Is she taking the initiative? She looked at Dino-Kine and said. If you are not eating, then I will head out. I hope we get to meet again next time. Dine-Ion politely replied. Take care. She patted Dien-Hui's head and said to Tron-Nex. Your little girlfriend is really cute. Nefi Hai. Her voice full of mischief. Tron-Nefi felt a bit on guard, wondering if she would really make a move here, but unexpectedly, Teapon really left, turning back to wave goodbye, saying, I am out of here. Look at you all tense. Like I am about to eat you. Dine-Ion innocently asked. Will your family not like me? Am I behaving well? Surely she won't object to us being together. Right. Why are not you saying anything? Tron-Nex sat there like a ghost, deep in thought. She pressed him, asking. What are you thinking about? He anxiously replied. You tell me. Should I forget the birthday or rush out faster? That night, he sneaked into the house, gently closing the door, with only one thought in his mind. Hurry up and grab the luggage, since everything is already packed. But surprisingly, Teapon was already there with her laptop on the table. He slowly turned on the lights and then cursed under his breath. Damn it. When he saw her sitting there, the two started questioning each other. You are back? Right. Aha. I just showed you enough face. Thanks. She turned the screen toward him, radiating an air of authority. Then said. So now, let us settle our rivalry. How should I address you? Should I call you the heart-burning master? Or maybe your girlfriend? Calling you Nefi Hai, the one who sets hearts ablaze. She used her powers to levitate objects, then asked menacingly. Or should I call you Ani? Tron-Net was trembling, laughing nervously, trying to explain. How should I say this? Welcome back, wifey. Across the street, to you who was lying there asleep. The noise from next door shaking the whole floor. She ran over to knock on the door, shouting. Could you be a little considerate? Are you making bombs at home? Can you let people sleep? He said. Why are you lying to me about being your husband? Tron-Net replied. Let us be logical. You called me honey first. Why do you even know the birthmark on my back? I was treating you, So I accidentally saw it. You say you want to buy nude photos of me. What are you planning to do with them? Use my pictures for some disgusting stuff. I got too excited. I messed up. Let us call it a misunderstanding. Damn it. This morning, you were all cozy with that girl, holding her hand like it was nothing. Right. I am just saying. What does that have to do with you? Why are you so mad? Not long after, T tried to kick Tran Na down the fish hand mountain. T had asked, who said I was angry. Tran Na, lying flat on the ground, responds, I saved your life. You know, if it were not for me, you would have been dead that day, she adds. So you followed me to see the dog for fun. Only to save me when I was about to die. It is clear you are not here just to save me. It is about watching the dog. You are dodging the question. So it still counts as saving me. She grabs your shirt, pulling you up and asking. So you can take my clothes and then trick me into being your wife. You try to explain. It was just pretend. I did not touch you. Titi balls up her fists and yells. What kind of man are you? You can do it but can T own up to it. Tran Na's face turns pale as he stops singing. Why does that sound so wrong? She looks at you passed out there and scolds. Little lecher. You got what is coming to you. Who told you to hold someone else's hand? The next day, on the plane leaving the city, Tuta suddenly asks. Where did you go yesterday? You came back without saying a word. Tia coldly replies. I went to kill someone, but in the end, I do not even know why I did not go through with it. Back at Fish Hand Mountain, Tran Na wakes up, holding his head. Thinking, what a grudge. Got drenched and tossed all night. And it is the place where I saved her too. He stands up, dusts himself off, mumbling. This woman is really something. But she does not actually want my life. But getting slapped in the face a second time still stings. Once I recover my strength, I am going to catch her and give her a taste of her own medicine. He screams. No way. If I do not let this anger out, I am going to explode. It is all that boat captain's fault. I will settle the score with him later. The boat captain appears, asking, choosing soft pink gifts. Lunhiu Island in the South Pacific is where Tran Na fell in his past life. He steps down and stands there. Feeling nostalgic, Tran Nenti gazed at the castle before him, reminiscing about how in his past life, he successfully completed his final deal with the president of that foggy nation right here. And with his last breath, he vowed that such a thing would never happen again in this life. Everything seemed unchanged. Of course, inside the bar, he told the bartender, give me that. The bartender replied, you have got a sharp eye. My friend. I bet this is the best bottle you can get on this island. But it does not come cheap, except for the fox P. In front of him. Not bald like he would be 20 years from now. He assured himself. Don't he worry. Then thought to himself. Even if this was all the money he had left, had already taken all his love before leaving. But thankfully, the captain was still around. The bartender leaned back with a grin. Cheers. Buddy. Have a good time. Half an hour later, at the limestone villa, the private area was off limits. Tran Na looked into the camera and greeted. Hello. Then informed the captain. Yama has shown up himself. Captain. Sitting there with his feet up on the chair, said, East Asia is the biggest new market. I can just ignore it. It had been a long time without any news. Could it be that the exorcist can handle that? Yama, a junior, came in and announced. Boss. There is a guy claiming to be Yama outside. The captain gasped. What? He then opened a secret room and ordered his subordinate. You take some guys and hold him down. As long as I am alive. The informant one to be wiped out. The subordinate nodded. Understood, boss. The captain headed down to the secret basement. Thinking. Beneath the villa lies a naturally formed water cave. Bring him there. Above. The sounds of crashing and the cries of his men echoed. Boss. The boss will take revenge for us. Tran next stood there and said, in my past life, the captain never got a chance to avenge you guys. Let us keep you alive for now, who knows. It might come in handy later. He then followed down below, and upon arrival, the captain was already there, saying, you have been caught up with already, Yama. Surprisingly young, Tran Na replied. I did not expect you to still be the exorcist. He added, looks like that exorcist did not tell you. He failed his mission and is seriously injured. Yama responded, an exorcist has many enemies. If others find out he is hurt, it would be dangerous. You really took down the exorcist. Trumpanik teased. Scared. If you are scared, you can beg for mercy. He charged in and shouted. Then let us fight first. I want to be convinced. Tran Na patted his head, thinking to himself, just like in the past. The captain still won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. He used the triple water transformation technique. Tran Na closed his eyes and pondered. While the technique could deceive his eyes, it could not fool his intuition. Sure enough, only the captain was real after the transformation. Then he lunged forward, grabbing his neck and asking, Surprised. The captain wondered. How did you know? Struck him with a blow. Shouting. Show your true skills. I will warn you. If you do not go all out, you want to get another chance. He suddenly stood lightly on the ground, with water energy gathering beneath his feet. The captain activated the water stepping technique and looked at Tron Nefs. So you really are the one who injured the exorcist badly. Very strong. But you are not at the control level. Tron Nefs replied. Your direct combat skills are not bad. I am definitely at the destruction level like you. But our energy levels are different. Then he blinked in front of him and said, I can still beat you to a pulp. The captain was at a disadvantage. Inwardly panicking. On the brink of death. I boost my power. He boosts his. And he is even a lot stronger. Tron and C stood there wide-eyed. I told you to use all your strength. Is this all you have got? He slumped there, coughing up blood and replied. Do not underestimate me. I am a water-type destruction powerhouse. He looked up with a cold smile. Wherever there is water. Even an undefeated control level can't do anything to me. I am a high-level water manipulator. The Tron and Fee chimed in. Almost forgot you are the Turtle King who knows how to play with water. The more water there is, the stronger you get. Centered around him, a swirling vortex of water was created. You raised your hand, pulling the vortex towards yourself and asked, how about this? The captain stuttered in shock. What did you do? Tronans replied. Drained the water. Played dirty. Remember back when you fought that Beast King and got your water sucked away, just when I needed it. Though it is not as pure as the Beast King's, I can still borrow the water energy. It will drain away quickly. Of course. This skill does not consume my own energy. Gotta end this quick. Then you charged in to attack the captain. Another powerful blow from Tron NC slammed him against the wall. Tron NC stood there and asked, did you admit defeat? The captain lay there saying, I did not expect you could control my abilities. Had I known, I would be stayed by the sea, using my intent to create a space that drains all the water. Besides the Beast King, you are the second person with this ability I have encountered. It is hard to accept, but I can't deny it. I have lost. The skill feels a bit fake. The barrier broke, and water started gushing out. Tron NC felt a pang of worry. Oh no. Did I accidentally suck it all in? The skill might be broken too. The captain laughed loudly. Looks like I am not done yet. Water is flowing everywhere in the cave. He stood there confidently. As long as there is water, I can heal my wounds fast. And my fighting power will stay at its peak. While you, I can sense you are starting to weaken. I have the power. But I can assure you, I won't lose. Patron and Free said calmly, you think you have a chance of winning. He jumped and swung his arm down. At most, we will end in a tie. Patron and C did not even react, snapping his fingers saying, time's up. Suddenly his body went numb and he asked, what did you do to me? The captain clutched his head in pain. What is going on in my mind? Tronans replied, something that can suck out your spiritual energy until your brain is forced to collapse. I slipped it in during our previous fight. You thought you would not need to use this little trick. Then asked, do you want to die? Or do you want to live? He stuttered. I want to live. You took out the trick and said, then work for me from now on. I won't treat you poorly. Trampani smiled. I have taken it out. I trust your loyalty. You withdrew your hand cautiously. Do not disappoint me. Yep. Master. You will be the leader of the dark organization from now on. Tron NC thought to himself. If you dare betray me, that trick in your head will show you what living hell is like. Tranak sat back. Feet up. Listening to the report. Right now, Team The Mien has a total of 15 gold diggers, 2 in North America, 3 in South America, and 2 in East Asia. But after that previous threat from you, we have temporarily cut off contact and entered a period of silence. Tranak had some compliments. Very good. He was not lying. He recalled. 15 people. This number matches the ones he wiped out in his past life in them yen. Tranak continued. The second thing. You have an account for the Octopus website. Hand it over to me. Oh right. All the accounts you have. Just give them to me. The captain dared not hide anything. My account USP is in the first drawer on the left. And there is also an electronic lock code. Tranak smiled as he pulled it out. The password is... Got it. I know the password. Witnessing this made him turn pale. Sweat pouring down his face. This guy knows everything about me. Tranak thought to himself. Time to make a new armor. A white account. Not bad. Then he raised 3 fingers and continued. The third thing. I know you guys have ties with the local government. I need to get an ed and related documents as fast as possible. All of it. And it has to be real traceable in the official system. By the time the ed is done, book me a ticket to Tokyo. After that, he stood up and instructed. All right. That is all for now. You can leave. And dinner. For dinner, it is seafood. Grilled shrimp with salt. And a bottle of last year's Baron wine. The captain did not dare argue and accepted the order. As he prepared to leave, Tranak added. Honestly, I did not expect to find you so quickly. I have been pretty broke lately, just when I thought about how you and I have a grudge. It turns out you have money, let us just say. You are a bit unlucky. Hearing this, his face darkened as he replied. Got it. You stood there, smiling as you assessed him treating human life like grass. And yet the captain could hold back. Looks like he really is something. He probably did not realize his luck was running low. I used my mission energy to wrap around it. Just need to replenish the consumed mission energy. Trannak stood there, looking out the window. So next, he had 5 days to rest. 5 days later, at Narita International Airport in Tokyo, Trannak stood there, talking to himself. Damn it. A few guys in black suits picked him up in a car, and one turned to say, as instructed by the chairman, we will take you to the hotel. If you have any requests, just let us know anytime. Trannak sat there and asked, where's Hideo? He quickly replied, the chairman has an important social engagement tonight, so he sent me to welcome the esteemed guest. The chairman will wait for you at headquarters tomorrow. You asked again. An important social engagement. The guy next to him explained. The chairman has to entertain a high-ranking official. It has been arranged for a long time. Then we will take you back to the hotel to rest. Trannak waved it off. Let us go to the company. The underling hesitated, unable to find the words. Just muttering. Trannak turned sharply. Do I need to say it twice? Then the car took him to a big hotel. He brought Trannak to a room and said, you can rest in the VIP lounge for now. The chairman will come later tonight. You asked again. VIP lounge. Is this Yang A with me? The underling bowed politely and asked, is there anything else you need? Sir Trannak settled into the big, comfy chair. And I do not care where that Hito guy is or who he is with. Just tell him to get his butt over here to meet me. He has got the nerve to play it cool, thinking his connections give him power. This time, I am here in a special capacity. And a gold digger like him can't afford to slack off. Shifting scenes to a private villa. Inside, 2 people were enjoying a meal. The guy in white asked, Hito, got anything on your mind tonight? The guy in black replied, nothing much. Just a poor relative from the countryside dropped by. Just a young lad. Really? I have sent someone to pick him up. He is Hito Demoto. 54. One of the gold diggers in East Asia. That is the deal. The guy in white chuckled and continued. I just heard the news the Prime Minister has signed off on some new officials. Andakun is about to become the governor of Tokyo. Hito raised his glass, trying to flatter. I hear Andakun is an old acquaintance of yours. The guy in white replied. Yeah. He was my student back in the day. Who would be thought after all these years? We would bump into each other in the business world, yet Andakun still respects me. They clinked glasses, and Hito added. The 40-year-old governor of Tokyo is going to shine bright in the future, and that prime minister position is pretty much locked in. As Andakun's teacher, you have got a big role in this. A girl softly opened the door from outside. As she entered, she announced, Chairman, you have a phone call. He snapped. I told you. When I am here with the counselor drinking, do not interrupt, she hurriedly replied. Yep. But this call is from your assistant, Fujita. Hearing that, the counselor said, in that case, Hito, you can head out. I am already in a good mood today. Hito stood up and said, sure thing. It is just a few matters. I would not want to ruin your vibe. He continued, now, please take a seat and relax. I have got a few little surprises lined up for later. He stepped out into the hallway and summoned 3 ladies in to meet the counselor. Come on in. Upon meeting Fujita, he greeted the chairman and asked, what brings you here? Is there a problem? He reported. The esteemed guest refused to go to the hotel, insisting we bring him to the company. He wants you to meet him right away. He is waiting for you at headquarters. You instructed us not to deny any of his requests. So Hito asked, what else did he say? Fujita replied. He said you need to meet him immediately. He was furious. I am going to see him. That little punk wants to flex on me, contrary to his earlier attitude. Upon entering the waiting room, Hito opened the door with a bit of courtesy, his expression shifting as he stepped in and asked, you came to Tokyo for business? Seeing him extend his hand, Tron clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles and asked, you want to shake hands with me? You immediately threw a punch and said, Hito, did you forget your place? A 20-year-old comes to Tokyo to start a career, fails by 28. And now you are just a nobody on the streets. He was holding his face, cursing, damn it. Tron kept hitting him and listed, at 31. You caught the organization's eye, became a gold digger, and climbed up. Now you are one of the big shots in Tokyo, a government figure everyone admires. Now he was sporting bruises on both cheeks, but he still cursed back defiantly. You bastard. You grabbed his collar and continued. I know you are the most experienced gold digger out there for over 30 years. You have raked in cash for the organization. Thinking you are one of them, not just a dog. You channeled your energy into Hideo and said, 6 months ago, The organization told you to stay quiet, cut ties with you, and with your brain. Must have guessed that the organization was in trouble. So you found a way to loosen your leash and used me to test their loyalty. Then, grabbing him with one hand and smashing glass with the other, you said, "So let me tell you now, you are just a pet the organization keeps. Even a dog that has been pampered for over 30 years. If suddenly it forgets who it is and thinks it is human, then jumps on the table and acts out. Well, that kind of dog, just skin it alive, chop it up, and make a stew. Shake hands with me. You think you are worthy. Also, I heard your car is a Bentley. How amusing. The owner rides home in a Toyota while the dog gets to ride in a Bentley. You have been a dog for too long. Your master, out of respect for your experience, throws you a few bones. And you think you can sit at the same table. With that, you released your grip on his neck, and Hideo cried out in fear, I am going to die. Tronancy used his powers to suspend him in the air and asked, have you figured out how to grovel properly to your master yet? He nodded eagerly. You stepped back inside and then pulled Hideo in with you. He knelt there, immediately begging, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Tronancy lit a cigarette and pointed it at his head, saying, this is the VIP lounge, so I came to check on my assets. Back to being a guest. Hideo quickly admitted, I was foolish. Please, let us move to the chairman's office. You let go. Everything returned to normal. And he knelt there thinking, how can such a monstrous being exist in this world? Money, power, while regular folks struggle to get by. These guys are up on high, and I can stand it. Heading to the chairman's office, Hideo kneels there, performing the greeting, the East Asia gold digger Hideo, bows to the esteemed envoy. Chairman Trannak sits back, checking something and replies, well, finally showing some guts. He turns and continues. All right. I am not interested in the company's playbook. I am not here for that. Right now, I need you to do one thing for me. Yep. Intending? Help me find someone. The next morning, at the Langbon Scenic area, a voice welcomes the guests. On the table, there is a nameplate that reads Seijo Karu. The Langban officer stands there, asking, Seijo, still here this late? The girl, smiling, says, 100 yen. Thank you, sir. He takes the money and asks, hasn't your mom been in touch lately? Her face turns sad as she replies, she has not. He hands her the money and adds, that is rough. After she left, how long do you think you can keep going aimlessly like this? She takes the money and responds, it is. I do not spend that much alone. Plus, the store manager lets me take on extra shifts, so I can earn more. He worries. You still have school. You know, kids should be in class. Seijo bows her head and replies, I will try my best. I promise. The Langban officer says, all right, get back to work. If you run into any trouble, you can call me if you hear anything about your mom. Be sure to let us know. Okay. We are not trying to hurt her. We are trying to help. Seijo bows her head. Yep. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Outside, someone inside asks, how is it? He goes in and says, what do you think? No news. This kid knows nothing. Another person replies, eyeing suspiciously, could it be? This girl knows something about her mom but is hiding it from us. He responds, no way. This kid grew up with me. She can't lie. She is just a really innocent child. Then someone pops a pill in their mouth, and I am silently observing. The girl's life is tough. I secretly checked her trash bin and saw she has been living alone lately. No signs of anyone else. What a tragedy. A regular person. Why would she get mixed up in that crazy cult, believing in all that nonsense? Must be not. Not only is she dragging herself down, but she is making a child suffer too. The other person turns and asks, Senior, you are being so nice to the girl. Isn't it because she is in the same school as your son? Hoping they will be a couple. He brushes it off. No. I am not that lucky. My son's a loser. Would not dare hurt such a good girl. Seijo looks out from inside at the car outside. Inside, they are saying, hurry up. We need to write the report. At that moment, the boss steps out. Yawning. Sorry, Seijo. I dozed off and made you late. She politely bows her head. It is all right. Thank you for giving me the chance to work overtime. He says, okay, go home now. I still have to hit the books. Seijo adds, right. Manager. I have already cleaned up the freezer and took out the trash. And I have stocked up the shelves. Today was a tough day. He nods. You worked hard too, so head home. She replies, it was not too tough. I am just going to change into my regular clothes now. Seijo steps into the staff room. While the manager thinks, Seijo is such a considerate girl, dressed in her schoolgirl uniform. She stepped out, thinking to herself, just one more part-time job to go. At the Jiangshuan dojo, everyone was training with great enthusiasm. The door to the fencing hall swung open, and her little sister in a school uniform walked in. The owner called out. Seijo, is that you? She approached politely, bowing her head.
Yep.
Sorry for the trouble, the owner replied. No worries. You are not late. Now hurry up and change into your work clothes. Shortly after, he saw the students staring blankly at the girl and got furious. Stop gawking and get back to training. While the swordsmen were practicing, Seijo's job was to polish the wooden swords. Seijo was so beautiful that even the simple act of wiping the sweat from her forehead made the guys swoon. One guy was so distracted by her that he forgot to watch his opponent, earning himself a smack on the head. Get your act together. You idiot, the owner sighed at the scene. Thinking, whenever Seijo shows up, these boys are instantly smitten. After training, the students respectfully bowed to their master as they left, saying, Master, we are off. The owner reminded them, make sure to show up on time tomorrow. He then turned to Seijo. You should go change and head home now. A little later, Seijo came out, and her uniform made her look even cuter, stirring something in the owner's heart. Realizing how captivating a young girl could be, before leaving, she politely bowed to say goodbye. The owner handed her an envelope of money. You have worked hard, Seijo. This is your pay for last month. Seijo accepted it and said, Thank you, boss. I appreciate your help. You have worked hard too. The owner took this chance to ask her how she was doing. It must be tough lately. Right. Honestly, you do not need to work so hard. Sensing his ulterior motives, Seijo instinctively stepped back to dodge his advances, saying, It is really not that tough at all. The boss looks after me, and the students are really nice. He replied, That is good to hear. You are so charming that no one would dare give you a hard time. Plus, with you around, those boys seem even more lively. Seijo replied politely. It is all thanks to your care. However, the owner was not ready to back off. He stepped closer to stroke her hair, his gaze sinister, saying, Seijo, if you ever have any trouble, remember to... Just then, a loud voice interrupted from outside. Is anyone there? The food has arrived, the owner responded.
Yep.
But Seijo took this opportunity to make her escape, saying, I will take my leave now. Lucky for her. The delivery guy's arrival helped her get away from that lecherous creep. She was so close to trouble. The scene shifted to Karok, and it was unclear why Seijo was here. The receptionist spotted her and called out, What brings you here? She replied that she was looking for someone. Watching her walk inside, the receptionist thought to himself, the economy is getting worse, and there are more students showing up. Inside, she encountered another security guard. Halt. What do you want? Calmly, she replied. Hazukawa called for me. The guard, hearing this, did not suspect anything and led her inside, saying, Follow me. He opened the door and respectfully announced, Hazukawa, this student says you called for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Seijo struck him in the head, knocking him out cold, leaving the others stunned. The boss shouted angrily, Who the hell are you? Seijo calmly responded, I am sorry for disturbing everyone. Then, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a sword. Her voice was full of confidence. Don't worry. My moves are quick. You won't feel a thing. I hope you will cooperate with me, thank you. A henchman rushed in with a bottle, but the clueless girl, Seijo, zipped past him, in the blink of an eye. As she drew her sword, that guy was sliced in half. Even though the inside was buzzing with energy, the outside of the private room was dead silent. After tidying up her crew, Seijo approached the boss, Hazaka, and warned him not to choose such a soundproof and secure place again. Otherwise, people outside won't have a clue about what is going on inside. The old man, panicking, asked who she really was. The name Xianling. I have never heard of it. Seijo pressed the blade against his throat and said, Do not lie to me. Xianling has mentioned your name to me. Hazaka, the old man nervously asked again. Who are you? And what do you want with Xianling? She snapped back. I am just a lost girl looking for that heartless mother of mine. Hazaka stammered in fear. All those months. It was you doing that. Seijo did not shy away from admitting it. That is right. And you are the fourth person I have asked who figured it out. You are all the same. Scared of dying. I really do not get how someone like you can deceive so many people. Seeing Hazaka clutching the little girl, a waiter nearby whispered in admiration. It must be nice to have money. Tonight's gonna be a blast. Seijo led him to a deserted alley, then pulled a small vial from her bag. Suddenly, she sensed danger from behind. Seijo swung her sword back at lightning speed, but Trannak dodged it swiftly. Trannak asked, I am really curious. What are you planning to do with him? Not giving Seijo a chance to respond, he continued, Are you going to slit his throat or make him drink poison? Oh right. Is that what is in that vial of yours? Poison. Seijo, on guard, raised her sword defensively. Who are you? And why are you following me? Trannak casually laughed. You are quite the secretive one. Miss Seijo. The fact that you are curious about your name makes the little girl even more intrigued. How do you know my name? Hearing this, he replied immediately. Of course. I know a lot more than that. For example, you are 16 and a half. Your birthday is November 30th. You are Sagittarius. Blood type, 5. Wear size 34 shoes. Weigh 86 pounds. Love wearing short skirts. Hate high heels. Your favorite body part is your legs. And the part you dislike most is your chest. You love eating street food and hate carrots. The thing you want most is to beat up the owner of that martial arts dojo. And the thing you loathe the most is math. Your catchphrase is that middle-aged uncle is the most disgusting thing ever. And everything I just said is spot on. Tranak's face turned serious as he added. Oh yeah. And one more thing. Your biggest regret is why your parents brought you into this world. Do you still love street food? What does that have to do with anything? Seijo was bewildered. Who are you? And how do you know my name and so much about me? She even listed all the names she could call him. Cop. Stalker. Creep. Tranak admitted. I am just a passerby. Seijo interrupted. Creep. You think I am a toddler? You do not even have a camera. Seijo did not want to beat around the bush anymore. Lowering her sword and saying, if you want tea talk, then goodbye. With a swift movement, she lunged forward, swinging her sword at Tranak, but it did not faze him at all. Though Seijo's strikes were fast and relentless from all angles, he easily dodged them, smirking as he said, I know that is just talk. You really want to attack. Seijo kept launching a barrage of attacks, while Tranak kept chatting non-stop. She knew having both hands on the sword was the worst disadvantage. Right. Because if the opponent got a hold of your shoulders, you could not move your hands anymore. And just like that, Tranak wrapped his arms tightly around the girl in front of him. Furious, Seijo swung one arm and elbowed him hard. Who said I can only fight with two hands? She was clever too, attacking from one side to distract him, and used that opportunity to stab her sword at Tranak. But he was not some fool. He caught the blade between two fingers and asked, You really want to kill me? She was fuming, thinking, if I can fix it up top, I will fix it down low. She need him. But Tranak quickly spun to the side. That moment was pretty dangerous. He thought, damn. I almost bit the dust. Seijo lost her grip on the sword. But she did not give up. She raised two fingers, ready to poke Tranak's eyes out. He tilted his head to dodge and sighed. You really hit hard. After dodging for a while, it was time to counterattack. Tranak swung his arms and hit her back, making her stumble a few steps back. But he did not stop there. He teased Seijo. Sorry. I forgot your back is flat. Hope that did not hurt. Hitting the wrong spot sent Seijo into a rage, and she charged at him, shouting, You little brat. Tranak shot back. It is not my fault. You threw the first punch, with no other choice. Seijo opened her mouth wide, ready to bite his hand. I will take a chunk out of you. Tranak yanked his hand back. Panicking. What are you? A dog. Not backing down. Seijo delivered a high kick, but Tranak easily caught her foot, and he even noticed a little something. White. Seijo screamed. Pervert. You creep. As she pulled her leg back, she stepped back, and Tranak asked, Not gonna fight anymore. Seijo inquired back, Exactly are you? He declared, Follow me, and I will tell you. She immediately agreed. Alright then. Tranak stepped closer to Seijo and said, This distance is enough. She put on a clueless expression, asking, Enough for what? Her gaze suddenly turned icy. A small knife was drawn from her sleeve, aimed at Tranak, just as he finished his sentence. Of course. It is enough for you to stab me. As Seijo's knife was about to cut into him, he used his power to stop it in its tracks. Taking advantage of the moment, he extended his hand towards her, leaving Seijo confused about his intentions. Suddenly, Tranak snapped his fingers, using the force from his fingertip to send Seijo flying backward. The little girl slumped to the ground. Panting heavily, Tranak approached and asked, Are you okay? Seijo nodded. You are really strong. I am no match for you. But who are you really? He stood up, lit a cigarette with a spark from his fingertip, and replied, I am the one who understands you best in the world. The one who will never harm you. This left Seijo utterly bewildered. That is magic, he asked bluntly. Want to learn? I will teach you. Suddenly, she burst out. Help. Officer. Help me. Just when Tronenxus seemed ready to walk away, he stood still, watching Seijo put on her act. She bolted when she realized, and he thought to himself, Now's my chance to leap over the wall and make a run for it. Tronenxus exhaled a puff of smoke and flicked the cigarette at Seijo. Bullseye. The girl face planted into the ground. He casually strolled over and said, If you do not give up, feel free to keep going. I won't hesitate to let you experience some real pain. Seijo was fuming. Damn it. She could not outfight him. And now she could not even escape. Tronenxus repeated, If you want to avoid suffering, Just follow me. Seijo agreed but had a condition. I can go with you. But first, I need to ask Hayakaka. If you know what she wants. Spill it. No need for that. She does not know anything. I will help you find your mother. Seijo looked puzzled. Really? Where are we heading? She trailed behind Tron-Ents, curiosity bubbling up. He shot back. Weaklings do not get to ask questions. And you are not a 3-year-old. You should know this stuff. Suddenly, Tron-Ent stopped her. Wait. I sensed someone coming. So I activated an invisibility shield to hide us from those 2 cops. Just say you heard wrong. Let us move. I can tell you are not in a great headspace lately. Still heartbroken over a breakup. It is weird. I clearly heard some noise just now. Where did everyone go? Seijo was curious. How did you do that? Tron-NC confidently replied. Because I used magic. Wanna learn? She pressed on. Aren't you scared I will scream? He chuckled. Please. You are the real murderer here. Alright, just follow me. At this point, Seijo's mind was filled with a giant question mark. Who the heck is this guy? He knows so much about my situation. And his skills are pretty mysterious. If he claims he can help me find my mother, I will go along with him for now. But I am no knave little bunny. They arrived at a big hotel, and Seijo complained. You brought me to a place like this at midnight. You must have some weird plans for me. Tron-NC shot back. Quit whining and let us go. I have not even eaten dinner yet because of you. Keep talking, and I will make you regret it. When he suddenly went quiet, Seijo chimed in. What is wrong? You planning something twisted with me? Or maybe. The receptionist overheard their banter and interjected. If you two have special tastes, our hotel also offers themed rooms. He went along with it for fun. Alright then. 1 themed room. Seijo was taken aback. Stammering. Maybe we should just skip it. Once they reached the room, Tron-NC ordered food. I want a portion of grilled fish, a scoop of seafood, and a serving of rice cakes. Seijo piped up. Wait. Can you add another portion of grilled fish? I have not had dinner yet. Tron-NC hung up the phone in surprise. Then, he suddenly leaned in close. Startling Seijo, where did you get that knife to threaten me? She said. Backing away. Don't come any closer. Tron-NC sighed. How many blades are you hiding on you? Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? She shot back. Who told you to be such a creep? If you dare come any closer, I will actually hurt you. He burst out laughing. What are you thinking? I can smell blood on you. Just wanted to remind you to take a shower. Your clothes are definitely stained with blood, so toss them when you get home. After saying that, you turned on the TV. And Seijo asked in disbelief, is that it? You replied, believe it or not, that is up to you. Half an hour later, Seijo stepped out in the hotel's pink bathrobe, and by then, the food had arrived. Seeing her, Tron-NC called out. Come on, let us. However, Seijo seemed a bit off, dipping her food silently. You immediately asked, what is wrong? She replied with a hint of accusation. You did not prepare any clothes for me. Tron-NC. Feeling irritated. Shot back. Spare me the drama. I was busy looking for you. I did not have time to buy clothes. Just wear the swimsuit for now. And I will have someone bring you something in the morning, shifting her gaze to the lunchbox. Seijo asked. You did not put any drugs in here. Did you? You casually replied. If you are brave enough, then do not eat. So Seijo looked at your lunchbox and asked. Can I have your portion? Whatever you have already eaten. I know it is safe. Tron-NC easily agreed. It is up to you. Seijo took the lunchbox with excitement, saying, thanks. She happily dug into the food, even exclaiming, this is delicious. The food is amazing. Suddenly, Tron-NC remarked, you do not know what that kind of drug is. Do you? Sometimes when a guy and a girl eat together, it can get exhilarating. So how do you know my food is not drugged? Your words hit her like a bolt from the blue, and she struggled to hold her chopsticks. She screamed in anger, and seeing Tron-NC move closer to pin her down, she stammered. You can't? At that moment, she was completely at your mercy. Seijo was confused, wondering why her body felt so weak and limp, lacking any strength. Noticing the fear in her eyes, Tron-NC confirmed. Don't get too carried away with your feelings. I need to shower and sleep. And I am just keeping you here to make sure you do not run away. Seijo responded. You really never thought about doing anything to me. You answered immediately. Not even a little bit of interest. This only made her more curious. So what do you really want? Tron-NC turned away and said, just sit here quietly. In 3 days, I will let you go. During this time, as long as you do not try to escape, I won't touch you. Not even a hair. Got it? Seijo asked again. Is that really all? You confirmed for the nth time. That is it. Before heading to the shower, you added. And tonight you are sleeping on the couch. That is the treatment for the weaker one. Time passed. As Tronensa snuggled in the soft bed, while Seijo lay awkwardly on the couch. By midnight, Seijo quietly opened her eyes. Glancing around, hearing the rhythmic snoring, she thought, he is definitely asleep, so she tiptoed closer to Tronensa, one hand holding a towel, the other clutching a rope, daring to let herself sleep on the couch and calling herself weak. Good thing she always carried enough tools in her bag. Troneflins was still fast asleep. Completely unaware, Seijo quickly used the towel to cover your mouth. And then all that could be heard was a scream as the lights in the room flicked on. For some reason, the one tied up and dangling from the ceiling was Seijo. She shouted, "Get me down." Tronensa sat there, enjoying the scare. "If you do not shut up, I will give you a taste of my strength. I always deliver on my threats." Instantly, she clamped her mouth shut, not daring to let out another sound. Tronensa says, "Do you think you acted scared so well that I let my guard down?" Seijo Karu, "I have told you. I know you better than anyone in this world. You are a pro at pretending to be innocent and harmless, but deep down, you are as cruel as they come." Suddenly, he adds with emphasis, "It is more like cunning. Karu is the way she is because of that unworthy excuse of a mother. There are women out there born beautiful, who can charm men, living off them, lazy, selfish, wasteful, and irresponsible." She plotted to get close to Seijo's father, saying, "I. Seijo Heiki, I. It is no big deal. Just happy that Nishikawa could make it. To snag a successful guy like Seijo Heiki, Nishikawa had to resort to getting pregnant before marriage. Thus, Seijo Karu came into the world when the baby cried from hunger. All she cared about was herself, totally ignoring the situation. She is crying so much. Must be starving. Her husband suggested, "Just give her formula. I have plans to go shopping. I will be late." And so, Seijo's childhood was marked by her father's presence, but devoid of her mother. Karu's 1-year-old now. "Our little Karu is 5, Dad." She curiously asks, "Where's Mom?" He can only reply, "She is busy out there." This year, Karu is 7. And she still asks that question. "Where's Mom?" But all she gets back is, "Mom is very busy." Mom seems like a character who rarely shows up at home, except when it is time to ask for money or to fight with Dad. "I am the one working hard to support this family." Meanwhile, she just knows how to shop, drink, and go to spas with friends. If he is not satisfied, she says, "Just divorce me. I do not want Karu to grow up without a mother." The little girl silently witnesses it all under the pressure of work and family. When Karu turned 11, Seijo Heiki passed away from heart disease. The one person who loved Karu the most was gone. She cried so much, "Dad, do not." But that woman only found it annoying. "Just die already. Who is going to take care of me and our daughter?" After that, Nishikawa went back to her old ways, swapping men like changing clothes, while Karu felt like a piece of trash, discarded in different dumps. Once, a guy who was her mom's friend tried to take advantage of her. "Karu, your mom's not home. Come have a drink with me." The girl firmly refused. "No way. You creep. I am still a kid." Furious, he lost interest and said, "If you do not want to drink, then do not." The girl landed a punch right in the chest of that scumbag. Simultaneously pulling out a small knife from her sleeve, she pointed the knife straight at his face and threatened, "Don't mess with me again, or I will kill you." The guy was so scared he sobered up instantly. No second chances. Just like that, Karu learned the basic survival skills of a prey, disguise and cruelty. Trannak lay back on the bed, looking at Seijo, and said, "Let us keep you like this for now. This is your punishment for thinking you are so smart. Time for a nap." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. This scene, in other words, in a past life, Dung and Blueberry never clashed, because they had already left their own beds. Being hung upside down like this, he could see the opponent's most embarrassing side. It was kind of thrilling. The next morning, Tranak's people brought him a bag. "Sir, the items you requested are ready." He received it and instructed, "You wait downstairs." He approached Seijo and said, "Inside are clothes I bought for you. Change and let us head out." Hearing this, she was surprised and asked, "Ah, but you said we would not be going out for 3 days." Trannak replied, "Plans have changed." A little while later, the two left the hotel, and Tranak's people were already waiting downstairs. Upon seeing him, they immediately bowed. "Sir." Seijo gazed at the luxury car and murmured, "What a Bentley." He quickly urged, "What are you staring at? Get in the car." Fujita chimed in, "Sir, where are we going?" "To the company." He replied, "We are going to pick up Deep Nyan." Upon hearing this, Seijo thought, picking up Deep Nyan. Is he some kind of homebody? Could this guy possibly be a wealthy recluse? Moments later, they arrived at the bustling Dipengayan area. Trannak confidently declared, "Today, this young master will take care of everything." Seijo excitedly asked, Really? He nodded. Absolutely. What could earn a girl's trust more than a shopping spree? After shopping, the two headed to Seijo's house, with several people carrying the items they just bought. And do not forget that car behind us, he reminded, seeing her standing there in a daze. He said, "What are you spacing out for? Grab the keys and open the door." Seijo wondered. "How do you know my house is here?" Trannak quickly replied. "Because I am the one who understands you the most in this world. And feel free to open the fridge for water," he added, which drove Seijo crazy. "Do you even know what being polite means? Do you really think this place is your home? You can't just waltz into someone else's house and open their fridge without the host's permission. What is your deal? Why are you putting your stuff in my house?" she said while pointing and closing the door on the newly bought items. Trannak reminded her. "First, I am not a guest. Did you forget? You are my prisoner. Secondly, my stuff is here for a simple reason. I am going to be living here too." Seijo could not take it anymore and yelled at him. "There is a limit to jokes. You know, why do you sound so serious? Why are you in my house?" Suddenly, Trannak reached out and pinched her cheek, making Seijo blush and lose her words. "I told you. You are my prisoner. Prisoners do not get to ask questions." Then he added, "And seriously, this is getting ridiculous. All right, if you understand, hurry up and cook. I am starving." With no way to argue, Seijo complied, her anger bubbling up as she took out the food. "This is so frustrating," she thought. "I need to find a way to teach him a lesson." A little while later, Seijo brought the food out. "We ran out of ingredients at home, so I could only make rice," she said, looking as bright as a flower. "Okay, let us." Suddenly, Trandak looked worried and reminded everyone. "Wait," causing Seijo to be confused. He plugged his nose and said, "I think I smell gas." She gasped. "What? No way. I will go check." Elash. He swapped the 2 plates of rice in front of him. Long chuckled to himself. "Do not think I did not hear you cursing me in the kitchen. You just love to prank me." Seijo went into the kitchen to check and found nothing. "I locked the gas stove." "What is wrong with your nose?" Trandak chuckled. "Maybe I just had a whiff of something." Trandak happily gobbled down his food, while Long thought to himself, "This guy's cooking skills are actually pretty impressive." Seijo was just as pleased. "I am gonna eat." "Okay, is it really that good?" Trandak nodded vigorously. "It is delicious." This is exactly what Seijo wanted to hear. "So eat. Do not leave any leftovers." While they were eating, he suddenly spoke up. "Oh right. I forgot to tell you something." But she interrupted. "No rush. Let us talk after we finish eating." He nodded. "Okay. You said let us talk after eating." 5 minutes later, both plates were wiped clean, and Seijo cheerfully asked, "Come on. What is it?" Trandak straightforwardly admitted. "I swapped your rice with mine." Seijo froze in shock when she heard that. Her words caught in her throat. She stood up, stammering, "Oh no. Oh no." Trandak laughed heartily. "I was going to tell you to eat a bit less. Who knew you would say let us talk after eating? You know what I like about you? It is that you do not curse." However, at that moment, a more terrifying situation arose. Seijo's stomach made a loud gurgling noise. "Oh no." So our girl dashed to the bathroom, holding her backside. Trandak was worried too. He stood outside the toilet door with a roll of toilet paper and called for Seijo. Inside, she angrily shouted, "What?" He replied, handing her the paper, "Just in case one roll is not enough." When Seijo opened the door, he reminded her, "Remember, as long as you have the urge, I will know what you are up to. Trying to plot against me." She snatched the paper from his hands and shouted, "Creep." Outside, Trandak chuckled to himself. Teasing her really is quite fun. After what felt like an eternity battling in the bathroom, Seijo finally emerged, her face pale. "I'm exhausted. I can't even speak anymore." But her attitude changed in an instant, because she saw the smug look and the not-so-great grin on his face. It drove Seijo crazy, and she charged at Trandak. "I will fight you." However, Seijo unfortunately slipped and fell right into the arms of her scheming brother. Yet that kiss kept going. A question popped into her head. "Creep. Why are not you pushing me away? Do you know I am weak and want to take advantage of me?" Trandak was puzzled too. Why has not she freaked out yet? Or is she using this kiss to get over the effects of the medicine? So foolish. It is not poison or anything. The two held this position for quite a while, both waiting for the other to react first. Seijo wondered. "Why are not you pushing me away?" Trandak sighed. "Even your eyes look dumb right now." After a moment, they finally pulled away from each other. Trandak said, "Honestly, your method is not going to work." But before he could finish, Seijo slumped down. Then she burst into tears. And the more she cried, the louder it got, which left Trandak a bit panicked. "It is just a misunderstanding." "Really? It is just a misunderstanding. You are confused. Do not. I really did not mean to. How about this? I know magic. I can erase all your memories of today. As long as you do not see me again. You want to remember. You lay back on the couch and asked. Really? Trandak nodded vigorously. Absolutely. While you were blocking the memories. Sejo asked. Who are you really? Can you tell me? Either way. I am about to forget everything. You replied. I am from the future. There. You and I are the two most entangled people. Sejo smiled and said. Then I do not want to forget you that quickly. Her words made Trandak pause in surprise. She continued. I can feel it. You are not lying to me. If you really wanted to do something to me, with your skills, you would have done it long ago. You are the first person to treat me well since my dad passed away, the kind of good that is unconditional. Hearing that made Trandak's heart twist a bit. No way. I had planned to find Karu at her house for 3 days to help her avoid the coming tragedy. Then head back home. Now it seems like the whole plan is thrown off course. Just like before. Outside Sejo's house. Trandak's car was still parked there. Fujita was in the car making a phone call. But it was not to Trandak. It was to someone else. Trandak has no intention of leaving. And that is according to his orders. For the next few days, he will be here. All the stuff he bought today is here too. On the other end of the line. Orders were given to closely monitor that woman. Then, send someone to keep an eye on her. There is no need to be too secretive or hide identities. You guys can't escape from him, Hideo nervously reminded them. But remember, track his every move. Wherever he goes, whoever he meets. Report back to me immediately. Got it. The other side responded right away. After hanging up, Hideo sat back and thought to himself. I have struggled for over 30 years to build this up. I am not going to give it up easily. This shadow organization does not see me as a person, so do not blame me. He pulled out a box containing a strange USP. Surprising. Right. A regular guy like me. 2 years ago, I spent a fortune to get this USP, and since then, I have discovered the world of you monsters. When it comes to brains, I am miles ahead of you. Hideo immediately opened his laptop and grinned wickedly. Shadow organization. Just wait to be wiped out. Transitioning back to Seo's house. She woke up and realized she was lying on the couch, thinking to herself, yesterday was exhausting. I fell asleep on the sofa all night. What is that delicious smell? That smell reminded her of her dad. She instinctively called out, Dad. In the smoky haze, figure appeared carrying food that looked just like her dad from behind shrimp sushi. Seafood soup. Honey butter dip amazing. But when the person turned around, it was just Nak. He said. Feeling better. Come eat breakfast. Sitting at the table. Seo exclaimed. These are all Karu's favorites. Nak replied. I made this for you. So hurry up and thank me for this blessing. Immediately, Seo stood up, bent down, and said, Thank you so much. Since my dad passed away, I have not felt cared for in a long time. This gesture made Nak feel uncomfortable, and he scolded himself for caring too much. After finishing their meal, the annoyed guy said, Once you are done eating, get ready to wash the dishes. A prisoner needs to embrace the mindset of a prisoner. Seo cheerfully got to work. He watched the little girl with a soft smile, realizing things were getting more intense. But if he could just get through these next 2 days, he could hypnotize her and restore everything back to normal. Once all the chores were done, Seo sat next to him, staring intently at him, which made him feel awkward. He thought to himself, Please do not look at me like that. It makes me nervous. After a moment, she spoke up, asking, So you said that in the future, we will have the deepest relationship? He questioned back, Do you really want to know? Seo nodded. I do. He began to explain. Actually, I am your half-brother. Before your mom married your dad, she was involved with a guy named Chiban. This guy was just a total mess. Seeing her confusion, he clarified. If I was not Chibana's son, am I? How could I be sitting next to you, let alone drive? If you were not my sister, why would I care so much about you and go out of my way to learn everything about you? Because we are siblings. Family who will rely on each other in the future. That is why I say I have the deepest connection with you. Of course. She did not believe him. You are just pulling my leg, Confronting continued. I know it is easy for a girl your age who has been through so much to feel close to someone who treats her well. But I am your brother. And I should be told you this from the start, Seijo shyly said. Honestly, being brothers is not so bad. Plus, having that blood connection makes it feel more familiar. And if we become a couple, it would feel even more trustworthy. Transu was taken aback and said, Wait, do not twist my words like that. Please do not think of anything weird. She stuck her tongue out teasingly. I know you are just rambling. Don't get any ideas. I only feel the warmth of a father from you. Nothing more. He sighed in relief. Thinking, good. I thought you were serious. Seijo glanced at the clock and suddenly jumped up. I have to go to school. I am going to be late. He quickly grabbed her dress to stop her. Not so, however. She did not notice and kept walking, stretching the fabric of her dress. Seijo's face turned red as she yelled. Pervert. He hurriedly explained. I did not mean to. And quickly let go. The sudden pull of her dress caused Seijo to wince in pain. Crying out, ouch. That hurt. Then she turned to blame him, her tiny fist ready for a fight. You did that on purpose. When the little sister lunged at him, he swiftly caught her wrist. Then he supported her waist, putting Seijo in a position where she could not resist. Instinctively, Tron and NC managed to throw the little sister onto the floor. Seijo crashed against the wall, and where she hit was not left unscathed. Tron and Fee looked at her and said, Looks like you still do not have the mindset of a prisoner. Have you forgotten our agreement for 3 days? You need to stay home for 2 more days before you can go out. Time dragged on slowly. Seijo had finally settled down on the chair, and he happily thought, now that is more like it. After all, hypnosis is not fully effective. Meanwhile, Seijo was feeling hot and blaming herself. Karu. You idiot. How could you think he is warm? Then she turned to glare at Tron and S. I might skip school. But if I do not work, I will get fired. I need to earn money to support myself and pay for tuition. He casually sighed, stood up, and presented her with a broken vase. To put it more accurately, this is a slap in the face with money. You say, is that enough? If not, I will throw in another round. Can you believe someone this despicable exists? Seijo clenched her fists, fuming inside. Absolutely furious, Seijo happily accepted the money, thinking, this is enough. 1 round is plenty. With a pile of cash like this, who could possibly say no? For now, she decided to treat him like a rich boss who pays well. Then she switched topics. Have you found my mom yet? He replied, your mom Nishikawa is not in Tokyo. She probably bolted to Osaka. And the police are looking for her. Truth Society is on her tail because she knows too much and is terrified of getting caught and revealing the organization's secrets. She is definitely avoiding Tokyo. Seijo thought. Osaka is unfamiliar territory for her. But he reassured her. No need to worry. She is safe for now. Hearing this, she snapped back. Worried. Who is worried about her? I could not care less. As long as I know she is still alive. Seijo continued. Once I take the university entrance exam, I will move into the dorms, study and work, completely ditching this house. And Chen Entrev curiously asked about her academic performance, which was impressive. She felt a bit insulted by that backhanded compliment. Sure. But she needed to work much harder to get into Tokyo University. So she planned to pick a sport to boost her chances with the athletic admission program. He asked, and what about after graduation? What do you plan to do? He already knew the answer. Given her athletic talent, she could easily surpass most grown men. With her special status, landing a job would not be a problem. Personally, she thought after graduation, she would find a stable job, hoping to escape this hard life, then make money and retire. That way, she could stay home until she is old and die. Sounds like a pretty good life. And Chen Entrevi chimed in. So you are trying to make money to become a NEET. She hugged the pile of cash tighter, cheerfully saying, being a NEET is bliss. This money of yours could let me retire early. Zensei, curious about Chun Nefai's background, asked which conglomerate he was here to and what his name was. You understand me so well. Yet I know nothing about you. But he just smiled and said, that is something I can share. Not wanting to talk about his background, she switched to another question. So what is this 3-day thing you mentioned? What is going to happen in these 3 days? Chen Enif hesitated, asking, are you really curious? She nodded, eager to know. Please tell me. I am begging you. Then he pointed at the pile of cash, saying that is what you will need to trade for the information. Seeing the little girl still confused, he bluntly stated, there is no such thing as free food in this world, but once money's in your hands, good luck letting it go, she firmly replied. I would rather starve than give it up, quickly standing up to stash the money away, just in case he tried to take it back. She thought to herself that she should hide this cash well. Jinshin Enchi teased her. Do not want to hear it. I can give you a 5% discount. But Seo quickly declined, refusing to listen. Not a single word. Watching Seo walk away, he took a deep breath and pondered, thinking back to those 3 days in his past life. Indeed, some events unfolded that changed Karu's fate. The investigation was still ongoing. Hazukawa, who was supposed to be silenced by Karu, was lucky to be alive. He was found by his brother. The gang rushed to the alley to rescue him. And he was still alive, heart still beating. The boss was not dead yet. The Truth Society quickly followed the name Nishikawa to track down Karu. And tonight, a group from the Truth Society would break into her place. The battle was fierce, but the enemy had the upper hand. I wanted to see if her knife or my gun was faster. Karu was taken to the headquarters of the Truth Society, enduring 2 nights of nightmares. Finally, after a police raid on the Truth Society's base, Karu was rescued along with others who had suffered at their hands. The case caught the media's attention, and the police spoke to the press. One girl we rescued looked like a rag doll that needed stitching. I had never witnessed such brutality before. Ironically, a powerful organization like the Truth Society managed to suppress this news quickly. Karu was sent to prison for murder, facing a life sentence. The police officer who saved her was also killed. The girl who once dreamed of a bright future was slowly worn down, left only with utter disappointment towards the world. She escaped from prison, a fugitive now, dressed in a school uniform and a mask. She sought out every member of the Truth Society to exact her revenge. Aren't you in prison? I escaped, and you were the first I found. You are one of the Truth Society's people, and I won't spare anyone. Over the years, core members were continuously murdered, leaving the Truth Society with no choice but to turn to the Underworld, where some notorious old-timers began popping up on the list. At that time, Trannak was helped by the Truth Society, which is why he ended up in Japan. At the party, he was dancing with a girl, and she curiously asked, "Boss, do you really have to take assignments from the Truth Society? They have done so many heinous things." He replied, "I am not here for that. Just came to Japan to unwind. After all, someone is treating me to food and drinks. Why not come?" The girl replied, "The boss is so smart." Trannak added, "If you do not take on big responsibilities, you will never know how hard it can get." The charming girl expressed her willingness, saying, "Then I am ready to take on the task and be the lady boss." Later at the hotel party, Trannak ran into Seo. She lunged at him, but he intercepted her. "Interesting. Someone wants to kill me. Firefly. This one's yours." Firefly stepped up and asked, "Who are you? What powers do you have?" Seo immediately retorted, "I am the one who specializes in killing for the Truth Society." After a brief struggle, Firefly managed to subdue Seo. "What should we do, boss? This girl is pretty stubborn. I told her we are not with the Truth Society, but she does not believe me." Trannak stepped forward and touched her mask. Seo screamed, "Don't take it off." But when the mask came off, Seo's face was flawless, without a single scar. "I have restored your appearance. Now, can you tell me everything?" Seo asked. "Why are you helping me?" He confidently replied, "Because you are a very talented psychic." As for Seo's mother, Nishikawa, after escaping to Osaka, she found a new lover and was living comfortably. They were watching the news on TV when they saw a report about a girl we rescued, who looked like a doll stitched back together with glue. The old lover sighed. "How tragic. I can't imagine how her parents must feel," she added disingenuously. "Yeah. When my husband and daughter died, I cried for a month straight, and I ran out of tears." However, Nishikawa soon became old and haggard. Neglected and discarded by men, life became difficult. Karu would visit her from time to time, leaving a little money. She had become so used to living off others that now, being alone felt strange. Without a man to provide for her, life was just too hard. Suddenly, 2 stacks of cash caught her eye, and she joyfully shouted, "Karu, it is." She rushed outside, calling out loudly, "Karu, I was wrong. I should not have abandoned you all those years when you needed me. Can I see you just once? I want to make it up to you." At that moment, Seiju and Trandak were sitting in the observation room, and he wondered why she wanted to approach someone like her. Only death would be sufficient penance. She replied softly, "Because my father's love for me far outweighs any hatred I have for her." Back when the illness tormented him day after day, the little girl asked thoughtfully, "Dad, is your heart hurting again?" He reassured her, saying, he had gently patted young Seiju's head and warned, "My body is not well. I might leave this world soon. I just hope I get to see you married. If one day I pass away, Karu, please take good care of your mother. She may seem useless, but no matter what, she is still your mom." After he died, she remembered his words and kept an eye on her mother for many years. All because of what he said before he left. Who would even want to associate with someone like her? Any regret she shows is just an act after weighing the pros and cons. It is not genuine remorse. This continued until 2018, when the truth was completely buried, and life lost its spark. She was just surviving for the sake of her own legs needing her. One beautiful afternoon, Seiju and her legs were sitting on the beach. The little girl rested her head on his shoulder and confided, "Boss, if there is a next life, then in the next life, you must find me." She interrupted, "I want to live a bright life." He promised, "If there is a next life, I will definitely protect you." "I promise." Back to reality. While he was lost in thought, suddenly the doorbell rang. He started to think, it can be someone sent by Hadiu. I already took care of Hazaka. The truth would not randomly seek out Kuro. Could it be someone Karo overlooked? Right. That is a possibility. So he turned to Seiju and said, "It is not one of ours. Without my word, they won't ever bother us. Go open the door. They probably see the lights on inside and think someone's home." Seiju replied casually, "Aren't you afraid I will scream? or take the chance to tell others that you trapped me. You are not that knave, he shot back. She opened the door, and upon seeing a familiar face, she asked, Uncle Dragon, what are you doing here? He replied, I came by your convenience store. They said you took the day off. He asked worriedly, is everything okay at home? Or did your mom come back? Seiju nonchalantly responded, I am just not feeling well today. However, Dragon was still very concerned. Are you sure there is nothing else? If there is, just tell me. Then he subtly hinted that he might be carrying a gun. Seiju politely bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you for coming all this way to check on me. But really, just not feeling well. Maybe I have been too stressed lately, she added, causing him to worry more. He also took a moment to look around. Gauging the atmosphere, she politely invited him inside. Uncle Dragon, would you like to come in? Dragon declined, saying, maybe next time. Karu, if you are sick, make sure to rest well. But if anything comes up, you can always call me. Seiju thanked him again. Yep. Thank you for worrying about me. After giving her some advice, Dragon took his leave. All right then, I will be going. As he strolled around Saiju's neighborhood, he noticed a suspicious car. Dragon cautiously approached to observe. These two seemed to be watching Karu's house. When Trannak saw Ungdung walk in, he asked, I thought you would take the chance to call for help. After all, she is a cop. Seiju immediately replied, I am not that knave. I have secrets too that the police can't know. Besides, Uncle Dragon is all alone. He is definitely no match for you. Dragging him into this would only put him in danger. He stretched comfortably, adding, consider this a sign that you know when to be sensible. Also, the space under the reading floor is getting cramped. That bad habit has to change. Hearing this, she immediately sat up, thinking to herself, talk about overstepping. He is not even my guardian. At that moment, Trannak got a phone call. The voice on the other end sounded a bit awkward. Sir, I am sorry to bother you so late. It turned out to be old man Hideo calling, mentioning some troubles at the company. I was going to update you today, but since you did not call, I took the liberty to reach out. Trannak asked, is it hard to resolve? He confirmed, yep. Otherwise I would not bother you. There are some things we should discuss face to face. Trannak agreed without hesitation. All right, I will come by the office tomorrow. However, he did not want to let it go and started to plead. I wonder if you are free tonight. We need to make a decision about this tomorrow, so to be sure. Trannak raised an eyebrow. Is it that urgent? He smiled, showing sincerity. Yep. I hope you will excuse the intrusion. After hanging up, he pondered. Old man Hideo is quite interesting. If I had not come to Japan, nothing would have happened. But now that I am here, there is a mountain of urgent matters to handle. Trannak's attitude shifted to excitement. I want to see what this old man is up to. Maybe I will even teach him a lesson. Trannak turned to Seo. I need to step out for a bit. Come with me. She looked confused. What? He snatched the book from her hands and exclaimed. Did you think I would leave you home alone? I told you. You need to stick by my side for 3 days. Seo protested. But it is almost my bedtime. He cut her off. No more arguing. You are not going to bed that early. Plus, going out with me means we can grab a late-night snack. Then he gently ruffled her hair and said softly, unless something unexpected happens. I will have to leave tomorrow afternoon. Tonight is our last night together, taking you out for a nice meal. And you are not happy. Seo forced a smile. I am so thrilled. But deep down she thought, no matter how you slice it, a prisoner has no right to refuse. Outside, the two guys watching Seo's house received orders to leave. I will be there soon. Dragon was still standing there, watching as Seo walked out of the house with a stranger and got into a suspicious car. He thought to himself, good thing I remembered the license plate. My instincts are spot on. The car took them to a sprawling mansion, with security stationed at every corner. The two were led to the main house. Just follow me. The chairman is waiting for you inside. Trannak opened the door. Hideo was kneeling on the ground to welcome them. A gesture of respect for someone powerful over there. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly. There are many others living here, and I was afraid of being seen outside. Trannak stepped forward, placing his hand on Hideo, and said, all right, humility is a good thing. Seo has been completely dazzled by the opulence around here. Places like this must cost a fortune. I have only seen them on TV. Trannak has already taken a seat at the tea table, but she is still standing by the door. Looking lost, he calls out, what are you doing standing there? Come on in. Old Hideo gets straight to the point. Sir, the matter I mentioned on the phone. It is important. Trannak not curious about what he wants to discuss. However, the atmosphere feels a bit tense. He glances over at Seo for a moment before looking back at Hideo. Then he suggests, are there any other rooms available? Let us find another spot to talk. So my friend can sit here and relax for a bit. Hideo nods in agreement. Sure. Right after, he raises his hand and gives a few taps. A maid appears from outside. Yep, sir. What do you need? Hideo orders. Prepare some snacks for this young lady. The maid asks. Yep. Would you like tea or something to drink? Noticing that Seo still seems a bit nervous, he reassures her. Don't worry. Just say whatever you want to drink. Seo hesitantly replies. You do not have to go through all that trouble. I do not need anything. Or maybe just bring something random. Like, whatever you have. Hearing this, the maid looks a bit flustered, thinking to herself, should I tell this guest that we do not serve low-end stuff like that here? Seo notices the awkwardness, so she quickly changes her order. If it is too much trouble, just a glass of water will be fine. Hideo seems incredibly annoyed and shouts. What are you confused about? Don't you understand the rules? The guest wants a Coca-Cola. Go get it now. The maid hurriedly complies. I will prepare it right away. Trannak jumps. Yeah. I will take a Coca-Cola too. Please. Then he stands up. Wait for me here a bit. I am going to another room to discuss some things. Seo, looking quite anxious, grabs his sleeve and asks, was I really rude just now? Trannak reassures her. It is. What is wrong with drinking Coca-Cola? Just drink whatever you like. Let me tell you. Those who act all high and mighty about tea culture out of 100. More than half probably just pretend to like it. You are still young. Do not follow the pretentious ways of old folks. Hearing this, she relaxes. Okay, just come back soon. In another room, he sits back comfortably and asks. All right. What is the urgent matter? Hideo stands up to explain. We have a little issue with the business operations, since the company has expanded into the transportation sector. We have arranged shipping routes in East Asia to fill business gaps and prepare for the capital market. The company needs to expand, especially in East Asia. Last year, we identified a target company in country N. He continues. Trannak thinks for a moment. Wait. Country N. Are you serious? Hideo adds. The company is of medium size, but their transportation capabilities and 2 shipping routes are very promising. Trannak asks further. And then what? Hideo explains. A plan. Establish a new company. Cons. Competing for market share from scratch takes time and is risky. Pros. Flexible market. Controllable costs. Solid business model. Plan B. Acquire. Cons. High acquisition costs. Shareholders disagree. Cons. Business may suffer. Pros. The market is stabilized. Revenues are promising. We have outlined 2 plans. Ultimately, we chose plan. As long as we acquire this company, we will successfully open shipping routes in Japan, including maritime operations to Hoha. Suddenly, he hesitated a bit while speaking, struggling with his words. You asked again. What is the struggle? He sighed, saying the other party refused to let us make the purchase. The business leader is a very headstrong person. We reached out to the former operator of the company and managed to make some agreements, even proposing to buy shares in that company. We all discussed it cheerfully. That person is Dung's. At the drinking table, both sides were hugging each other closely for the organization, for the honor of the gold digger. But the previous operator passed away last year, and the successor denied all our acquisition progress. We tried so hard, but it was all in vain. And the one in power now is Brother T. I am the new president. All the agreements Dung Z made have been cancelled. This shocked Hideo greatly. President Kong, what you are saying is against business rules. After he rambled for a while, I asked directly, what do you hope I do with this? He replied immediately. It is very simple. Support me just like the previous organization did. Facing tough competitors can be resolved quickly. So we need to uproot them like weeds. You scoffed at that idea. Uproot them? You mean eliminate them? Hideo leaned in closely. Intrigued. Exactly. After all, this is not the first time, is it? Special envoy. You leaned on the table, calmly saying, before reporting to me, you must have done something similar already, he firmly asserted. Such specific actions require the organization's support. Without the organization's backing, I am just an ordinary businessman. You are not capable of doing such things. You thought to yourself. Chuckling quietly, the old man was lying. His heartbeat and breath, along with his pupils, showed subtle changes. Knowing Hideo was lying, you played along. Okay, show me the target documents. I assume you brought them. He beamed. Of course, he handed you a stack of information about President Kang. You secretly rejoiced. It did not take much effort to investigate. Turns out, the old man was tasked with assassinating Brother T. Hideo said. This guy definitely needs to be eliminated. And preferably quickly. You did not ask further and agreed right away. No problem at all. Achieving his goal, he happily said. Sir. Then let us continue drinking. You nodded. Let us drink. Soon the organization will help you acquire this company. Make it happen. Hideo cheerfully led the way. Sir, please. At that moment, you felt quite pleased, like experiencing the butterfly effect. A wealthy Japanese man wants to seize a company in your country, leading to you, who does not even have pocket money. While walking, you calculated. If Demoto had not commissioned the hit, you would not have had the account to step back into the underworld, using the code to ignite your heart to lure Teach. So Teach would not end up taking everything from you. You had to mention to the captain about the pocket money. If the captain knew everything, Ilo would strip that old man Demoto bare. On Hideo's side, he also had his own plans. Everything was just as he had envisioned. The Underworld organization had indeed taken the bait, and Brother T had expert protection. My people have failed. So all I need to do is throw this hot potato into the Them Yuan organization, and let the two tigers fight it out. It is bound to be a show worth watching. If Them One win, I will keep pretending to be loyal, waiting for my moment. If the Yin loses, I can slip away easily. This is a golden opportunity to scout out the situation. Only benefits. No drawbacks for me. Demoto will definitely rely on my genius intellect in this lifetime to seize my own destiny. As I was seeing Tron Nenhas off at the gate, he tried to say, please, sir, pull some strings in the organization. Don't be stingy. Give this old man Hideo a break. This lucky charm is definitely a reward for this old guy. Tonight, the king of hell will come looking for you. Tron Nenti pretended to pat my shoulder. Just stay loyal to the organization, and you will be fine. As the car pulled away, the subordinate next to me spoke up, handing over a stack of documents. President, we have thoroughly investigated the girl next to that young master. He glanced through it and asked, anything unusual? The guy replied, yep. There is something. Here's the document. Take a look. He nodded. All right. I will check it out in the car. After going through the documents, Hideo raised an eyebrow and asked, this looks pretty normal. Where's the unusual part you mentioned? The guy explained. When I dug into her identity and family background, I found something interesting. This girl's mother, named Nishikawa, has ties to Tronla Hasai. Hearing that name, he was momentarily taken aback. People from Tronla Hasai are very troublesome, deeply involved in the battlefield with many other forces. The whole society despises Tronla Hasai, so having ties with them is not exactly smart. Hideo asked more pointedly. So this girl's mother is from Tronla Hasai. Is her status high? The subordinate replied. Not really. Just a low-level shrimp. And she was brainwashed and deceived. According to various records, after being brainwashed, she transferred all her assets to Tronla Hasai, which only piqued his curiosity. What is the deal with Karu's identity? The other guy seemed hesitant. President, this is just my personal guess based on the investigation results. Hideo wanted to hear more, so he urged him to continue. Here's the thing. Since Nishikawa is tied to Tronla Hasai, I took the liberty to investigate their recent activities. Recently, the main base of Tronla Hasai in Tokyo was ambushed, and both Tronla Hasai and the police are investigating this matter. The police believe that no matter what it is, if it involves Tronla Hasai, it is bound to be bad news. Looks like the cops are not getting a break this weekend. On the night that gentleman took Karo back to the hotel, a guy named Hayakawa from Tronla Hasai was assassinated. Someone saw that the person who entered Hayakawa's room that night was a girl. Staff members also confirmed that Hayakawa was taken away by a girl. That same night, they saw Seijo leaving with old Hayakawa. Since there were no cameras recording, and the karaoke bar was in a central location, it was packed with people, making it hard to pinpoint any suspects. Only the security guard had a vague impression of a girl, but it was too difficult to give a precise description, so the police could not track her down. They only mentioned that a schoolgirl had come in. Tang Ingid asked, so what you are saying is that the girl who killed Trunkan Lock Eye is Karu? And the henchman confirmed it. That is right. I secretly took a picture for that guard to see, confirming that it is this young lady. Hayakawa continued. You did not reveal the identity of this girl, right? He replied. I have kept that guard in the dark without orders from anyone. I would not dare act on my own. He cracked a sinister smile, pleased with himself. Very good. You did well. Then Hayakawa came up with an idea and turned to give instructions. Go do something. Leak that girl's identity. The henchman was startled and asked. Leak it to Tronla Hasai. Hayakawa clarified. Of course not. When you work, you need to know how to stay hidden. That is the smart way. I do not want to get tangled up with Tronla Hasai. Leak some information to the Karakiti people. No need to reveal too much. Just send a fairly clear picture. With Tronla Hasai skills, that picture will be in their hands soon enough. He emphasized. Remember, make sure that Tronla Hasai thinks it is his own doing that leads to Karu. Nothing to do with us. He got the hint. I will definitely make it look convincing. After plotting and scheming, he said, take me home. The henchman replied. Yep. Chairman. And the car quickly changed direction. That night at Hayakawa's private residence, just as the clock struck midnight, he was sound asleep on his 2-meter-wide bed. Suddenly, He screamed in pain and logged out. And at that moment, at Tron Nensu's office, you called to inform someone about this news. The gold miner from Tokyo, Demoto, is dead. Is there any backup plan in the organization for unexpected events? The captain was sleeping soundly when Trahan and C woke him up. Demoto is dead. And you admitted right away, did it? The captain, confused, asked why. And you replied with an edge. You want to know? All right, I will tell you. Hope you can still sleep tonight. 10 minutes after hearing Tron Nensu's story, the captain fell back asleep, and his attitude was quite harsh. Boss, hand over Demoto's body to me. I need to dispose of it properly.